A clear and articulate female voice spoke to him. This was not a video game, nor was it a dream. The voice spoke to him only in his head. On top of that, an informative quest screen floated in front of him, waiting for his access. With a heavy heart, he opened the quest and read its contents. Ring ring. Daily quest. The preparation to become powerful. Do 100 push-ups. Do 100 sit-ups. Do 100 squats. Run 10 kilometers. Warning. Failing to complete the daily quest will result in a penalty quest. He cursed as he verified its contents. How many days has it been? -1. E-rank hunter Sung Jin-Woo. It was a title that followed him wherever he went. Even as a hunter, his abilities were barely above that of an ordinary person. If it wasn't for his slightly more durable constitution or his slightly increased healing factor, there was but a little difference between him and a non-hunter. As such, his hunting career was riddled with variety of injuries. There were even times where he towed the line between life and death itself. But he was not a hunter because he enjoyed the job. It was dangerous, filled with ridicule, and the pay was disappointing. No, if it wasn't for the fact that the Hunter Association provided support for the medical bills of his mother, he was more than ready to give it up and start an ordinary employment as an ordinary person. But how could he, a man in his 20s with no special talents or background, afford to pay the medical bills that amounted to several million won a month? You could say he had no choice in the matter. And so today, with a silent cry in his heart, Jin-Woo took part in an association-supervised raid, same as any other day. Hunters who operated in the same area knew each other well. This was due to the collective gathering of all hunters in the area whenever a gate opened up. And today, the hunters who've gathered shared a cup of coffee while greeting each other. Oi, Mr. Kim, over here. Ooh, Mr. Park, what are you doing here? I thought you were done with the hunter business. All that. The wife just got pregnant with number 2. Hahaha, is that so? Well, nothing better than a raid to fill the pockets of a hunter. Both Mr. Kim and Mr. Park laughed. You know, it seems like the association's been calling us less and less lately. Wonder if the rate of gate appearances decreased. Nonsense. It's because the guilds have been working harder than the association lately. Whenever large sums of money's involved, you just know the guilds pounce on them with that fiery look in their eyes. Well then, I guess this raid being supervised by the association means it'll be pretty safe, right? With a slight concern, Mr. Park took a look around the area. A gate ignored by a guild meant low pay, and a low-paying gate meant low difficulty. Of course, there was nothing in life that was 100% certain. Similar to Mr. Park, other hunters in the area shifted their eyes with nervousness. Perhaps, as he finished the coffee, Mr. Kim suddenly waved to someone he saw approaching in the distance. Oh, wait, look who it is. Mr. Sung. Hey, Mr. Sung. Other hunters also looked at the newcomer with familiarity and relief. Hello. It was Sung Jin-Woo. Briefly greeting Mr. Kim with a nod, Jin-Woo continued his walk. After he passed, Mr. Kim lightly chuckled and loosened his worries. So Jin-Woo came. Then this place should be safe. With his eyes widened, Mr. Park asked Mr. Kim, "What? Is Hunter Sung Jin-Woo that strong?" Mr. Park wouldn't know. He started the job a little after you left. There's no hunter here who doesn't know Sung Jin-Woo. That's strong. Why is he working under the association, then? Why not freelance or join a large guild? Chuckling, Mr. Kim's eyes narrowed. You know what that man's nickname is. How would I know? Come on, spit it out. Humanity's weakest soldier. Weakest, not strongest. Listen to yourself, that kind of title belongs only to the S-rank hunters. That man over there is the weakest soldier. Probably the weakest hunter in all of Korea. Hey, Mr. Park furrowed his brows. If he was that weak, why would the hunters look so relieved at his appearance? A fellow hunter was someone who had to be relied upon in a raid. He could not understand the other hunters' reactions. Seeing Mr. Park's tilted head in contemplation, Mr. Park ribbed him with his elbows while laughing. Don't you get it? If Sung Jin-Woo appeared in today's raid, it means it's gotta be an easy one. The association wouldn't risk putting him on anything hard. Nobody wants to see someone die pointlessly. And now, Mr. Park's face brightened. Mr. Kim continued. Once, that man got injured in an E-rank gate and had to be hospitalized for a week. A hunter got injured in an E-rank gate. Yep, nobody expected someone to actually get hurt in an E-rank gate. I heard they didn't even take a healer class hunter. Seeing Mr. Park laugh loudly in response, Mr. Kim shifted his eyes toward Jin-Woo. Hey, not too loud. He might hear. Oops, didn't think about that. Mr. Park shifted his eyes towards Jin-Woo and quieted his laughter. Fortunately, Jin-Woo appeared some distance away and probably couldn't hear their conversation. But he did. I heard everything, you geezers. Doing his best to ignore their laughter, he met their gaze and put on an ignorant smile. At times like this, he cursed his rather keen hearing. Did I come too soon? It was some time before the raid would begin. While waiting, Jin-Woo approached an association employee for some coffee. "Could I get a cup as well?" "Ah, Hunter Sung Jin-Woo Nim. I'm so sorry, we just ran out." A cold winter breeze slapped his face. Jin-Woo wiped his nose with fingers. It was a rather sad day where even the coffee ran out just as he got to it. "Why are you so stubborn about this whole Hunter business, Mr. Jin-Woo?" "Sorry." Jin-Woo bowed his head. As she healed him, Lee Ju-hee's face was filled with complaint. "I'm not trying to get an apology from you. I'm just worried about you, you know. I swear, one of these days, you're going to get seriously hurt. Once you pass through the gate, you would be in the dungeon." The dungeon this time around was probably D rank. Jin-Woo looked over Ju-hee's shoulders at his fellow hunters. 10-something number of hunters were taking down monsters left and right. They did not appear to be particularly struggling. Yet here he was, injured. It was the role of the healer class hunters to heal the injured hunters from the rear. As a man who was hurt in nearly every raid he participated in, Jin-Woo was rather famous among the healer class hunters. Ju-hee carefully asked him, "Do you perhaps have a reason why you can't quit?" Jin-Woo firmly shook his head. He didn't like revealing personal details about himself so easily. "I'm just doing this as a hobby. I'll probably die of boredom if it wasn't for this." Ju-hee pouted in response. "You'll end up raiding in the afterlife because of your hobby." Not expecting such a response, Jin-Woo laughed. "Hey, don't laugh. You'll open your wounds." As they laughed and conversed, the healing was completed. But it was too late. The raid was pretty much over at that point. Jin-Woo grimaced. "I only killed one magic beast today. And even then, it was only a E-rank monster." Jin-Woo fidgeted with the E-rank magic core in his hand. Such low-level magic core from an E-rank magic beast was barely worth 100,000 won. The fact that he put his life on the line to earn it made it seem all the more pathetic. "I heard a magic core from a C-rank magic beast is worth at least few 10 millions. But to Jin-Woo, an E-rank hunter, the thought of taking down a C-rank magic beast was an impossibility. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, there's another entrance here." The hunters swarmed towards the voice. "You're right, really, another entrance." As the first person noted, there indeed was another dungeon entrance here. A double dungeon. So they really do exist. A hunter with 10 years worth of experience, Mr. Song looked at the newly found entrance with wonder. Unable to see far into the dark tunnel, Mr. Song used his specialty, fire magic. The fireball that shot out from his hand flew through the tunnel, illuminating its darkness. However, the tunnel was deeper than expected, and the fireball eventually lost its energy and fell to the ground and quickly extinguished as a spark. Darkness returned before their eyes. Everyone, please gather around." As the de facto leader of the raid, Mr. Song gathered the hunters before him. Ju-hee and Jin-Woo, having completed Jin-Woo's healing, also joined the crowd. Mr. Song addressed gathered hunters. "As you all may know, gates do not close until the dungeon's boss is taken down. Since our gate is still open, even though we've cleared all the mobs in the area, it appears that the real boss is down that tunnel." Mr. Song gestured towards the newly found dungeon entrance. Looking at each other, the hunters also nodded in agreement. The protocol in situations like this is to exit the dungeon, contact the association, and let them handle things going forward. But if we do that, and some other group of hunters take down the boss, there's a chance that our income for this raid will drastically decrease. The gathered hunters' expressions hardened. Mr. Park, who came here to support his expecting wife, looked doubly troubled. Postnatal care these days is really expensive. If he left now, the efforts he risked his life for would be wasted. And so I was thinking, what if we just went ahead and go kill the boss? What do you guys think? The hunters fell in contemplation. It was not a decision that could be made easily. Some knew that there was no guarantee that the double dungeon would be as safe as the one that they had just cleared. Others came to the conclusion that if the outer dungeon was this easy, perhaps the inner dungeon would be just as easy. Regardless, it was not a situation where everyone would be in agreement. Mr. Song faked a cough. "Since there's 17 of us here, why don't we take a vote on this?" And no complaining after the vote. "How about it?" At Mr. Song's suggestion, each hunter nodded in agreement. Mr. Song's was the first to raise his hand. "I'll go." Mr. Park was the first to follow Mr. Song. "I'll go too." Me too." "Same here." One more vote for yes. Mr. Kim had also joined the Go group. But there were opposing votes as well. "Let's not. I think we should wait on the association's judgment." As the yes crowd and the no crowd clashed at 8:07, all gazes fell on the two last undecided people. "Sorry." Shaking her head, Ju-hee voted no, putting the count at 8:08. Mr. Song turned and asked the last person for his vote. "Mr. Sung." The final decision depended on him. He fidgeted again with the E-rank magic core in his hands, then looked to his side. Joo-hee shook her head at his eyes. She had a bad feeling about this. Well, even Jin-Woo felt the same way. Under any other circumstance, he would not have dared to jump into danger. After all, he lacked the skills and courage to do so. But Jin-Woo had a little sister who was preparing for college. I don't have anything saved up for that. He was 24 years old, but he had to give up on college due to their poverty. He didn't want that poverty to hinder his sister's life as well. Their lives were counting on every penny that came and went. Mr. Park wasn't the only one who needed money. Jin-Woo raised his hand. I'll also go. At his side, Joo-hee let out a small sigh disappointedly. The tunnel went on and on and on. At the vanguard stood Mr. Song and other veteran hunters. Led by the light from the fireball in Mr. Song's hand, the party walked through the dimly lit tunnel. Mr. Kim spoke up from the party. Isn't this going in a little too deep? Maybe we should think about turning back. How long have we been walking? Mr. Kim checked his watch. About 40 minutes. When we take down the boss, we'll have 1 hour before the gate closes. Taking into account the time for the return trip, we still have a breathing room of 20 minutes, right? Then if we don't come across the boss after 20 more minutes of walking, we should leave, right? I suppose so. Nodding, Mr. Song pointed towards his back with his thumb. Hey Mr. Kim, it's dark ahead of me, so fall back a little bit. Mr. Kim looked at Mr. Song's fireball, then took out his cell phone and turned on its flashlight function. The light from the phone brightly illuminated their path. Looking back and forth between his fireball and the phone's light, Mr. Song quietly searched pockets for his phone. At the rear of the party walked Jin-Woo, who was injured, and Joo-hee, who had no fighting skills. Jin-Woo scratched his head. I'm sorry. For what? Dragging you along like this. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Jin-Woo discreetly read her expression. It was not a face without worry. Tilting his head, Jin-Woo carefully asked, Are you sure? Joo-hee abruptly turned to face him. Of course I'm not okay. Are you in your right mind? Earlier, if the place you were stabbed in was just a bit higher, it would have pierced your heart. And what about the injuries on your wrist and thigh? I barely healed all those, and you're already jumping into another dungeon. Especially when you don't know anything about it. At her rant, Jin-Woo felt himself becoming lightheaded. But she was not wrong. Joo-hee was a healer class hunter, and more than that, a B-rank hunter, a rare sight in the association. If it was not for her healing, Jin-Woo would have probably succumbed to injuries that would have put his normal life out of commission. Much less being a hunter. I really owe her a lot. A healer class hunter. Not only that, a B-rank healer class hunter. Whenever a gate appeared, the association would request her as a healer, and of course, Jin-Woo would always find himself sitting or lying down next to her in treatment in their raids. You're hurting, right? Please hang in there. You look familiar. Are you from that time? You got hurt again. Seems like I see you again and again. You said your name was Jin-Woo. Are you? Alright. Do you ever think maybe the hunter life isn't for you? You're here again. Hold out your arm. No, not there. You can mend it with just bandages. The other arm. Surpassing his gratitude, he now felt apologetic to her. Seeing his silent face, Joo-hee felt bad about her rant and calmed down. Are you really sorry? Of course. After some thought, Joo-hee looked at Jin-Woo at her side, with corners of her mouth rising ever so slightly. Well, maybe you could treat me to a meal sometime. It was not a response he expected. Shocked, Jin-Woo looked at Joo-hee's face, now showing a mischievous smile. The girl. He remembered Joo-hee was 20 going on 21. If she had cut her long hair into a proper length and put on a school uniform, she'd be a fitting image of a student. Imagining her in a uniform, his face blushed. Seeing his delayed response, Joo-hee blew air into her cheeks and pouted. Do you not want to eat with me? It was then. Suddenly, a commotion rose from the vanguard of the party. This is it. The boss room. Jin-Woo and Joo-hee turned their gazes forward. There stood a giant door signaling the end of the tunnel. The hunters gathered before the door. To think there was a door at the end of the tunnel. Do you think this was always here? First time I'm seeing something like this. Do you think it's dangerous? As they quietly whispered back and forth, the hunters became uneasy. After all, their lives were on the line. They had to be careful. But too much care may impede progress, Mr. Song thought. So you guys want to turn back after all that? To go back empty-handed? He placed his hand on the door. You're free to go back. I'll go alone. Mr. Song was a C-rank hunter with 10 years of experience. If it wasn't for the fact that he was past 60 years old, he could have probably raided under a large guild. So when such a veteran hunter spoke with confidence, the uneasiness of the other hunters slowly disappeared. Now that I think about it, one of the hunters spoke of a rumor regarding double dungeons. I heard that double dungeons have some crazy treasures. Yeah, I heard some mid-level guild once found a double dungeon and shot straight to a large guild status. And wherever magic beasts may appear in a dungeon, they should all be the same level generally. And so the hunters thought, what if this double dungeon contained a phenomenal treasure? And what if the magic beasts beyond this door were the same level as before? Can't let that old man take all the treasures by himself. Even Jin-Woo renewed his determination. I can't just return with the E-rank magic core. At the very least, a D rank. No, just even one more E rank is good enough. It didn't have to be a magic beast either. If we find treasure beyond that door. It was a standard agreement that any treasures or artifacts found in a dungeon would be divided evenly amongst party members. This was different than the case where magic core from magic beasts would only go to the members who helped take a target down. If I can score big right here, I can rest easy for a bit. Seeing his determined face, Jui asked from his side, is that really the face of someone who hunts as a hobby? Jin-Woo shrugged. Who would risk their lives for work these days? But for a hobby, that's another story. What? As Jui put on an incredulous expression on her face, Mr. Song started pushing the door open. Creak. Through some unknown mechanism, the giant door opened easily as the 60-year-old man pushed. Bang! The wide-open door revealed a large interior, and the hunters entered pushing past each other. We should go too. Not wanting to fall behind, Jin-Woo took Juhi's wrist and went forward. With redness creeping onto her face, Juhi followed him. As the hunters' first steps fell onto the ground, the numerous torches that filled the walls of the area lit up, brightly illuminating the interior. The light went on. First time I'm seeing that. Something's different. The hunters surveilled their surroundings. It felt like the interior of a large temple. Like an ominous temple that would be hidden away deep underground. The floors, the walls, and even the ceiling was covered in moss. Some hunters shuddered and noted, something feels wrong. Doesn't it feel like we're being watched? The more fearful hunters fell to the rear, while the stronger hunters headed deeper into the room. Don't say such things. Let's just finish up here and go back. The interior was incredibly large, a wide area in a dome shape. It was comparable to multiple Olympic fields being put together. No, perhaps bigger. At the same time, it paradoxically felt cramped. The reason was simple. That thing, that's not the boss, is it? At the end of the room, something whose size surpassed reason and logic sat upon a grand and enormous seat. It could only be described as a massive statue of God. My God. Lo, they could not help but be amazed. Jin-Woo himself compared the statue's size to America's Statue of Liberty. If the Statue of Liberty sat down, it would probably look like that. Although the Statue of Liberty is female, and this one was clearly male. No, this thing's bigger. The hunters gathered before the statue could not help but gulp repeatedly. They stood in fear, wondering if the statue of God was the boss of this dungeon. But the statue did not move. Phew, Mr. Song also sighed in relief. Alright, let's spread out. With renewed confidence, the hunters spread out, investigating the giant room. I don't see any magic beasts. Right, forget magic beasts. I don't even see a single bug. Compared to its well-lit interiors and enormous size, the room of the statue of God was rather plain. Adorning its walls were countless torches, illuminating the room. In front of the torches stood statues slightly larger than the average man, forming equidistant points of a circle. Beautiful. It's like a work of art. Each statue held something different in its hands. Some held weapons, some books, others held instruments or torches. It's like, Mr. Kim started describing. Decorations in a temple. Mr. Song finished his sentence. Mr. Song found something at his feet. This is a magic circle. At the center of the temple room, there was a magic circle that he had never seen before in his life. Mr. Song, there's something written here. Can you come take a look at this? A hunter called out to the raid's leader, finding a statue that stood out from the rest. Leaving his observation of the magic circle, Mr. Song headed towards the hunter. One by one, all the hunters in the room gathered before the strange statue as well. Of all the statues in the room, this one was the only one with wings. It was holding a stone tablet. What caught the hunter's eyes were the words written on the stone tablet. It's runic. Mr. Song spoke after analyzing the tablet. Runes, a form of text that could be found in dungeons. It was something that could not be found elsewhere on Earth. Only the hunters who awakened as mage class could interpret them. Mr. Song read the first line of the tablet. Commandments of the Kartanen Temple. Jin-Woo listened to Mr. Song's reading of the tablet with a serious expression. But then suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. Turning around, he saw Juhi looking at him with a pale, fear-stricken face. Her pale face shocked Jin-Woo. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Over there. Jin-Woo followed Juhi's pointing fingers to the statue of God. The enormous statue. She was pointing at its face. Not seeing any difference from the first time he saw it, Jin-Woo tilted his head. With a shaking voice, Juhi spoke. His eyes. The statue's eyes just looked at us. What? No matter how long he stared, the results were the same. The statue sat still, unmoving. You must have imagined it. But his words fell on deaf ears. Casting her gaze to the ground, Juhi simply held onto his arms and trembled. Wait, a sense of dread washed over Jin-Woo. Where did the sound go? The crackling sound from the torch's fires suddenly became silent. Meanwhile, Mr. Song's reading of the tablet continued. Worship the Lord. Second, praise the Lord. Third, prove your faith to the Lord. Those who do not follow these commands will not leave alive. It was in that moment, at the sudden sound, all the hunters jumped in surprise. What's happening? The first person to notice was Jin-Woo. Having focused on his hearing because of the torches, he was able to immediately notice what was happening. The door is closing. At his words, the entire party turned towards the door, only to watch it close with a bang. Damn it, I can't do this anymore. The hunter who first voted no to enter the double dungeon swore and headed towards the door. I'm leaving now. You guys can have all the bosses and treasures you want. Glaring rebelliously at Mr. Song, the man turned and grabbed the door's handles. Suddenly, Mr. Song's eyes widened. No, don't. Crunch, a sickening sound of something striking something rang throughout the temple. With it, the man's head had disappeared from sight. Having lost its head, his body naturally fell backwards onto the ground. Thud! The hunters started screaming. Having obliterated the man's head with its mace, the statue returned and assumed its position next to the door as if nothing had happened. That thing just moved. What? Does that mean all the statues here can move? We're supposed to fight those. I didn't even see him swing that mace. It was at this point Jin-Woo replayed Juhi's words in his mind. His eyes. The statue's eyes just looked at us. If that's true, he shuddered. Making an effort to move his terrified body, he turned and looked at the statue of God, and found the statue of God looking back at him. Jin-Woo realized this was just the beginning. The statue of God's eyes were lit with a crimson light. Was it a hunter's instinct? No, it was the survival instincts of a living being. Something was coming, something that could not be stopped. Jin-Woo turned and shouted on top of his lungs. Get down! Right as his mouth opened, a crimson ray of light shot out from the statue's eyes. Jin-Woo threw himself at Juhi and pulled her to the ground. The ray of light passed through where Jin-Woo was standing moments before. 1/10 of a second. No, 1/100th of a second. If the timing of his actions were off by just an infinitesimal amount, the other hunters were not as lucky. The screams did not come from the hunters who were struck by the light. After all, the ones who were struck disintegrated instantly, leaving only a trace of ash and burnt stone in their wake. No, the screams were coming from the hunters who survived. What the hell is this? How could this? The hunters were in shock. 11 remaining alive out of 16. They had never seen an attack like this before. I barely dodged after hearing Jin-Woo. If Mr. Sung didn't shout just now. The hunters looked at Jin-Woo and gulped. Their lives' savior. If it was not for him, they knew that they would be counted among the fallen. With his entire body bowed on the ground, Jin-Woo turned his head and peeked at the statue. Its eyes were still lit with crimson glow but did not continue its attack. Is it done attacking? Jin-Woo turned his head towards the ground again. Juhi lay below him, shaking in fear. Although she was a B-rank hunter, this was the reason she hunted in simple raids under the association and not an advanced raid under a large guild. Her breathing became more and more irregular. He couldn't just leave her like this. Thinking he had to do something to help her, Jin-Woo began to get up when a strong hand forced him back down. Don't stand up. It was Mr. Song. Although surprised, Jin-Woo sternly listened to his words. Mr. Song shouted at the other hunters as well. Everyone stay where you are. Don't move from your position. After taking a quick look across the party, Mr. Song turned to Jin-Woo again. The ones who were moving got hit. Those that listened to you and got down survived. I see. Mr. Song tilted his head in confusion. Did you not shout after figuring something out? I just felt something dangerous was coming, that's all. Mr. Song's eyes looked at him with bright eyes. His instincts are good. I heard he was an E rank. If only his abilities were a little higher. His gaze turned into one of pity as he continued to stare at Jin-Woo. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo got a better look at the man staring at him. What caught his eyes shocked him. Your arm. It's alright, I can endure this much. But, Jin-Woo gulped. Mr. Song's right arm was draped over Jin-Woo's shoulder, and his other arm was gone. While silently looking at Juhi, Mr. Song wordlessly wrapped the remnants of his shirt around the stump where his arm was, gritting his teeth through the pain. Can you tie the end here? Hard to do with just one hand. As Jin-Woo nodded and completed what could barely be called first aid, Mr. Song let out a long sigh. It was a sigh filled with the experience of 10 years of hunting. Looking around, he took in the surroundings and the status of their situation. Just because the statue of God had stopped its attack didn't mean their adversity was over. Time passed as the hunters lay on the ground. Why did this happen to us? Some of the hunters started crying again. We can't stay like this forever. The patience of the survivors was slowly reaching its limits. Jin-Woo felt the same. We can't stay like this forever. But what could they do? If Mr. Song's guess was correct, they would be attacked the moment they started moving. And even if they managed to dodge the statue of God's attack, they still had to go through the statues guarding the door. And therein lied the other problem. The movement of the one guarding the door was so fast that it could barely be seen by the naked eye. How could they get past something like that? It was an impossible situation. The hunter's annihilation was simply a matter of time. Wait, a matter of time. As the thought appeared in his head, an uncomfortable thought followed. Something that no one else had noticed. There's something we missed. Perhaps the answer was there. It was in that moment. Don't move. Mr. Song yelled at Mr. Ju, who responded by baring his teeth. Shut up. We don't know when that thing will attack again. You just want us to wait until that time. Mr. Ju was a fighter-class hunter. As beings who threw their bodies into the middle of combat, a fighter-class hunter's physical abilities were much greater than an ordinary human. On top of that, Mr. Ju was someone whose skills were acknowledged by a large guild, who had offered him a contract. I can't die like this. With his body still lowered to the ground, Mr. Ju flexed the muscles in his legs. The goal is the door. With an explosive start, Mr. Ju ran towards the door. Watching the man's attempt, Jin-Woo turned away and looked back at the statue of God. As if waiting, the statue was looking at Mr. Ju. A ray of light exploded from its eyes. Beam. The ray covered Mr. Ju's back. One of the female hunters screamed. Unable to control her fear, a yellow puddle slowly appeared from the ground she was collapsed on. The other hunters' faces hardened. Oh my god. No trace of Mr. Ju could be found where he stood, save for 2 feet on the ground, ending just above the ankles. The sound of a man retching reached Jin-Woo's ears, and he furrowed his brows. As expected, this thing was more than capable of annihilating all the hunters in an instant. It was easier than stepping on an insect. So why isn't it? It could kill them all, yet it did not. Compared to the magic beasts that always threw themselves at the hunters, these things were different. Attacking someone only when they moved. Attacking someone only when they neared the door. There was a pattern and condition to their aggression. Like a game with rules. Perhaps there are rules to this room. In that moment, Jin-Woo found a piece of the puzzle in his head. It was the tablet that Mr. Song was reading earlier. Commandments of the Kartanen Temple. A commandment was a rule, and rules must be followed. If there was a way out of this place, away from these things, the key was written on that tablet. Worship the Lord. Jin-Woo spoke the first commandment out loud. Did you say something? Mr. Song asked, facing Jin-Woo. Instead of answering, Jin-Woo put a finger to his lips. If I'm correct. Slowly, Jin-Woo got up. Mr. Song frantically tried to stop him, but Jin-Woo shook his head at him with a determined face. That's not a face that's given up on living. Mr. Song nodded at Jin-Woo. Without looking away from the statue of God, Jin-Woo slowly rose and raised his body gradually higher and higher. Suddenly, the statue of God's gaze fell upon him. Beam. If he hesitated even for a split second on getting back to the ground, Jin-Woo would have lost a lot more than few strands of hair on his head. Back on the ground, Jin-Woo panted heavily. He had almost died just now. When his eyes met the statue of God's, he knew he had looked at death right in the eyes. Having dodged the attack by a hair, Jin-Woo's legs could not stop shaking. But it was not for naught. He's not attacking someone who's moving. Having his body lowered to the ground, no amount of movement caused a reaction from the statue of God. No, his attacks are towards someone who rises above a certain height. To confirm, he had just put his life on the line. And now, he had that confirmation. The meaning of the first commandment. Jin-Woo shouted towards the other hunters. Everyone. They turned their heads toward his voice. You have to bow before the statue of God. The hunters tilted their heads in confusion. Bow to that thing. The hunters who were looking at each other started cursing at Jin-Woo. What the hell are you saying? Is this a situation where you could say something like that? Have you gone crazy, Sung Jin-Woo? Mr. Kim flared his nostrils. Looks like I judged you wrong. If I could get up from this spot, I'd sock you right in the nose. Jin-Woo bit his lips. After all, 6 of their comrades had fallen to the statue of God. To think that he'd ask the others to bow before it understandably invited their ire. More importantly, there was no solid proof to his guesses. Only a gut feeling. One could not easily explain or put to words what they felt through instinct. While he was lost for words, someone spoke up. I'll do it. The voice came from behind Jin-Woo. The hunter's eyes turned toward the raid leader who had spoken. Mr. Song, you're going to bow before that goddamn statue. As the hunters spoke out in confusion, Mr. Song turned and met Jin-Woo's eyes. "What have you discovered?" Jin-Woo shook his head. "Just a gut feeling. Yes, for now." "I see." Jin-Woo's instincts resulted in 11 of them being still alive, well, 10 after Mr. Ju's death. As such, was it not worth it to try and put some faith in him? This was what Mr. Song believed. As the raid leader bowed before the statue of God, the mood in the air became somber. "You're really going to do it?" Taking advantage of the opportunity Mr. Song had provided, Jin-Woo spoke up. "Please, bow before the statue of God. This might be our only way to leave here alive." Alive? To leave here alive? That phrase reached the other's ears with a great weight. Leave here alive? We can get out of here just by bowing before that thing. One by one, the hesitant hunters started bowing before the statue, imitating a scene of worship. Eventually, even the angry Mr. Kim also took his place bowing before the statue. However, there was no response from the statue of God. Its 2 eyes still glowed with the terrifying crimson light. Jin-Woo felt his heart sinking to his stomach. Was I wrong? And his gaze turned to Juhee at his side. Lying completely prone on the ground with her hands covering her head, it was hard to say that she was in a position of bowing before the statue. Jin-Woo gently grabbed Juhee's wrists. Startled, Juhee looked up at him like a terrified prey. He wordlessly nodded at her, then released his hand. Slowly, Jin-Woo helped Juhee assume the position of worship before the statue of God. This should do it. And then there was one. Himself. Jin-Woo faced the statue, kneeling, then put his hands on the ground and slowly bowed his head. And a change occurred. The hunters who noticed started making noise. The statue of God. Everyone, look at the statue of God. Its eyes. The crimson light that adorned the statue's eyes were fading away. What? You mean this really is working? And just like that, the lights completely disappeared from the statue's eyes. The hunters cheered in unison. The light disappeared. "We're alive." The excited hunters rose from their spots and cheered. But the statue of God did not react. Jin-Woo, who followed suit, sighed with relief. Phew, as he had guessed. This room was operating accordingly to a set of rules and conditions, just like a game. If that's true, the game was not over yet. There were 2 more commandments. Second, praise the Lord. Third, prove your faith. Suddenly, with a deep rumbling, the entire room started to shake. Jin-Woo's expression hardened. As I thought, his guesses were correct. This was not over. The statue of God's enormous body was slowly rising from its seat. The hunters who were celebrating together with tears of joy froze. What? Wasn't it all over? No, it can't be. Frozen in fear, the hunters could not say much more. Their faces were filled with terror and despair. No. The statue of God assumed a standing position. It looked around, taking in the surrounding, then started walking towards the hunters. Boom. With each step it took, the statue of God shook the earth. Boom. Its massive figure was such that its head almost reached the ceiling. Boom. As its sheer size put pressure on the hunters, it slowly closed the gap between it and them. "Hey, Mr. Sung Jin-Woo, what should we do?" The hunters who were cursing Jin-Woo only moments ago now looked towards him for hope. "Is there anything else we have to do? Say something." Even as grown adults, the hunters' faces were on the verge of breaking down in tears. Yet they looked at Jin-Woo as their only remaining hope. Jin-Woo carefully helped Juhee, frozen in fear, to her feet, and he explained the 2nd commandment. It said, praise the Lord, that's our clue. "Oh, that's..." Mr. Kim spoke knowingly. "It was written on the tablet, right?" "That's right. Praise the Lord, prove your faith, we have to fulfill all 3 commandments." Jin-Woo's words were filled with urgency. Boom. With one last step, the statue of God had already arrived before their group. Its massive shadows covered the hunters, whose faces became pale. "I'll try." One of the hunters, normally a shy, youthful man, stepped forward. "Hey, what are you going to try?" "I'm part of my church's choir. If it's praise, I'm confident in it." The young man answered Mr. Kim and walked towards the statue of God. As he neared the statue, he took a deep breath and started singing. "As I walk to the Lord," his youthful voice rang throughout the room. "Please renew me and provide me with your blessing." The statue of God stopped before him. The hunters gasped in surprise and awe. As if it was satisfied by the song, the statue of God stood motionless. All other sounds of the room disappeared. Only the youth's voice was heard in the room. Gaining courage from the apparent result, the hunter strengthened his voice and continued to sing. "All my weaknesses will be washed away by the grace of my Lord." Amidst the hopeful hunters, Jin-Woo could not shake the feeling of uneasiness, the feeling that they were missing something. "No, this is all wrong." He kept repeating the thought to himself. This room had its own set of rules. Right now, the youthful hunter was following the rule of Christianity, not this room. But thankfully, the statue of God was not moving. Maybe this was enough to satisfy the conditions. Jin-Woo tilted his head. The reason why he had not stopped the singing was because he could not think of any other way to stop the statue of God. Suddenly, boom, a loud crash broke through the singing, followed by a scream. As the statue of God raised its foot again, the mangled remains of the singing hunter fell from its soul. The other hunters started screaming as well. The previously emotionless face of the statue of God was now filled with an incredible rage. "It's angry. Run." The hunters quickly ran away from the statue, having lost all thought and reason after seeing the youthful man be crushed beneath the statue of God's foot. A female hunter simply stood in place and screamed, "Shit!" Jin-Woo, who was running with Juhee in his arms, quickly turned to try and help her, but he was blocked by Mr. Sung. Obviously, it's too late. Like swatting a fly, the statue of God slammed its hand on top of the female hunter. Bang! Jin-Woo turned away. It was a gruesome scene which he could not bear to witness. "We can't dilly-dally here. Are you trying to get that young lady killed as well?" At Mr. Song's rebuke, Jin-Woo snapped back to attention. Mr. Song was right. Boom, boom, boom. The statue of God ran from hunter to hunter, crushing them beneath his feet. With each step, he shook the entire temple. Boom, boom. Jin-Woo ran with his teeth clenched. With her eyes closed, Juhee held on to Jin-Woo as they ran. "Let's split apart." "Okay." Knowing that running together made them a better target, Jin-Woo and Mr. Song separated away from each other. Trying to maintain the largest distance between himself and the statue of God, Jin-Woo ran towards a spot at the walls. He saw that Mr. Park was already there, having ran with all his might, knowing there was more on the line to him than just his own life. The image of his family reflected over his teary eyes. His son, who looked just like his father. His wife, with his second child. Mr. Park could not afford to die in a place like this. Pulling forth every ounce of his strength, Mr. Park was able to reach the walls faster than the other hunters. Huff, huff. Suddenly, Mr. Kim, who was friends with the man, shouted at the panting Mr. Park. "Mr. Park." At the familiar voice, Mr. Park turned towards Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim gestured towards Mr. Park's back and yelled, Turn around." And something sharp flashed from behind Mr. Park. Mr. Park was split cleanly from the top of his head to the base of his crotch. The evenly separated sides of his body fell in different directions onto the ground. Mr. Park. The statue that had cleaved Mr. Park in twain with its sword simply returned and assumed its position on the walls, as if nothing had happened. Mr. Kim held back tears as he witnessed the death of his friend. These fucking pieces of... Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, the giant statue of God was going from hunter to hunter, crushing them with his feet. Those that fled to the walls were attacked by the statues. My arm. The interior of the temple had turned into a scene of terror and carnage. Jin-Woo panted wildly as he ran, his forehead dripping with cold sweat, his legs getting heavier and heavier, his breath getting shallower and shallower. But his head was filled with a single thought, repeated over and over again. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. The second commandment that swam through his head. The key to solving the meaning of the commandments must be hidden in this room. There must be something in here that we're supposed to use. But when the hunters initially entered the temple and looked around, they found no tools or mechanisms. The only thing here are those damned statues. Wait, a thought appeared in Jin-Woo's head. The only thing that's here are those statues. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. Why didn't I think of that? If the statues were the only thing in this room, then the statues must be the key to solving the mystery. The statues only moved when someone entered their proximity. This must have been the key to using them somehow. If that's correct, gathering what energy he had left, Jin-Woo screamed through his panting breath. Everyone, head to the statues with instruments. Jin-Woo's shout reached all the hunters' ears. Instruments. Hope returned to their eyes. Unlike the time where Jin-Woo asked them to bow, the hunters this time did not hesitate to respond. Of course, if Jin-Woo was wrong on his guess, they would be massacred when they approached the statues. But in this moment, there was not one hunter who remained suspicious of Jin-Woo's directions. Mr. Song was the first to arrive at a statue holding an instrument. Holding his breath, Mr. Song slowly looked up at the statue. As if responding, the statue's fingers moved, and it started playing the harp in its hands. It was a beautiful sound. He was right. Moved to the statues with instruments. Each hunter, with renewed hope, ran towards the various statues holding instruments. Trumpets, flutes, lyres. Soon, the harmonious melody of different instruments filled the entire temple. Mr. Kim, who had been running until his breath ran out, collapsed and knelt before a statue holding a mandolin. Strum, strum. As the mandolin's melody rang through the air, the statue of God that was chasing Mr. Kim slowed to a stop. Unable to hold his emotions back, Mr. Kim burst into tears where he knelt, and the statue of God turned away from him. Scanning the rest of the temple, it found its new target. Shit. Meeting its eyes, Jin-Woo cursed, and he started running, his heart beating like it was about to explode. His sweating back was soaked. Why is this one not playing? Jin-Woo glared at the statue he had arrived at with resentment. Holding drums in its hands, its silent figure made no indication that it would play its instrument. Boom, boom, boom. With terrifying speed, the statue of God closed the gap between them. As the statue, which had been at the opposite end of the room only moments ago, neared them, Jin-Woo gulped. Is it because Juhi and I are both here at the same time? That must have been the answer. As he looked around, no other hunter had trouble with their statues. I don't have time to think about this. He put down Juhi and prepared to run to a different spot. Jin-Woo. A terrified Juhi held onto his sleeves. Jin-Woo calmly whispered into her ears, "We'll both die if I stay." As he saw tears forming at the corners of her eyes, Jin-Woo knew that there was no time to explain. He gently pulled away her shaking hands from his sleeves, then ran with all his might towards another statue. Ba-bum ba-bum ba-bum. He heard the beat of the drum starting from behind him as he ran. Thank God. There was only one thing left. To safely make it to another statue. Jin-Woo was now the only one who had not made it to the protection of statues holding instruments. Accordingly, the complete rage of the statue of God was now focused solely on him. Jin-Woo ran away from the crashing footsteps of his chaser and sped across the room. Boom, boom. As he barely dodged and rolled away from the statue's stomps, his panting became heavier and heavier. Although he was the lowest of the E-rank hunters, as a fighter-class hunter, his body offered what little help it could in this situation. Just a little bit more. Taking notice of the statue of God's footsteps closing in on him, he focused and strengthened his legs. His speed increased. There was but a few steps until he reached his target statue. No, not that way. Mr. Song had shouted at him. Having focused on the statue of God's movements until now, Jin-Woo turned his attention to the statue he had arrived at. It's not holding an instrument. He now realized what appeared to be an instrument in the statue's hands was actually a shield. Without mercy, the statue raised and brought down the shield in its hands. Jin-Woo threw his body to the side. Juhi screamed. As he rolled across on the floor, he looked up. The statue of God was almost upon him. Out of the frying pan, his tumble on the ground had opened a cut on his forehead. Blood flowed down to his eyes, obscuring his vision. Jin-Woo rapidly looked left and right. Instrument, instrument. But no instrument registered in his eyes. The statue of God raised its foot. Shit. Boom. Jin-Woo barely evaded the stomp by throwing his body to the side. But he was reaching his limits. Feeling faint, he found it hard to maintain balance for some reason. Please, if there was a god, he wanted to pray to it. In that moment, Jin-Woo noticed a statue that was neither holding a weapon nor an instrument. He crawled with last vestiges of his strength, placing his hopes on the statue. With a final twist of his body, he threw himself at the feet of the statue with a book in its hands. Facing the statue of God that was heading toward him, he realized he had no strength left to move. Panting heavily, he looked at the face of the statue of God. As if made worse by his persistent resistance, the anger in the face that looked down upon Jin-Woo was greatly magnified. It stopped before Jin-Woo. Faced with a giant as tall as a building, Jin-Woo struggled to breathe. Guess I'm a cornered rat. The statue of God simply continued to stare. This is the end. Certain of his impending doom, Jin-Woo saw his death in the eyes that were looking down at him. In that moment, he heard a beautiful and melodious singing coming from behind him. With effort, he turned and looked at its source. The statue that he was resting on was now singing with a holy voice, its sound echoing throughout the temple. Looking back, Jin-Woo saw the statue of God's face starting to relax. The traces of its demonic rage disappeared as the statue's face returned to its original emotionless visage. As the statue's music ended, the statue of God turned and returned to its seat, appearing as if nothing had happened. Boom. The sound of the giant sitting down rang throughout the temple. Are we safe? Jin-Woo faintly smiled through his heavy breaths. Juhi quickly ran to him. Jin-Woo, having reached him after running with all her might, Juhi collapsed next to him in tears. Oh my god. Oh my god. She used all the mana at her disposal and tried every healing magic she knew. But it had no effect. One by one, the scattered hunters gathered before Jin-Woo, their expressions equally dark. Oh no, Jin-Woo. Amidst their pitying looks and words, Juhi cried without ceasing. Why are they looking at me like that? Jin-Woo wanted to ask, but he lacked the energy to speak. So, he tried to gather his strength and stand up. A pool of blood had gathered where he was sitting. Jin-Woo finally was able to understand the situation he was in. His right leg had disappeared below the knees. He looked across the room to the statue holding a shield. The base of the shield was covered in blood. his missing leg below it. He turned and saw blood dripping down from Juhi's nose. Her body had reached its limits. A B-rank hunter's healing was insufficient for the regeneration of a body part. Yet she continued, her efforts like collecting water with a broken pitcher. And as she continued, both her mana and vitality quickly decreased. It's okay, Juhi. You can stop now. No, I can heal this. I'll heal you. The hunters watched the pair with pity. Of the 17 that had entered, only 6 remained. Of the 6 remaining, 2 had received a seriously injury. Mr. Song and his arm, and now Jin-Woo with his leg. Although their lives were saved, no one could put on a smile. Suddenly, a thundering noise rang throughout the temple. At its center, the ground with the magic circle inscribed upon it started rising, forming a platform. Jin-Woo realized the final trial had arrived. Prove your faith. He had already been contemplating its meaning. The rising ground stopped at waist height. An altar. Jin-Woo absent-mindedly spoke to himself. An altar? Did he just say an altar? The man who had saved their lives not once but twice. Jin-Woo was not a high-leveled awakened being, but a lowly E-rank hunter that they looked down on in the past. If it wasn't for Mr. Sung, we would be. The hunter's thoughts were in union. Jin-Woo's words up until now were a lifeline to them. And now this man had uttered the words, altar. The quick-witted Mr. Kim was the first to speak. I think I understand. He unsheathed the sword at his waist. Normally a weapon to be used in slaying magic beasts, its purpose this time was different. Even an idiot like me can understand what you mean by altar. The hunters looked at Mr. Kim's drawn sword, gleaming with sharpness, and gulped. Hey, Mr. Kim, why are you taking that out now? Let's talk about this. Talk. Mr. Song's C rank was the highest in the party. With him out of commission, there was no one else in the party would could match Mr. Kim, whose skill shone even amongst the other D-rankers. Mr. Kim pointed his sword at the altar. The last commandment was, prove your faith, and now this altar appeared in the middle of the room. Mr. Kim's gaze shifted to Jin-Woo. We have to sacrifice someone at the altar, right, Mr. Sung? Jin-Woo nodded. It was his guess as well. One of the living 6 had to become a sacrifice. That's probably the last rule. As he raised his head, he saw Mr. Kim approaching him with a strange look in his eyes. A streak of sweat fell down the side of Jin-Woo's head. What are you going to? Just sit there quietly. Mr. Kim pointed his sword at Mr. Song, who had been sitting next to Jin-Woo looking over his injuries. Who is the one who dragged us all here? It's Mr. Song right here. Then shouldn't he be the one to pay the price for all this? Jin-Woo yelled and tried to get up, but Mr. Song's hand stopped him. Jin-Woo turned and looked at the man. Mr. Song shook his head without a word. His eyes begged Jin-Woo to stay quiet. Jin-Woo wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Mr. Song slowly got up. Mr. Kim is right. I have to take responsibility. Then we're in agreement, old man. Mr. Kim gestured towards the altar with his sword. If you're in, then let's hurry up. 11 people died because of you. One of the casualties included Mr. Park, Mr. Kim's friend. Of course, the party had voted on the issue before entering the double dungeon, with a stipulation that no one would argue the result. But to Mr. Kim, who had lost all reason, it was but a faded memory in the back of his mind. I'll go of my own will, so could you put away the sword? Mr. Song asked Mr. Kim. How could I trust you after all this? Stop talking and walk. Sighing, Mr. Song walked to the altar, followed by Mr. Kim and his sword pointed at his back. As he watched, Jin-Woo bit his lips. It's not Mr. Song's fault. After all, they all had voted and agreed on the result. To Jin-Woo, after everything they went through, putting all the blame on Mr. Song was the height of cowardice. But Jin-Woo simply did not have the power to stop Mr. Kim, a D-ranker who stood at the height of his rank, and an E-ranker who groveled at the lowest of his. The difference in power was too much. On top of that, he was missing one of his legs. If he tried something now, not only him, but Juhi, who was healing him, could become the target of Mr. Kim's anger. Shit. Jin-Woo closed his eyes. Out of all the days, he cursed his powerlessness the most in this moment. In the meantime, Mr. Song had gotten on top of the altar. Whoosh. In response, a red flame appeared at the edges of the middle area where the altar was. All those gathered gulped as they cautiously prepared for what would happen next. But nothing happened, except for the appearance of the flame. As no new development occurred after some time, Mr. Kim and the others started feeling anxious. Hey, Mr. Sung, wasn't this it? Mr. Kim asked Jin-Woo. I'm not sure. Jin-Woo had expected the third commandment to be fulfilled when a person went on top of the altar. Was it not asking for a sacrifice? Well, it was not a bad news to Jin-Woo. If his theory of sacrifice was wrong, then there was a chance to save Mr. Song. Jin-Woo's face brightened. As he struggled to get up, Jin-Woo asked the 2 hunters standing nearby for help. Could you help me get to the altar? Jin-Woo, your injury. Juhi also stood up with Jin-Woo. Having spent most of her mana, her appearance was pale and weak. Thanks to her help, Jin-Woo was at least able to overcome the sense of pain from his injuries. I have to hurry. Joo-hee's condition, Mr. Kim's anger, the other hunter's terror. He was running out of time. With the other two hunters' assistants, Jin-Woo arrived at the altar. Let's go up on the altar. His two helpers were taken back for a moment, but placed their faith in Jin-Woo and got on top of the altar. In response, 3 more flames arose from the edge of the middle area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jin-Woo's eyes widened, same as the number of people on top. Mr. Song, his 2 helpers and himself. The 4 flames flickered around the middle area, outlining a circle. Looking at their placement, we just need 2 more to complete the circle. And so, it appeared that the remaining people would have to come on top of the altar. Do you think someone will come to rescue us if we wait? Jin-Woo asked Mr. Song. Mr. Song shook his head. Today marks the 7th day since this gate opened. Before reinforcements arrive, those things will probably move first. For a D-rank gate, they sure left it alone for too long. Well, it's the association, after all. A gate will undergo a full opening after 7 days. It was the job of the hunter to prevent that from happening. To close the gate by slaying the boss in the dungeon. That was the real objective of a raid. Should they fail to do so in time, all the magic beasts within the dungeon obtain the freedom to exit the gate. A dungeon break. Jin-Woo looked around him. The statue of God remained in its seat, looking down upon their party from distance. If that thing is allowed to leave here, he could not imagine the destruction that would follow. Of course, their party would be the first to be massacred if the statues in the room gained the freedom to move about. So Jin-Woo realized they could not just hold out for help. Jin-Woo called out to Joo-hee and Mr. Kim. Can you two also come up here? Joo-hee followed his instructions. Even the hesitating Mr. Kim quickly followed suit. 2 more flames appeared, completing the circle. Whoosh. The hunters gasped. Huh? What's happening? As Jin-Woo expected, something was happening. It's coming. From the outermost circle of the middle area, small blue flames started appearing. One by one, they flared into existence and formed a circle around the middle area. 34, 35, 36. Jin-Woo counted 36 blue flames. The red flames that match the number of people. The blue flames that number 36. Is there a meaning to their number? In that moment, creak, the door blocking their exit opened without a warning. The hunters flinched in reaction. Every single one of them wanted to run towards the exit. But the memory of the final moments of the singing hunter remained fresh in their minds, and no one made any movements. They did not know what fate would await the first person to leave the altar. As if waiting for an answer, all their gazes fell upon Jin-Woo, who closed his mouth in silence. It was too early to make a conclusion, whether or not the opening of the door was a trap, or if it was the dungeon's way of letting them know that they had fulfilled the final commandment. He did not know. As the hunters waited for Jin-Woo's directions, noises that carried bad news came from edges of the room. The 6 heads turned in unison, looking around the room. What the hell? They've come closer. They're all just moved. The hunter's breathing quickened. The statues that only responded to humans being nearby suddenly appeared to be few steps closer than before. In that short time, Jin-Woo was able to fully ascertain the situation. No, the statues didn't move. It was the pedestals beneath the statues that moved closer. The sliding sound from earlier was the sound of stone pedestals grinding against the floor. They've stopped moving. Mr. Kim wiped away the sweat on his brows. As everyone else's attentions were focused on the statues, Jin-Woo looked at the blue flames around them. Disappearing one by one, 3 blue flames had already gone out. Jin-Woo raised his head. The sound came from his direction. The statues that faced him had moved closer. Why only me? Was it because he had looked away? Jin-Woo closed his eyes to test the theory. What do we do now? With renewed understanding, Jin-Woo shouted at the others. Don't look away from the statues. Now that he thought about it, the initial movements of the pedestals were probably caused when everyone looked towards him for guidance earlier. These bastards don't move when we're looking at them. Another blue flame went out, but it did not elicit a response from the statues. Could it be? Without taking his eyes off the statues, Jin-Woo carefully raised his arm and looked at his watch. As I thought, the blue flames were disappearing every minute. The blue flames are a timer. Jin-Woo surmised that the final commandment's trial was to wait on top of the altar until the 36 blue flames disappeared. As long as each of them covered all the statues, they would be safe. There was a chance no one had to die in this final trial. Jin-Woo checked his watch and the blue flames to determine the time remaining. 30 left. They just had to wait for 30 minutes. But Jin-Woo had made a mistake. While he was counting the blue flames, he had looked away from the statues, and as such, they started moving toward him again. I can't do this. The man who was positioned across Jin-Woo screamed and ran towards the open door. Having startled by the sound of movement coming from behind him, unable to turn around, the man lost all courage and made the decision to run. As he jumped from the altar, one of the red flames disappeared. "No, don't," Jin-Woo shouted. But the man who ran with all his might ignored him and safely passed through the open doors. What? Mr. Sung, what just happened? He got out safely. Jin-Woo, unable to turn around towards the door, did not know what had happened. Did anything change? The door moved slightly inwards. Is it closing right now? No. It started closing a little after that man went through but isn't moving anymore. Jin-Woo remembered the red flame disappearing after the man left the altar. Of course. His heart sank to his stomach. The riddle that plagued his mind atop the altar had finally revealed its answer. What part of this was proving faith to the Lord? The answer had come to him. However, to a man who could only walk with someone else's assistance, it was the worst answer possible. The open door was a trap, a false hope to their eyes. Had the entire party ran towards the exit after seeing the door open, the door would have closed immediately, and the party would have ran towards their massacre. On the contrary, the altar was the safe zone. If they had just waited on top and waited out the blue flames while watching the statues, it would have guaranteed their safety. A false hope they could see versus a promise they could not. This was how one proved their faith to the Lord. It was a test to overcome the temptation of freedom amidst the approaching danger. Here, two variables appeared before their situation. 1. Jin-Woo's presence. Instead of running to the open door to their doom, the party stopped to listen to Jin-Woo, avoiding a certain death. We got lucky. It was only possible due to the presence of a man who had solved the 2 commandments before and saved their lives, earning their respect and attention in the process. But the second variable was not as favorable. Someone had left their party to safety. How would those that remained behind react to this appearance of hope? The answer was obvious. The man supporting Jin-Woo was the second to run out the open doors. Mr. Sung quickly reacted and caught the falling Jin-Woo. Another red flame went out with the second runner, and the door inched closer to being shut. Hey. Mr. Kim wagged his finger at the second runner, but the man, like the first, safely passed through the doors. Looking at the number of remaining flames, Jin-Woo shouted, "Please don't move. We can't afford to lose anyone else." Front, back, left, right. To cover the 4 cardinal directions, a minimum of 4 people were needed. Jin-Woo, Joo-hee, Mr. Song and Mr. Kim. If even one more person left amongst the remaining 4, a gap would open up in their coverage. Mr. Sung, what's happening? Please explain, Mr. Kim asked while wiping away the sweat on his forehead. We just have to wait like this, until all of the blue flames disappear. Jin-Woo revealed all that he had surmised. Mr. Kim listened with attention and nodded along. Finishing his explanation, Jin-Woo added, "We can all survive this. The rules of this room always opened a path to survival for those that followed it. The last rule should be no different. As long as they believed in each other, everyone could leave without being hurt." This was Jin-Woo's conclusion. Mr. Kim's thoughts were different. He asked after hesitating, "Mr. Sung, you might be correct on all this, but isn't there a possibility that the door might just close once the timer ends?" Jin-Woo could not answer him. Although his theory was gathered from the multiple trials and the evidence observed so far, it was not 100% guaranteed that he was correct, and Mr. Kim needed an assurance. To him, the certainty of his own survival outweighed the uncertain survival of the entire group. "I'm sorry, I don't think I can do this. I'm sorry." And with that, Mr. Kim stepped off of the altar. Ignoring Jin-Woo's voice, he ran towards the door. After taking one last look at the people he left behind, Mr. Kim went through the door and did not come back. Jin-Woo clenched and grinded his teeth. Fuck, he had saved their lives. Instead of repaying his actions with kindness and gratitude, they betrayed him. As expected, a hole appeared in their coverage of the statues. The statues inched closer and closer towards the group. After looking at their surroundings, Mr. Song spoke to Jin-Woo and Joo-hee. "You guys should go." It was a voice filled with resignation. Jin-Woo turned his head and looked at the man. "Mr. Kim was right. Who was it that brought you all here? It's only right that I remain behind. But, if anyone should live, it's you young'uns with your many years of life remaining." Mr. Song smiled. They were words meant to comfort the 2 that would have to leave him behind. Jin-Woo nodded in defeat. His heart was heavy, but they were not in a situation where they could argue on who should stay and who should go. "Ms. Joo-hee, could you please take Jin-Woo?" "Okay." But suddenly, Joo-hee, who was approaching the 2 men, collapsed onto the ground. Struggling to get up, tears filled her eyes. I can't move my legs." Jin-Woo and Mr. Song's expressions darkened. She was not in a good state. Her lips had turned blue, and her entire body was spasming lightly. It was the side effect of overusing one's mana to near emptiness, made worse in her exhausted state. "Only because she tried to heal my leg. Jin-Woo struggled to speak as the guilt weighed heavily upon his heart. But this was not a time to waste away like this. The statues were continuing to move towards the center of the room. Jin-Woo pulled away from Mr. Song's arms and collapsed onto the floor of the altar. Mr. Song's eyes widened. "You." Jin-Woo spoke to him with a determined look. "Please take Juhee and get out of here. I told you I would remain." "Then who will take Juhee?" Jin-Woo wasn't able to walk on his own. It was impossible for him to take Juhee, also incapacitated, to the doors. Of course, there was the option of leaving her behind, but she was someone who had saved his life countless times before, and even her current state was due to spending all her mana in efforts to heal him. He hated the thought of carrying the guilt of leaving such a person behind for the rest of his life. "There's no time. Please go." Mr. Song picked up Juhee with a heavy expression. Juhee cried and shook her head in defiance. "No, we can't. Jin-Woo, you can leave, I'll stay behind. I promise to buy you dinner, right?" Jin-Woo took out the E-rank magic core from his pocket and placed it in Juhee's hand. "Go ahead first and eat with this. I'll come collect the change later." Juhee flared at his smile. "How could you even joke in a time like this?" Jin-Woo nodded toward Mr. Song, who struck the back of Juhee's neck, knocking her out. Mr. Song carried her over his right shoulder. "I'm sorry. It's my decision, after all." Mr. Song bowed his head toward Jin-Woo and stepped down from the altar with Juhee. The statues were quickly nearing the altar. Sitting down, Jin-Woo took in a deep breath. Noticing the sword that Mr. Kim had left behind, he reached out and grabbed it. "Now that it's like this, I'm going to take at least one of you with me." Turning around, he saw Mr. Song and Juhee safely make it through the open doors. "Thank God, I'm the only one that'll die now." It was not a sentiment born of some noble self-sacrifice, just a matter of simple calculation. Even if he got out somehow, he would have to live the rest of his life as a cripple. Forget being a hunter, it wouldn't be possible for him to even live a normal life. With no special talents or learned skills, he did not see a happy life ahead of him. Then there's mother's hospital bills, and Jinna's education expenses. Since there was no way he'd be able to support them with this injury, he thought to at least provide for them through his death. Let's see, the compensation for death during a raid was 300 million won to the surviving family. Or was it 400 million? Compared to the worthless life of an E-ranker, it was a rather generous compensation. They were here. The first statue to arrive took a step towards the altar. Jin-Woo looked towards him and raised his sword. "Come," but the first attack came from behind. Stab. The spear that pierced his back now protruded out of his chest. Jin-Woo threw up a large amount of blood. The pain assaulted his senses like hail. If the place you were stabbed in was just a bit higher, it would have pierced your heart. Juhee's words from earlier flashed across his mind. The statue raised its spear and with it, Jin-Woo. Still skewered to the weapon, Jin-Woo found himself suspended in air. As he flailed his legs in pain, the statue slammed him towards the ground. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. He heard the sound of bones breaking throughout his entire body. There was nowhere he did not feel pain. One by one, the statues gathered around the convulsing Jin-Woo, who glared up at them. I don't want to die like this." As death crept closer and closer, tears formed in his eyes. His family appeared in his mind. Juhee, who worried for him until the last minute, also appeared in his mind. "I don't want to die." To end his life at a young age of 24. Step. A statue wielding a sword walked towards him with an expressionless face. Even as his entire body shook, Jin-Woo did not look away from its gaze. Finally, the statue's raised sword fell down towards him. "Just one more, if I had just one more chance." Jin-Woo's eyes widened at the falling sword. It was in that moment, as if someone had pressed the pause button on a video, the falling sword stopped before his eyes. No, not stopped. Slowed to a crawl, almost as if it was stopped. Millimeter by millimeter, the sword was definitely still coming down at him. He could not hide his surprise. Then, a female voice he had never heard before in his life rang throughout his head. Secret quest. Fulfilled all conditions. He had no idea what it was saying. No, before that, where is that voice coming from? Ignoring his thoughts, the voice continued. You've obtained the right to become a player. Do you accept? Obtain the right. Accept? It sounds like it's giving me something. Growing up in poverty, he knew there was no such thing as free in life. But I suppose that was in life. What does any of it matter in death? As he waited in hesitation, the voice in his head asked again. You do not have much allowed time remaining. In the case the right is refused, your heart will stop in 0.02 seconds. Do you accept? Whether or not this was a hallucination, one thing was certain, his impending death. On top of the sword slowly coming down on his head, the other statue's weapons were also finding their way towards him. At this point, Jin-Woo gave himself up to resignation. Sure, why not? He did not speak the words out loud, merely thought them in his head. But the voice answered his thoughts. Flash, a blinding light surrounded his body, and Jin-Woo lost consciousness. He opened his eyes. A bright white ceiling, the stinging smell of disinfectant, feeling of a hard bed behind his back. Jin-Woo immediately realized where he had opened his eyes. A hospital. Although he found himself coming less and less after meeting the B-rank healer class hunter Juhi, the hospital was still a place Jin-Woo could call a second home in his job. After all, there were even rumors that there was a room reserved just for him here. Jin-Woo sat upright. Holding his hand up to his chest, he felt the regular beating of his heart. I'm alive, not just alive. His entire body felt lighter than usual. Compared to the heaviness he felt when he would normally open his eyes here, something was different. It was as if he woke up after a good rest in his own home. When he remembered the scene before he passed out, it was an unthinkable occurrence. The falling sword, the statues that surrounded him. Even if he had somehow dodged the sword, it would take a party composed of S-rank hunters to defeat the enemies in that room. And I came out of there alive. Was it a dream? Thankfully, there was an easy way to find out. Jin-Woo looked underneath the blanket covering him. If it was all real, he would be missing a leg. Then, a deep voice interrupted him. Have you regained consciousness? Two men kitted out in black business suits approached Jin-Woo's bed. The youth tilted his head and asked them, "Who are you?" He had never seen these two's faces before. One of them with the close-cropped hair like a soldier and wearing a pair of sunglasses presented him with a business card. "This is who we are." Jin-Woo received the business card and read what was written on it. Woo Jin-cheol, the section chief of the monitoring division, the Korean Hunters Association. I was unconscious for 4 days. Just how did I get to this hospital? Did a large guild participate and kill those DMN things? Well, actually, Woo Jin-cheol awkwardly opened his mouth. By the time the agents of the monitoring division and the White Tiger Guild arrived at the scene after being briefed by the survivors, everything was gone. The only thing to be found within that open space was you, Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. There was not one trace of the god statue nor the stone statues. Come again. Jin-Woo displayed a shocked, disbelieving face. It's hard for us to believe it as well. If there had been any inconsistencies in the testimonies of the survivors, or if we had failed to find the remains of the victims in the chamber, we might have suspected something fishy was going on. Woo Jin-cheol carefully studied Jin-Woo's reactions as he continued on. We suspect that Hunter Sung Jin-Woo Nim might have gone through another awakening. Another awakening. Jin-Woo's eyes shot open wide. Although extremely rare, there had been instances of a human who had awakened his or her abilities as a hunter going through yet another awakening. Often referred to as reawakening, those who undergo this process would normally become extremely powerful compared to before. Originally, once a hunter's rank was assigned at the beginning, it rarely changed. A hunter's abilities were determined the moment one went through an awakening, that was why. However, it was a different story for those going through the reawakening process, jumping past their own limitations to rise up from, say, rank C to A, or even from B to S. Such things had happened before. The god statue was said to have melted rank C hunters with nothing but its eyes, according to the survivors. If one were able to kill such a creature even while unconscious, just how powerful one could possibly be. To prepare for this unlikeliest possibility, Woo Jin-cheol labeled this incident as top secret and made sure everyone involved would keep their mouths shut. Woo Jin-cheol's chest began beating real fast. Could Korea finally have a hunter on the level of an international powerhouse? Of course, confirming the truth of the reawakening wasn't difficult at all. Didn't the wise elders once say to make hay while the sun still shines? Woo Jin-cheol signaled to his lackey, "Bring it here." Although this device had been miniaturized, its efficiency or accuracy did not fall short of the actual full-size measuring device located in the Hunters Association. Jin-Woo placed his hand on top of the black crystal and soon enough, warm rays of light oozed out from it. Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of Woo Jin-cheol and his lackey. Not too long after then, the light surrounding the crystal dissipated. Woo Jin-cheol hurriedly took off his sunglasses and confirmed the numbers. Right away, a small earthquake rocked Woo Jin-cheol's eyes. How can this be? He rechecked the numbers, but it remained the same. How could a person holding a hunter license possess the magic energy value of only 10? When considering the fact that the lowest average value for rank E, the bottom rank, was around 70 to 100, Sung Jin-Woo was no different from a regular person. Woo Jin-cheol rapidly realized that being here was a waste of time, so he got up from his seat. "Let's go." "Yes, sir." Woo Jin-cheol and his lackey quickly packed up to leave. "Thank you for your cooperation. If you remember anything else, please give us a call anytime." as if their rear ends were on fire. Two men in black rapidly left the room as soon as they put away the device. The hospital room that felt rather small suddenly became quiet and lonely. Huh? He looked up without thinking, and then saw words floating in the air. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The words remained floating up there without a single change. He shook his head hard a few times and even rubbed his eyes, but they were still there. Jin-Woo massaged his aching forehead and lowered his head. It hadn't been a long time since I started hearing weird things, but now I'm even seeing them, too. Could something in his head really be broken? There was a condition called PTSD, after all. It was only a few days ago since he witnessed the deaths of many of his comrades, not to mention he himself nearly died as well, so it would not be so strange to hear or see weird things as a possible side effect. However, there were a couple of things that prevented him from dismissing this out of hand. Jin-Woo's sight lowered to his leg. The leg that got cut in half by the shield of the stone statue was now all fine and dandy. The voice he heard out of the blue inside the underground temple hidden within the depths of the dual dungeon. His completely cured leg, and now, those words floating in front of his eyes. Too many weird things were happening all at once. What if there was a chance that all these things were not isolated events but linked to one another? Once the confusion in his heart died down and he felt calmer, he became quite curious about the contents of those so-called unread messages. There might be answers to his questions found within those messages, after all. In order to confirm the messages, he reached out towards the words, and his hand simply went past them. It's not touch-operated. It seemed that he got way too used to how a smartphone worked. Check messages. Reading. I want to read. I want to look. Hey, show me already, will ya? Just what is it that you wish to see that bad? He felt a cold, probing stare coming from the side, so he turned his head to look, and spotted his little sister in her school uniform looking at him from the gap of the half-open door. Boom. Jin-Woo became speechless. Maybe you hurt your head really bad. The younger sister stood at a distance away and asked Jin-Woo, "Are you really okay?" "Yes, I'm telling you the truth. I told you to stop getting hurt. You have any idea how worried I was?" "I'm sorry. Other people walk away fine, but how come it's only you who gets hurt all the time?" "Sorry. I was thinking of leaving behind this kid alone and dying, wasn't I?" What a relief that he made it out alive. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted ever so slightly towards the words floating in the air. It still feels like I haven't completely woken up from that nightmare just yet, doesn't it? There were so many things he couldn't understand. But, so what? The most important thing was that he came back alive, and he got to see his little sister again. Do you hear me? If you get hurt one more time, I'm going to give up on studying, find a job, and make sure you don't work as a hunter ever again. Hey, Jin-Ah. Yeah, when you are playing video games. Jin-Ah smirked softly. I don't play games anymore. The third year of high school is only a few days away, you know. I know. When there are unread messages in a game, what should I do access them? You gotta open the mailbox first. As soon as Jin-Woo said the word open, a clear beep entered his head and the hidden messages revealed themselves. Congratulations on becoming a... Jin-Woo smiled brightly. Finally, seeing her older brother's complexion suddenly brighten like that, Jin-Ah felt something was wrong and quickly asked him, "What's up? What game is it? You need my help?" Jin-Woo firmly shook his head. "Nope, no need. I'll do it alone." How would his younger sibling react if he told her what had been happening to him right now? I really don't want to be labeled as a loon by her. Congratulations on becoming a... He thought that the first message sounded familiar, as if he heard it before from somewhere. Where have I heard it from? I know I have. He heard those words just before he lost his consciousness. The system, growth, penalties, and finally, rewards. The words with unknown meanings fell on his lap one after the other. Just what will it help grow, and what will it reward me with? He decided to worry about the confusing words later and calmly opened the next message. Is now available. Gulp. Jin-Woo unconsciously swallowed his saliva after reading that rather suggestive title. His heart began to beat faster in anticipation. Confirm. Press up 100 times, incomplete. Sit up 100 times, incomplete. Squat 100 times, incomplete. Running 10 kilometers, incomplete. Incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. Jin-Woo reflexively spat out a dumbfounded chuckle after confirming the contents of the message. Ha. Seriously, man. Should this be the feelings of disappointment? To think, what the grand-sounding daily quest, the one titled Preparations to Become Strong, was nothing more than a list of physical exercises to train his body. Well, for sure, if he did as the quest said, then his body might get a bit tougher. Jin-Woo shook his head. He suddenly thought that he was a fool for searching for answers to his many questions from a DMN hallucination. I'm sure these hallucinations and weird things I hear will eventually go away with time. His eyelids slowly closed shut, and Jin-Woo drifted away into a deep slumber. Tick-tock. Even when Jin-Woo was softly snoring to himself, the needles of the clock hanging by the wall continued to tick away. The needles spun and spun around until they indicated 11 hours, 59 minutes and 57 seconds p.m. Tick-tock, tick. 58, 59, 60. Jin-Woo's eyes shot right open from the violent tremor that shook his entire body. An earthquake. Jin-Woo sat right up and grabbed the edges of the bed. The shaking was so bad that he couldn't maintain his balance. Rumble. The shaking got progressively worse as the seconds ticked by. It happened then. One of the steel bars on the bed he held on for dear life suddenly broke. No, it didn't break per se, but simply disappeared. Jin-Woo hurriedly looked at his palm. No steel bar there, just grains of sand. Sand. Jin-Woo spat out the sand in his mouth and hurriedly raised his head up. His eyes caught the sight on an endless plain of nothing but sand. Jin-Woo frowned heavily and got up. All the sand that found its way inside his clothes poured out. He dusted the sand caked on his chest while taking a look around him. Indeed, all he could see was sand. And more sand. A desert. This couldn't be real. Until a few moments ago, he was sleeping on a bed inside a hospital located in the middle of Seoul. But now, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was in the middle of a massive desert. Jin-Woo scooped up a handful of sand and let it slip through his fingers. The fine grains fell straight down to the ground. He was getting a really bad premonition right about now. Sure enough, just as Jin-Woo took a step back, the sand within the pit suddenly exploded upwards. The falling sand emitted the roar of a waterfall. Jin-Woo's eyes went extra round in the meantime. An insect. The identity of the thing that exploded out from the sand was a giant centipede. When fully revealed, the DMN thing's head almost reached the height equaling that of a 5-story building. Jin-Woo anxiously swallowed his saliva. This is unreal. For sure, the beastard was unrealistically huge. He had never heard of a centipede this big existing in the world before. Goal: please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit: 4 hours. Remaining time: 4 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Are you kidding me? However, as soon as the remaining time changed to 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, the centipede parted sand and rushed towards him as if it couldn't wait any longer. Wow, what the hell? Jin-Woo hurriedly spun around and ran for his life. There was no time to deliberate on things. If he wanted to live, then he had to run. That was the only thought racing in his head. However, even before he had taken several steps, another pillar of sand exploded upwards not too far from his position. Jin-Woo fell on his rear from the powerful shockwave. He rolled on the sandy ground before urgently getting back up. He swiped the sand off his face before his eyes shot open even wider. This time, it wasn't just one or two of them. Boom. Before he had even noticed it, there were 7 sand centipedes jutting out from the sand, and they were all glaring at him. As the centipedes issued shrill cries, Jin-Woo's complexion changed for the worse. Jin-Woo reappeared in the hospital room exactly 4 hours later. Plop. Jin-Woo keeled over on the floor and painfully wheezed out. Cough, cough. His mouth felt full with this coarse, grainy taste. His eyes stung badly too, seemingly like sand particles got in there. Jin-Woo whimpered and groaned for a long time, before powerlessly falling flat on his back. He didn't have any energy left to lift even a finger. What was that? Jin-Woo continued to pant heavily when a new message appeared before him. Jin-Woo's expression crumpled into something unsightly. A penalty quest. Did he do something worthy of being punished? Jin-Woo carefully retreaded his memories until he recalled that he abandoned midway yesterday. Could it be? Now that he thought about it, it definitely said that if the quest was not completed, he'd be hit with a corresponding penalty. Jin-Woo lapped the outer perimeter of the hospital once and arrived back in front of his room. He was currently bent over and panting out heavily. His heart felt like it might explode at any second, but he couldn't give up yet. I worked so crazy hard until now, so no way I would. He somehow managed to open the door and took a step forward. It was finally over. Pant, pant. Jin-Woo fell down to his knees. His breath reeked of something sweet and bitter. His face and back were soaked in sweat. Pant, pant. As Jin-Woo tried to regulate his heavy, rough breathing while thick sweat drops continuously dripped down, a familiar message popped up in front of his eyes. Jin-Woo momentarily thought about forgetting about everything and simply laying down in defeat, but quickly changed his mind. At least for now, he wanted to confirm what these reward things could actually be with his own eyes first. Confirm. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. 3 additional stat points. Reward 3. 1 random box. Why are there so many of them? That was the first thought to enter his dazed mind after he took a gander at the contents of his rewards. But when he thought about it a little deeper, one of those rewards seemed rather useful right now. And there was also one that made him curious about what it could actually mean. For now, he urgently needed the first reward available. He was on the brink of collapsing here, since there really was a penalty for failure. The odds of completion rewards being real were pretty damn high as well. Well, trying wouldn't hurt anyways, right? Seriously, this thing wouldn't throw him back into the penalty zone again after it said it'd give him the rewards, now would it? When Jin-Woo shifted his gaze around, he spotted a small box resting on top of the bed as well as his own stat window floating in the air. I guess that thing over there is the random box. The important thing was his stat window, though. This window displayed simple information about himself. What he paid attention to was the skills column. A passive skill called Tenacity and an active one called Dash. For some reason, he felt rather familiar with them. I remember now. Yesterday, or to be more precise, back in the early dawn of this morning. He remembered hearing those words while being chased around by the centipedes in the penalty zone. It happened probably after 3 hours of him constantly running for his dear life. He was suddenly greeted by a couple of new messages, the daily quest that would continue to show up every day, and the stat points as the reward. As long as this unexplainable phenomenon didn't come to a sudden end, he'd be able to live a completely different life to the one he'd been leading until now. This was an unbelievable opportunity for him. Besides that, the stat window also showed his level. Does this mean I can also increase my level, too? Eventually, though, Jin-Woo shook his head. There's no way. Now that would be too good to be true. He wasn't hoping that far, anyway. The rewards from the quests alone were plenty enough for him. It had been a week since he started taking on the daily quests. Several changes took place during this time. One of them happened to be the transformation of his body. He had definitely changed. His body was in the middle of a transformation. I've got muscles now. The most eye-catching change was the drastic increase of his muscles. The normal-looking flabby flesh was gradually disappearing, only to be replaced by hard muscles. Thanks to that, his shoulders had widened more and his overall frame had grown bigger as well. Even then, doesn't seem heavy and slow. Only the necessary amount of muscles in the necessary places. If you were to describe the overall impression his body gave off, then would it be kinda like looking swift and athletic? He was a guy and even he found this rather appealing, so it wasn't such a strange thing for young nurses to whisper about him. And it's all due to this guy over here. However, it is way too eye-catching, isn't it? The number of times he was mentioned by the nurses was constantly on the rise. It was quite likely that, since their job involved looking after human bodies, their levels of discernment could have been higher than most. Jin-Woo possessed quite a keen sense of hearing, so whenever his name was mentioned in the vicinity, he took note of it. I guess it's time for me to leave this hospital. It was not good to be the center of attention. Not only would he feel uncomfortable being placed under the spotlight, but he also didn't want to let others know of this strange phenomenon. Didn't the old saying go something like, scratching unnecessarily results in more flakes to clean up, or something like that? He wanted to increase his stat points as quietly as possible, and it shouldn't be a problem for me to leave the hospital now, too. Thankfully, tests had shown that he was normal and healthy, meaning he could leave at any time he wanted. No, hang on a minute, it kinda felt like that both the hospital and the association wanted him to leave in the first place. Well, it'd be a waste to spend that much money as hospital fee on a measly rankie like him. One of the special privileges the S-ranked hunters enjoyed was the government paying for all of their health-related expenses. Of course, that was a story happening in another cosmos as far as Jin-Woo was concerned. So, he figured that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to leave this hospital right about now. And there was something he wanted to confirm as well. Now, where did I put it? Jin-Woo rummaged around his pockets and brought something out. It was a key gleaming in a golden hue. It featured such a simple design that it could be passed off as an accessory at a casual glance. Type, key. A key that transfers you to an instant dungeon. Can be used at the third exit of the Hapjeong subway station. He found this key inside one of the random boxes he got as the daily quest rewards. At first, he wondered why a key would come out from there, but once he saw the rarity category, he immediately realized that this was no ordinary item. This was one of the reasons prompting him to get discharged from the hospital as well. An entrance key to the instant dungeon. Whether it was called instant or not, a dungeon was a dungeon. If it was about dungeons, then he had plenty of painful memories regarding those. I'm sure there will be no problems as long as I just take a quick peek inside. If things looked bad, all he had to do was run away. After all, he'd been running 10 kilometers every day for a while now, so he was pretty confident of running away. actually. And it was his mistake for taking it too lightly. Slam, slam. Is there a wall blocking me? He pounded on the invisible wall and shouted at the outside. But no one replied back. People continued to carry on with their own lives, that was all. Sometimes, someone approached the Hapjeong station, but they simply vanished as soon as coming in contact with this invisible wall. It was quite likely that the place he was in and the outside world were two separate dimensions. Jin-Woo tried his hardest to force his way out of this place, which prompted a new alert message to pop up. It was the same message as before. The key in his possession disappeared as soon as he set foot inside the third exit of the subway station. By the time Jin-Woo realized things had gone rather awry and hurriedly turned around to leave, it was already too late. He was thinking of finding a hidden gate or some kind of a doorway within the third exit that would transport him to a dungeon. But his expectation was completely off the mark, and quite different from the regular dungeons. He couldn't even leave as he pleased, too. It's different from other dungeons. Jin-Woo spat out a long groan and looked behind him. What he could see now was the interior of the subway station that had transformed into a jungle. Walls were thick with twisting vines, and rancid odor akin to rotting corpses assaulted his senses. Hell, he even heard the cries of what sounded like wild beasts from afar every now and then, too. It wasn't that there was a hidden entrance somewhere near the entrance of the Hapjeong station, but the entire station had become a dungeon. Instead, Jin-Woo nervously swallowed his saliva and slowly descended the steps. He held his breath and surveyed his surroundings, but he couldn't sense anything particular. However, it was truly forbidden to underestimate the dangers in a dungeon. Among the low-ranked monsters, there were quite a few that knew how to mask and hide their presence very well. No, maybe because they were so low-ranked that they had no choice but to hide and wait to ambush their prey. Past the toilets, he entered deeper and encountered the underground shopping center. Shops were worn down and in complete disarray, looking more like a ruin than anything else. Seeing the human-less ruined shells of the shops dimly illuminated by the flickering overhead lamps, something felt rather ominously creepy and sinister. A few of the lamps continued to flicker as if their life was nearing the end. Everything seemed so quiet and still, but he did sense a gaze of something. And then there was this smell, too. The seriously rotten odor of an animal carcass with flies buzzing around was coming from somewhere. For Jin-Woo, who had frequently entered dungeons, this was a rather familiar smell. This smell, an animal-type monster. Jin-Woo deliberately turned around and presented his back, and very slowly retread the path he had taken until now. An animal would try pounce on the prey as soon as its back was shown. An animal-type monster would be no different. And so, it happened when he took his third step. Smash! The shop window of a clothing store behind him shattered into pieces and something jumped out. And this something, as soon as it landed on the ground, leapt towards Jin-Woo's exposed neck in one go. Roar! It was a huge wolf with a reddish coat of fur. When he took a closer look, its name also appeared on top of its head, just like the centipedes from the penalty zone. Iron Fang Lichen. However, unlike before, its name was in white letters, not red. There is no time to waste here. Two more lichens jumped out from their hiding place from behind the shop's darkness. It was in a pack. Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider. They bared their big fangs and closed the distance in an instant. It was at this moment that one of the lichens aimed for his face and leapt up. Jin-Woo ducked low. The lichen flew over his head and landed face first on the ground after failing to stop in time. Screw this. Whoosh. Accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of wind parting ways, his fist flew straight forward. Pow! It took just one hit and the head of the lichen simply exploded. The corpse of the now headless lichen slammed into the ceiling above, and then powerlessly fell down to the ground. Thud! Jin-Woo's eyes opened up very wide and he stared dumbfoundedly at his own fist. What an unexpected destructive power that was. My level rose up. To make sure that he didn't mishear that, Jin-Woo hurriedly accessed his status window. His level really did go up. And when a level went up, a single point was added to all of his stats. As it turned out, it wasn't only the quest rewards that could impact the values of his stats. It was also possible to improve his stats through leveling up, too. To think, I can actually level up. He only carried a vague expectation, but it actually became reality. His movement speed had increased as well. If it was in the past, there was no way he'd be able to lightly evade the all-out attack of an animal, nor could his punch move fast enough to produce the sound of the air splitting apart. Right, the physical strength in my muscles has increased, so obviously my speed would have increased along the way, too. Simply by raising his strength stat higher, both his power and speed had gone up. The battle against the lichens proved this. The lichen that was definitely somewhere nearby had gone with the wind before he had noticed it. Jin-Woo hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find a single trace of the creature. Quite likely, it had turned tail and ran away while he was immersed in the status windows. Well, he should have known something was up when it lowered its tail and cautiously studied his mood. Tisk. Jin-Woo smacked his lips, realizing that a bundle of experience points had just escaped from his grasp. Hang on, do these things give away things like magic crystals, too? The sudden thought popping up in his head stopped him in his tracks. Monsters appearing within the gates all possessed one, or sometimes several, magic crystals in them. Jin-Woo was also a hunter. He was successful in killing these monsters, so not being rewarded for his work kind of felt a bit like he was wronged somehow. Feeling a little rueful, he sliced open the lycan's stomach, but it turned out to be a waste of time. It seemed that these creatures were fundamentally different from the regular monsters. Jin-Woo dusted his hands and was about to stand back up, but then he spotted something glittering within the dead lycan's mouth. So, he opened the creature's maws. One of the lycan's fangs was emitting a beam of light. When Jin-Woo reached out, a new message popped up before him. Sure thing. Rarity, none. Type, miscellaneous. A large and sharp canine of a lycan. Can be stored in the inventory or can be sold at the store. Jin-Woo got flustered a bit while staring at the canine tooth. There was a store, too. Where would you find a system less friendly than the one he was saddled with? To think, it was designed in such a way that the end user had to personally experience it with his own body before learning about any of its functions. Hell, he wasn't given much of an explanation during the penalty quest and he almost died as a result back then. Jin-Woo gnashed his teeth and tried to summon this store thing. Store. He couldn't help but feel his anticipation build up, wondering if a shop with a signboard declaring store and manned by an NPC merchant, kinda like from video games, might really appear before him. With the clanging sounds of coins, his inventory appeared next. Right at the bottom of the display, in the column saying gold, he could see the number 20 appearing there. That space had been empty yesterday. 20 gold, He couldn't really use that money in real life, and he couldn't even use the store properly yet, so he had no idea just how much this 20 gold was actually worth. Oh well, a creature from the Ranky dungeon wouldn't have given me any decent loot to begin with. Even if there was a difference between the dungeons found beyond the gates and this so-called instant dungeon, it would be the same difference at the end of the day. The lycan he thought had ran away actually came back with a bunch of its friends. A wonderfully bright smile bloomed on Jin-Woo's face. Even at a casual glance, there must be over 20 of them here. Eureka! Hang on a minute, was that the right word to use in this sort of situation? Whatever, it was definitely a word to express one's joy anyway. Jin-Woo tightly grasped the sword and spoke up. With the exception of your canines, I'm gonna massacre all of you. When the chilling glare of a man who was obsessed about making money landed on the lycans, they became intimidated and shuddered slightly. It was at this point that Jin-Woo pounced on them without mercy. As he expected, his levels rose up quite quickly, simply from searching every nook and cranny of the first floor and killing all the lycans he could find. Jin-Woo's level shot right up to 7. He had jumped up 5 flights of stairs, in other words. When he caught up and killed the very last monster running desperately away from him, a strange message popped up into his view. A title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. A bonus boost to his stats when fighting against animal-type monsters. Although the effect was a bit restricted, still, having his stats increase by 40%, now that didn't sound too bad at all. There are plenty of animal-type monsters out there, so would this apply to them as well? If that was the case, then he'd be able to easily kill monsters when participating in the future raids. However, he still earned big time even when disregarding his new title. 34 wolf canines, 2 rusted daggers, a set of traveler's clothes, and 1 return crystal. The rusted daggers possessed lower attack power bonus compared to the sword he'd been using until now, and the traveler's clothes were not something he could actually wear, but just some random japtum that he could hawk off to the store. When he sold them all off, he earned just over 1,000 gold. The only thing remaining, besides the gold, was the return crystal. When he was trying desperately to escape from the dungeon back then, the message said he'd need a return crystal if he wanted to leave. And now, if he wanted to, he could escape at any time. He found himself on a crossroads. In front, the stairs leading down to the 2nd floor, and in his hand, a single return crystal grasped tightly. Do I continue on, or do I back out? If it was in the past, he'd not hesitate and choose the latter. That was how he managed to survive all those raids with his pathetic stats. Everyone said that him surviving until now was a miracle, but well, he was trying to be smart about his choices, actually. However, the story was different now. He didn't want to retreat here. He felt that, If he turned away to leave now, then he'd never be able to take another step forward in his life. I've retreated enough times already, right? Wouldn't it be okay for him to jump in headlong, at least once in his life? Jin-Woo pocketed the return crystal. His steps climbing down the steps to the second floor was light. Unlike the dungeons of the gates, there was a thing called respawn within the instant dungeon. While he was sweeping away every single monster found on the second floor, all the monsters on the first respawned. While he went back upstairs to deal with them, monsters on the second floor respawned. So on and so forth. Jin-Woo hopped between the first and second floor and killed monsters until his level no longer rose up. Who knows when I'll ever run into another opportunity like this one. Along the way, he got so used to this place that he was able to predict from where and how the monsters would try to attack him. A monkey falling from the ceiling. He lightly evaded the claws of the monkey-type monster falling from the ceiling and stabbed it in the chest with his sword. And then, one cat each from left and right. And then, he orderly sliced the necks of the Black Panther-like creatures jumping at him from his sides. And with these three, he had arrived at the end of the second floor. He had cleared out the second floor once more. However, his level hadn't been moving from 15 for a long time now. It seemed that reaching that high was the limit for the first two floors. Stats: Strength 45, Stamina 24, Agility 24, Intelligence 24, Perception 24. With him being level 15, his stats had risen up by quite a lot. His agility was now almost at 25. He finally got to feel the difference between the agility and the strength stat when the former hit the value of 20. What should I do now? He was looking at the stairs leading down to the third floor. There was a reason why he continued to hunt in the first two floors even though there was a way to go even lower. It's giving me the creeps. With his perception stats so much higher, he could sense the aura of something ominous lurking down there far better than before. Without a doubt, something really strong was hiding somewhere down below. He didn't have to see it to know. Jin-Woo recalled the message he saw back by the entrance of this instant dungeon. The existence of the boss. Jin-Woo had been roaming the first two floors in order to raise his levels until he couldn't anymore, all for the purpose of fighting this boss. He had prepared himself as much as he could, but when the time to actually go down there came, he was getting all sweaty and nervous. Jin-Woo lightly slapped both of his cheeks. I mean, I've entered a dungeon, so I can't just leave without taking a look at what this boss looks like, now can I? Jin-Woo gripped the sword tightly with both of his hands, slowly descended the steps. Could he have been mistaken when the steps felt unusually longer than before? He swallowed dried saliva down. The lighting was worse than the first two floors, but there was no problem with seeing where he was going. Is it because of my perception stat? He couldn't help but feel that his eyesight had improved greatly. He cautiously climbed lower until eventually spotting the railway tunnel used by the subway trains. No, he saw where the railway used to be. The tunnel that should have been used by trains was now filled with jet black liquid. Instead, what is this? Rather than a subway tunnel, it was more like a lake or a river now. Just as Jin-Woo took one more step forward to take a closer look, a long log-like object shot out from the surface of the black water. Swish. It's fast. The thing that arrived in front of his nose in the blink of an eye was not a log, but a snake with the thickness rivaling one. Actually, taken by surprise, Jin-Woo could only swing the sword and strike the head of the snake away from him. Clang! Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider. What the hell? He did succeed in deviating that direction of the lunging snake, but his trusty steel longsword ended up breaking apart from the impact. Jin-Woo looked back in surprise. The snake must have been surprised by his counterattack as well, because it didn't try to follow up right away, but instead chose to simply glare at him while coiling itself up a distance away. The ruler of the swamp, Poison Fang Blue Kasaka. Jin-Woo could clearly see the orange-colored name of the monster. It was a creature incomparably faster and hardier than those with their names written in white. Even then, for a sword reinforced with magic energy to break like that, Jin-Woo swallowed nervously and cautiously studied the boss monster called Kasaka. Blue scales covering its entire body gleamed in an oily manner. As if it had draped itself with thick armor, those scales had no gaps to speak of. Sword strikes wouldn't have worked in the first place. It'd be the same story for punches, too. When Jin-Woo's thoughts arrived there, the Kasaka must have finished its own analysis on its prey, because it finally lunged at him once more. No matter how one looked at it, it was a frightening turn of speed, that's for sure. Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes. It's coming. When he concentrated hard, he could now clearly see the attack of the Kasaka, which was something he couldn't even properly decipher in the beginning. This was all due to the increased agility stat. Just before the Kasaka opened its maws wide and tried to swallow him, Jin-Woo swiftly sidestepped and let the attack brush past him. At the same time, he wrapped his arms around the creature and caught it in a headlock. He then tightened his grip. Jin-Woo's strength stat was almost at 50. An unbelievably powerful pressure tightened around the snake's main artery. The snake could not escape from his grip and thrashed around as if it was in pain. Jin-Woo gritted his teeth and strengthened his arms even more. Slam. Boom. Jin-Woo's body slammed against the walls and on the floor, but he never released his arms. If I didn't raise my levels as high as I could before coming here, there was literally no end to wondering about what ifs and what could have beens. However, all kinds of thoughts still swirled in Jin-Woo's head. If he didn't raise his level to the limit, if his strength stat wasn't so illogically high, then he'd have gone through incredible hell in order to kill the Kasaka. No, he might even have died here. So, his decision not to come down right away proved to be the smart one. His choice was indeed the right one. Crack, accompanied by a rather awful noise, the skull of Kasaka gave in and cracked apart. As expected of a boss mob, his level rose up by 2 after killing the Kasaka. Jin-Woo tightly clenched his fists. The level that had been stagnating at 15 had jumped up to 17. In just a single day, he crazily raised his level from 1 all the way up to 17. However, no one hunted boss mobs for experience points. Indeed, if it was a boss mob, then it'd be all about the loot drops. When he started checking out the dead snake, 2 spots of light began gleaming from somewhere within its limp body. 2 items, because it was a boss. Jin-Woo reached out towards the spots of light. Take them all. As soon as he said those words, a dagger made out of a bone and a small pouch with liquid in it appeared on his palms. Rarity C. Type dagger. Attack plus 25. A dagger fashioned from the poison fang of the Kasaka. There are traces of the Kasaka's poison on it, so when attacking, it will cause paralysis and bleeding status effects. Can be stored in the inventory or can be sold at the store. Status effect paralysis. The target will be unable to move. Success rate is fixed. Status effect bleeding. The target's stamina will be reduced by 1% per second. Jin-Woo nodded his head. A dagger made not out of bone, but from the fang. Huh. It's not a bad item with those options, yeah. Next up was the pouch. Rarity A. Type medicine. A pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Affect the iron scales of Kasaka. 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect damaged muscles. Strength minus 35. Jin-Woo's expression alternated between joy and anguish. The poison fang of Kasaka was a good weapon to replace the broken longsword. Not only did it possess over twice the attack power, but he really liked the 2 status effects of paralysis and bleeding, too. However, this poison sac is a bit. Initially, he was really pleased to find an item with the rarity rating. But when reading the description, he realized this was not something he could feel completely chuffed about. Of course, that effect of reducing all physical damage taken by 20% was a great option befitting a rank item. However, it also carried a fatal penalty of decreasing his strength stat by 35. It'd be a really painful loss for him, especially when he invested all of his points on increasing his strength stat. It was then a new message popped up. Suddenly, his sights blurred for a bit, and then they were restored back to normal, along with a slight bit of dizziness assaulting his senses. When he took a look around, he found himself inside a normal subway station. The lights overhead shone brightly, and the black liquid filling up the tunnel was all gone, too. But where is everyone? Not just people, but even trains were strangely absent. He even checked the time while thinking that the trains had stopped running for the day because it was so late already, but the clock was indicating 10 p.m. He entered the Hapjeong station around the lunch hour, so he had spent over 9 hours inside that dungeon. Who goes there? Who knew that the voice of another person would sound this welcoming? Jin-Woo quickly raised his head. He saw a soldier wielding a rifle. Who are you? Why are you coming out from there? Haven't you heard the broadcasts? The expression of the soldier was so serious that even Jin-Woo's own expression hardened in an instant. Did something happen? What the? How can you even say that? The soldier approached closer, but then he spotted the broken sword in Jin-Woo's hand. After it broke, it could no longer be stored in the inventory, and Jin-Woo didn't feel like leaving it behind, so he just carried it outside like this. Seeing that, the light within the soldier's eyes changed rapidly. He then carefully studied Jin-Woo's current appearance. Now that this soldier had taken a closer look, Jin-Woo's clothes displayed various hints of the youth participating in many fierce battles recently. The crumpled expression of the soldier lightened up in an instant. Are you a hunter by any chance? Yes, I am one, but, please forgive me. This way, please. Let me guide you there. Sure. Sensing that his troubles might get more complicated if he said there's been a misunderstanding here, Sung Jin-Woo decided to quietly follow the soldier's guidance for now. Jin-Woo then swept his gaze around his vicinity. Now that I see, the surrounding atmosphere felt rather suspicious. The streets were totally deserted. The only people he could see were the soldiers and the members of the police. Also, corpses belonging to monsters, destroyed cars, and buildings with cracks running up their walls. Jin-Woo realized what had happened here. A gate must have opened up nearby. Something like that almost never happened nowadays with the well-established hunter system in place. But sometimes, a gate would appear in a remote area, and it'd go unnoticed for a while. As a result, no one would come around to close it in time. When such an event unfolded, soldiers from the nearby bases were dispatched in order to buy some time until hunters could arrive on the scene. Of course, the weapons of soldiers didn't work against the monsters. However, in order to facilitate the evacuation of civilians, someone had to be offered up as sacrifices. In other words, they were to become cannon fodder. A role someone had no choice but to perform had been saddled on the shoulders of this nation's youths. I've received a word that the monsters in the vicinity have been dealt with, and only the biggest one remains. Jin-Woo nodded his head. He didn't need to hear the soldier's explanation to know. He could actually sense the presence of a powerful life form nearby, and he could even sense several auras of hunters surrounding it, too. The enhanced perception stat was transmitting crucial information in the form of sensations and feelings, and that's how Jin-Woo got to figure it out almost immediately. That thing is the boss. Soon enough, the creature could be seen in the distance. In the empty, open space not too far from him, a dozen or so hunters were surrounding a giant made out of rock. It was as tall as a telephone pole. It was a golem-type monster. Yuck. The soldier spat out a gasp of fear as he took a step backwards. Perhaps it was his first time seeing one. Since the moment he saw it, his entire body had stiffened noticeably. But then again, most people would react in a similar fashion. The difference between seeing a monster for real and seeing it on a TV or a computer monitor was like heaven and earth, after all. Unlike him, Jin-Woo remained calm and observed the unfolding situation. Healers, concentrate your healing on the tanker. We're also doing our best. Why isn't it dying already? What are the damage dealers doing? It's not even remotely close enough to dying, is it? The monster's defenses are too strong, and we just don't have enough magic-type hunters in our group. Because they had been summoned out here in haste, none of them seemed to be high-ranked hunters. Both their defenses and attacks didn't look that effective at all. Because of that, hunters couldn't avoid being embroiled in the protracted battle of attrition. Boom. When the golem slammed its massive stone fist downward, the hunter acting as the tanker had no choice but to kneel down just for a brief second. The tanker vomited out a mouthful of blood. The tanker might die at this rate. Jin-Woo's gaze, as he took all of these in, gleamed quite sharply. If it's only that much, I can do this. Jin-Woo slowly took several steps back. This golem-type boss might possess the high defense, but its rank was probably lower than its scary outer appearance might suggest. Just from the aura it emitted, it was definitely weaker than the boss of the instant dungeon, the poison fang blue whatever. So, if I could just render its high defenses to nothing. What's needed right now was a powerful strike that could penetrate past that dumb rock giant's defenses. Jin-Woo got to enough distance away and took a position of throwing something. The muscles in the arm holding the broken sword began swelling up quite violently out of the blue. Thick, pulsing veins even popped up on the back of his hand, too. All of his physical strength was concentrated in his right arm. A short while after that, the arm pulled back taut like the string of a bow was shot forward at the speed of sound. Go. The view of the rank D hunter, Lee Han-soo, was turning dark. He couldn't continue on anymore. His prized shield had begun developing cracks as well, as if their magic energy had been depleted. The amount of healing magic hitting him from the healers had decreased quite noticeably. At this rate, every single one of them would die for sure. Lee Han-soo had to make a decision now. The only feasible plan here was for him to buy enough time so the other hunters could safely escape from here. And at a later time, hunters with higher ranks show up to kill this golem. Or, we all die together here. Lee Han-soo shouted out while looking back. Leave this to me and you all gotta. It was at this moment that Lee Han-soo saw it. Something flew towards here as it gleamed coldly in the night air. Actually, he could only sense that he had seen something, but his eyes couldn't really pick up on anything tangible. It was that fast. That something slammed into the golem's head and it grandly exploded. It's working. Our attacks are working. It's falling. A little bit more. Just a bit more and we'll win. It seemed that none of them had noticed the object flying in from somewhere, because they were too focused on attacking the monster. With the sole exception of Lee Han-soo standing right in front of the golem, that was In the end, the golem toppled over. The heavy body fell down to the ground and kicked up a mighty dust storm. Hunters all cried out in elation and celebrated their victory. We did it. We killed it. Only Lee Han-soo had seen everything unfold, and he slowly shook his head. No, our attacks didn't even work on this guy. Lee Han-soo hurriedly searched around the vicinity of the fallen golem. Just what did destroy the head of this rock giant? Lee Han-soo thought out aloud and searched around. Eventually, he discovered the remnants of a broken sword. Although there were some traces of magic energy within it, it was basically a cheap, plain steel sword. What? Someone threw something this worthless and destroyed a boss-level golem capable of brushing off the combined attacks of 10+ hunters. Suddenly, he forgot what he wanted to say. Lee Han-soo silently alternated his gaze between the corpse of the golem and the broken sword, before he ran past the cheering hunters and in the direction the sword flew in from. Excuse me. He found a dazed soldier standing there. Pardon? You talking to me? That's right, you. When a hunter with a hulking physique hurriedly rushed towards him, the soldier couldn't help but swallow nervously with a stiff face. That was how great the pressure a hunter gave off to regular people. Lee Han-soo displayed the broken sword and asked, "Did you throw this?" "Oh, that. It's actually..." The soldier looked behind him, only for his eyes to go round in surprise. But there was a hunter standing right behind me, though. Of course, there was no one there now. While the flustered soldier was looking around the vicinity, Lee Han-soo scratched the back of his neck and stared at the broken sword. That power, that destructive power. Could it have been a high-rank hunter? He'd never know, since the protagonist had disappeared already. Around the same time, Jin-Woo was on his way home. He turned around to leave as soon as the golem began teetering about. Indeed, he was the one who brought down the golem. He was well aware of this fact. Now originally, the loot and the profit arising from a dead monster belonged solely to the hunter who managed to kill it. If he wanted to, he could contest for the rights to the golem. However, it had become problematic when trying to prove that I am capable of bringing down a golem like that. Who would believe the notion of a giant golem crashing down because of an attack from a measly little rankie? His level rose up by 1 because he had killed the golem. Indeed, my levels will rise if I hunt the monsters from the normal dungeons. He had learned some valuable information. That alone was worth it. A person stepping outside the house in the early hours of dawn would inevitably be cautious in their movements. Well, they might end up accidentally waking up their family members, after all. That was why Sung Jin-Woo was silently closing the front door to her home, so that her brother wouldn't wake up from his sleep, as she was about to leave for school. But, then, you going to school now? She was taken by surprise when a voice came from near her, and she quickly turned around to look. Jin-Woo's eyes opened up real wide in shock. What the heck? You were up already? Yup, been a while since I was up, you know. Hey, have fun today and be careful on the road. Sure. Now that I think about it, her older brother's back seemed broader than before, for some reason. No way that's true. A human's body wasn't made out of some rubber band, so how could it make any sense for him to expand and contract in a space of a few days? I've probably made a mistake. Just as Jin-Woo shook her head, Jin-Woo suddenly pushed forward an umbrella to her. Why an umbrella? Jin-Woo received it and took a look at the sky. As it was still early dawn, the sky remained dark, but it seemed to be more or less clear and cloudless. But it doesn't look like it's going to rain, though. Take it anyway. But it's heavy, you know. Take it with you regardless. Besides, it's a folding type umbrella so it doesn't even weigh anything. Jin-Woo lightly kicked the door a couple of times to express her disgruntlement, folded the umbrella and shoved it inside the empty space in her school bag, and turned around to leave. Hang on. Her steps came to an abrupt halt after she remembered the difference in the eye levels between her and her brother. Something was rather odd. He had been saving up the stat points earned from the quests of the past 4 days. He made sure to complete the daily quest every day. Of course, he also didn't forget to always check his rewards, too. However, he hadn't distributed the points until now. The issue was, this is tough. Indeed, he found it rather difficult to come to a decision. The strength stat. It was a wonderful stat, that's for sure. He hadn't regretted it once, investing all of his points into this one back when he started this thing. Agility. This was also a pretty darn good stat, too. Against weak enemies, it only helped a little, but as the levels of his opponents rose up in the future, no doubt he'd be relying on this stat more and more. Well, the speed was a relative thing, after all. And then, stamina and perception. It'd be great if his stamina was high, obviously, and this perception turned out to be very useful as well. Finally, intelligence. This was the problem child. He hadn't been able to figure out this stat's uses yet. His level had increased by quite a lot, but he didn't feel any smarter than before. His memories didn't seem to have improved, nor did his ability to calculate quickly, either. I think it has to be related to magic. After a lengthy deliberation, he decided on the order of priority. Strength 50, Stamina 27, Agility 35, Intelligence 27, Perception 29. It was then he could hear the telephone ringing from the living room. Is the association calling me? In the past, he didn't want to participate in the raids, so he did his best to ignore the calls until the last possible moment. But right now, he was raring to go and test out his raised abilities against various monsters. Jin-Woo quickly snatched up the receiver. This is the hunter Sung Jin-Woo. You finally picked up the phone. Too bad, it wasn't a call from the association. A rueful sigh leaked out of his mouth. Learner Jin-Woo, why is it so difficult to get in touch with you lately? The voice coming from the speaker was a familiar one. It had been 4 years already since he graduated from high school, and therefore stopped being a learner. But the owner of the building always attached that prefix in front of Jin-Woo's name ever since taking in both the Seong siblings when they were still young kids. I'm really sorry about that. I was admitted to the hospital because of an incident a few days ago. So that's what happened. I should have known. Well, there's that, and learner Jin-Woo. The rent for this month hadn't come in yet, so what should I do? If it's a bit too tough for you, should I delay it for a month or two? Oh no, it's fine. I'll send the money in a bit later. Okay, but don't force yourself, you hear. Trying to look after your mom and your younger sister, you're going through so much hardship there. I know money is important, but don't forget to take care of your body too. Thank you. I won't forget that. The call ended there. Jin-Woo pulled out the bank balance book from one of the drawers. The remaining amount in the account was only around 800,000. Just over $700. I gotta make some money first. Jin-Woo decided to take care of the urgent matters first. He was no longer the same guy from a few days ago who couldn't even kill a single E-ranked monster and shiver in fear. Should I just take the rank reassignment test and increase my rank right away? Eventually, Jin-Woo shook his head. He knew that was a stupid thing to do, no matter how hard he thought about it. A hunter ranked E suddenly became a high-ranked one. Whether that was or B, or maybe even C, it didn't matter. The reawakening would always become a hot topic of conversation. The masses loved nothing more than a good gossip, and hunters just so happened to be a good subject to chew on. The old saying went that, if there were 5 mouths, then there would be 10 eyes. Meaning, the more people talked about you, the more eyes would be focused on you. His stats would continue to rise up in the future, so it'd be only a matter of time before his special constitution was discovered by the others. He was far too weak as he was now. Until he possessed enough power to protect himself, he didn't want the world to know of his existence. Meaning, taking the test to reassign his ranks was out of the question. But I still need to make money here. Hello. Jin-Woo stated his reasons for calling as precisely as possible and calmly waited for the answer. Oh, you're an E rank. The response from the other side was better than expected. It's fine. We just need someone to show up and fill up the head count, that is all. However, it's a gate rank C, so it'd be hard for you to hunt there. So, we'll just split the profits among ourselves and we just give you 2 million in cash. How about it? Can you come right away? 2 million for a day's work. Around $1,765. It was a lot of money for simply being there to make up the numbers. A rather tempting offer this was. It was regrettable that he couldn't get to share the dungeon's loot. But he might end up losing out on making 2 million just by trying to be too greedy. For now, let's put out the urgent fires first. Such an opportunity wouldn't come around every day, after all. 2 million was enough for him and his sister's monthly living expenses. Jin-Woo said yes to the offer. I'll be there in less than 15 minutes. The man who looked like the leader of the group waved his hand at Jin-Woo. Hey, over here. It was a bearded man with a fairly big physique. He smiled softly and walked closer while speaking to Jin-Woo. Are you Mr. Sung Jin-Woo? That's correct. It's a relief that you found the right place so quickly. I guess this is fate. So how about we greet each other before we get started? The bearded man briefly introduced the members of his team. The 8 of them, including himself, were regular teammates that worked together all the time, while the remaining guy was someone who also came here to make up the numbers, just like Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo greeted other team members and studied their countenance carefully. Thanks to his enhanced perception stat, he was able to more or less sense everyone's capabilities. 5 with a similar rank, 4 with a slightly lower rank than them, 5 rank CS and around 4 with D or lower. There was a regulation when attempting to clear a gate rated C. The minimum number of a party had to be 10 hunters, and more than half had to be at least ranked C or higher. Excuse me, looks like we're both pieces of fluff in this party, huh? He was none other than the other hunter Hwang Dong-seok had brought along in order to fill up the numbers. He was a young man with a bright expression. However, unlike Jin-Woo, he was actually going to participate in battles. Jin-Woo lightly nodded his head as Yoo Jin-ho greeted him, before shifting his gaze away. Before we enter, you two, take a look at these. Hwang Dong-seok pushed forward a page of a document to Jin-Woo and Yoo Jin-ho each. It turned out to be a simple contract. Write your names on the bottom and sign it, and we're good to go. The contents said he'd not participate in any hunting. He'd not participate in sharing of the loot. And when the raid was over, he'd be paid 2 million won right away. The terms were the same as what he heard over the phone. However, they were not the ones to catch his attention. I have to promise not to question them regardless of whatever incident happens inside the dungeon. Unlike the raids organized by the association, one would not be able to claim for compensation if something happened during a raid organized by the freelancers. One of the reasons why hunters couldn't get a life insurance either. One had to look after one's own neck, in other words. Only now did it feel real that Jin-Woo had entered an assault team. What am I supposed to do when we're inside? Nothing too particular. Just follow us and help us carry the luggage, that's all. Your luggage. Hwang Dong-seok pointed at the huge backpack one of his dongsings pulled out from the minivan. You'll be carrying around lunch boxes to eat when inside, several sets of clothing and equipment, first aid kits and some other stuff. Wait, first aid kits when entering a dungeon? Jin-Woo couldn't help but question this. You are not entering with a healer. I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine. Hwang Dong-seok smiled awkwardly. To think, this team just barely met the required minimum number of hunters. One of the additional members mistook a raid as a blind date or something. And the composition of the assault team only happened to feature a tanker and damage dealers, and not one healer. Even after hearing that there was no healer present, that oblivious additional member didn't seem too bothered by the revelation. It was the sure proof that he was a newbie. Jin-Woo smirked inwardly. They are a bunch of wannabes. However, he still signed on the contract. Not because he needed that 2 million, but because he knew very well that he could protect himself now. Hwang Dong-seok confirmed the signatures of both men and shouted out in a loud voice as if he was feeling really pleased today. Okay, let's get going, everyone. The party headed straight to the location of the gate. It was in the middle of the halted construction site for an apartment complex. The economy nowadays isn't so good, but still. Hwang Dong-seok clicked his tongue. Like large tombstones, unfinished apartment buildings stood still sporadically, imparting a certain sense of foreboding to all who looked at them. Could a cemetery of giants feel this way to observers? Did you know? Yoo Jin-ho had walked closer to Jin-Woo and whispered softly. While the employees and the investors are going through hell at the moment, the CEO of the project ran off to overseas 2 months ago along with 900 billion. Jin-Woo gave the other guy plenty of hints, but it seemed like Yoo Jin-ho didn't want to leave his side at all. Hyung, are you always this quiet? Before anyone had noticed it, the honorific had become Hyung. Jin-Woo couldn't ignore this kid anymore. Don't you know how to take the hint? Well, I've never lived while worrying about taking hints, so. Was this guy simply a good-natured, or just brainless? Jin-Woo wordlessly scratched the side of his head as he stared at Yoo Jin-ho, and that bright smile of his. Oh, the hunters all let out a surprised gasp. Hwang Hyung, is this really a gate rated C? But, isn't it too big? You think the association was lying to us? They said that investigators came around here twice already. A hole in the air, floating like a black hole. People took to calling it a gate. Its rank was assigned according to the waves of magical energy emission coming from inside. Folks from the association would stop by first to assign a rank to each one. After that, individuals or guilds wanting to clear the gate could follow the procedure and apply for a permit. Gates ranked or B were, most of the time, left to the big guilds. Well, they were too difficult for freelancers to clear, after all. So, assault parties formed by freelancers took care of the gates ranked lower than that, which meant that a gate rank C was effectively the hardest one for hunters not affiliated with anyone to clear. Hwang Dong-seok stood in front of the gate and looked back at his team. I'll be entering first. Do your best to keep up, everyone. The tanker entered first, and the other hunters began entering one by one. Yoo Jin-ho began pulling out his own equipment from his bag. The sword and the shield coming out from his bag gleamed attractively under the light. Even a casual glance could tell that they were very expensive. They were definitely not something a newbie hunter could organize on his own. The interior of the dungeon was eerily quiet. Not only that, but it was also completely dark, too. H1 Dong-seok issued his first order. Hey, Jiu H1. I need a light. Alright. The magic-related hunter Jiu H1 created a ball of a light in midair. The surroundings became bright immediately. H1 Song-seok lowered his shield and tilted his head slightly. What the hell? Where are all the monsters? I wonder. There is no light in here, either. Now normally, there should have been luminous stones found here and there inside cave-like dungeons and emitted some light to illuminate the way forward. However, this dungeon didn't have those. Yu Jin-ho whispered to Jin-Woo from the side. Hyung, could there be a dungeon without monsters in it? Shush. Jin-Woo gestured the younger man to keep quiet. Because Jin-Woo's ears were twitching. He could hear lots of footsteps coming from the distance. Jin-Woo spoke up. It's not that there aren't any, they just haven't arrived yet. Yu Jin-ho swallowed nervously after hearing that. Rumble. Soon, the party could hear what Jin-Woo had heard earlier on. Only then did H1 Dong-seok realize something was amiss here. A dungeon with no luminous stones could mean what moves around in groups, lives in darkness, and rushes towards a source of light. Oh crap. The complexions of H1 Dong-seok and his Dong-seings became ashen all at the same time. It's bugs. Bugs are coming. FCK it, ma'am. Why the hell did it have to be goddamn bugs? H1 Dong-seok cried out. Get into your positions. They are coming. Out of all the monster types, insects were the most troublesome to deal with. Their shells were quite hardy. They always moved around in large groups, and each individual possessed pretty high combat potential as well. The sounds of the insect legs rustling on the ground noisily reverberated throughout the cave. It meant that they had come pretty close now. H1 Dong-seok raised his shield right up below his chin. However, they couldn't see any insects even then. His Dong-seings began raising a fuss from behind him. What's going on here? Why can't I see them? But they are close by, though. Dong-seok Hyung, can you see anything out in front? It was at this time that Jin-Woo shouted out. Above you. What? H1 Dong-seok reflexively looked up. Huge insects were running towards them on the ceiling. If they were discovered late even for a single second, those things would have jumped down on top of their heads. When fighting against monsters such as these insect types that formed large groups, the breaking down of the team's formation would mean death for everyone involved. If those were discovered too late, then H1 Dong-seok felt a chill run down his spine. The silver lining here was that he couldn't spot a single ant-like creature among the various insects. He raised his voice and shouted out, Fire, fire and bring them down. Once they are on the ground, I'll attract the aggro. From here onwards, the capability of the tanker would prove to be crucial. H1 Dong-seok activated his provocation skill to attract the gazes of all the monsters to himself. And as if they had a prior agreement, monsters all turned their heads to glare at H1 Dong-seok at the same time. Dozens upon dozens of monsters rushed towards H1 Dong-seok's position. His shield managed to defend against the attacks of the bugs without fail. The strong jaws and claws couldn't tear the shield in half. The tanker H1 Dong-seok defended commendably well from the front, all stable and unmoving. Attack! Along with that short but manly shout, all the accumulated firepower of the team poured out on the marauding insect horde. The pained screams of the monsters rose up from here, there, and everywhere. Jin-Woo stood at the back and observed this situation as it unfolded. That was the contractual obligation he had to adhere to for this raid. He inwardly simulated how he'd fight alone as his eyes continued to take in the battle happening in front. How frustrating. Jin-Woo had to suppress his urges to rush out there several times already. He could see so many open gaps within the ranks of the monsters, and he also spotted the hunters missing those gaps and continue to commit simple errors. So, how could he not feel frustrated when he was not allowed to do anything and simply had to stand around? Even then, the damage to H1 Dong-seok's team proved to be surprisingly non-existent. It was all because their teamwork was rather excellent. It seemed that the relaxed demeanor of H1 Dong-seok before the raid began was not just for a show, after all. Perhaps because they've been working together for so long, they were able to communicate quite smoothly. Being able to communicate quickly like this would inevitably result in an excellent teamwork as well. It was a world apart from the ragtag bunch of hunters brought together by the association. What's more surprising is that this kid turns out to be pretty handy, too. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted over to Yu Jin-ho next. When a monster bit into his shield, he kicked it away and swung his sword quickly at it. The expensive sword easily separated the monster's head from its body. For a newbie rank D hunter, he was defending himself admirably well. The end of the battle was drawing nearer. Once the coast was more or less clear, Hwang Dong-seok issued another order to his Dongxings. Don't forget the magic crystals. We split them exactly 9 ways. Yep, this is my favorite part of the raid. Me too. Hwang Dong-seok confirmed his giggling Dongxings collecting the loot and walked closer to Jin-Woo. We survived all thanks to you. Excuse me. Well, you were the first one to alert us about them monsters coming up from above, weren't you? How did you know, though? It was a gut feeling. Jin-Woo came up with a half-cooked story on the spot. Quite obviously, he couldn't come out and say that his perception stat was high, now could he? Oh, really? A gut feeling, huh? Well, we got lucky today. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened if we didn't discover them in time. Hwang Dong-seok patted his chest while speaking up. It was then, one of the hunters rummaging through the carcass of the insect gestured at Hwang Dong-seok to come closer. The Dongxings had all gathered in one spot, so Hwang Dong-seok went there to join them as well. Something's a bit off about these crawlies. The hunters parted ways when Hwang Dong-seok arrived, allowing the bearded man to squat down and take a look at the surroundings. He couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary, though. I'm pretty sure that wound didn't come from us. Hwang Dong-seok's expression crumpled slightly. He took a closer look before raising his voice. Looks like something took a big bite out of it, doesn't it? Right? That's not the only one with wounds like that, you see. Looky here. This one, that one over there, and over there, too. Now he realized why the battle went off so smoothly when compared to the number of the monsters they had to fight. Could it be that these things were fighting against something else? It was then, although it had been for the briefest of all brief moments, Jin-Woo still sensed the gazes of the several members of this team landing on him. Their eyes shifted away as soon as Jin-Woo displayed a hint of sensing them. With this, he was certain now. As I thought, his initial suspicions proved to be correct. Seeing that their teamwork was so good, they must have been fighting together for a long time already. And without anyone dying, too. However, would such a thing be possible without a healer backing them up? No matter how good hunters were, they were still humans at the end of the day. Inevitably, they would slip up sooner or later. Well, only a short while ago, didn't their formation nearly break apart from the attacks of the bugs? A bigger picture finally formed inside Jin-Woo's head and a subtle smile formed on his lips. In the meantime, Yu Jin-ho smiled brightly and approached closer to Jin-Woo. Hyung, did you see it? You saw it, right? With this, I kicked some serious monster ass today, didn't I? Yu Jin-ho swung the sword around in the air. Seeing this, Jin-Woo quietly asked him, "Hey, that sword and the shield, they are really expensive, right?" Pardon? When I told my dad that I'd be participating in my first raid, he got them for me. Well, in that case, I think you should keep your wits about you, too. Jin-Woo lightly patted Yu Jin-ho on his shoulder and followed after the other hunters walking deeper inside the dungeon. What is he talking about now, out of the blue? Yu Jin-ho tilted his head in confusion before chasing after the departing group. The cave seemed to go on forever. However, bizarrely enough, they hadn't come across a single monster as of yet. Since the dungeon was shaped like a long cavern, there was no way that they'd miss each other, too. Could it be that the crawlies at the entrance were everything? No way. Now that would be really strange. Still, there should be a boss at the end, right? Without one, why would a gate remain open, then? The opinions of the hunters were shared among themselves as they roamed the expansive but empty interior of this big dungeon. Hold it. Hwang Dong-seok in the lead suddenly stopped walking. He stopped so abruptly that people behind him ran into his back. The hunter whose nose had slammed into the head of the guy in front asked with a sullen expression, "Ouch, what the heck? I need a light over there." Holy SHT. All the hunters spat out low groans. The torn wings, legs, torsos, and even heads of the bugs, remains of the various dead bugs were strewn about everywhere as far as the light shone. The further into the cave the light got to, the greater the amount of the remains they could see. And also, a huge chamber located at the end of it all. "That's the boss's room," someone muttered out softly. Hwang Dong-seok nodded his head. "Everyone, get your equipment ready." The hunters quickly armed themselves. Nervousness was evident on the expressions of everyone present. With Hwang Dong-seok leading them in, the rest of the hunters cautiously and silently entered the boss's room. However, their silence only lasted for a few seconds afterwards. Jackpot. How much could all of these be? It is a real jackpot, isn't it? Everyone was way too busy gasping out in admiration and happiness, that was why. Mana stones. They were one of the treasures that could be found inside dungeons. Although each stone possessed a lower amount of magic energy compared to a magic crystal extracted from a monster, they almost always were found in large quantity, so if one were able to mine them, one could earn a substantial profit. Besides, the mana stone deposit they had discovered was incredibly large. The entire wall of the huge cave was actually filled up with these stones. Even if we split 9 ways, we're looking at a payout of over 100 million per head. Oh. Smiles formed on the faces of the hunters. Yu Jin-ho had been staying at the back until then, and when he heard those words, he began poking Jin-Woo's side with his elbow. Hyung, show me your copy of the contract. Why, just trust me on this one. I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to law, you see. Mr. Leader, this is Jin-Woo Hyung's contract. As you can see, there is no clause about splitting the treasure beside the magic crystals earned from the hunting itself. Everyone there caught on to what Yu Jin-ho was trying to say. It's customary to share the treasures or other rare items found in a dungeon equally among all the participants of the raid. The splitting of the profit, in this case, is different from monopolizing the magic crystals of the monsters one hunted themselves. In other words, the mana stones had to be split 10 ways, not 9. The light within the hunter's eyes changed greatly, but Hwang Dong-seok simply smiled and took a step forward. Of course, we'll be sharing them equally. I know the rules well. We still have some things to take care of before that, though. Hwang Dong-seok raised his index finger and pointed to his front. Yu Jin-ho grandly flinched from that. He thought that he was the one being pointed at, actually. He shuddered slightly and turned his head around to take a look, and finally spotted a spider as huge as a house quietly squatting way over there. Yuck. Yu Jin-ho began taking hurried steps backwards and covered his mouth after seeing the spider's appearance. As if it was fast asleep, the huge spider didn't even budge an inch from the spot. Around the creature, there were empty shells of the dead insects piled up as high as a mountain. A fair few of them were half-eaten, and there were bodily fluids mixed in among them as well, basically resembling a trash pit full of food waste. That's the boss, huh? Did that thing eat the bugs inside the dungeon? Well, it sure did eat a lot, didn't it? Hunters glared at the spider and passed their opinions one at a time. Hwang Dong-seok called the others to gather around. Jin-Woo and Yu Jin-ho, too, stood in front of Hwang Dong-seok as well. As you all know very well, as soon as the boss is killed, the gate will start closing up. So, before we kill the spider, let's mine the mana stones first. Everyone nodded their heads. Did you bring along the equipment for the job? The man named Lee Cheol-jin shook his head. No, who knew we'd find mana stones inside a C-rank dungeon? All the mining equipment is back in the van. Oh, come on now, dude. Didn't this Hyung always tell you to keep it around just in case? My bad. I'm really sorry about this. Lee Cheol-jin grinned brightly and began apologizing to Hwang Dong-seok, the rest of his teammates, and even to Jin-Woo. What a bother this has become. In that case, why don't you two stay here and wait? We'll go outside and fetch the equipment in the meantime. When the hunters tried to leave all at the same time, Yu Jin-ho formed a confused expression and quickly asked them, "Are you telling me and Jin-Woo Hyung to remain in the boss room?" Hwang Dong-seok smiled with his eyes and replied, "The beastard is yet to wake up even though we've been talking loudly for a while now. So, I'm sure nothing's going to happen here. Well, there are some things I want to speak to my boys, too, so we'll take a short smoke break as well. But, don't worry, it won't take long." Jin-Woo listened to Hwang Dong-seok's rather detailed explanations and smirked inwardly. "You've finally revealed your true colors, huh?" The regulation stated that in order to enter a gate ranked C, the minimum number of participants had to be 10. Yet, Hwang Dong-seok's team only had 8 members. I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine. Indeed, he stuck to only 8 members, even though his team had entered countless gates ranked C, so much so that he could say this way until now. They obviously have no reason to fill the last 2 spots. They needed a tail that they could cut off at any given moment, after all. There was a reason why they were willing to accept anyone, whether it was a hunter ranked E or a newbie. Jin-Woo had figured out Hwang Dong-seok's intentions pretty early on, but chose to say nothing. This was what he wanted, actually. Hwang Dong-seok smiled deeply and signaled to Jo Jae-hwan next to him with his chin. "Hey, Jae-hwan, block up the entrance to the boss room. Should I blow it up?" "That's right. But don't block it up completely, okay? We gotta go in there a bit later, too. We mine the mana stones when the spider goes back to sleep with a full belly." The permit they got from the association would last for 5 days. They still had over 4.5 days of leeway. In other words, they would wait, and if the spider didn't go back to sleep, they would simply dispose of it and mine as much as they could before the gate closed shut. They wouldn't be able to mine everything within the hour, but with Sung Jin-Woo and Yu Jin-ho no longer in the picture, they should be able to avoid losing out too much. With a loud explosion, the entrance of the boss room suddenly caved in. Yu Jin-ho hurriedly ran towards the entrance. Unfortunately for him, the entrance was completely blocked up by the fallen rocks. He pushed on with all his might, but not a single stone budged. Jin-Woo slowly walked over there in the meantime. Yu Jin-ho was still giving his all to push the blockade of stones away. He said his name was Jo Jiu H1. Before the explosion, there was a flash of light. A sorcerer rank C that controlled light. This was no doubt that Beastard's handiwork. Those sons of BTChes are trying to kill us. They don't want to share the mana stones, so they block the exit and let the spider devour us. Wow, you figured that out so quickly, Sherlock. Jin-Woo was rolling his eyes in his head, but still played along for the time being. Looks that way. Suddenly, Yu Jin-ho's reddened complexion paled in an instant. Would that be the look of someone whose blood had gone cold? No need to ask him what happened. There, the silhouette of the giant monster was oh so clearly reflected in Yu Jin-ho's eyes. Jin-Woo turned around. The spider's sleep had been interrupted by that loud explosion, and it was slowly raising its massive body up. The body the size of a house, dozens upon dozens of eyes, that horrifying mouth, 8 long legs. Now that it had begun moving for real, it looked far more terrifying than when it was actually in a deep slumber. Yu Jin-ho leaked out a fearful gasp. His body had frozen stiff like a statue. On the other hand, Jin-Woo kept his sight firmly locked on the spider as he calmly summoned the poison fang of Kasaka from his inventory. You're mine. This was the perfect opportunity to test out his enhanced stats. The poison fang of Kasaka appeared in his right hand, as if it had always been there. Jin-Woo gripped the dagger's hilt tightly. The reason why a hunter was called a hunter. From this moment on was when the true hunt would begin. Hang on a second, Hyung. However, Yu Jin-ho swiftly snatched up Jin-Woo's sleeve just as the latter took a couple of steps towards the spider. What are you trying to do? Yu Jin-ho's hands were shaking pretty bad. Jin-Woo used his left thumb to point over his shoulder. Obviously, I'm going to hunt that. Jin-Woo had been following around Hwang Dong-seok's group until now for that purpose. In order to monopolize the remaining monsters in the dungeon as soon as Hwang Dong-seok cut the tail and ran away. This was a splendid opportunity to swallow whole all the experience points and magic crystals. Well, only if the boss hadn't devoured every monster in this dungeon. That is, if that hadn't been the case, then he would have profited a lot more, though. What a missed opportunity that was. However, Yu Jin-ho's facial expression clearly displayed his disbelief, as he had no idea about Jin-Woo's special constitution. What is this Hyung rambling on about? There was something he'd heard from someone somewhere before. A person would stop thinking rationally the moment he or she received a mental shock beyond their capability to deal with. The hunter ranked E standing right in front said that he'd hunt the boss of a C-rank dungeon. If this was not an act of irrationality, then what else could it be? Yu Jin-ho asked again, this time looking rather dumbfounded. Hyung, you want to hunt that thing? For real? Jin-Woo scratched the top of his head, looking somewhat troubled, before replying back with a question of his own. What, you want to hunt it, then? Jin-Woo controlled his wayward breathing and did his absolute best to calm himself down. He had to remain focused and steady here. He recalled the exact feelings he felt when he stood at the end of the second floor of the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon. He then recalled seeing the poison fang blue Kasaka for the first time. However, this giant spider in front of him didn't emit as much pressure as that snake did, meaning he could definitely do this. From the get-go, if he thought that this boss was impossible to clear alone, he wouldn't even have stayed here. Slam. If he didn't instinctively tilt his body out of the way, the spider's legs would have penetrated his chest just now. The spider's legs stabbed into the ground behind him before rising up in the air, its joints folding back up, and from the ends of its legs, pieces of the rocky ground fell. Jin-Woo evaded the spider's attacks one by one and got closer and closer to the monster. Meanwhile, Yu Jin-ho couldn't quite believe his own eyes. Wow, what the hell is up with this guy? Even though he was watching from afar, those attacks were so ferocious that all the hair on the back of his head was standing up. However, that man was evading them all while standing right in front of the monster, not to mention he was actually getting closer too. Seeing that efficient and calm movement, Yu Jin-Woo felt a chill run down his backside. And he's supposed to be an E rank. There was no freaking way. If it was him standing there and not Sung Jin-Woo, then he'd be torn into a rag by now. He didn't have any confidence whatsoever to dodge those attacks even once. However, Jin-Woo was evading them without making a single mistake. An E-rank doing something that a D-rank hunter such as himself couldn't even dream of doing. There could only be one explanation for this. He is a fake registrant. Yu Jin-Ho's expression hardened. Out of those highly talented hunters, there were a few who could freely control his or her magical energy. If they felt like it, they could easily fake the results and get a lower ranking. Hunters who got assigned lower ranks than what they should have got in the first place simply by hiding a portion of their magic energy. Such people were labeled as fake registrants. And perhaps more alarmingly, most of those fake registrants carried around rather sinister motives for doing so, such as that serial killer whose hobby was to enter low-ranked dungeons and murder all the other lower-ranked hunters. As only those who were present knew what happened inside a dungeon, there was no better place to commit crimes than the world behind the gates. Yu Jin-Ho nervously swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, Jin-Woo seemed far scarier than the spider. And just why did I have to insist on coming to this place? Yu Jin-Ho felt like he'd break out in sobs at any moment now. In the meantime, the spider's attacks poured down without a break. Jin-Woo dodged all of those attacks and grew confident of his victory. Having decreased the distance between them little by little, the head of the spider was almost within his reach now. The attack pattern of the spider was rather simple, so he could get close to it pretty easily. For now, I'll aim for its eyes. It was the basics of all basic rules to attack the monster's weak points. So, he decided to attack the eyes of the spider, which looked to be the weakest point in its defenses. As soon as I stabbed my dagger in those eyes, just as Jin-Woo made up his mind, he suddenly sensed that the spider's attacks had slowed down for some reason. Was it because his eyes had adjusted fully to the speed of its attacks? It was then a certain ominous premonition flickered past in his brain. When he took a closer look, the muscles around the vicinity of the spider's mouth were trembling quite imperceptibly. Why is it trying to open its mouth now? Jin-Woo had been getting ready to jump up 3 meters and reach the head of the spider, but he sensed something ominous was about to happen. Jin-Woo hurriedly changed the direction of his jump from forward to his rear. And then, splash, from the mouth of the spider, dirty and turbid liquid spewed out. Jin-Woo rolled on the floor for a second before regaining his balance. He quickly took a look behind him. The spot on the floor he had been standing only until a second ago was now emitting smoke as it got scorched black. Sizzle. Stones on the floor melted away powerlessly. Jin-Woo swallowed his saliva after seeing that. If I had jumped forward just now, it wouldn't have been only the floor that was melting right now. Perhaps sensing that Jin-Woo had been distracted, the spider rushed towards him in no time. Jin-Woo raised his head. By then, the spider was already right in front of his eyes. Swish. Jin-Woo jumped up to evade the giant spider's legs. Slam. The beastard's attacks had recommenced. Feeling frustrated now, he decided to attack the legs with his dagger. Unfortunately, the legs were also covered in that thick exoskeleton, and no matter how many times he cut it, he couldn't even nick it once. Jin-Woo bit his lower lip. This isn't going to work. The spider only needed its 2 front legs to attack him. But on the other hand, he needed to use his entire body to evade them. It was obvious who would tire out first here. Tiredness. As he thought, his tiredness stat was rapidly rising up. When this stat hit 70, his speed would decrease, and when it reaches 90, his breathing would become too heavy and it'd become that much harder to freely move about. He was running out of time. If I want to get closer to it, then speed. Along with those messages, Jin-Woo's body became even faster, as if a booster had been activated. Evading the spider's legs had become even easier as a result. He swiftly evaded the spider legs, slamming down like lightning bolts, and in the blink of an eye, arrived before the monster. Taken by surprise, the spider hurriedly spewed out its digestive juice. Jin-Woo easily evaded the digestive juice and pounced towards the spider's head. Slash. His dagger slashed at the spider's eyes. Yes, one of the 2 special effects the poison fang of Kasaka possessed had activated successfully. The spider roared out and staggered about. Jin-Woo didn't miss this opening. The moment his 2 feet landed back on the ground, he jumped up again and climbed on the spider's body to get to the top of its head. The spider went crazy and swung its legs all over the place, but Jin-Woo wasn't going to let those blind attacks land on him. Holes continued to appear on the poor, blameless ground instead. Now standing on top of the spider's head, Jin-Woo began stabbing the eyes of the spider with his dagger. Stab, stab, stab. The spider rampaged around this way and that, but Jin-Woo endured till the end and continued to shove his dagger into the head of the spider. The spider began tottering about dangerously. It was obviously getting damaged now. Seeing this, Jin-Woo's hands picked up speed, and eventually, the huge body of the spider finally tilted to the side. Thud. Along with the final gasps from the spider, several messages popped up in his view. I did it. While covered from head to toe in the spider blood, Jin-Woo raised his hands up high. Maybe because it was a boss monster, his level jumped up by 3. Status window. Name, Sung Jin-Woo. Level, 21. Class, None. Title, None. HP, 2600. MP, 391. Tiredness, 0. Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 38. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 32. Rumble. The cave began to shake just a little. Indeed, he had to get out of this place before the gate closed on him, after all. Just as Jin-Woo was about to climb down, he spotted something gleaming brightly in the middle of the spider's head. Is that an item? However, unlike the monsters from the instant dungeon, there was no message about recovered items, nor could he automatically claim them. What could it be, then? Jin-Woo pondered briefly before realizing what it was. These things have magic crystals, don't they? No matter how busy he was, how could he forget something so valuable like that? When Jin-Woo looked back, he saw Yu Jin-Ho there. Please, put them in here. Yu Jin-Ho then proceeded to carefully tuck in the magic crystals belonging to Jin-Woo inside his equipment bag. Next, he reached inside the corner of the same bag and pulled out a thermos, before pouring the flask's content on its lid. Hyungnim, you must be feeling thirsty. Please, drink this. It's water. Indeed, it was a cold, refreshing cup of water, filled right up to the edge. Why is this kid doing something no one asked him to? Gulp, gulp. The water slid down his throat and refreshed him quite nicely. The things you saw in here. Even before Jin-Woo could finish his sentence, Yu Jin-Ho quickly cut in, as if to say that there's nothing to worry about. Of course, I won't say anything to anyone and take this secret with me to my grave. No, hang on. No need to take it to your grave. It wasn't as if anyone would believe the claim that a rank E saw the boss of a rank C gate anyway. Still, the kid was saying he'd voluntarily keep his mouth shut, and that would certainly make his life a bit easier. There was a sudden flash of light, and the rocks blocking up the entrance collapsed. Boom. Afterwards, Hwang Dong-seok and his goons rushed into the boss room. As soon as spotting the dead spider behind Jin-Woo, their expressions became dumbfounded. What the hell? It's really dead. Did those two hunt it? That spider must have been nothing much, even with that big body and all. Well, if a rank D and a rank E managed to kill it, then Hwang Hyung, what should we do now? Hwang Dong-seok scratched his chin while gazing at Jin-Woo and Yu Jin-Ho. With the spider dead, the gate would soon close. It'd be too late to start mining the mana stones now. They hadn't even finished getting ready, yet the remaining time was now less than an hour. It was time for the plan B. So, he loudly called out to Yu Jin-Ho. Yu Jin-Ho. Yu Jin-Ho flinched and took a step back. His face was full of nervous tension. An oily smile floated up on Hwang Dong-seok's face. I thought your gear looked real eye-catching, so we did a background check on you, and it turns out that you're a son of a real big shot. The son of the Yujin Constructions owner, Yu Myung-han, no less. So what? We'll give you a chance. I've got some stuff to discuss with your old man, you see. However, it'd get real troublesome for us if the matters of this place get out. So, if you wish to live, you better become our accomplice. An accomplice? Hwang Dong-seok pointed at Jin-Woo with his chin. Being on the receiving end of that disgusting stare, Jin-Woo's forehead creased for a second. Kill Sung Jin-Woo. What? Yu Jin-Ho freaked out, and Hwang Dong-seok chuckled as if he found that expression rather funny. The thing was, he used his phone to do an online search and found out that Yu Jin-Ho's father was the owner of the top construction company in the country. Seeing that, a sinister scheme formed in his head. He'd filmed the scene of Yu Jin-Ho killing Sung Jin-Woo and then, under the pretext of keeping his mouth shut, blackmail Yu Myung-han. The known wealth of Yu Myung-han is supposedly around 10 trillion won, wasn't it? He might be able to reel in several times more money than mining these mana stones if he played his cards right. That's the only way you'll leave this place alive. As long as you kill Sung Jin-Woo with your own hands, we'll let you live. If not, we kill both of you. Hwang Dong-seok's eyes became very hostile right away. What are you hesitating for? No one will know what happens inside a dungeon. Anyway, wait, could it be that you're scared of a rank E, even though you're a rank D? Yu Jin-Ho turned his head to his side. Jin-Woo shrugged his shoulders as his answer. He was implying that Yu Jin-Ho should do whatever he felt like. With a determined expression, Yu Jin-Ho unsheathed the sword on his hips. Finally, he made up his mind. A smile formed on Hwang Dong-seok's mouth. Unfortunately for him, his expectation was not met. Still holding that sword, Yu Jin-Ho stood alongside Jin-Woo. Hello, so, you want to team up with that guy and fight us, is that right? Hwang Dong-seok muttered softly. For now, take care of Sung Jin-Woo first. We gotta hold on to that potential money back. Our losses today are pretty substantial after all. Okay, will do. Zhou Gai H1's hands began emitting bright light next. Seeing this, Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. In the end, they want to have a go, huh? This would be his very first time fighting against other hunters. However, he wasn't planning to go easy on these beastards that have aimed for his life several times already. But then, this happened. There was that mechanical beep again. An emergency quest. Jin-Woo raised his head. He didn't even say anything about wanting to look at the contents, yet the quest window spread out before his eyes without his consent. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill, 8. The number of killed enemies, 0. Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider. In order to complete the quest, Hwang Dong-seok and his teammates must all die. It was then, a beam of light flashed right before his eyes. The light beams left Zhou Gai Hwan's hands and flew straight at Jin-Woo. Boom. Flung away by the explosion. Jin-Woo's figure flew at a frightening speed and slammed into the cave wall. Slam. A portion of the wall collapsed and fell on top of Jin-Woo. Yu Jin-ho froze on the spot from surprise. Don't sweat over the dead guy, and why don't you come over here? You murderers. Tears pooled around Yu Jin-ho's eyes. Hwang Dong-seok and his Dong-sing simply giggled at the label of murderers thrown at their way. Well, that was the truth to begin with anyway. Just how many died by their hands inside many other dungeons? While they were looking at Yu Jin-ho and continued to smile, Jin-Woo was under the pile of rubble, doubting his own eyes at the moment. The contents of the quest were slowly changing. That was why. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards you. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, your heart will cease functioning. The number of enemies left to kill, 8. The number of killed enemies, 0. What a clear-cut threat that was. If he didn't finish the quest as intended, it would kill him instead. Kill if I don't want to be killed, is that it? The contents were pretty shocking, but Jin-Woo's fluster didn't remain for long. No, his flustered mind rapidly morphed into one of relief. Even he found it hard to believe, but that was the truth. There was this fear that always lingered in his mind, starting from the day these quests popped up in front of his eyes alongside stat values and such. What would happen to me if this mysterious phenomenon suddenly stopped? What if all these things only happened as a coincidence, and they could end at any given moment? Such fear always accompanied him. However, through this emergency quest, the truth became clear. Things happening to him were not a coincidence, nor were they some weird goodwill from someone. If the quest was generated by something holding some form of goodwill, then it should have just said overcome this danger, and not threaten him to kill him as a penalty. The system had a clear purpose. The system is using me, and I'm using the system. That was all there was to it. Intense malice filled up Jin-Woo's eyes. He began walking towards Hwang Dong-seok. What's going on here? He's still alive. What an embarrassment this is. He's a measly ranky, you know. Hey, Jiu Hwan, why didn't you finish him properly the first time? Jiu Hwan's face reddened somewhat. Yeah, I should have. But this wasn't right. He really did pour his all with that shot. He had spent over a third of his overall magical energy, yet how could this kid stand back up? Since you're playing around with people's lives. Jin-Woo spoke with a dry voice. You've all sufficiently resolved yourselves, right? Hwang Dong-seok let off a snort after hearing that. What the hell is this fool even saying? Hyung-nim, let me handle this kid. A hunter with tiny little eyes approached Jin-Woo and placed his arms around the latter's neck. It looks like you mister hasn't really figured the situation out yet. But the thing is, the expression of the tiny eyes became weirder and weirder as he strengthened his arms. What the hell? Why can't I pull him down? He tried to perform a headlock with his physical strength, but no matter how hard he pulled, Jin-Woo's upper body showed no sign of budging. It happened then. Slice. The head of the tiny eyes fell to the ground. Thud. That knife, just when did he? Where did he get that? Hwang Dong-seok and his goons quickly took several steps back and yanked their weapons out. Jin-Woo's hand was already holding the poison fang of Kasaka. Blood dripped from the tip of the blade. With the eyes of a predator sizing up prey, Jin-Woo moved his gaze from one hunter to the next. Hwang Dong-seok gulped. The fact that a dagger had appeared out of nowhere in his hand was surprising, but what shocked him even more was Park Junti's death. How did an E rank kill a D rank in one hit? Regardless of what trick he used, he could no longer be underestimated. They had to become focused. Hwang Dong-seok cast a glance to his side. Give him another one. Zhou Jiwen nodded. He would not make the same mistake. The determined hands once more gathered light in them. But before he could fire the arrow of light, Jin-Woo appeared before Zhou Jiwen. Huh? Jo Ju-won's mouth opened wide in surprise. Jin-Woo's eyes were fierce. First, the mage-class hunter with strong firepower but weak constitution. He had already made all the calculations. The dagger embedded into Jo Ju-won's neck. The man's death signaled the start of the fight. All the hunters came at Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo sharpened his nerves and focused on each of their movements. Sound disappeared, and time slowed down. The power of the agility stat, raised to 38 points, began to show off. He blocked and dodged the torrent of swords, spears, and arrows that were coming at him. The hunter's eyes widened. How is an E-ranker moving like this? He's too fast. I can't hit him. Their faces became pale. Speed was relative. To their eyes, Jin-Woo's movements were terrifyingly swift. Jin-Woo weaved between the hunters, stabbing them one by one. Paralysis has been inflicted. Bleeding has been inflicted. Paralysis has been inflicted. Kasaka's poison fang inflicted its debuffs left and right, throwing the hunters into chaos. I can't move my body. Magic? Is this magic? This son of a bitch. Bleeding has been inflicted. Paralysis has been inflicted. All around the room, the hunters' screams spilled forth. 5 of the surrounding enemies had already fallen. Jin-Woo faced the last man remaining. The hairy man with a large physique, Hwang Dongseok. With a determined face, he threw aside his shield and gathered his energy. He kicked the ground and charged. Boom, 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 boom. As he ran, he thought to himself. He was a tanker who shone in the upper echelon of C-rankers. His movements were fast, but there was no way that he would have the power to go through his body, reinforced with the strength and skill. You cannot give me a mortal wound with a mere dagger. The one who would be destroyed in their clash will be Sung Jin-Woo. He tackled with his shoulder as the distance closed. The room suddenly spun around him, and the dungeon's ceiling appeared before his eyes. Slam! His head shook and he felt a great pain on his neck and back. He tried to rise but his body did not listen. The struggling Hwang Dongseok sprawled on the ground. Cough. Blood came out of his mouth. Did he just throw me? Hwang Dongseok, just lost in power. In a contest of strength. A mere E-rank trash like you. He realized his mistake. There was no way Jin-Woo was an E-ranker. Jin-Woo stood next to Hwang Dongseok. Wait. Hwang Dongseok raised a feeble hand. Please, let me live. If you want money, I'll give you money. Plenty of it, just let me live. 3 times. Jin-Woo replied with ice in his voice. Aren't you embarrassed to ask someone you tried to kill 3 times for mercy? 1. Through blocking the entrance. 2. Through ordering Yu Jinho. 3. Through Jo Ju-won's magic. Hwang Dongseok had made 3 attempts on Jin-Woo's life, discounting the fight just now. Give and take. After returning alive from the temple, Jin-Woo had made this creed. To give as much was given, and to take as much was taken. Whether it was good or bad, there would be no compromise. Realizing he could not beg for mercy, Hwang Dongseok opened his eyes wide and foamed at the mouth. You think you'll just get away with this? Do you know who my little brother? Snap. Hwang Dongseok could not continue with his crushed neck. His eyes rolled back to reveal their whites. The quest was finally over. Phew. Jin-Woo's lengthy sigh carried many meanings. He took his hand off Hwang Dongseok's throat and looked at it. Although it was a one-sided battle, his hands were shaking at the fact that he had just taken 8 lives. Is this really okay? He placed the hand on his chest and felt his heart. Ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum. It was beating normally. I wonder, from the day that he had returned from the underground temple, perhaps the system wasn't the only change within Jin-Woo. But his worries were brief, interrupted by the familiar electronic tone. You've completed the emergency quest. Deal with the enemies. The reward for completing the quest has arrived. Would you like to verify? He had expected this. Without delay, he confirmed the rewards. Verify. You've received the below rewards. Reward 1. Status recovery. Reward 2. Stat points plus 10. Reward 3. Skill, Bloodlust, 10 stat points and even a new skill. Bloodlust active skill. Mana cost 100. Activate to inflict fear on a target for 1 minute. Multiple targets can be selected. Fear. All stats minus 50%. You emit a murderous intent. Although temporary, it had a very desirable power to lower every attribute of a target. 3 days passed by since the incident of the C-ranked gate. Jinna came home early from school as it was Saturday. As soon as entering the apartment, she began sniffing the air and hurriedly removed her shoes. Appa, what's going on here? Did you order fried chicken? Yeah, I ordered some takeaway to make sure it'd get here just in time for you. Wow, really? Jin-Woo beckoned her while sitting by the dining table, causing Jin-Ah's eyes to open wider. She immediately ran towards him, asking me if there was anything good happening lately. Of course, there was. The family's bank balance had swelled up from 800,000 won all the way to 180,300,000 earlier today. just under $160,000. 180 million was from the sale of the magic crystals, and 500 grand was used for the month's rent. Still, 180 million. Just one raid and he was able to get his hands on an absurd amount of money, totaling 180 million. He had been one for a while now, but this was the first time he felt like a real hunter. Well, this was the era where a casual mention of hunters instantly brought up the images of wealth, so that couldn't be helped. Just as Jin-Ah had implied with her question, the chicken and beer meal was to celebrate the big earnings sitting pretty in the family bank account right at this moment. Thank you for this meal. Jin-Ah sneakily reached towards the beer can, but then Jin-Woo's finger powerfully flicked her forehead. Ouch, for you, this. He then placed a can of cola in front of her. I was only joking, you know. Not minding Jin-Ah and her hands busy rubbing her reddened forehead, Jin-Woo popped the lid open on the refreshingly cold can of beer and poured the contents down his throat. But then this happened. Jin-Woo couldn't help but react nervously when he heard the familiar beep. Why, a system message, all of a sudden. You detoxed harmful substances. Are you talking about alcohol? Jin-Woo drank up the remaining beer in the can and popped open another just to make sure. Gulp, gulp, and the exact same messages appeared again. He had drank up 2 cans of beer in one go, but he couldn't feel one hint of drunkenness come over. Whatever this buff thing was, it was definitely working as intended. In that case, there could only be 2 possibilities. Either he received the buff while he was unconscious, or got it before the system was active. Personally, he was more inclined towards the latter. Appa, what's wrong? Is it indigestion? You should have been more careful, you know. When Jin-Woo's expression became serious, Jin-Ah asked him with a worried voice. No, it's just that I remembered something pretty urgent, that's all. Eat without me while I take care of this, okay? Jin-Woo headed back into his room. He then began rummaging through every nook and cranny of his memories, trying to figure out if he had missed anything, even if it was small. Suddenly, he recalled something. Every quest has rewards, even penalty quests. But there was one quest that I never got around to confirming the rewards. No. Jin-Woo hurriedly opened the mailbox. At the time, he had no clue what the system was nor what rewards could mean, so glossed over them. But he definitely remembered reading the message that said he had met the conditions to clear the quest. The voice he heard back inside the underground temple clearly said these words. A secret quest or not, it was still a quest, wasn't it? However, he hadn't checked what kind of rewards he had received until now. The blessings from the Grand Sorcerer, Kandairu. The Grand Sorcerer Kandairu has been deeply moved by your courage, and has gifted you with a special spell. When accompanied by the blessings of Kandairu, you'll get to enjoy a healthy and fulfilling life every day. One-time effect will to recover all your damaged body parts will be recovered to their original state. Continuous effect good health and long life, you'll be immune to all types of diseases, poisonous substances, as well as all forms of status debuffs. During sleep, your recovery rate will increase exponentially. Only now puzzle pieces fell to their places. That's why my leg was. It was all due to the quest reward that his sliced off leg had reverted back to how it was before. Same thing for why he couldn't get drunk from a couple of cans of beer. Hang on, I'm immune to all types of poison, too. Jin-Woo's eyes abruptly shot open real wide. If that was the case, then could it be? Jin-Woo hurriedly extracted a certain item out from his inventory. Rarity A. Type Medicine. A pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Effect the iron scales of Kasaka, 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect damaged muscles, strength -35. My muscles are supposed to get damaged because of the toxin, but wouldn't this detox buff resist that? There was only one way to find out. Jin-Woo squeezed his eyes shut and drank the liquid contained within the pouch. Gulp, gulp. Sticky, yucky liquid slid down his throat. The taste was oily and terrible, but he endured it. And they say what's good for you usually tastes bitter. When he finished drinking all of the poisoned liquid, messages popped up in his view. Yes, Jin-Woo clenched his fists real tightly. Still, he couldn't celebrate just yet, so he quickly summoned his status window. Reduction in physical damage, 20%. As he expected, there was no decrease in his strength stat. It still remained as 53 points, and then he saw the new stat called Reduction in Physical Damage, too. Sure, it might be limited in the category, but it still was a marvelous stat that reduced all physical damage by 20%. Just as Jin-Woo began celebrating the emergence of this new stat. Papa, you know a guy called Yu Jin-Ho. He's looking for you. No way, he can't be the same Yu Jin-Ho. The meeting place was a franchise cafe located not too far from Jin-Woo's home. Even though it was a weekday, there were quite a few people inside the cafe, perhaps because they chose to meet right after the lunch hour. Hyung-nim, over here. Yoo Jin-ho greeted him rather enthusiastically. Before entering the cafe, Jin-Woo focused his perception to the max, but he couldn't sense any other hunters inside the shop. At the bare minimum, this meeting wasn't for the purpose of revenge, it seemed. Jin-Woo sat down on the other side of the table. Didn't think we'd meet again. There was a half-eaten ice cream on top of the table belonging to Yoo Jin-ho. Yoo Jin-ho spoke as he stood up. What would you like to order? Should I go and get you some coffee? No, it's fine. Why did you ask me for a meeting? Well, that. Hyung-nim, I gave this matter a lot of thought. I mean, lots and lots of thought, you know. But I think I really, seriously, must ask you. Jin-Woo tilted his head. What are you talking about now? Hyung-nim, actually. Yoo Jin-ho's face reddened as if he was embarrassed about something. Before he summoned up his courage and spoke up. Actually, I was thinking of forming my own tea. Jin-Woo didn't even hesitate 1 second and replied, I'm not interested. Yoo Jin-ho's expression became dumbfounded. Already, Hyung-nim, I don't need to hear the rest to figure it out. Jin-Woo was quite decisive in saying no. Just as Jin-Woo got up to leave, Yoo Jin-ho hurriedly reached out and held on to him. Hyung-nim, only for 20. No, wait, please partner up with me for the next 19 times. For what? To clear dungeons. Yes, I'll definitely compensate you properly. Yoo Jin-ho's voice sounded rather desperate. Jin-Woo tilted his head slightly. There were 2 reasons why people became hunters. Either it was for money or for their sense of duty. But Yoo Jin-ho didn't belong to either camp. Maybe it was possible that he thought of being a hunter was a slightly more dangerous form of extreme sports or some such. That was what Jin-Woo had been believing until now. True, he was taken aback slightly when the kid declared that he wanted to form his own private raid team, even after going through that ordeal the last time. There are all sorts of people in this world, that's for sure. It wouldn't be too strange to find a scion of a wealthy family who had become numb to the safe environment he had grown up in. Let's say that last time was his first raid. And when he completes 19 more raids, then, could this kid be aiming for? It didn't take long for Jin-Woo to realize the truth. Are you perhaps thinking of getting the guild master license? That's correct, Hyung-nim. What a smart decision it was not to order coffee. Otherwise, he might have sprayed the bitter liquid all over the table by now while trying to drink it. You want to become a guild master? Well, the story's a bit complicated there, Hyung-nim. Yoo Jin-ho's face reddened considerably compared to before as he spoke. Hyung-nim, please listen to my story. As you've correctly guessed, I want to acquire the Guildmaster license. Acquiring that license was not that difficult, actually. You had to be a hunter who participated in at least 20 raids. As long as you met this base requirement, all you had to do was to pass a written test and you'd get the license. Of course, nobody would join the guild created by a rubbish hunter, and if a guild failed to maintain the minimum number of members, it'd be disbanded as well. Yoo Jin-ho continued on. It's not public knowledge yet, but actually, my father is trying to establish a guild of his own. A guild created by Yujin Construction. Yes, Yujin Construction was one of the biggest corporations in South Korea. It had expanded its business well beyond the fields of construction and into other sectors and had been making a killing there. Jin-Woo had heard that recently. They reaped huge profit after jumping into the hunter-related businesses as well, and they want to form a guild of their own. When Jin-Woo displayed a hint of interest, Yoo Jin-ho became excited and added more explanations. He'd scout strong hunters and build a massive guild, and place all our hunter-related business interests under it. That's his plan. With the financial wherewithal of Yujin Construction, creating a guild wouldn't even pose a problem. No, the real issue would be with just who gets to run it. My father is thinking of hiring an S-ranked hunter as the guild master and placing my older brother as the vice master, and run the guild that way. My older brother's business experience is far too good for me to simply take over the position of the guild master. And you wish to change your father's mind by acquiring the master license? Yeah, that's right, Hyung-nim. Even if the kid hired a high-ranked hunter and acquired the license that way, it'd be no different from buying it with cash. However, what if the kid succeeded in 20 raids with low-ranked hunters, such as Jin-Woo, and acquired the license that way? Yoo Jin-ho would be able to persuade his father. Simply him being able to lead a group of hunters would be enough to get his approval. That was what Yoo Jin-ho was counting on. Hyung-nim, please help me. I have no one but you, Hyung-nim. Yoo Jin-ho bowed his head. If it weren't for Jin-Woo, the kid would have died during his very first raid. What would I get in return, then? Yoo Jin-ho raised his head, his expression one of joy, as he quickly produced an envelope he had prepared earlier on. And a blueprint of a building came out from there. Jin-Woo took a look at it. This is the guild office building we're constructing at the moment. The expected retail price of the building is around 30 billion. But it'll definitely rise up in the future. Although the association was doing their best to manage them, there would always be that fear of monsters escaping from the dungeons. That was why the land price near the association headquarters or around large guilds always rose up higher as time went by. Well, there would be no more precious wealth than one's own life, after all. Even if it was a small guild, being near one almost guaranteed your safety. A 30 billion building, for raiding rank C gates 19 more times. Jin-Woo smirked slightly. As long as you become the master, it'll all be worth it, is that right? That's correct, Hyung-nim. Jin-Woo was in a serious dilemma. 30 billion won. That was a huge amount of money. If one considered the fact that the winning prize of the local lottery was 1.5 billion won, he'd have to get lucky 20 times in a row to earn that amount. Not only that, the value of the building would only continue to rise up. However, Jin-Woo was as far removed from being normal as anyone could ever hope to get. The one and only under the heavens, he was the only hunter who could grow stronger. If he continued on with quests and leveled up over and over again, he'd reach the S rank sooner or later, or even something surpassing that. If I can surpass the S rank, then 30 billion would be nothing. The contract fee for S-rank hunters went for several dozen billions already. No matter how famous a celebrity or a sports star was, they would never even come close to the worth of an S-ranked hunter. This was the era where the number of high-ranked hunters signified the strength of a nation. What Jin-Woo needed to prioritize here was not money, but his growth. And in order to grow, it'd be more convenient to be alone. Yeah, it'd be better to minimize the risks of unexpected events. Hang on a sec. Suddenly, he came up with a pretty good way to catch two birds called money and growth with a single stone. If it's in this manner. When he finally raised his head, he spotted Yu Jin-ho and his nervous face. Jin-Woo slowly opened his mouth. I only have one condition. Yu Jin-ho's expression brightened up instantly. Whatever it is, please tell me, Hyung-nim. I wonder, would you be able to smile even after I told you what it is? Jin-Woo smiled inwardly and spoke up. You and I, only two of us will enter the dungeons. Pardon? Yu Jin-ho gasped out in pure shock. If I didn't make a mistake here, then, are you saying that Hyung-nim and I, just us two, will clear C-ranked gates? Only us two. You didn't make a mistake, then. Yu Jin-ho's face was drained of all color. Hyung-nim, you need at least 10 people if we want to enter a C-raw. I'm pretty sure you'd find plenty of willing people when you say you'd pay them just for showing up to fill up the head count. Time to put to good use what he had learned from Hwang Dong-seok. If there were hunters who didn't want to fight with their lives on the line, but were in urgent need of cash, they would surely jump in with both feet at this golden opportunity. Surely, you are not suggesting that us two will kill every single monster inside a dungeon, all the way up to the boss, are you? You're only looking at it from one way and not the other. Jin-Woo beckoned the kid to come closer, so Yu Jin-ho leaned forward. If no one else participates in hunting besides us, doesn't that also mean no one will get hurt, as long as we're okay? Oh, of course. For the first raid, you were like a third wheel being dragged along, so you couldn't do anything about the incident that had happened. But think about for the moment the ramifications of your own raid team finishing up all 19 raids without a single casualty. Yu Jin-ho's eyes shot open right up. If that was the case, then persuading his father would become one level easier. Yu Jin-ho finally made his mind up, albeit after some serious internal struggle. We'll do it your way, Hyung-nim. In that case, I'll search for suitable teammates. Very good. Jin-Woo nodded his head. Just like usual, Jin-Woo was about to receive his rewards, only to spot something strange and hurriedly stopped himself. His gaze stopped dead and remained fixed to the column of running. Running 10 kilometers, complete. At first, he thought that he ran 1 kilometer more than necessary. However, the longer he thought about it, the stranger it seemed to him. I've filled up my quota, so why did it keep recording the extra distance? Jin-Woo's gaze became sharper. Was this really nothing more than coincidence? The count for press-up also kept climbing up. Suddenly, he became rather curious just how much higher the numbers would count to. The count stopped for sure at the 200 mark. He performed a few more press-ups just in case, but it didn't want to go up any higher. Both the sit-up and the squat also stopped counting at the 200 mark. There definitely was something here. His gut feeling was declaring as such. What if there was another result waiting for him once he completed all the overcounting? Let's make sure. His suspicion was proved to be correct. Jin-Woo swallowed his saliva. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. All stats plus 3. Reward 3. 1 blessed random box, or 2 cursed random box. All stats raised by 3. His eyes shot open wide. The rewards from the hidden quest proved to be really exceptional. Rarity S. Category Key. A key that will let you enter the dungeon, Demon's Castle. Can be used at the Desung Tower located in Songpa-gu, Seoul. It's an S. Jin-Woo raised his voice in surprise. Of course, there was no guarantee that the rarity ranking had any bearings on the difficulty of the dungeon. Jin-Woo stared at the key in his hand for a long while. This is what I really wanted. If there was one silver lining to be found here, then that would be the explanation saying he'd be able to enter the dungeon with this key, unlike the previous one which said he'd be transferred instead. The implication being that he could escape at any time if he felt like it. Jin-Woo took a good look around him before pulling up the hood attached to his top to hide his face. If someone saw a person disappearing and appearing again in thin air without a gate around, that might cause a bit of ruckus. Not only that, there were several CCTV cameras installed here and there in the near vicinity, so it wasn't such a bad idea to avoid being too conspicuous. Actually, there was someone busy eyeing Jin-Woo right at that moment. Who could that kid be? To think there would be a straggler wearing a hoodie busy loitering around the building at this time of the night. The security guard watching on from inside the building found Jin-Woo's behavior rather suspicious and stood up from his chair. However, as this guard walked towards the door, he couldn't help but come to an abrupt stop and his eyes opened up real wider. "Whoa, what the heck?" The security guard gasped out in a surprise and hurriedly ran outside. The man was definitely walking towards here, yet he had vanished from the view, just like that. Jin-Woo pulled the hood back and took a look behind him. It was a sight shocking enough to make him groan. Just now, when he was taking a few steps towards the Desung Tower, the world in front of his eyes transformed in an instant. Could this place even be called a dungeon anymore? A completely different world was waiting for him. Instead of the vanished Desung Tower, a massive tower-like structure stood there. Wait, is that really a tower, or should I call it a castle instead? A tower rising up high into the air without an end, wrapped in reddish-black flames. It was as if the tower wasn't burning, but it was spewing out billowing flames instead. A burning tower? Huh. Rather than the name of Demon's Castle, maybe that nickname suited it better. Jin-Woo slowly walked towards this burning tower. The closer he got, the louder the noises of flames rampaging around grew. Can I even enter this thing in the first place? However, even if he did, there was yet another problem to consider. Just like the last instant dungeon that was based off on the subway station, there was a good chance that, since this dungeon was based off on the Desung Tower, he'd have to climb up 100 floors to clear it completely. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how long that would take. Jin-Woo's steps came to a halt. He sensed a strong aura near the entrance. He slowly surveyed the surroundings and spotted a black lifeform the size of a bull huddled in slumber right in front of the doorway. Jin-Woo carefully summoned the poison fang of Kasaka. It'd be nice if the paralysis works and I get to kill it easily. Jin-Woo walked as quietly as possible while approaching that creature. However, it was impossible to fool the olfactory senses of a monster. Soon enough, the creature sniffed the air and raised its body up. Jin-Woo clicked his tongue. The creature stood up completely and all three of its heads turned in Jin-Woo's direction. It was a huge dog possessing 3 heads. The name written in red letters floating on top of its heads immediately drew his attention. It was proof that the monster's level was very high. Since it's red, does that mean it's around the same level as those centipedes from the penalty zone? Back then, he managed to barely run away from the centipedes. Well, he was only a level 1 back then, so it couldn't be helped. But it's different this time. He had grown stronger quite quickly during the short space of time. Without a doubt, that black creature was strong, but still, it didn't come across as truly overwhelming. His enhanced, alert perception was telling him that he could do this. The monster attacked him. Roar. Jin-Woo's eyes opened much wider. Too fast. Jin-Woo barely evaded the Cerberus's fangs by sliding underneath the leaping monster. The Cerberus landed back on the ground and spun around, before began biting at him with its 3 heads. The sharp fangs gleamed coldly in between the biting snouts, a title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. He sensed his body getting lighter. Nice. Jin-Woo quickly retreated and wielded his dagger at the Cerberus as it continued to stick close to him. The dagger collided with the fangs and issued loud noises. The blade moved at a blinding pace, yet all he could do at the moment was to deflect the Cerberus's attacks and nothing else. Even after I buffed up, it's still this strong. The Cerberus's agility had easily exceeded his imaginations. In order to overturn this situation, Jin-Woo activated his intimidation skill. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. It didn't work. It was at that moment that the long tail of Cerberus flew in like a whip. Whoosh. Jin-Woo reflexively ducked his head lower and evaded the tail. But that caused his legs to stop moving for a second. And the monster didn't miss this opportunity. One of its heads powerfully bit into Jin-Woo's left shoulder. Jin-Woo summoned all of his strength and stabbed the dagger into the middle of the biting head. The Cerberus cried out and let go of him. Thankfully, he was able to minimize the damage done before other heads had the chance to join in on the attack. But his left shoulder was now in tatters. What a scary biting power that was. He tried to move his left arm, but it didn't want to budge. Jin-Woo's expression crumpled unsightly. He managed to wound the Cerberus, but when comparing the severity of their injuries, then it was clear that he came off far worse in that exchange. Then, something else happened. The eyes of the Cerberus were being dyed in a crimson color all of a sudden. Inexplicably, Jin-Woo sensed something ominous was about to happen. What could it be? Jin-Woo cried out. What did you just say? A monster just used a skill. In that instant, the Cerberus leaped off the ground. FCK. Even before he could react, the Cerberus appeared right before his eyes. He hurriedly swung his dagger, but it only managed to graze the side of one of its heads, and all three heads bit into Jin-Woo simultaneously. The Cerberus ran at its top speed and slammed Jin-Woo against the castle's gate. Slam. Jin-Woo's HP hit the rock bottom in an instant. Thanks to the damage reduction and the tenacity passive, he was able to avoid getting killed in one hit. Jin-Woo's eyebrows shot up in anger. It'd be easy to go mad from pain and wildly thrash about, but he'd lose this great opportunity, which would most likely never happen again. Losing his consciousness now would mean his end. He immediately collected the first reward from the daily quest he had saved up until now. A blue light enveloped him and all depleted health reverted back to full. Even his tattered left arm was healed as good as new in the blink of an eye. This is my chance. Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed coldly. In such close proximity, no matter how agile this monster was, it did not be able to dodge his attacks. Jin-Woo rapidly caught one of Cerberus's necks with his left arm, and stabbed the poison fang of Kasaka in the middle of that neck. Stab, stab, stab. The rage state had ended by now, and the Cerberus began to violently thrash about trying to escape from Jin-Woo's embrace. However, Jin-Woo did not let go and held on with his powerful arms. The harder the Cerberus struggled, the stronger he gripped the neck of the monster. In the meantime, his dagger continued to stab into the creature's neck. The Cerberus bit into Jin-Woo as it struggled to the bitter end. But the battle had already been decided by then. In the end, the heads of the Cerberus fell to the side, lifeless. In one breath, his level rose up by 4. That was how difficult this battle was. Jin-Woo only let go of the Cerberus's neck after confirming its body going limp with his own eyes. The heavy body sprawled to the floor without any resistance whatsoever. Only now could he breathe a sigh of relief. A monster that could use a skill. If he didn't prepare a hidden trump card, then he'd have been killed for sure. A chill crawled down his spine just from thinking about it. After calming himself down, Jin-Woo reached out towards the Cerberus. A steel necklace originally found around one of the Cerberus's necks, a gray key, and 3 molars of a monster appeared in his hand. Rarity A. Type necklace. Agility +20, perception +20. Rarity A. Type key. The key to unlock the gates of the demon's castle. Can only be acquired after killing the gatekeeper. Rarity none. Type miscellaneous. Oh, Jin-Woo's eyes went round. This necklace can boost both my agility and perception by 20 points. A necklace with eye-spinningly good options came out. Its rarity was also ranked out of all the items he'd seen so far. This one featured the highest rarity ranking yet. It was a rather nice baseline to judge the overall difficulty of this dungeon. In other words, the difficulty of clearing the demon's castle would be incredibly high. Jin-Woo stared up at the burning tower. Crackle, pop. The very top of the structure was completely shrouded in some kind of blurry fog. He had to actually enter the tower if he wanted to see what was going on inside. But Jin-Woo shook his head. Now's not the time. He only barely managed to hunt down a single sentry standing guard by the door, even with his title buffing him up and resorting to using up the quest reward, too. He couldn't even guess just what kind of danger would be waiting for him beyond that gate. Although he was slightly unwilling, he stored the gray key inside his inventory. I'll return. Definitely, very soon. Jin-Woo smiled as he turned around to leave. Pardon me, young man. I see that you're feeling much better now. A rather friendly voice came from behind him and Jin-Woo turned around to look who it was. Who is he? Because of his high perception stat, he knew that there was a hunter nearby. But this was a supermarket where lots of people came and went, and hunters also had to go shopping too, so he didn't dwell on the matter for long. However, he didn't expect that hunter to engage him in conversation. Not only that, a hunter he actually knew, too. Jin-Woo's expression brightened in an instant. Mr. Song. Song Kai-Yol looked at Sung Jin-Woo with an expression half in disbelief and the other half in delight. I did hear the news that you were fine, but I still can't believe it, even after running into you like this. Song Kai-yeol's gaze naturally headed lower, and then his eyes grew extra wide in shock. Your leg. Jin-Woo calmly made his reply. When I came to, my leg had been all healed up. Even I'm not sure what happened to me. A healer ranked S could reputedly heal a person who was ripped to shreds back to normal, as long as the victim was still alive. What if a high-ranking healer healed Jin-Woo's injuries while he was unconscious? If that was the case, then his severed leg being reattached didn't even qualify as a miracle. It'd do no good to see a young man such as yourself become disabled like that. What a relief this is. What a relief. Song Kai-yeol lightly patted his chest as if a big weight of his had been lifted off his shoulders now. It was then Jin-Woo's gaze drifted towards Song Kai-yeol's left arm. The older man's sleeve was empty. Song Kai-yeol chuckled and massaged his left shoulder. Don't you worry about it. A hunter getting injured during a raid is a normal occurrence, after all. No, I've been lucky for not running into an accident until then. Song Kai-yeol spoke as if it wasn't much to fret over, but the gazes of other people walking by weren't like that. Song Kai-yeol came to a stop where it was quiet and isolated. Jin-Woo also stopped there. Song Kai-yeol turned to look at Jin-Woo and before the youth could stop him, bowed his head 90 degrees. Mr. Seong, thank you. If you say 11 people died because of me, then you are responsible for saving 6 lives that day. My share of the blame in that matter is the biggest, so on the behalf of all the hunters who were there, let me say thank you. Song Kai-yeol meant every word he spoke, and Jin-Woo could feel the older man's sincerity as well. The situation had become somewhat awkward, but it didn't feel so bad. How should he go about describing it? He was feeling proud. Of course, that didn't mean he should let an elder remain in that bowing position. The two men arrived at the meeting place. The gate had formed in the middle of the road pretty close to residential areas, so the police officers called in to control the access to the location. However, there were almost no onlookers present here to begin with. The majority of gates the association took on were those dangerous ones that had been left alone for too long after their initial discovery. Besides, even if one were to stick around a gate, one would still not get to see how hunters fought. Anyway, it was only a couple of curious, naughty kids loitering around who got chased away by the officers every now and then. When Jin-Woo and Song Kai-yeol approached closer, the two hunters awkwardly averted their gazes. Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes. But, of course, these two happened to be Kim Sang-sik, who ran off trying to save only himself, and the other male hunter who had discarded the injured Jin-Woo. Of course, they would find it rather awkward to face him. Excuse me, Mr. Seong. Kim Sang-sik was thinking of at least greeting the youth, but when he was subjected to Jin-Woo's cold glare, he eventually shifted his gaze away. There she is. Jin-Woo also turned his head in the direction Song Kai-yeol was looking at. But, before he had the chance to completely turn around to look, Mr. Jin-Woo, something rather soft suddenly hugged him tightly. Miss Ju-Hui. While Jin-Woo was getting flustered, Ju-Hui was too busy making sure he was fine with a tearful face. Are you all right? You are not hurt anywhere, right? Your leg. Mr. Jin-Woo, how come your leg is? Ju-Hui's eyes went extra round as she alternated her gaze between his face and his leg. Oh, that. Just as Jin-Woo was about to reply. How steamy, eh? It's steamy, I say. Both the gazes of Jin-Woo and Ju-Hui shifted over in the direction of that voice. From afar, an unknown man was whistling loudly at them. Is there a film shoot going on around nearby or something? While Jin-Woo was tilting his head in confusion, a man wearing a business suit climbed down from the front seat of a certain minivan. Shut your mouth. He quickly threw an oily wink at Ju-Hui when the business suit looked back inside the van. Immediately, Jin-Woo's expression crumpled. 2 more people climbed out of the van right away. Both of them were men, and particularly worthy of note was the fact that they all wore prison overalls and had been cuffed as well. The employee called for the hunters to gather around. These folks are the replacement convicts who will participate in the raid alongside you, hunters. And so, the expressions of the hunters hardened considerably. Kim Sang-sik was the first to step forward. What? Replacement convicts? Are you telling us to go on a raid along with a bunch of criminals? Hunters who had committed crimes had 2 choices. Either spend their allotted time behind the bars, or cooperate with the association and reduce their sentences. Most chose the latter option, and they were referred to as the replacement convicts. The association employee repeatedly lowered her head. I'm really sorry about this. It's only because the number of hunters active in our district has declined so much that the association has no choice but to do this. However, they will be accompanied by a hunter from the monitoring division, so you don't have to worry too much. Kim Sang-sik asked, still full of suspicion. A hunter from the monitoring division, you say? Yes, all the convicts are rank CS, but the hunter from the monitoring division is actually a rank B, so there is nothing for you to worry about. Kim Sang-sik nodded his head. The popular opinion stated that you'd need around 10 C rank hunters in order to contend against a single hunter ranked B. Well, a B rank was personally coming to monitor the troublemakers, not to mention participating in the raid itself, so there was no reason to say no here. Something's off here. He could sense a minute trace of murderous intent flowing between those four. Was this also one of the facets of the enhanced perception stat? Or was he simply being overly cautious? In any case, he was overcome with this unexplainable anxiety all of a sudden. So, Jin-Woo whispered in Ju Hui's ear, Miss Ju Hui, please don't participate in this raid. Ju Hui looked up at Jin-Woo's eyes and asked back, what about you, Mr. Jin-Woo? Rather than answering her, he too asked back, if I say I'll be going, well, in that case, I'm going too. She looked like she'd follow him, no matter what. I'm sure she's only doing this because she's concerned about me. And he learned through prior experience that whenever Ju Hui's face was forming that expression, she'd suddenly become a very stubborn young lady, and she'd never change her mind. No matter what. There shouldn't be a problem with me around, right? After all, he had experience dealing with Hwang Dong-seok's gang, which contained 5 rank CS in their midst. The agent from the monitoring division finished signing on all of the documents, and then came to speak to the gathered hunters. My name is Kong T-sik from the monitoring division. I believe you've been informed of the situation. I'll keep a very close eye on those 3, so you can rest easy. Kong T-sik then beckoned the 3 convicts to come closer. They all trudged towards him and presented their hands. With a practiced hand of his own, Kong T-sik swiftly undid their cuffs. Wowzers, I thought I was gonna die from the stuffiness just now. We ain't even slaves, so isn't it against our rights for you to drag us around here and there like this? The convicts massaged their freed wrists and continued to pile on their complaints. With Song Kai-yeol in the lead, hunters entered the gate one by one. Let's get going as well. Jin-Woo and Ju Hui also entered the gate, albeit at the same time. Perhaps the trauma from the last incident remained with her, because she ever so slightly held onto Jin-Woo's sleeve. Goblins were the main enemies for this dungeon. They were the weakest of all man-type monsters out there, so clearing the dungeon itself wasn't hard at all. These strange-looking creatures were weak enough for Jin-Woo to fight evenly one-on-one even before he got his power boost. Still, Jin-Woo did his utmost best to carefully hunt goblins with his bare hands. The C-ranked convicts must have been really excited by the taste of freedom because they were wildly swinging their weapons and energetically ripped goblins to shreds. From that scene alone, it was difficult to tell apart just who were the monsters and who were the humans there. A forked road with 3 paths appeared before them. Kong T-sik made a suggestion to Song Kai-yeol. Since the difficulty of the dungeon is low, how about splitting up from here onwards? Yes, let's do that. Song Kai-yeol readily agreed to that idea. Jin-Woo closed his eyes and extended his perception to the max. Now, which path leads to the boss? He was hoping that maybe the boss would give him a few experience points, at the very least. Soon enough, he could pick up on the auras of all living creatures inside the dungeon. Jin-Woo opened his eyes and spoke to Song Kai-yeol. Let's go left. Okay. Jin-Woo, Song Kai-yeol, and Ju Hui chose the left pathway. Kong T-sik and the 3 convicts the right one, and the remaining 2 went down the middle one. Jin-Woo's heart began beating a little bit faster. The boss is at the end of this passage. Although it couldn't be described as strong, a unique and different aura from that of a goblin was leaking out from the end of this cavern-like passageway. He wanted to quickly kill the boss. However, groups of goblins kept jumping out at him every couple of steps he took, and this hindered their progress. And this time, there were around 10 of them or so. One carried a wooden club. One held a wooden sword. One even held a long wooden shaft with a stone shard crudely tied around the tip. They had armed themselves to the best of their abilities, but none of them managed to threaten him. Haven't you guys had enough yet? Jin-Woo frowned really deeply. And so, as they steadily cleared the dungeon, out of the blue, screams reverberated throughout the dungeon from somewhere, one after the other. Those weren't from the goblins. No, they definitely belonged to humans. Jin-Woo, Song Kai-yeol, and Ju Hui exchanged glances. They thought the things had calmed down, only for yet another desperate scream to enter their ears. Song Kai-yeol's expression hardened. Let's go take a look. The 3 of them quickly ran to where the screams came from. Jin-Woo could have run faster than his two companions, but for the sake of their safety, matched their speeds. Just how long did they have to run? Ju Hui cried out in alarm after finding a person. There's a person there, and it just so happened to be the hunter from the monitoring division, Kong T-Sik. Ju Hui couldn't watch on anymore and hurriedly ran towards Kong T-Sik. Hold on, I'll heal you right now. Kong T-Sik rapidly raised his upper body up and took aim at the center of Ju Hui's neck with his hand full of magical energy. Swish! Just before his fingertip could touch Ju Hui's Adam's apple, someone managed to grab Kong T-Sik's wrist just in time. Kong T-Sik's gaze followed the hand grabbing his wrist and to its owner, and Jin-Woo's face was at the end. Jin-Woo's eyes were emitting a very strong light of murderous intent. Kong T-Sik frowned deeply. How dare you, FC King Association bottom feeder. Kong T-Sik hurriedly yanked his arm loose from Jin-Woo's grasp. Now that both of his hands were freed, Kong T-Sik began pouring out attacks without a rest. However, Jin-Woo also moved at the speed that didn't lose out to Kong T-Sik and went on the offensive of his own, too. Fists and arms belonging to men endlessly collided and traded countless blows. None of them showed any signs of backing off. Seizing this opportunity, Song Kai-yeol quickly dragged Ju Hui away from the area. However, there was one person here who was even more shocked than Ju Hui, and that was none other than Song Kai-yeol. Just how on earth is this possible? This fierce battle unfolding at a scarcely believable speed. He was having a hard time trying to follow with his eyes. Something like that was expected of a high-ranked hunter, so that was fine. But then, the Sung Jin-Woo fighting that man couldn't have been the same person from Song Kai-yeol's memories. The youth was definitely not losing out against a rank B hunter at all. I'm a C rank, and even I can't follow his movements with my eyes. Indeed, his gut feeling proved to be right. The Jin-Woo in front of his eyes right now was not the same youth from his memories, an E rank who was weak but possessing a good head on his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the two traded hundreds of blows and they quickly stepped back while trying to catch their breaths. Kong T-Sik couldn't control his curiosity and asked out aloud. Who the hell are you? What rank are you? Jin-Woo summoned the poison fang of Kasaka, and while grasping it tightly in his hand, replied rather curtly. Sung Jin-Woo, I'm rank E. Kong T-Sik felt like someone had hit him in the back of his head. A B-star that displayed the movement equal to his own speed, which was unmatched within the rank B, introduced himself as a measly rank E just now. Is he trying to make fun of me? Kong T-Sik gnashed his teeth. No, hang on. Indeed, there was something odd here. If he's really a high-rank hunter, there is no reason for him to be here, isn't it? The jobs these bottom feeder association hunters did were quite obvious. Their main role was to clear those gates that guilds and freelancers gave up on because of their low monetary values. Their earnings were pathetically small compared to other hunters, and they were not widely acknowledged by other hunters, either. In other words, there was a very good chance that this B-star really was an E rank. Only that, his abilities were anything but. Still, a fake registrant wouldn't brazenly work under the association like this, so Kong T-Sik eventually arrived at the only logical conclusion. He's a reawakened. When he thought about it, he remembered the upper echelons of the association getting a bit noisier with a rumor of someone going through a reawakening somewhere nearby this location. And that person was supposedly a hunter affiliated with the association. He should have memorized that name back then. As that matter happened only a couple of weeks ago, if this B-star had been delaying getting a reassignment test for some reason until now, it was very much possible for him to remain as an E rank and assist the association with their work. Who could have guessed that such a guy would show up today? Kong T-Sik had made sure to perform thorough background checks on the hunters participating in today's raid, but he had missed the existence of this one. I really have terrible luck, don't I? That's the only conclusion he could arrive at. I should have asked for more money if things turned out this way. Kong T-Sik recalled the events of a few days ago while licking his dried lips. A cafe near the headquarters of the association. The middle-aged man muttered as if he was speaking to himself. I've heard that no one knows what happens exactly inside dungeons. The man's voice was so soft that Kong T-Sik had to ask again. What did you say? This is every cent I have in my name. And why are you showing me this? When Kong T-Sik formed a questioning expression, the middle-aged man's head dropped lower. Among the criminals you're in charge of, there is one who had hurt my little girl. Because of that, she took her own life, and my wife is still in the hospital from the shock. The middle-aged man's voice became tearful. Yet, such a B-star will be able to roam the streets again in a few years' time. You think I'll be able to rest easy knowing that? The man raised his sorrow and rage-filled face. I'm sure you can already tell what I'm implying here. The man lowered his head again. I beg of you, Hunter Nim. A deafening silence descended between these two men. Kong T-Sik leaned against the back of his chair and fell into a deep contemplation. Can you guess why I chose to work for the association's monitoring division? Pardon me. The middle-aged man raised his head. Kong T-Sik explained himself. As a B-rank hunter, I'm considered as one of the higher-ranked hunters. Large guilds continue to send their scouting offers in my direction all the time. Yet, can you guess why I persist in doing this job while getting a pittance in return? I don't know. The corners of Kong T-Sik's lips arched up. You see, I find it more enjoyable to fight against people rather than monsters. In that sense, the monitoring division was like the heaven-sent job for Kong T-Sik. Well, he could beat up other hunters in the name of the law, after all. And he'd end up killing one or two due to unavoidable circumstances, too. The father of a girl who was raped by those beastards came to ask me for the favor. Those beastards were animals worthy of getting killed. And I simply took care of animals that hurt other people, that was all. The ranky hunter was listening without saying anything. Although the matter had come down to this, I don't wish to hurt you. How about ignoring today's matter altogether? As long as we make this deal here, I promise I won't try anything to you and your group. Of course, he couldn't let a potential source of trouble fester. You should have said those things before you tried your little tricks. You want us to ignore everything just because you failed your sneak attack. That man didn't say anything wrong there. Kong T-Sik smirked in dumbfoundedness. In the end, you want to have a go, is that it? Where did he get his dagger from? Since before he had noticed it, the E-rank hunter was holding a dagger. Well, it shouldn't be too important, is it? It didn't matter where that weapon came from. Indeed. What's important here, though, was the type of the weapon. Kong T-Sik quickly concluded his assessment. The class that used daggers and utilized quick movements. His opponent was a super close type damage dealer. Most likely, his speciality was assassination. What a coincidence that their specialities happened to be the same. However, this guy only underwent his reawakening not too long ago. The difference in experience should be absolutely massive. He might not even be able to properly utilize the skills at his disposal. Let me teach you a thing or two as your senior. Kong T-Sik extracted a knife from his hips and smirked derisively at the ranky hunter. Can you do something like this? And then, Kong T-Sik activated his stealth skill, thereby disappearing from the spot. That caused the ranky hunter to get flustered and he hurriedly looked around his vicinity. Kong T-Sik could see his naked panic and confusion quite clearly. But that's so obvious. The stealth skill didn't only make one's body go transparent. The body, the sound, and even the smell. The skill that cloaked everything about the person activating it. That was the stealth skill in a nutshell. There were only a handful of assassin-type hunters who could use this skill in the entire world. Clang, two daggers collided in the air and sparks flew off. With his stealth skill deactivated, one could now see Kong T-Sik's wide-open eyes. What? But how? The E-rank hunter's dagger had accurately blocked off his own dagger. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill, 1. The number of killed enemies, 0. Jin-Woo confirmed the emergency quest message and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a waste of time. He was kinda worried that if Kong T-Sik didn't take the initiative, Jin-Woo wouldn't receive the emergency quest notification. It was quite unlike how it was with Hwang Dong-seok and his gang back then. That was why he tested the system out, and it was as he expected. The moment Kong T-Sik revealed his murderous intent, the message popped up. The two daggers locked in a deadly embrace continued to push against each other. It seemed that their strength was about the same. It was here when Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed dangerously. He got faster. Jin-Woo had been displaying an already high level of agile movements, but now that he had gotten even faster, Kong T-Sik found it quite disorientating. Jin-Woo closed the distance in the blink of an eye and sank his poison fang of Kasaka down on Kong T-Sik's thigh. Nice. The added effects of the Kasaka dagger kicked in as well. It was a bit regretful that the paralysis didn't work, but still, this fight had become just a tad easier now. However, Kong T-Sik was a high-ranked hunter himself, so his resistance was nothing to scoff about. His dagger aimed at Jin-Woo's vitals and continued to fly in. Swish, swish. Jin-Woo evaded the blade with only a hair's breadth and also attacked Kong T-Sik's vital spots. Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of both men. Our speeds are about the same. We're moving at the same speed. Two men were inwardly admiring each other's agile movements and continued to clash in a dazzling display of super close proximity knife fighting. I gotta break this stalemate somehow. Jin-Woo gathered strength in his eyes. The moment his eyes met Jin-Woo's, Kong T-Sik flinched slightly for some reason. What was that? It worked. Jin-Woo knew that he had won now. On the other hand, a small earthquake erupted in Kong T6's eyes. How come my body is? After he had met Jin-Woo's gaze, his body felt as heavy as if he was floundering in deep water or some such. His trusty speed began decreasing as well. Wounds on Kong T6's body increased quickly one by one. This is impossible. Kong T6's thoughts became confused and messy. This was, without a doubt, a debuffing effect. But he had never, ever heard of a case where an assassin class was able to use a debuff magic. Assassination was not his speciality then. If that was the case, then what was up with his crazy speed? However, Kong T6 had stopped his train of thoughts there. His confusion had rapidly morphed into panic. Instead, Jin-Woo succeeded in getting close to Kong T6's chest and stabbed down on the latter with the poison fang of Kasaka. Kong T6's eyes shot open wider. Both men knew right away at that moment. The victor had been truly decided with that one move. Crimson red blood pooled in Kong T6's mouth. It was gushing up from his chest. As blood leaked out from the side of his lips, Kong T6 formed a smirk. To actually run into a reawakened hunter inside a lowly rank D dungeon. The dagger in Kong T6's hand fell to the floor. He continued to pant heavily as he leaned his head closer and whispered something in Jin-Woo's ear. Jin-Woo silently listened to those last words, before pulling the dagger out from Kong T6's chest. Just like a dress slipping off a clothes hanger, Kong T6 crumpled to the floor, lifeless. The expected messages did pop up, but Jin-Woo's expression wasn't so good. Just like the last time, the aftertaste of killing someone remained bitter and nothing to feel too happy about, even though the other guy attacked first and initiated this fight. If there were no rewards, then this would be one hell of a loss-loss situation. Reward 1. 5 additional stat points. Huh? Jin-Woo formed a confused expression. The reward on offer was far less than when compared to fighting Hwang Dong-seok and his goons. But it was a far harder opponent this time, though. It was here that Jin-Woo lowered his gaze and ended up spotting something rather odd. There was a spot of flickering light about as big as a coin gleaming on the corpse of Kong T6. Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider and wider. Jin-Woo calmed his trembling heart and quietly reached out towards the chest area of Kong T6 where that flickering light was coming from. Indeed, he wasn't seeing things just now. A rune stone. Are you talking about that rune stone? His heart began pounding even harder than before. The skill Kong T6 used had now become a rune stone and was waiting to be discovered on his body. Stealth was a rare skill that only a select few hunters could use. Jin-Woo looked back at Song Kai-yeol. With what has happened here, I think it's impossible to continue on with this raid anymore. For the time being, you two should leave the dungeon and contact the association. I'll remain here and search for other survivors. Song Kai-yeol instantly realized what Jin-Woo was trying to do. He's going to close the gate all by himself. On the way, he discovered the cold corpses of Kim Sang-sik and the other hunter. This was the power of a high-ranked hunter. If such a hunter really wanted to, then killing a few lower-ranked hunters could be done in the blink of an eye. Jin-Woo's expression hardened as he walked past them. Jin-Woo discovered a lone convict struggling on the ground not too far from him. That crazy beastard, Kong T6 killed everyone. He killed everyone. What the FCK happened? Did he leave? There's blood on your clothes. Did you get done in by him, too? Jin-Woo didn't reply and simply raised his head to stare straight ahead, towards where the boss was. A confused, questioning expression floated up on the face of the convict. Feels like it's a bit stronger than a regular rank D dungeon boss, too. I'm getting really curious about its attack patterns, you see. The convict listened to those words and lost his cool, roaring out at the top of his voice. What the FCK are you even talking about? Jin-Woo calmly continued on with what he wanted to say. Before all that, though, I gotta ask you about something. You remember the girl you raped before? What? Which one are you talking about? You a family member of the victim? Jin-Woo's brows quivered. Just now, this man asked which one, rather than answering with yes or no, meaning he had hurt well more than 1 or 2 girls. Hunters possessed extraordinary strength, so if they wanted to, they could become a horrifying monster at any time. And this beastard used that strength to violate women until now. With that, Jin-Woo's mind was made up. The convict finally realized what Jin-Woo was planning to do here. He cried out and shook his head around wildly after seeing the group of hobgoblins. The blue convict's pants began dyeing in a yellow color as well. Jin-Woo took a deep breath and he chucked the convict among the waiting hobgoblins. Picking up on the smell of a fresh, living prey, hobgoblins pounced on the convict all at once and began tearing into his stomach. As the convict desperately struggled on and thrashed about, the vessels in his eyes burst open one by one, dyeing his eyes utterly crimson red. Even though the convict gradually lost his consciousness, hobgoblins greedily and restlessly tore into him. Just what would it feel like to be devoured alive by the disgusting monsters? There it is, a huge hobgoblin, definitely the boss of this dungeon, sat arrogantly over yonder on the other side of the boss room. With its subordinates all too preoccupied with the fresh prey, there was not one guard around the boss itself, which meant that this was the perfect opportunity. Jin-Woo immediately dashed past the hobgoblins in the blink of an eye and arrived before the boss. The surprised hobgoblin boss quickly stood up, but before it could complete the action, its head fell and rolled on the ground. The expressions of the agents hardened in an instant. 9 people entered it, yet only 3 walked out alive. This undoubtedly qualified as a huge incident. What with several similarly bad incidents occurring within a single district, it was little wonder why these association agents felt like they had stepped on an almighty pile of dog poo at this very moment. They wanted to make sure there were no other survivors, but the gate closed on them, so that was no longer possible, too. This was precisely the reason why Jin-Woo waited around until the time limit was almost up, however. With this, the testimonies of the 3 survivors would have to suffice. One of the agents spoke with a complicated tone of voice. Just now, the investigation department has received a telephone call from the chairman of the Joomgang Industries, wishing to hand himself over. It was here that Song Kai-yeol entered into the conversation. The chairman of the Joomgang Industries, you say. He's the father of the victim, and he allegedly has paid off the hunter Kong T-Sik from the monitoring division to murder the convicts. Oh, the chairman had confessed to everything after he heard that Kong T-Sik was indeed successful in killing the rapist. There was nothing here that could be seen as problematic, except for one thing. One of the agents asked the part that felt the most suspicious to him. Just who delivered the final killing blow to Mr. Kong T-Sik, who was a rank B hunter. Just before Jin-Woo was about to speak the truth, he recalled the face of Yu Jin-Ho. What a missed opportunity this is, but looks like I won't be helping that kid out with his raid quota after all. By making an excuse of him being a reawakened hunter and going ahead with the reassignment test, he'd not be able to humor Yu Jin-Ho's plan anymore. Sure, Jin-Woo was kind of bummed out about the promised building, but oh well. Well, naught I can do here now. Jin-Woo thought as such and was about to open his mouth, but then, it was me. I'm the one who killed Kong T-Sik. The questioning agent still didn't look convinced, however. Song Kai-yeol Hunter Nim, are you saying that you brought down Kong T-Sik Hunter Nim? His suspicions had merit. Not only was Song Kai-yeol a rank C hunter, but he also had lost his left arm as well. On the other hand, wasn't Kong T-Sik often referred to as a high-ranked hunter, someone who was ranked B? Have you all forgotten just who is behind me? Just as the gazes of everyone focused on her, Lee Ju-Hui's face reddened and she quickly lowered her head. Lee Ju-Hui was a B-ranked hunter. She hadn't been mentioned until now because her class was not combat-related. But when looking only at her rank, then she was a high-ranked hunter, just like Kong T-Sik had been. Why wouldn't a rank C hunter be able to defeat a rank B hunter when a rank B healer was lending her aid from the side? Why are you lying to them? Song Kai-yeol replied back in a whisper as well. I thought that there must be a good reason why you were trying to conceal your abilities. Did I overstep my boundaries? Of course, he didn't. I've received a lot of your help until now, so I'm glad to hear that I was able to help out you now, even if it's just a small thing. Meanwhile, one of the agents walked closer to the 2 men. Mr. Song Kai-yeol, why don't you come with us? Help us for a minute or 2 with writing up the report. Alright, let's get going, then. Would you like to walk with me for a little while? Is she talking about that dinner date? He was starving after moving around for a bit today, so he found her suggestion to his liking. Jin-Woo agreed with a welcoming expression. Okay, let's. As if they had made a promise earlier, the 2 young people began quietly walking side by side under the soft lights of the street lamps. Ju-Hui's eyes remained fixed to her toes, because, if she tried to raise her head, her gaze automatically drifted towards to her side. She tried very hard not to think about it, but it was of no use. In the past, she found him comfortable to talk to, but now, the current Jin-Woo was overflowing with this certain sense of power. She found it much harder to talk to him now as a result. Just what happened? He was strong enough to subdue a rank B hunter without too much trouble. He had changed so drastically. Ju-Hui stopped walking first and with some difficulty, broke the ice. Actually, I think it'll be impossible for me to eat anything today. Let me return this to you in the meantime. Ju-Hui handed over a magic crystal to Jin-Woo. It was none other than the same crystal he entrusted to her back in the underground temple. But today isn't the only day, you know. There's no need to return this to me now. Ju-Hui shook her head slowly. I'm going back home next week. He heard that she was quitting the life of a hunter, but now it seemed that she was leaving the city altogether. Jin-Woo formed a rueful expression. Is it because of that incident back then? Well, it's not simply because of that, but perhaps she ended up recalling the events of that day. Ju Hui's complexion darkened. Back then, when everyone else was trembling from despair, only Jin-Woo's eyes burned fiercely with a strong resolve. Ju Hui was nearest to him, so she got to see those eyes. It was like they were shouting out to the rest of the world so they can hear his will to survive. She had no regrets over quitting the life of a hunter, since it didn't even suit her personality to begin with. However, she couldn't help but feel really bad after realizing that it'd be tough to meet Jin-Woo ever again. Will he think of me as a weird person if I ask him about meeting each other again? It was rather unfortunate, but there were some things in this world that she couldn't really do anything about. If you come down to Busan one day, please give me a call. I'll buy you really good sushi. Sounds good. When Jin-Woo formed a smile, Ju Hui smiled back at him. And so, Ju Hui didn't get to say the words she truly wanted to say. She simply performed a short goodbye and turned around to leave. The way back home never felt this long to her before. After sending Ju Hui home, Jin-Woo also returned to his place. The east of the United States. Late at night, Hwang Dong-soo was the main hunter of the guild, Scavenger, one of the top guilds in the entire USA. Not only that, but he was also an S rank as well. And just before he went to sleep, he received a phone call informing him of a shocking matter. My older brother is dead. I want you to speak slowly and tell me everything in detail. Got that? The name of his older brother was Hwang Dong-seok. My older brother and his 8 teammates all died, and only 2 others escaped unhurt. And the 2 who survived were only a rank D and a bloody E. Something smelled fishy here. The older brother Hwang Dong-soo knew would never sacrifice his own life for a far weaker teammate. Also, what if that said teammate happened to be a temp? There was no need to even mention it. However, only the ranks D and E walked away alive, while his older brother and other C-ranked hunters all perished in that dungeon. Right now, he was in a far-off foreign nation after being scouted away by one of America's top guilds. But back when he was still in Korea, his brother did everything possible to look after him and be a good brother. He might not have been a good human being, but he was a great, precious brother. I was planning to invite him here once I've secured my foothold. But now, to think he'd meet an accident before that happened. Hwang Dong-soo bit his lower lip. Fax me all the information on the 2 surviving members. My number is. Hwang Dong-soo ended the phone call and then called his manager next. On the white pages, photos of 2 hunters, their names, and their brief bio could be seen. The rank D hunter, Yoo Jin-ho, and a rank E, Sung Jin-Woo. Hwang Dong-soo alternated his gaze on the 2 men's photos and gritted his teeth in determination. I'm sure I'll get some answers from either one if I asked them personally. Laura, what would happen if I were to kill some people in Korea? Do you really mean that? Yes. There was a bout of silence before the woman's voice continued on. The states have yet to sign an agreement to exchange hunter criminals with South Korea. Mr. Hwang, you are now an American citizen, so you'll get a hearing in a US court instead. Good to hear that. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Korea for a while. Something happened there. Can you clear up my schedule for a bit? However, Mr. Hwang, if you leave so suddenly like this, the operations in the guild will grind to a halt. Tell me just how far my schedule's been booked for. You're fully booked out for the next 2 months. 2 months, is it? Fine. After that, I will need some free time, so don't schedule anything. I don't need a long time, either. Just 2 weeks. I'll only need 2 weeks to pop in and out of Korea. Understood. What should I tell the upper management? Tell them I'm going to my brother's funeral. After Jin-Woo and Yoo Jin-ho exited from the van, the waiting hunters quickly gathered around them. For some reason, there was almost no normal person in this group. Most of them seemed to have some difficulty with their mobility. There was one person who looked to be suffering from an illness, while another was clearly an alcoholic. Not only that, there was an underage girl too, someone that neither the association nor the guild would admit to their ranks. From a casual glance, she looked to be a high schooler. Is it okay to bring a child here? I asked for a professional advice, and apparently there is no problem according to the law. Hyung-nim. Actually, the only reason why people don't hire underage hunters is that there would be hell to pay if something went sideways. Jin-Woo nodded his head. In that case, it should be fine. Really now, only Jin-Woo and Yoo Jin-ho were going to enter the gates anyway, so the odds of something going wrong were as good as 0%. Indeed, these people were only here to make up the numbers. In order to get the permit to clear a C-rank gate, one needed at least 10 hunters, after all. That was why 8 extra people had to be recruited. And sure enough, these 8 understood very well why they were here, too. These people all possessed the hunter license, but couldn't act as one due to their circumstances. Most who answered the call to gather were suffering from the hardships of life in various ways. Excuse me, if we really do that, we can get 3 million won. No need to participate in any huntings. No actual need to even enter the dungeon itself. 3 million won per raid. For a payment of simply lending one's name so they would be permitted to enter the gates. It sounded just too good to be true. I guarantee you that the terms offered are for real. Yoo Jin-ho stood stiffly, looking rather serious now. Even his expression had become grave. However, you are not to discuss any facet of the events that'll take place here with anyone. Do not forget that the moment you break the vow of secrecy, you'll be forced to pay back 10 times the money you were paid, as per the contract you all signed. Hunters murmured to each other in hushed whispers. Just what were these two young hunters planning to do inside the gate that they offered up such enticing terms? They were curious, but no one came out and asked. We should get started. Understood, Hyung-nim. What is that? It's a full set of reinforced armor, crafted by a famous guild of master craftsmen in Italy. Hyung-nim, don't you think we need at least this type of equipment if we were to clear a dungeon by ourselves? Jin-Woo slowly facepalmed. What's the matter, Hyung-nim? Unable to watch on any longer, Jin-Woo reached out, yanked loose the longsword attached to Yoo Jin-ho's waist, and dropped it on the ground. Yoo Jin-ho tried to bend down in order to pick up the sword only to lose his balance, and he toppled over ungainly. Plop! Jin-Woo did his best to suppress the rising tides of anger and spoke with great difficulty. While I'm still being civil, take them off. Yes. However, after struggling for a bit to stand back up, Yoo Jin-ho called out to Jin-Woo. Hyung-nim. What now? Please help me. I can't stand up. Jin-Woo spat out a long sigh while looking at Yoo Jin-ho reaching out to him. In the end, they agreed on the kid wearing a helmet, and nothing else. With a satisfied face, Yoo Jin-ho jumped inside the gate. As soon as the two men walked into the dungeon one by one, the remaining hunters all slowly shuffled towards the gate. One of them piped up with a worried voice. Judging from the way they acted, they looked like a couple of amateurs. Another agreed, while staring at the gate's surface. You're right. The two people's conversation opened the floodgate of words from the remaining hunters. Everyone began speaking their minds now. What will happen if those two get killed inside the dungeon? Well, we all got paid the contract signing fee already, so... What the hell? The raid leader is only a rank D. Hearing that, everyone else stiffened up from the shock. However, what shocked them even more was the following search result. The dude next to the rank D is only a measly E. Isn't it way too dangerous for a rank E to enter a rank C gate? 1D and an E wants to clear a rank C dungeon. How can that even be possible? Also, the raid team leader has no record of leading a team before. What the heck? Why would these two young men? Wasn't this no different than committing suicide? It was not for nothing that the association had set a strict rule of one needing 10 people, with 5 rank C hunters, as the bare minimum if one wanted to enter a rank C gate. Then, this happened. Jin-Woo and Yoo Jin-ho hurriedly emerged from the gate. Yoo Jin-ho was panting laboriously. Steam slowly rose up from the bodies of two young men carrying tired expressions. Oh, they managed to escape unhurt. What a relief. Hunters welcomed the two with happy expressions. They were all thinking that these two only roamed around the entrance of the dungeon like a pair of lost kids, because the time between them entering and leaving was fairly short. However, what was going on here? The expressions of the hunters gradually changed, because they all heard someone crying out in alarm. That was why. The gate is closing. What? Everyone hurriedly shifted their gaze over to the gate. Oh my gosh. Look. They killed the B-boss. The gate is turning blurry and illusory, just as it would when the boss of the dungeon was killed. While the hunters couldn't hide their shocked disbelief, Jin-Woo utterly disregarded their gazes and quietly asked Yoo Jin-ho, "Where is the next one?" "It's about an hour's drive from here, Hyung-nim." "Okay, let's go." Jin-Woo and Yoo Jin-ho headed straight to the van. Meanwhile, the 8 hunters stared at the duo's backs with completely dumbfounded faces. Realizing that they weren't following him, Yoo Jin-ho turned his head and called out to them. "Let's hurry up, everyone. We barely have enough time to go to 2 more gates today." The jaws of the hunters all dropped to the floor from that declaration. Those two managed to clear a rank C dungeon, and they are going for another raid, too. Everyone present was thinking the exact same thing. Just who are these people? Inside the offices of the White Tiger Guild, located in the same district. Tomorrow's the day for the new recruits to start training, yet how could you have failed to book a single gate until now? Answer me, Mr. Vice Chief. The Vice Chief Hyun Kai-cheol lowered his head in embarrassment. And my apologies, Chief. The thing is, there is a raid team that quickly bids for every gate rank C opening up in our jurisdiction. 250 million won. There is a crazy beastard who spent 250 million won on a single rank C gate. On Song-min became utterly speechless. The best anyone could hope for, in terms of financial return from a gate rank C, was only around 200 million won. Paying 250 million won was, simply put, being a hopeless moron who paid way too much. The upper limit for a single C-rank gate set by the White Tiger Guild was 100 million won. One could now clearly see why Hyun Kaicheol was feeling rather aggrieved at the moment. Who are these beastards? On Song-min swallowed his saliva and accessed the information on this strange raid team and its members. The leader's name was apparently Yoo Jin-ho. First time I hear that name. It was On Song-min's job to scout new recruits for the guild. That was why he had remembered the names of freelancer hunters who had at least displayed a modicum of excellence in the past. One name kind of stood out. Sung Jin-Woo. Sung Jin-Woo. Where have I heard this name before? On Song-min did his best to dig through his memory, until he finally recalled the incident of the dual dungeon from 2 months ago that had been the topic of a rather lively discussion among those who went there. Indeed, it was none other than the White Tiger Guild that went to assist the association during that event. Hey, Kaicheol, do you remember that dual dungeon incident 2 months ago? The one where our hunters had to go and take a look. Yes, Chief, I remember. What was the name of that survivor? You remember it? It's Sung Jin-Woo, a ranky hunter. I knew it. He wasn't sure of it, but well, he was proven right once more. On Song-min instinctively realized it. There was something fishy going on here. Not once did his instincts that activated only in these sorts of situations let him down. Never. On Song-min shouted out an order to the rest of the employees in the 2nd division. Everyone, stop what you're doing, and get me every single data and information on the hunters Yoo Jin-ho, ranked D, and Sung Jin-Woo, ranked E. Right now. The responses from these excellent employees, when facing a dangerous situation regarding their own survival, simply exceeded one's imaginations. It wasn't for nothing that they were called the elites of all elites. Reports came in one after the other, fast. As it turned out, Yoo Jin-ho didn't possess any particularly noteworthy background that required an immediate attention. Disregarding the fact that he was the second son of Yujin Construction's owner, he could be described as ordinary, even. However, Sung Jin-Woo was quite a different story altogether. Since the dual dungeon incident, he's been involved in 3 more incidents, and he walked away from all of them unscathed. When On Song-min spoke in a questioning tone of voice, Hyun Kaicheol quickly followed up. Not only that, he's a ranky hunter too, Chief. The first time Sung Jin-Woo and Yoo Jin-ho met was when the latter went for his very first raid. Only the 2 of them walked away alive. And now, these 2 had formed a raid team and were going around like a pair of madmen, clearing 2-3 dungeons in a single day. This definitely stinks. What could they possibly be doing in the dungeons? I wonder. Hold on. I remember now. There was a rumor about a really influential owner of a big company busy wooing S-ranked hunters in private doing the rounds, wasn't there? Could it be? A single puzzle piece fell to its place inside On Song-min's head. If his guess was right, then it made sense. This guy, he's definitely a reawakened hunter. A reawakened hunter, you say? Hyun Kaicheol's eyes became round dots resembling a rabbit's eyes. But On Song-min was sure of it. That's right. A ranky hunter was no different from a regular person. If there was an incident, then such hunters were as good as dead. However, this Sung Jin-Woo kept surviving, totally unhurt to boot, from several large-scale incidents that killed most of the participating hunters. Of course, he could be lucky. Sure. However, the third and last incident. The situation with this particular incident caused by the agent of the monitoring division, Kong T-Sik, was rather different from the rest. The record said that a rank C mage combined strength with a rank B healer to defeat Kong T-Sik. Bullshit. Hunters in the monitoring division all specialize in combat. If Kong T-Sik wasn't a moron, he'd try to dispose of the highest ranked hunter with the low combat potential, the rank B healer, first. There was no physical evidence, but he was getting more and more sure of his guesses being right. Sung Jin-Woo now possessed abilities matching that of a high-ranking hunter after going through a reawakening process. Yoo Jin-ho coincidentally took part in the raid and saw the abilities of Sung Jin-Woo. And now, Yoo Jin-ho was testing out this and that in preparation to scout Sung Jin-Woo to his father's new guild. When he thought like that, everything seemed to click. On Song-min picked up his coat hanging on the back of his chair and quickly put it on. Kaicheol, let's go. He also didn't forget to mobilize his right-hand man, of course. Pardon me, where are we going, Chief? What do you mean, where? We're going to scout a new talent, that's what. And you have to personally go to scout this new guy. Why not? Is there a law against doing that? On Song-min retorted and hurriedly left the office, causing Hyun Kaicheol to tilt his head this way and that, but still, He chased after the senior officer. Now this is so strange. It had been over 2 years since he became the vice chief, yet it was his first time seeing On Song-min personally go out on a job. Hi Young-nim. Is there some other business you need to attend to later? No, not really. Why do you ask? I haven't seen you hurrying up this much with hunting before. Yoo Jin-ho was feeling truly astonished today. He already knew very well that Jin-Woo was strong, but today, he seemed to be on another dimension altogether. But that was par for the course, really. Jin-Woo inwardly laughed out. Well, monsters in this dungeon were werewolves, after all. A title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. The buff given by the title Slaughterer of Wolves of course came into effect against the werewolves as well. How could the monsters from a rank C dungeon contend with him, when his level was already so high to begin with? Never mind the effect of that buff helping him out, too. Thanks to that, Yoo Jin-ho had been kept real busy while trying to extract all those magic crystals from the dead monsters. He even had to drink 5 vials of the HP potion, too. He shook his head several times, complaining that he wouldn't be able to eat lunch now, after the potions filled him up completely. One couldn't find the addresses of hunters on the association's website. The only things appearing there were the names of hunters and their ranks. A hunter could provide the relevant information themselves, but Jin-Woo didn't even leave behind his contact number there. But not only had this guy known his phone number, he was waiting near Jin-Woo's home, so without a doubt, he must have gathered enough information before showing up here. Now that I think about it, he abruptly remembered something. I sensed a gaze on me earlier today, so I'm guessing that belonged to one of your people. The Hunters, the Reapers, the Night Order, the Shining Star, and then us, the White Tiger. I'm sure you've heard of these names before. On Song-min read off the names of the top 5 guilds in South Korea, one by one. On Song-min presented his business card. My name is On Song-min, and I'm in charge of the 2nd Division of the White Tiger Guild, one of the top 5 in the country. Our role is to scout talented hunters and manage them. If Sung Jin-Woo was any other hunter, he'd have lowered his head 90 degrees before a business card was even brought out, and only then get to the main topic. Unless one was an S rank or an A. Pretty much all hunters dreamed of entering the White Tiger. Honestly, On Song-min was hoping for that kind of reaction as well. Unfortunately, Jin-Woo was different, not showing much reaction at all. He calmly asked what he wanted to ask first. Why does an officer of the White Tiger Guild perform background checks on someone like me? On Song-min inwardly flinched. We wish to scout you, Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. We promise to offer you double the amount of terms as offered by the Yujin Construction. No strings attached. On Song-min smiled deeply. Yujin Construction was still in the middle of testing Sung Jin-Woo out. They are being stupid. The speed at which he could clear a rank C dungeon, the publicity value of a reawakened hunter, and the calmness he was displaying in the current situation, etc. No matter which side it was, there was no need to test this man out at all. There's no way that they have offered anything good, since they wouldn't have figured out what his true worth is. That was why On Song-min was confident of doubling whatever terms Yujin offered this man. No, he was confident of offering something even better. However, Jin-Woo's stare became even colder. How did you find out about me? If Sung Jin-Woo's voice actually had any physical weight, then that sentence would have crushed him to death, thought On Song-min. What is this? This incredible pressure. It was almost as if the other party was considering him as an enemy. Well, it was true that he had Jin-Woo followed, and one-sidedly demanded to meet like this. From Jin-Woo's perspective, it would be perfectly reasonable to consider On Song-min as his enemy. On Song-min hurriedly explained himself. It wasn't our original intention to pry into your private affairs. We received information that someone was clearing rank C dungeons in our district at an alarming rate, so we were investigating that. And that led us to find out about you, Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. The corners of Jin-Woo's lips slowly arched up. On Song-min thought that was a sign of an incoming positive answer and smiled along as well. Have you made up your mind? You promised to double the amount offered? Yes. Yes, that's correct. In that case, how much is the building the White Tiger calls home? On Song-min's face froze for a second there. Is he questioning the financial muscle of the White Tiger? But there was no need to get worked up here. Indeed, this was a great opportunity to advertise his guild. There was nothing to hide, and absolutely no reason why he couldn't talk, either. This was for the better, he thought. The estimated price is around 50 billion won. Also, although there are different businesses using the building aside from us, it still belongs to the White Tiger Guild. On Song-min proudly spoke. Can you hand over that building to me, then? I beg your pardon. On Song-min's eyes opened up real wide. He doubted his own hearing, so he asked back. Can you explain what you mean by that? Jin-Woo calmly explained himself. You see, Yujin has promised to hand over a building worth around 30 billion won. If the White Tiger's building is indeed around 50 billion, well, it's not exactly the double the price. But I can overlook such things. 30 billion. On Sung-min couldn't close his slack jaw. Sung Jin-Woo's career spanned 4 years. However, most of those were spent as a rankie, and it hadn't been long since he got noticed by someone. In other words, he must have gone through his reawakening process not too long ago. Yet, just how incredible was his ability that someone like Yu Myung-hwan, famous for his wily business smarts, promised the huge amount of 30 billion won. Could he be lying here? Because I won't be able to confirm if this is true or not. On Sung-min narrowed his eyes, feeling suspicious. As if he had read On Sung-min's thoughts, Jin-Woo pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. That building you wanted to give to me. How much did you say it was? Well, the appraised value is around 30 billion won. But once it's finished and our guild starts occupying it, the value should rise up even higher. Hyung-nim. On Sung-min was now deeply mired in uncertainty and confusion. That is, I should say that such a big amount is, well beyond my ability to. If you just give me some time, I can speak to the higher-ups in the guild and then. Jin-Woo abruptly cut him off. In that case, our discussion ends here. On Sung-min became speechless. His head drooped slightly, as his head was quickly filled with the reason for this failure. In the end, we simply didn't have enough information. Being too hasty brought about this failure. After he picked up on the scent of this huge jackpot, he got too excited and forgot to move in a more cautious and prepared manner. If he had learned of what Yujin's offer was like, get the full backing of his guild, and go about his business step by step, then. For now, I need to report this to the guild master. I want to ask you about something. On Sung-min raised his head. Jin-Woo was no longer smiling. Gulp. Just as On Sung-min swallowed some dry saliva, Jin-Woo asked him a question with a low, heavy voice. How many people know about me? It's only me for the time being. I was too anxious to scout you, so I didn't even stop to report to my superiors yet. Actually, there was one more person. Hyun Kai-cheol, his subordinate but also his right-hand man. On Sung-min concealed the presence of Hyun Kai-cheol for the time being. He was worried that Jin-Woo might get real unhappy if he learned that there were 2 people instead of 1. All the hair on his back stood up at once. Don't turn around. A cold voice came from his side. Jin-Woo, who had been sitting across him until then, had vanished without making a sound and was now standing right next to him, still not visible to the naked eye. As stealth, cold sweat drops formed on Sung-min's forehead. Could he be angry at me? Hunters were, in general, monsters. He knew this well, because he got to observe them from a close vantage point every single day. That was why he was always super respectful towards them. Did me spying on him and following him around cause an issue here? Should I have requested protection from the guild before coming here? I don't want to see the number of people who know about me increase. So, if I start hearing things about me, can I assume that it came from you, Chief On Sang-min, or your subordinate? It had been a while since Jin-Woo stopped grabbing his shoulder, yet On Sung-min felt like he was being crushed by the younger man's words. He's not putting on airs, either. Why did he feel this way? On Sung-min was so sure of the fact that Jin-Woo was fully capable of harming him. My gut instinct when evaluating people is almost always right. A thick strand of cold sweat rolled down the side of On Sung-min's forehead. Who knew he could use stealth, excellent abilities, and even a rare skill, too? It was not for nothing that Yujin came up with an offer of 30 billion. They aren't ones to start a losing business deal. Indeed. I'll never talk about this matter ever again. I'll make sure that Kai-cheol, no, my subordinate, will keep his mouth shut as well. Keeping everything hush-hush was something On Sung-min also wanted, too. Heck, he probably would have requested it himself first. An excellent hunter not affiliated with anyone. There was no reason to increase the competition by spreading the rumor around. I'll trust you, Chief On. With those words, the presence beside On Sung-min disappeared completely. Chief, On Sung-min's complexion was poor. Hyun Kai-cheol asked, his voice full of worry. What happened? Did it not work out with Sung Jin-Woo? On Sung-min's trembling hands managed to pull out a cigarette. While sliding it between his lips, he made his reply. Hey, Kai-cheol, I think we just ran into a far bigger jackpot than our initial estimates. He definitely had to scout that man. That was the only line of thought in his head. Thankfully, there was still a chance. Name, Sung Jin-Woo. Level, 39. Class, None. Title, Slaughterer of Wolves. HP, 7220. MP, 683. Tiredness, 0. Strength, 97. Stamina, 59. Agility, 97. Intelligence 51. Perception 81. Reduction in physical damage 20%. Passive skills LV. Mex. Tenacity LV 1. High-grade dagger technique LV 1. Active skills Dash LV 2. Intimidation LV 1. Vital points targeting LV 1. Stealth LV 1. Well, no wonder people are beginning to notice me. A strange message followed right after the familiar one. Required level. Having only heard this simple message, he couldn't figure out what was going on here. But by the time the following mechanical beep rang, Jin-Woo ended up expending a huge amount of willpower just to calm his heart that beat so hard to the point of causing him pain. Class change quest. He was so focused on raising his levels and his stats that he had been forgetting all about a certain column in his status window. Indeed, that was the third column in his status window, the class. And now, he was given an opportunity to replace that none with another word. He'd be given a class. In most video games, a character would receive many benefits after getting a class. It'd be no different with the system, since it operated almost the same as a game. His heart was beating harder and faster now, when he realized that he'd be one step closer to the goal of being strong after going through with this quest. He simply could not calm himself down anymore. Yes and no continued to flicker in front of his eyes. Jin-Woo was about to choose yes and take on the quest to change his class. However, he stopped almost instinctively. No, hang on a sec. Who knew just what kind of a quest might show up here? Following right after the notice from his instincts, the warning bells from his brain rang true and clear inside his head. I'm inside a dungeon. A dungeon was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Even though he was fully accustomed to the rank C dungeons by now, a dungeon was still a dungeon after all. There was no reason for him to increase the risk even more. Besides, Yoo Jin-ho was standing next to him as well. It wasn't as if he didn't trust the kid, no. Still, he didn't have any particular reason to let the kid in on the existence of the system, or explain the weird phenomenon that might occur when he changed his class. There was absolutely no one here. Only the dense forest greeted his searching eyes. In order to make sure he'd get to enjoy a relatively safe quest, he searched for a mountainside with almost no human presence and found the most suitable candidate. The current time was 1744. There shouldn't be any hikers in this in-between hour, plus his current location was an empty spot of land far, far removed from any hiking trails. Time to get started. Jin-Woo accessed his mailbox. The message popped up in his view as if it had been patiently waiting for him. Yes, I'm taking it on. The moment he thought of taking on the quest, another message popped into his view. Generating a new dungeon. Before he had the chance to interpret what that message was saying, a change took place before him really fast. A black hole formed right in front of his eyes. That was merely the beginning, too. The black hole the size of a bean expanded to the size of a coin, then to that of a volleyball, and eventually it grew large enough for a person to walk through. Isn't this? Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider. He was expecting to see a new message with the contents of the quest pop up in front of his eyes. But this, what appeared before him was, without a doubt, a gate. To think a gate would show up here. This one didn't seem any different from the others he was familiar with. Only that, it was a bit smaller than usual. This is no time to daydream. If he succeeded, then a new class and all the rewards that followed would be his. And if he failed, then he couldn't even tell what might happen to him. So, he needed to focus here. After taking a deep breath, Jin-Woo held the poison fang of Kasaka in reverse grip and entered the gate. This isn't going to be easy, is it? Maybe because his class change was up for grabs, there were quite a few restrictions here to contend with. The most important one was that he couldn't replenish his spent energy or stamina, and couldn't heal himself using potions or level ups. The damage will stack, in other words. If he got injured, then that would spell his doom. The exit is blocked off, an unknown grade, impossible to heal himself, and no exit. This dungeon was a pretty risky proposition. If clearing this place was difficult because of all the restrictions, then didn't that also mean there was an amazing opportunity waiting for him at the end? He took one last glance behind him and slowly made his way forward, the torch lighting the way. Just how long did he walk? When he walked for a long, long time, he finally got to a bend in the passageway, and just beyond it, he sensed multiple presences. Clank, clank. Whenever this thing took a step, the metallic clang reverberated loudly in the passageway. The noises were getting closer. Jin-Woo aimed for the side of its neck. Clang, but he got to hear metal hitting metal instead. The blade didn't go in. Metal armor. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. Finally confirming the identity of his opponent, Jin-Woo quickly took several steps back. It's a human. He was now facing a knight decked out fully in a suit of armor. Its face was hidden behind the helmet and he couldn't see what they looked like. Jin-Woo called out to it while thinking to himself, could it be? However, the knight didn't even utter a word and simply lunged in Jin-Woo's direction. He couldn't sense the beating heart that a normal person should possess, so, most likely, it was not a human. He was now facing off against a type of monster he'd never even heard of before. The first one to strike wins. Before the enemy made its move, Jin-Woo dashed in first. Swish. Jin-Woo evaded the hurried swing of the knight's longsword and stabbed his dagger at various points in its armor. Unfortunately, he couldn't damage it. The armor is too thick. Not only was it thick, the surface was smooth as well, so when he landed a straight blow, the blade didn't go in but simply slid off to the side. It was at this point that the knight swung its sword in a huge arc. Vital points targeting. Crack. The tip of the dagger penetrated past the armor. Did it work? However, it must have not suffered any damage, since it swung its sword down vertically with great force, not caring at all about the dagger stuck to its side. It's not really that strong, is it? That was his earnest assessment. Probably because of all that heavy armor, its movement was dull, and its attack pattern was also rather simple, too. Only that, its defense against bladed weapons was truly exceptional. Jin-Woo rolled up his sleeves. Well, I've already fought against an enemy with thick armor that blades can't penetrate. The boss monster, Poison Fang Blue Kasaka that broke a steel sword infused with magical energy in one hit. He had experienced killing such a snake before. Compared to the Kasaka, that thing is nothing. A thin smile slowly formed on Jin-Woo's lips, since that was a pretty good memory to recall. Jin-Woo easily evaded the knight's attack aimed at his shoulder, slid to its back, and caught it in a headlock. Crack. Along with a pretty sickening noise, the helmet was ripped off. This was the moment when his strength stat exceeding 100 points had begun shining ever so brightly. A simple but concise message announcing the end of the battle popped up. A flickering light indicating the presence of loot came from somewhere on the armor, but Jin-Woo's attention was elsewhere. What the heck? There's nothing inside. The helmet he held in his hands was totally empty. He quickly checked inside the armor to make sure, but it was the same story, empty. Does that mean I was fighting against a suit of armor that was moving by itself? Just as he arrived at his conclusion, two more knights rushed into view from around the bend. It seemed that they had belatedly sensed the unfolding battle. The knights discovered Jin-Woo, and as if they had made a prior arrangement, they unsheathed their longswords in unison. Jin-Woo tossed the empty helmet away and loosened the muscles on his neck and shoulders. He now knew how to fight these things. So, this is the real beginning, huh? Jin-Woo's lips formed a slight grin as he stared at the knights rushing towards him. His first step in clearing this dungeon proved to be on the right track. Was it because of all the restrictions? The loot drop rate turned out to be rather excellent. Jin-Woo only defeated 3 knights, yet 2 of them dropped an item each. As far as percentages go, that was 66.6%. It was an unimaginably high drop rate compared to other instant dungeons. Rarity B. Type Armor. Reduction in physical damage, plus 7%. Jin-Woo picked up the breastplate. As expected, a message regarding equipping the armor popped up in his view. The breastplate disappeared from the view. Jin-Woo summoned the status window and confirmed his stats. So, it really went up. Jin-Woo felt around his chest area. He couldn't feel anything weird. I got 30,000 gold in one go. Was it because knights were supposed to be wealthy or some such? He abruptly remembered that most humanoid-type monsters usually gave out more loot than any other types in video games. During the past 2 hours of hunting inside the dungeon, he met 4 different types of monsters: knights, mages, assassins, and archers. Is it stealth this time? An assassin type suddenly vanished from his senses. Jin-Woo didn't panic and extended his perception to its fullest, and soon enough picked up on the presence sneaking up on him from behind. Swish. The assassin received a fatal wound and turned into a wisp of black smoke before disappearing from his view with nary a scream. Jin-Woo turned around to continue on his journey. But then, a flash of blinding light exploded right in front of his eyes. A mage had hidden itself and quietly completed a light magic spell. Kaboom! However, Jin-Woo was already well behind the mage by the time that happened. Jin-Woo didn't miss this opening and swung his dagger diagonally. The mage, too, turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. I got hit by one of those way back when I got too careless. The thing was, he was already ready to react as soon as he began sensing mana gathering around in a single point. Jojiu H1's light magic. Jin-Woo wasn't dumb enough to get hit by a similar magic to that dead guy's. This was one of the reasons why he thought that all these battles were like him studying and revisiting his past fights. That's not all, is it? In order to defeat different types of monsters, he needed different stats. For knights, it was strength. For assassins, perception. archers, agility, and finally, for mages, it was stamina. The whole thing was set up in a way that if any of the corresponding stats weren't high enough, he'd have a real hard time trying to deal with the individual monsters. If his strength was lacking, then he wouldn't have been able to cause enough damage to the knights, and if his perception was too low, he'd have gone through hell in order to locate the assassins. Me raising stats evenly has really paid off dividends here. His intelligence stat was still on the low side, but all he had to do there was to economize his MP usage. Jin-Woo summoned the canteen as soon as it showed up in his inventory and took several gulps. Phew, his fatigue was piling up noticeably now. Just how far am I supposed to go here? Could there be no end to this place? Jin-Woo put the empty canteen down on the ground and placed his hands on his hips. It had been over 3 hours already since he entered this dungeon. Both his body and mind were getting fatigued now. Jin-Woo sat down and leaned against the cave wall. The tiredness stat had sneaked up to a dangerous level, above 70. His body and mind would start to get negatively affected. He needed to take a short nap and decrease that stat right away. Jin-Woo leaned his head against the wall. Sleepiness came over him almost instantly. However, he heard the sharp whistle of air parting ways. Time slowed down, and Jin-Woo accurately snatched the flying arrow with his hand. Grab. Jin-Woo's eyes opened up. He saw an archer knocking another arrow from some distance away. So, it's still too early to fall asleep, is it? Jin-Woo summoned the poison fang of Kasaka once more and stood back up. Crunch. One single punch caused the knight's breastplate to crack and cave in. The lifeless monster slowly slid to the ground in between Jin-Woo's stretched fist and the wall. Jin-Woo looked down on his slightly skinned fist and clicked his tongue. Only a short break would have taken care of such a small wound by now. However, these abominable monsters didn't give him a moment to rest. Still, he earned quite a lot in the meantime. Gatekeeper's necklace, superior knight's breastplate, intermediate assassin's shoes, inferior archer's gloves, superior maid's ring. Other useful things he found along the way were now all safely tucked away in his inventory. It had been nicer if I found a weapon, though. Finally, the torchlight revealed the end of the road, and that end was blocked off by a huge castle gate. It was quite rare to see the boss room with a door like that. Naturally, he recalled the dual dungeon. No one was adequately prepared back then, and because of that, the losses incurred were great. However, it was different now. Jin-Woo reached out and grasped the handles of the doors. The heavy-looking doors slid open rather smoothly, as if there was some sort of an unseen mechanism. Boom. The door to the boss room finally opened. As soon as he set foot on this floor, countless torches lining up the walls lit up all at once and illuminated the interior. As I thought, it's almost the same as back in that underground temple. Jin-Woo maintained his vigilance. He scanned his vicinity and cautiously stepped forward. Several giant stone pillars stood erect to his left and right. At the far end of this room, he could see a tall throne. It's as if this place reminded him of the king's audience chamber from a fantasy movie. Of course, the scale was noticeably larger, though. A few steps later, the door issued a loud bang and closed shut behind him. Slam. Jin-Woo glanced back, but he didn't panic. He already expected something like that to happen. Jin-Woo swallowed his dry saliva. He only had to take one look at the creature's red name floating just above its head to know that the boss had finally made its entrance. It was a knight wearing a suit of blood-red armor. The way it was kitted out from head to toe in metal armor was similar to other knights he fought so far, but quite unlike those that looked dull and slow. This thing looked incredibly agile. What caught his eyes next was its helm. The red-colored mane extending rearwards from the top of the helm reminded him of a stallion's tail, and it left a rather deep impression. While he studied its helm, Jin-Woo discovered one more difference between it and the other knights. This guy has eyes. But were they eyes or irises? Whatever the case may be, the pair of silvery lights oozed out from where one's eyes should be. They felt so cold and uncaring, utterly mechanical and lifeless. Jin-Woo observed the movements of this egret while slowly raising his clenched fists. My dagger won't work on it anyway. What was needed in defeating a knight was blunt force. He needed strength to overwhelm him. Egret quietly observed Jin-Woo for a while, before it abruptly took off its red cape. Plop! The cape fell to the floor. What's it doing? The beastard's strange actions didn't end there. It proceeded to take off the long sword on its hips and the two daggers hidden behind its back, and dropped them all to the ground. Not only that, it showed them to him before dropping them one at a time. Clang, clang. The interior of the boss room had been quiet until then. The loud clangs of the metal hitting the stone tiles reverberated noisily throughout this vast chamber. Egret finished discarding all of its weapons, and as if to imitate Jin-Woo, clenched its fists and got into a fighting stance. Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider. Could this beastard be thinking of Was this thing going to fight him barehanded because he was also barehanded? Jin-Woo bit his lower lip. It's looking down on me. Come. Perhaps reading his mind, Ygritte made a beeline towards him. The speed it produced was so fast that he found it hard to believe it was wearing a suit of armor. He raised both of his arms instinctively to guard himself, but the impact force still got transmitted to the rest of his body. Boom. His guard broke and his entire body became airborne. What? A shocked gasp escaped from his mouth, but soon it turned into a groan, because Ygritte had already appeared right in front of his eyes. Slam. The inside of his ears rang noisily. Jin-Woo shook his head around a couple of times. Only then did the loud ringing die down somewhat. However, the much bigger problem than that was coming closer to him. His blurry sight captured Ygritte as it walked towards him. Jin-Woo opened his eyes wider and got ready. Eventually, Ygritte arrived right before Jin-Woo's nose, and so, a bloody dogfight erupted between the two. Ygritte didn't even try to dodge Jin-Woo's punches. No, it simply took on the hits and counter-attacked right away. Pow! Ygritte's head was forced slightly to the side. But, even before Jin-Woo could correct his posture, a sharp and accurate counterpunch flew at him. Jin-Woo tottered about like a drunken man. What is this nonsensical bullshit? Currently, Jin-Woo's physical damage reduction stat had exceeded 30%. However, each of Ygritte's attacks hurt like crazy, as if he was being pounded on by a hammer. On the other hand, his attacks almost didn't inflict any damage to the enemy. Their exchange didn't last for long afterwards. Flop. He tried to stand back up, but his legs didn't want to listen. Ygritte stood before Jin-Woo, but stopped attacking him. It wordlessly stared down at him for a while. Then, while ignoring Jin-Woo's question-filled gaze directed at it, Ygritte extended its hand out towards the sword discarded to the ground some distance away. Then, the sword was automatically reeled in. Ygritte grasped the sword in both of its hands and walked to the side of Jin-Woo. You want to execute me, is that it? This beastard certainly lived up to its title as the captain of the knights. When it looked like Jin-Woo wasn't going to resist his final moments, Ygritte went ahead with the execution. Of course, Jin-Woo wasn't going to let that happen without a fight. The sword fell down in a straight line. However, Jin-Woo reached up with his left hand and blocked the descending blade. The noise of metal hitting metal. The gauntlet he found just before entering here protected his hand. Flinch. He sensed Ygritte being taken back just now. The poison fang of Kasaka was summoned instantly into his hand, and Jin-Woo stabbed the dagger in the creature's eye. A scream that couldn't have come from a human being exploded out. At the same time, a fierce light poured out from the eye with the dagger sticking out. Jin-Woo hurriedly stood back up. Now what? Just damaging one eye wouldn't be able to determine the winner of this battle. He needed an attack even more powerful than that if he wanted to win. It was then, a thought entered his mind. The horrifying attack that almost pushed him to the brink of death the other day. Jin-Woo bent down and bear-hugged Ygritte's midriff. And then, he began running. Ygritte thrashed about in pain and managed to land several solid blows on Jin-Woo's back. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't let Ygritte go. No, he increased his speed instead. He dashed towards the nearest wall with every ounce of energy he had. The impact force was great enough for the entire boss room to tremble momentarily. I need to finish this. Jin-Woo yanked the poison fang of Kasaka, still buried in its eye, loose. That caused Ygritte's body to quiver once. Jin-Woo held the dagger in a reverse grip and stabbed hard at the beastard's neck. Vital points targeting. The attack failed to work. One more time. Vital points targeting. Sparks flew off from the tip of the dagger. A small nick formed on the metal covering the monster's neck. One more time. Vital points targeting. Clang. One more. Clang. One more. Clang. And finally, vital points targeting. The poison fang of Kasaka broke past the protective metal and dug deep into its neck. Jin-Woo raised both of his hands up high into the sky. He took several steps back, before losing all strength in his legs and faltered to the floor. Jin-Woo spat out the heavy breaths he'd been holding in until now. He won, somehow. It was an incredibly close fight. However, wasn't this the end of the quest? Jin-Woo collected his breaths for a long time, before painfully raising his body up. He expected the class quest to end once he killed this guy, but not one message popped up in his view. He looked around, but he failed to spot anything different in the boss room. No, there was one thing that was different from before. Several strands of light began flickering on Ygritte's body, meaning his loot was now ready. For the time being, let's grab those. After all, he couldn't tell what else might happen here. Grabbing things that he could grab when there was a chance was the smartest move one could make, wasn't it? Jin-Woo reached out towards those lights. Why were there so many? Jin-Woo felt rather puzzled, but still, he couldn't hide his elation, either. The first thing to enter his inventory was the leather pouch. Jin-Woo's eyes went extra round. The level of reward is on another scale altogether. It definitely was worth it, defeating it after going through so much crap. He wasn't expecting all that much to begin with, yet the leather pouch spat out an unbelievable amount of 1,500,000 gold. However, Jin-Woo's attention was directed elsewhere at the moment. If the leather pouch he didn't even hold high hopes for managed to produce such wealth, then just how high was the value of the helm or the rune stone? Rarity S. Type Armor. Reduction in physical damage plus 15%. Stamina plus 20. Strength plus 20. It's an S. Jin-Woo cried out in elation. For the first time ever, an item with a rarity ranking of S showed up. Just the effect of 15% reduction in physical damage alone would have made it a top-tier item. Yet it even possessed two more remarkable additional attributes of raising the stamina and strength stats by 20 points each. Just seeing those options alone made his heart palpitate so much faster. The rarity items can't even compare to it. He was fully aware of the fact that he was standing in the middle of the dungeon's boss room, yet the smile on his face didn't want to go away. And if you were to add in one more unnecessary point here, he even liked the helm's design. It's a bit of a pity to hide this thing, though. The crimson helm that immediately reminded all onlookers of the flowing blood, and the mane connected to the helm itself, made him feel like he was holding an artistic masterpiece. It was only for a brief moment, but he even felt compelled to put on the full set of this armor if it existed somewhere. However, what a waste. Ygritte's other armor pieces weren't considered to be loot, as there were no lights coming off from them. Only the helm could be taken away. With the trace of excitement still lingering in his mind, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze to the other two items. Two pieces of stones. Out of the two walnut-sized stones, the first one to grab his curious gaze was the immediate return stone. I know what is a rune stone, but this. Just what could this immediate return stone do? His curiosity got resolved pretty quickly, however. The information on the immediate return stone floated up right away. Rarity. Type. Consumable. An item exclusive to this class change quest. When destroyed, you'll be transported outside the dungeon immediately. However, once the class change quest has been concluded, it will automatically be destroyed. Can't be stored in the inventory. The way to use it was similar to a rune stone. However, to think that its effect wasn't about absorbing a new skill, but to escape from this dungeon. Hang on a sec. The class change quest isn't over yet. Sure enough, the warning beep from the system went off in his head as if it was waiting for this moment. Son of a BTCH. So, this was the item to start the quest for real. He nearly fainted on the spot. He felt like he had stepped on something he shouldn't have in the first place. If I knew this might happen, I'd have taken a short break first. What would regret do for him now? No matter how much one relied on one's experience and knowledge to predict the future, one would never be able to correctly guess the tricks of fate. A strand of cold sweat dripped down from Jin-Woo's forehead. Just as he swallowed a bit of dry spit and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, the system's new message popped up in his view. Endure. Endure what exactly? He ended up shouting out loudly as his frustration mounted. For the first time ever, the system expressed emotion. Too bad, he had no time to stew inside his shock. The moment the timer hit 0, several gates began forming all around him. Not just one or two, either. He first spotted 6 around him. The number continued to climb up even higher, however. When the knights decked out in full armor formed silver-colored waves, the ground couldn't help but tremor from the weight. The momentum these things displayed would have been enough to overwhelm most people, but there was a smile floating up onto Jin-Woo's lips instead. If it's these guys, I can definitely fight them. In a way, he was oh so glad to see them as his opponents. If the monsters coming out from the gates happened to be as strong as Ygritte, then he wouldn't even be able to last a couple of seconds. Stealth. Jin-Woo used some part of the remaining MP and activated the skill Stealth. For the time being, I should observe what's happening here first. Jin-Woo's form blurred and slowly disappeared. As expected, the knights rushing towards him all came to an abrupt halt. However, he spotted a mage that had just emerged from the gate chanting a spell. That's also when Jin-Woo discovered an eye-like symbol floating above the head of the mage. The moment that eye flashed. In that moment, Jin-Woo's stealth was cancelled. FCK. From the get-go, his calculation proved to be way off the mark. The knights that stood around like telephone poles snapped their heads all at once towards Jin-Woo's direction. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie, and soon enough, the silver waves pounced on him. Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider and he gritted his teeth. Boom. His punch blew away the head of the incoming knight. That guy died where it stood. Crazed lights shone in Jin-Woo's eyes. Intimidation. The movements of the monsters became much duller through the effects of fear, but his mana fell down to 90 points. The intimidation required 100 MP in order to activate. He wouldn't be able to use it the second time. However, I just bought myself a minute, intending to use this precious minute to the best of his abilities as the monsters were noticeably weakened. Jin-Woo began wailing on them with everything he had. With a terrifying momentum, he proceeded to utterly dismantle the knights. Too bad, the speed of him defeating knights was far inferior to the rate of the replacement knights popping out from the gates. Even in the midst of the maddened battle, Jin-Woo sneaked a glance at the timer. It had only been 3 minutes and 19 seconds. If that was converted into points, how much would he get? Wouldn't it be fine for him to leave this place now? However, he didn't have any leeway to dwell on that matter. Even while he was thinking to himself, knights were continuously pouring out from the gates like unstoppable waves. He managed to destroy countless knights, yet he simply couldn't deal with so many of them. In the end, Jin-Woo was buried in the sea of knights. His HP was in a freefall now and eventually it hit rock bottom. The time is 5 minutes and 8 seconds. He had endured enough, hadn't he? Let's get out of here. Now completely entrapped among the knights, Jin-Woo flailed about helplessly in this silver prison and dug through his back pocket. However, the immediate return stone slipped out from his grasp and fell to the floor, and the roundish stone hit the soul of one of the knights and rolled away far from him. Jin-Woo hurriedly reached out towards the stone, but the knights blocked him. Soon, knights piled up on top of him, too. It became almost impossible to breathe in an instant. His consciousness began to blur. Pow, pow. He continuously got struck by the knights while trapped below them, and as his mind began to grow dimmer, he thought he heard a snarky cackle coming from somewhere. The knights surrounding and pressing down on Jin-Woo were suddenly all blown away. Even though he somehow managed to crawl out from death, his eyes were burning with life. As a matter of fact, his eyes were burning with a stubborn will and sheer malice. I won't let it end like this. He earned this opportunity after going through so much. So, how could he let it end like this? Never, because he was stuck at the very bottom for so long. He yearned to be on top more than anyone else. He knew the sorrow of the weak better than anyone. He tried everything to survive, and when he did survive, others kept pointing fingers at him. How will a Ranky be of any help here? The association is being way too much. They should have dispatched someone who could actually lend a bit of help. That beastard, maybe he keeps surviving by hiding behind his colleagues every time. So, how could he simply watch and do nothing, when a ladder that could take him to the very top was put in front of his eyes? I remember now, that voice ringing around his head just now. That voice belonged to those beastards. The voice that always yapped on and on from behind his back. Fine, laugh all you want. I'll struggle on until the bitter end. It's fine if my HP drops to 10, no 1. I'll struggle and struggle on like crazy right until the end. I'll fight until I won't be able to move anymore. Slam. 2 more knights were destroyed in the meantime. Unlike Jin-Woo's unyielding stubbornness, though, his entire body was now riddled with all sorts of wounds. It progressively much harder to lift his arms. His weakened fist wasn't enough to stop the knight's tackles and charges anymore. From the front, one, from the back, another one. Slam. Jin-Woo was sandwiched powerfully by the 2 knights slamming into him from the front and back, and he spat out a pained groan. Other knights pounced on him as if they didn't want to miss this chance. In the blink of an eye, Jin-Woo was buried under the masses of knights and couldn't even lift a finger. Even during that, more knights continued to pile on top of Jin-Woo. He was in a truly desperate situation. Even then, Jin-Woo did not give up, though. No, not yet. I can still go on. Just as Jin-Woo managed to clench the hand pointing at the sky, the mysterious countdown ticking down finally announced its conclusion. Penalty zone. He then remembered it. He didn't do the daily quest for today. He was planning on confirming the results of his constant leveling up, and to help him decide whether he was ready to tackle the demon's castle or not. Who could have guessed that things might unfold in this manner? Just like back in the hospital, everything began to violently shake. The knights piling on top of Jin-Woo turned into figures of sand one by one. The world surrounding him was changing. Jin-Woo soundlessly laughed to himself. For some reason, the words the system spoke to him before the beginning of the quest circled around inside his head. Was it trying to imply that the quest itself was unimaginably hard, to the point that he needed luck to complete it? Or was it implying that it'd cheer him on, as he resorted to borrowing the power of luck and earn a ton of advancement points that way? His fingers dug into the desert sand as the held-up breaths exploded out of his mouth. Fresh air entered and flowed into every corner of his body via his lungs. Finally, I feel alive. The sense of relief wrapped Jin-Woo up tightly as he rolled onto his back. He was wondering why it was so difficult to move his body, but as it turned out, the DMN tiredness stat was over 90. This is probably my first time that stat has gone past 90, right? 2 words, buy and sell, popped up in the air. Although the layout of this store imparted not one hint of sincerity, no matter how kind he looked at it, he found it such a welcoming sight right now. He picked out the most expensive healing potion on sale. As soon as he confirmed the purchase, the glass bottle containing red liquid appeared on his wide-open palm. Jin-Woo laboriously popped the cork open and poured the potion down his mouth. Just one bottle was enough to lower the tiredness value at a visible rate. However, for some reason, his HP value didn't change at all. Even after he finished the whole bottle, his HP didn't recover. It was such a noticeable contrast to his tiredness stat hitting 0. Why is it doing this? Only after he completely drained the bottle did he finally get to understand the reason for this anomaly. What a simple reason, that his remaining HP was too low. And sure, they should pop up right about now. And just as he expected, he sensed the presence of life forms beneath the surface. Jin-Woo tightly shrunk his body for a second before springing up to his feet. His entire body felt as light as feather. His strength had returned in full thanks to the potion. The sand exploded up like a pillar and the huge centipede revealed itself. Everything matched up to his memories so far. And I found this thing so terrifying to look at back then, too. But now, he couldn't help feeling like he was looking at some video footage being played in slow motion. Jin-Woo raised his eyes a bit higher, and he got to clearly confirm those red letters floating above the centipede's head. Its name was in red letters, the same color as the Cerberus from the demon's castle. It was then, the quest message appeared before his eyes. Please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit, 4 hours. Remaining time, 4 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Confirming the details of the message, Jin-Woo clenched his fist tightly. I can buy myself time with this. Since he hadn't used the immediate return stone to escape from the dungeon, he still had a shot here. I'm pretty sure that, as soon as the penalty quest is over, I will be sent back to that place. What if time spent inside the penalty zone was acknowledged as the time he endured during the quest? His advancement points tally would be enormous. There was one issue he still had to resolve first, however, and that would be whether he could get out of this place unscathed with only 100 or so HP remaining. As it was impossible to heal himself using potions, he had to do his best to cautiously kill these centipedes until he leveled up. As the result of wrestling around with these centipedes for the past 4 hours, his level rose up 4 times and now it sat at 51. Before he knew it, the penalty quest was coming to an end. Jin-Woo took a sweeping look around him. The corpses of centipedes filled up his view everywhere he looked. Thanks to them, he got to recover his HP back to full. It's a bit of waste that these things don't give any loot or gold. Well, it'd be strange that loot would come out when he was supposed to get punished in this place. He stopped worrying about that and got ready instead. Store. Humanoid-type monsters dropped the gold-containing leather pouch really often, and also, Ygritte also gave him 1.5 million gold in one go. So, he now had enough funds to spend. Jin-Woo spent all that gold to buy one single weapon. As a matter of fact, there was this one dagger that caught his eye. Rarity B. Type Dagger. Attack plus 75. A sharp and sturdy dagger designed to cut through the armor worn by the knights. The edges of the blade are shaped like the teeth of a saw blade, thus it won't slide off the armor's surface easily. Effect killing knights, plus 25% additional damage when attacking heavily armored opponents. It was a specially crafted weapon to deal with armor-wearing enemies, and it cost 2.8 million gold. He had to spend almost every gold he had in reserve to buy this weapon, but he didn't have any leeway to shed a tear over it. It's not like I can take the gold with me to the grave, anyway. He didn't hesitate and bought the dagger. Along with the Night Killer, Jin-Woo also bought a roll of bandages. He held the dagger with a rather scary-looking saw blade-like cutting edge in his right hand, and wrapped them both tightly with the bandage. Swish, swish. When he swung the Night Killer around a couple of times, it felt like the dagger had become a part of his limb now. At a bare minimum, I shouldn't drop it accidentally. While he was putting away the leftover bandage into inventory, he spotted the rune stone from Ygritte. There was this thing, too. You can absorb the skill by breaking this rune stone. Right now, he needed to grasp at everything, even if that was a piece of straw. Whether that was an item or a skill, he needed to obtain whatever that could become his combat strength. Jin-Woo didn't hesitate and broke the rune stone. Active skill. Required mana to activate, none. Even without touching, you can physically influence an object. As soon as he read that description, he recalled a certain scene. It was when Ygritte extended its hand towards its longsword that was discarded on the floor, far away. So, this is the skill that made the sword move back then. A skill that could move objects around from a distance with nothing but his will. On top of that, he didn't even have to spend any mana. either. If I am able to move any object I see just like the description says, then this would be one hell of a skill to possess. Jin-Woo immediately tried to experiment with the skill on the corpse of the centipede next to him. If he wanted to move something heavy, then it was likely that his proficiency with the skill had to be much higher. From here onwards, it's back to the class change quest. Inside that boss room, hundreds of monsters were waiting for his return. Or, the number could be even higher now. If he was being kind here, he was returning to that place, but truthfully, it was more like him being thrown back in there. HP, MP, tiredness, equipment, and even a new skill. And his renewed resolve. His current condition was so much better than when he first set foot in that place, but when he thought about going back there, he couldn't help but get tense and nervous. The knights all began rushing violently towards him. Where are the mages? Not too far from him, he spotted a lone mage. As I thought, what he witnessed back then was right. Indeed, he didn't see wrong. Back then, when he was being squeezed tight by the group of knights and only his arm could flail about helplessly, Jin-Woo spotted something through the narrow gaps he couldn't quite understand at the time. And that was a mage continuously chanting a spell. A mage busy chanting a spell. At a casual glance, that wouldn't be something out of place. However, Jin-Woo still felt a strong sense of discord from that. If that's the case, then how come? How come he saw not one single spell flying at him? Mages busy chanting but not casting any spells. Knights that apparently didn't give out any experience points. When he took these actions of the two separate groups that puzzled him so much and combined them into one singular puzzle, a new possibility formed in Jin-Woo's head. It could be. It was possible that all of the knights there were fake. He sensed the mage panicking after spotting his approach, and its casting speed had increased. Suddenly, the knights no longer attacked him without a plan and tried to gather around the mage to protect it. With that, Jin-Woo was convinced now. Stab. The mage soundlessly turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared from the view. And at the same time, hundreds of knights rushing in to attack Jin-Woo all collapsed at the same time. It was as if they were puppets with their strings cut. The knights collapsed on the floor were now, more or less, empty suits of armor. This was my answer. Jin-Woo cried out inwardly in elation. He had to go through several near-death situations just to get to this conclusion. Stealth. Jin-Woo's form blurred in an instant. Of course, he wasn't trying to hide via stealth. What he was aiming for was. The ear-piercing mechanical beeps rang out from several directions. Jin-Woo ran on top of the knights and quickly confirmed the positions of the eye-like symbols. There are a total of 5 mages. Jin-Woo targeted the closest mage to him. The mage hurriedly gathered knights around it the moment Jin-Woo turned to stare at it. But, swish, the poison fang of Kasaka flew out of his left hand in a straight line and stabbed accurately in the middle of the mage's forehead. Once more, hundreds of knights tumbled to the ground. He sneaked a glance towards the poison fang of Kasaka he hadn't recovered yet. It was time to use his new skill. Ruler's Reach. Jin-Woo extended his left hand towards the dagger, and as if a magnet was pulling it in, the weapon flew back in. Yes, Jin-Woo snatched the dagger off the air. Now that he didn't have to personally retrieve his dagger, he could take the most efficient route to his target. In the next second, he arrived before the next mage, and, even before the knights could try anything, he cut the beastard up in half. More knights collapsed again. The initiative was clearly with him now. Jin-Woo's glare became harsher. There are 3 left. Perhaps sensing the threat, the remaining mages all gathered in one spot. It wasn't only them, either. The knights they controlled also gathered around them. And then, the mages all chanted a certain spell together. Their ominous and creepy voices reverberated throughout the boss room and soon, they finished their spell. The knights guarding the mages were suddenly pulled into one lump and got compressed as if they were thrown into an industrial crusher. And then, they were reborn as one huge metal golem which began glaring at Jin-Woo right away. Wow, this is no joke, huh? Jin-Woo leaked out a gasp of pure admiration after sensing the overwhelming pressure emitted from this giant monster. However, he wasn't scared by its appearance at all. Perhaps because he had encountered several life or death situations already. He was feeling expectant rather than nervous. Jin-Woo ducked lower and dodged the golem's fist. The stone pillar behind Jin-Woo shattered into pieces after its metallic fist grazed it. Well, that is pretty serious power. Jin-Woo grinned slyly. If he hadn't yet figured out what was going on here, he would have been racking his brain trying to figure out how to deal with this monster. However, there was no need for him to worry about that now. No need at all. Just as the golem locked its hands together and raised them high to smash down, Jin-Woo didn't back away, but used his skill, dash, and pounced forward. and then he slid on the floor. In the blink of an eye, he had slid in between the legs of the golem and shot right past it. While the lumbering golem was hastily turning around, Jin-Woo had already arrived before the three completely defenseless mages, still busy chanting their spell. It was far easier to kill them off because they had gathered in one place. Jin-Woo freely swung his daggers about, and the remaining three mages also became smoke and joined their already departed comrades. And the golem that was trying to hurriedly grab Jin-Woo shattered into pieces of armor and scattered all over the place. Jin-Woo didn't let his guard down, however. Is this the end? Or is there something more? He remained alert and ready just in case something else might happen. But then, the familiar beep went off in his head. Jin-Woo swallowed his saliva. Perhaps to laugh at his unnecessary worries, the system announced the end of the quest, instead. Only now could Jin-Woo spit out a sigh of relief. He had endured for almost 4.5 hours. And that wasn't all. In a quest that could be cleared simply by enduring the combined assault of the countless enemies for a while, he actually managed to kill them all. Just from wondering about how many points he got to accumulate and what kind of a class he'd earn from that, his heart began trembling in anticipation. Yup, that sounds good. If his past actions were used as the basis for the selection of his class, then the odds of him ending up with something weird and struggling in the future would be close to zero now. It was probably the most welcoming thing he'd heard in a while. He thought that this description was a bit too heartless and cold. But after looking back, he couldn't come up with anything to rebut those words. I only did those in order to raise my level, though. After entering an instant dungeon, he kept hunting monsters down until his level would not rise anymore. And while inside a regular dungeon, he made sure to find every single hidden monster there and slew them all, too. Also, although it wasn't his intention, he ended up fighting other hunters a couple of times, too. Assassin, corpses, and the scent of blood. No matter how you look at it, just as he suspected from the beginning, it seemed that his class would be set at assassin now. Nod. Jin-Woo nodded his head in agreement with the system's assessment. Well, it's not like I had any trustworthy comrades to begin with. However, he couldn't understand why those points were being addressed during the selection of his class. The system's explanation continued on. The army of the deceased. Only now had Jin-Woo realized something had gone awry here. Too bad, though. No, wait. Even before he had any chance to raise his objections, the system read off the result of the selection in its usual dry and humorless voice. What the FCK? What was the meaning of this sudden slap to the back of his head? Everything was going well, so why did Necromancer pop out instead of the expected assassin? Jin-Woo dazedly stared at the message. He even rubbed his eyes several times, but nothing changed. The message still floated up there, unchanging. He couldn't believe it at first, then he became really angry next. I've never even touched the intelligence stat, so what the hell? Just how did he end up with a rare class not even found among countless mage-type hunters in the world? From the moment Jin-Woo awoke as a ranky hunter, he was always a close-quarters fighter. With the exception of the steel longsword, he always used daggers, and the skills he got until now were perfectly suited for the role of an assassin. That was why he hadn't even thought of the possibility that his class would end up belonging to a different type altogether. It was a magic type, no less. No, more than that, a necromancer. His knowledge of different classes came from video games, but even then, he knew enough about what being a necromancer entailed. A gloomy-looking mage, and an army of undead following that dude. No matter how much he thought about it, that image just didn't correlate to him whatsoever. If you were to think about the advantages of being a necromancer, then, just as the system alluded to, he could create his own army. About that much. Well, the problem here is that army will consist of skeletons and rotting corpses. If he walked around with such an army, the whole world would be up in arms in no time. The system demanded his answer. What a relief that was. I can still say yes or no. Jin-Woo spat out a sigh. If the class wasn't forced down his throat, then that meant there was another opportunity for him. If he still had another shot, then there was no reason to sweat so much right now. Jin-Woo gladly refused the suggestion. No way. When he did that, the message asked him again. Although it was asking the same thing for the second time, he found himself unable to quickly answer back. He was now hesitating. A hidden class, is it? That term might sound like something straight out of a video game. But still, there were hunters with rare and strange abilities even in reality, such as hunters who could create shields or buff others, or even, the Master of White Tiger Guild can apparently transform into a monster too, according to the rumors. All those hunters with rare and strange abilities were now enjoying a great deal of special treatment after being scouted by the biggest guilds out there. Could this hidden class thing be the same thing as the special abilities those hunters possess? If that were the case, this could be an opportunity instead. If I could only get to experience the class of necromancer just for a bit, I wouldn't even need to weigh my options this much. However, would anything in this world be that easy? There was no way the matters of this world would revolve according to his wishes, and worse still, he had never heard of anyone possessing an ability similar to that of a necromancer. Oh, Jin-Woo took a sweeping look at all the broken remnants of the knights strewn about this place. Those mages. One could say that those mages in the class change quest were using roughly the same ability as a necromancer. It was certainly very difficult to fight all those knights who attacked him with complete disregard for their own lives. If he failed to figure out how to fight them until the end, or if the mages possessed very high close quarters combat abilities, then the one lying on the floor right now would be me instead of these scrap metal bits. Jin-Woo stopped looking at the knights and raised his head. A certain look of determination flashed by in his eyes. I already possessed the close quarters combat ability, meaning he was different from those mages. What if there was a mage possessing excellent hand-to-hand combat skills who also happened to command an army? Wouldn't that be the worst of all worst possible nightmares for his enemies? What if, something he could only think about but couldn't do, wouldn't it be possible for him to enter a dungeon rated B or higher alone and clear it now? Jin-Woo silently swallowed his saliva. If he were allowed to continue raising his stat values after becoming a necromancer, then obviously, the army under his command would also grow even more powerful than before. He couldn't even begin to imagine the effect of that. It'll no longer be only me leveling up. His own army would be leveling up, too. Bonus points, it said. But that was rather obvious, wasn't it? Not sure how long was the expected time, but well, I did endure for quite a long time, didn't I? He began smirking in satisfaction. Then all of a sudden, several messages inundated his vision. What's this? His ears hurt from all the beepings, but Jin-Woo's focus was fixed elsewhere and didn't care anymore. As a matter of fact, he couldn't even hear those beeps now. A special reward. Those words jumped right up at him. A reward. Not only that, it was special, too. Jin-Woo stopped trying to store the Night Killer in his inventory and concentrated on the message. His stares were now firmly fixed on it. Soon, follow-up messages popped up. Shadow Sovereign. Hearing that strange term, Jin-Woo hurriedly summoned his status window. Indeed, there was a new term added to his class column. It's not a necromancer anymore. The system definitely said that he'd be able to get a higher ranked version of his class according to the amount of advancement points he had earned. And also, it mentioned that the point tally had exceeded the limits of the class itself, too. The end result from all that was this Shadow Sovereign. So, is this the special reward the system was talking about? The thing was, though, Jin-Woo couldn't continue on with what he wanted to say. Right in front of his disbelieving eyes, a truly bizarre and hard-to-explain phenomenon began unfolding. Behind the hologram-like messages, unknown black smoke was slowly and eerily leaking out from the knights strewn about on the floor like scrap metal. No such thing happened prior to him getting his class. Whenever his eyes landed on targets with black smoke oozing out from them, the words with hard-to-fathom meanings possible to perform extraction popped up into his view. Shadow extraction. He couldn't understand why, but to Jin-Woo, those rising smokes looked like they were writhing in pain. As a matter of fact, it felt like they were reaching out to him, begging him to save them. Would it be strange if he said that? He could hear their screams, but he was sure of one thing. He was sure of him being able to free them from their pain. Shadow extraction. I gotta set a separate activation phrase for this skill. Jin-Woo pondered for a bit, before muttering out almost instinctively, "Rise up." Thick, heavy moans resounded out from somewhere, and at the same time, the shadows of the fallen knights began wiggling as if they were still alive. Jin-Woo scanned his surroundings once more. All the shadows found near him were beginning to move. Soon enough, a black hand rose up from one of the shadows. It pressed down on the ground hard, and slowly, the arm attached to it rose up. Oh my god. Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider and wider. Those things were people. No, soldiers possessing the outer appearance of a person. Soldiers kitted out head to toe in jet black armor climbed out of the shadows one by one. This is my new skill. By the time Jin-Woo recovered his wits, there were a couple dozen soldiers standing by his side, waiting. Tens of soldiers were now surrounding him. What the hell is this? Jin-Woo approached the nearest soldier. At first glance, they look like people, don't they? However, they weren't people. He couldn't sense any signs of life from them. They didn't breathe, and there were no heartbeats he could hear. On top of this, Jin-Woo swallowed down his shocked gasp. He sneaked a glance inside the helmet through the eye holes and found nothing but pure darkness in there. Jin-Woo slowly took several steps back after feeling like he was being sucked in. These things came out from the shadows. He immediately checked his skill window. Just as the system informed him, new class-specific skills could be found there now. Active skills: Shadow Extraction LV 1, Shadow Storage LV 1. He checked the details of the first skill. Class-specific skill: required mana to activate, none. Creates a shadow soldier by extracting mana from the recently deceased life form. The odds of extraction failure will rise higher depending on the target's original stat values, as well as the length of time since its death. Number of shadows that can be extracted: 30/30. Oops, a thought flashed by in Jin-Woo's head. I shouldn't be wasting time like this. He had witnessed the power of his new skill. He could now turn the defeated monsters into his soldiers. If that was the case, then wasn't there a monster nearby that he just had to turn into his lackey right away? Jin-Woo searched around as his glare became sharper. Found it. Jin-Woo stood before Ygritte. It might have been a fearsome enemy that threatened to kill him only a few hours ago, but now it was probably the best ingredient he could find. Fortunately enough, he saw the black smoke slowly oozing out from Ygritte, just like how it was with other fallen knights. Jin-Woo's expression brightened. Nice. He already knew the drill. Oh yeah, there was something like that, wasn't there? At the end of the skill's explanation, there was something he should have taken note of. The maximum number of extractions he could perform was 30, which meant the number of his soldiers was currently 30. As his eyes swept past the soldiers, their names and levels appeared before his view. Regular grade. Everyone possessed the same name and level. Oh well, their origins were exactly the same, so. But then, he discovered 3 somewhat different colored soldiers right at the back of the infantrymen. Are those? Unlike the regular infantrymen, these guys were wearing robes. Elite grade. Oh, he quickly figured out what they were. The 3 mages that were controlling the Iron Golem must have been revived as undeads as well when he gave out his Rise Up command just now. So, 27 infantrymen and 3 mages, This was why being rare was a good thing. He excluded the low-numbered mages and selected the closest infantryman from him to cancel the extraction. And he was really sorry about this. Extraction cancellation. The soldier turned into black smoke and scattered in the air. Not even a trace remained of it. Jin-Woo gazed at the spot of the disappeared soldier for a little while with an apologetic expression, before shifting his attention back to Ygritte. His preparation was complete. He even had to sacrifice one of his wonderful soldiers just so he could turn Ygritte into a shadow. So, he simply had to see some results here. Time to act while the sun still shone. Jin-Woo tried the extraction right away. Rise up. When he did that, the shadow cast beneath Ygritte began to wiggle as if it came to life. It was the same reaction as when he extracted the shadows from the knights just now. Okay, good. Jin-Woo clenched his fists tightly. He had a good feeling about this. What would Ygritte look like after its extraction? Jin-Woo's hands became slick with the sweat of anticipation. Unfortunately, ting, a mechanical beep akin to a metal plate breaking in half rang inside his head. Hearing that he still had more chances remaining, Jin-Woo spat out a long sigh of relief. Hang on, now that I think about it. The skill's explanation definitely said that the odds of extraction failure would rise up depending on the target's stat values. But having experienced it personally, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It felt like he got slapped in the back of his head. This taste of his first failure. Not only that, there was a restriction on the number of attempts he could try, too. Jin-Woo attempted the extraction for the second time. Rise up. Too bad. His expectation was shot down grandly once more. Ting. This guy gave him so much trouble while it was still alive, and even in death, it was managing to give him some serious headaches. Jin-Woo closed his eyes and reorganized his thoughts. Well, it could be nothing more than percentages and odds, but it was possible that his desire to possess Ygritte's shadow wasn't earnest or strong enough. Jin-Woo slowly reopened his eyes. He sensed the black smoke rising up from Ygritte reaching out to him, pleading with him to save it. Jin-Woo became a lot more serious than before, and he reached out with his right hand as if to grab that pleading hand of the smoke. Rise up. He didn't do it deliberately. He himself didn't quite realize it then. But Jin-Woo's voice sounded much heavier and graver than ever before, and it reverberated throughout the boss room. It was then. A deep scream could be heard coming from somewhere, and chilling, eerie winds swept by the boss room. Isn't this it? Jin-Woo's expression brightened. He remembered encountering a similar situation like this one before, back when his infantryman first popped out from the shadows. Just as he hoped for, as the lengthy scream came to an end, a long black hand emerged out from the shadow. And when that hand pressed down on the ground, a new message popped up in his view. Jin-Woo let out a cry of happiness. Yes, he tightly clenched his fists. The taste of success was so much sweeter since he had to go through 2 failures to get here. However, the good news didn't end there. I succeeded in strengthening. What? The Shadow's starting level could be higher than 1. Jin-Woo's eyes widened once more. Just as the message said, the Black Knight emerging from the Shadow carried level 7 in its status. The message blinked as if to urge him on with the naming already. Jin-Woo opened his mouth. Igrit the cry. No, hang on a minute. When the system asked him to set the name, it meant that he'd have to use that name to call this guy from here onwards. So, didn't that also mean that he'd have to call it Igrit the blah blah all the time from now on? Just thinking about that gave him a nasty case of goosebumps. That's way too cringy. In the end, he decided to shorten the name somewhat. Igrit. That's right. As soon as Jin-Woo spoke, the question marks on the guy's head disappeared and the name Igrit appeared there. Night grade. All he did was to simply give it its original name, yet Jin-Woo still felt like he had accomplished something pretty amazing. He was filled with contentment, knowing that this guy was his loyal soldier now. My own loyal soldier, eh? Jin-Woo took a look behind him. 29 shadow soldiers were still there, waiting for his orders. For now, the number was too small. Only 30, huh? Either this was because the skill level of shadow extraction was too low, or because his intelligence stat hadn't been raised high enough yet. But he was sure of one thing, and that was the number of his soldiers would gradually swell up. When he took a step outside, the surroundings changed in an instant, and he was back in the empty lot of the local mountainside. It was none other than the very spot where he initiated his class change quest. The time indicated was 5 in the morning. It was already time for the sunrise. Oops. Jin-Woo clicked his tongue while confirming the time. If I knew the quest would end up taking this long to complete, I should have left a message for Jin-Ah earlier. What a relief then, that he'd often come home late from raids taking longer than expected, back when he was working for the association. Jin-Woo took one last look behind him, but the gate he exited from just now was already gone without a trace. When looking at the spot where the gate used to be, it kind of felt like he had woken up from a long dream. Jin-Woo slept until late in the day. But that couldn't be helped. By the time he got back home, the sun had risen up pretty high already. Jin-Woo's sweet slumber was eventually disrupted by the ringtone from his smartphone. His hand fumbled around near his head and with some difficulty located his phone. Hello. His voice cracked up from his dry throat. Appa, you are still asleep. You know what time it is. Jin-Ah's shocked voice came out from the speaker. So, he asked her back. Okay, what time is it now? It's 2 in the afternoon. Eh? What? He glanced at the time on the phone screen with half-open eyes. She was telling the truth. Appa, you haven't forgotten that you're supposed to come to my school today, have you? Her voice sounded anxious. What time should I get there at the latest? Before 5. I won't be late, so don't worry. When you're near the school, give me a call first, okay? He didn't have a lot of time left if he were to get ready. Well, I'm going to meet my sister's homeroom teacher after all. Not only that, this teacher would be in charge of her 3rd year in high school, one of the most important periods in a person's life. So, I can't just wear whatever now, right? He opened the closet and rummaged through the clothes in there. However, he was greeted by a rather dusty, moldy odor. Of course, it was not something pleasant to smell at all. Jin-Woo's frown deepened. He continued to dig around, but all he could find was an old business suit he wore once during his own high school graduation. Will it even fit me now? Been a while, but should I go on a shopping spree then? Before that, though, there was this small thing he had to confirm first. Actually, it was a bit bigger than that, but still. Jin-Woo took off the old business suit and while sitting on the edge of the bed, summoned his status window. Stats. With that, a long board full of letters and numbers appeared before his eyes. Jin-Woo could only chuckle wryly as his status window seemed to go on forever and ever. It was only a short while ago that there was nothing on this section over here. Indeed, there had been a time like that once. But now, just from looking at his skills and equipped items, his head grew fuzzy. Jin-Woo lowered his gaze slightly while feeling rather pleased with himself. Then he spotted something else in the status window. Jin-Woo checked out the hidden title's description, a title only given to those who have splendidly overcome their adversity. Your stat values will rise as your HP decreases. After reading the description, he thought that this title's effect would match up quite nicely with his passive, tenacity. The title Slaughterer of Wolves was a wonderful title as well that would give him a 40% stats increase against any and all beast-type monsters. However, because there was a strict activation condition attached to it, he often had to do without receiving the stat buff. He got his number in the queue, waited for his turn, before eventually sitting down in front of a bank teller. Hello there. A female teller with a bob-cut hair reaching just below her ears and a refreshing smile asked him politely, "How may I be of service today? I'd like to see the amount currently in the bank account, please." "I understand. With a smile, the female teller took the bank book Jin-Woo presented to her. The female teller got to confirm the amount resting in Jin-Woo's account and her eyes shot open super wide. She checked the number of digits again, but without a doubt, it started from 1 billion. Not only that, he hadn't even accumulated this amount over a long period of time. For the past week or so, the records showed that over 100 million won had been deposited every single day. He looks so young, so how could he? The female teller asked him, her voice containing just a sliver of ulterior motive. Oh my goodness, may I ask what you do for a living? Perhaps she herself was embarrassed by her own ulterior motive. The female bank teller's cheeks blushed softly as she cautiously studied Jin-Woo's reactions. He replied as if it was nothing. I'm a hunter. The female teller slowly nodded her head almost instinctively. The popular rumor she heard was indeed true. I heard that hunters made lots of money, but to think it'd be on this level. All of a sudden, her life as a normal working-class employee came across as rather pathetic. Only until a minute ago, this man was a regular customer, just like everyone else. But now, Jin-Woo looked like a person from another galaxy altogether. Our bank has launched brand new products and services especially catered for VIP customers such as yourself. Her smile was no longer the business one, but a real one, too. The female bank teller's gaze was now firmly fixed on Jin-Woo. This product has proven really popular with our customers lately, so how about taking a closer look at the benefits it offers, sir? Too bad for her, Jin-Woo refused right away. No, thank you. I'm fine. Is that so? The female bank teller's voice was thickly laden with regrets over missed chances. Now that he was done confirming his financial status, Jin-Woo splurged on a nice-looking business suit at a department store. He still found himself with more than enough free time, so he stopped by a hair salon nearby and got a much-needed haircut as well. He had transformed into someone completely different compared to when leaving the apartment. This is why having money is way better than not having any. And they said that good clothes would become one's wings, too. Discovering her older brother belatedly, she gasped out in pure shock. Papa, Jin-Ah's eyes became extra round like a rabbit's as she asked cautiously. Are you really Mr. Sung Jin-Woo? Can't you recognize your own brother? Jin-Ah swept her gaze all over Jin-Woo with a stunned expression still etched on her face, her voice naturally rising higher. It's because you've changed so much, you know. What? So you wanted me to show up in my tracksuit and slippers when meeting your new homeroom teacher? Wow. Jin-Ah still couldn't close her slack jaw. Hey, your chin might fall off at this rate. 5 years ago, Jin-Woo too was a student in this very school. He already knew its layout like the back of his hand. Hello there, Teacher Nim. Yes? Hello to you too. While on his way, Jin-Woo greeted several teachers he ran into. All of them stopped in their tracks without exception, and took a look behind them at the departing back of Jin-Woo. Who was that? Is he a graduate from this school? But there's no way I'd have forgotten about such an eye-catching student like that. Is he a new teacher? It wasn't only the teachers who were looking at him, though. Wow, he's good looking, isn't he? Who is he? Wait, isn't that Jin-Ah next to him? He must be Jin-Ah's appa. Wow, he's pretty cool. A well-built frame and a stylish business suit. Although his facial features were on the plain side, the synergy between those 2 points were powerful enough to attract the attention of the female students. Too bad, the guy in question wasn't interested at all, though. Jin-Woo simply let the girl's whisperings slip in one ear and slide right out the other. The one to get really psyched up was Jin-Ah, actually. She perked her ears up and listened to the assessment of her brother coming from the surroundings in a fit of happy giggles. Now that I think about it, Appa, you still haven't found a girlfriend yet, right? He also ignored this one. Should I, your trusty little sister, introduce you to a cute high school girl? And with that, Jin-Woo began pinching her cheeks with an emotionless face. Stop being cute, okay? I'm so weak. Jin-Woo eventually released her cheeks. Jin-Ah rubbed her reddened cheeks and pouted unhappily. Walking while lightly bickering amongst each other, they had arrived at the destination already. Today is the teacher and parents only. I'm going back to my class as soon as you go inside. You having the night class today as well? NG. Appa, don't wait for me and go home first. Okay. Jin-Woo sneak attacked her and rubbed her hair all out of shape. Study hard, okay. I'll see you later. Stop it. See you later at home. Jin-Woo grinned and disappeared into the counseling office. Jin-Ah's cheeks puffed up as she smoothed her hair. Still treating me like a little kid. Of course, she didn't display any hint of disliking that. You must be Jin-Ah's appa. She was a middle-aged teacher with a wizened look about her. The overall impression she gave off was someone who could make other people feel better with a gentle and warm smile on her face. She perhaps knew his story, because she wasn't surprised in the slightest to see Jin-Woo being here as Jin-Ah's guardian. How do you do? I'm Jin-Ah's homeroom teacher. I didn't quite expect Jin-Ah to be hiding someone this cool as her brother, to be honest. Please, take a seat over here. She showed him to a chair. Jin-Woo settled down on the opposite side to Jin-Ah's homeroom teacher across a large desk. We can rest easy about Jin-Ah now. They conversed for a while with typical topics that a homeroom teacher and parents would normally share, the atmosphere remaining cordial and rather cheery throughout the chat. Since Jin-Ah was a model student, there was no reason for either Jin-Woo or the teacher to raise their voices at each other. Are you aware that Jin-Ah has set her sights on entering a medical school? Yes, I am. The lady teacher began reading the prepared information. Her scores in the mock test are excellent, and her regular grades are very good as well, so she should get in without too much problem. Still, please make sure that you don't pressure her too much at home. Jin-Woo silently nodded his head. From the teacher's excited face, one could easily spy her high expectations of Jin-Ah's future. Maybe 15 minutes had passed by. The meeting was coming to a smooth end. Well then, if that's all. Jin-Woo studied the mood and was getting ready to leave. But then, the teacher cautiously spoke to him. I heard that you are a hunter. Suddenly, the teacher became quite serious. There was something going on here. Jin-Woo immediately sensed it. Yes, I am. If Jin-Ah is adjudged to be an awakened, will you let her do hunter's work as well? Never. He'd never allow her. Jin-Woo decisively stated his position. There was no need to even reconsider this. Exactly as he had suspected. There was something here, and as proof, the teacher's expression became heavier still. If it's not too much trouble, may I ask you for a favor? Jin-Woo nodded his head. One of my students is thinking of quitting school to become a hunter full-time after she went through the awakening process. She's not even coming to school anymore, as a matter of fact. Such things were fairly common. If she continues to miss school this way, then the management won't have any choice but to act, you see. Even if she wishes to become a hunter, wouldn't it be better if she at least graduated from a high school first? Jin-Woo nodded his head in agreement. Can you help me persuade that child so she gets to graduate safe and sound? The teacher did her best to smile. Jin-Woo was curious about one thing here. That student, what was her awakened rank? From what I hear, it's the lowest rank. In other words, a rank E. She won't get to live long, then. Jin-Woo inwardly clicked his tongue. That was the rank where one had to be especially careful about entering a dungeon. If one entered with an overly hyped mindset and without much preparation to boot, then one would become a cripple or dead almost without an exception. Such a thing happening to a kid around the same age as his little sister was a sad thing. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, that choice was that girl's to make. No one could say otherwise. It was a rather lamentable thing indeed. But he didn't feel like taking time out of his busy schedule to interfere in someone else's life choices. When the girl's name came out from the teacher's mouth, Jin-Woo realized that he couldn't easily get up from his spot now. Yup, the Republic of Korea was indeed a tiny place. Jin-Woo became rather speechless. The female student who declared that she'd become a hunter, she was none other than the underage kid, the lone female in the raiding team Yoo Jin-ho had assembled. The one that briefly caused Jin-Woo to worry slightly since she was still so young and all. Is it okay to bring a child here? Han Song-yi. When he heard that name from Jin-Ah's homeroom teacher, a flood of emotions briefly inundated him. So, he just had to confirm it for himself. And sure enough, the date Han Song-yi began missing school coincided with the day Yoo Jin-ho's team began its raiding missions. With that, it kinda became a bit harder to think of this matter as someone else's mess. What's going on? Han Song-yi's eyes opened wider as she stared up at Jin-Woo. And then, her expression became rather unimpressed. Wait, could it be that the hunter my teacher wanted to introduce me to was you? I don't know what my teacher told you, but I'm not interested in going back to school anymore. And I'm definitely not gonna give up being a hunter. Han Song-yi curtly stated her position. Jin-Woo spoke to her in an even tone of voice. I wasn't planning to tell you to quit being a hunter. Han Song-yi's eyes widened further. I'm sorry. Kids like her would always act completely opposite to what you tell them to do. So, he wasn't even planning to talk her out of it. No, all he had to was to show her what the reality was like, just once. That's what happened to me, anyway. He realized the truth after participating in his first raid. And that was, reality was far crueler and heartless than his imagination had been. Jin-Woo took a step closer. Han Song-yi flinched noticeably and was about to retreat a step back, but upon realizing that such an action would make her look weak, she forcibly stopped her body from moving. Jin-Woo now stood before Han Song-yi, although he didn't mean to, and no one would understand the meaning behind it. An ominous smile still found its way to Jin-Woo's lips. I'm here to mold you into a better hunter. There was no need to persuade her to accompany him to a dungeon. She said, okay, I'm coming. As soon as he told her that she now had an indelible opportunity to witness how the White Tiger Guild conducted its new recruit training exercise, she didn't even suspect that Jin-Woo had any ulterior motives. As they walked to the van, Han Song-yi asked him how he knew her teacher, and he simply showed her the photo of him and Jin-Ah stored on the phone. "You were Jin-Ah's appa." Jin-Woo drove Han Song-yi to the location where the White Tiger Guild was holding its evening training. The area they were in was designated as a location where gates frequently appeared. Almost no human beings dared to live around here anymore, so it was quite convenient to park the van. From what he heard, almost 80% of houses here were deserted. The story went that, once the remaining populace moved out, the whole district would be shut down. So this young woman is her. "Hello there." Han Song-yi lowered her head in greeting. While they were saying hellos in this fashion, a big muscular guy sauntered over and spoke in an irked tone of voice. "Let's stop with useless chatter and get started already. We didn't come here for a picnic, and it's almost 9 p.m. The muscular guy didn't even wait for the response and walked back towards the gate. Something didn't feel quite right with that guy, so Jin-Woo asked Hyan Kai-cheol, "Who was that?" "Oh, he's one of our new recruit. He's ranked A, actually. He must be feeling a bit unhappy after I asked him for his understanding earlier. He even asked me if I thought that going to a dungeon was a fun pastime or some such. He's a rank A." Hyan Kai-cheol nodded his head, thinking that such a reaction was reasonable, coming from a proud rank A hunter like that guy. Jin-Woo asked again, "What are the ranks of today's raid team members?" 1 rank A, 7 rank BS, and 4 rank CS, for the total of 12 members. A rank A and several BS, just for a rank C dungeon. Well, their ranks might be high, sure, but they are still newbies, you see. We're trying to help them earn first-hand experience inside an easier dungeon. Hyan Kai-cheol spoke with some pride in his voice. He then added quickly that after today, these guys would immediately be inserted into high-ranked dungeons. Jin-Woo's expression subtly changed. The gate was rated at C. Compared to that, the members of the raiding team were simply too brilliant to the point that they were even blinding the onlookers with their auras. If the raid is too easy, the shock factor will lessen, though. That was what his main worry was about. But he slowly shook his head. No, wait. If she sees it with her own eyes, she should still be able to feel it. Feel how weak and powerless a rank E would become inside a dungeon. That alone would be sufficient. "When can we enter?" Still utterly oblivious to Jin-Woo's real intentions, Han Song-yi began whining already. When Jin-Woo took a look at her, her expression showed how pumped up she was. "Let's see how long you can keep that up." "Wait, hold up for a second, please." Hyan Kai-cheol sneaked a glance around him, and then whispered something to Jin-Woo's ears. Excuse me, Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. If you decide to step in, today's raid will become too easy, so please, refrain from doing anything in there. Please." Since Jin-Woo's purpose today was to simply observe, obviously he wouldn't enter the fray. "I won't step in." And so, Jin-Woo and Han Song-yi approached the gate. Unlike that rank A hunter, there were some people who welcomed the duo rather happily. "Hello, nice to meet you." Since they weren't here to make money, the higher the head count, the better it would be for everyone. As it was customary, they introduced each other. But when it was the turn of the rank A hunter, "I don't care." He simply walked inside the gate. Before Han Song-yi entered, she turned her head to look at Jin-Woo. "What about you?" Jin-Woo crossed his arms and replied to her, "After I see you enter first." Han Song-yi's face was stiff with nervousness, but she still resolutely nodded her head and jumped into the gate. Jin-Woo took a quick breath and stood before the gate. The surface of the gate continued to ripple softly non-stop. But shouldn't the surface return to being a solid black barrier once a person goes through it? Right now, it was continuously rippling about like the surface of water. Something was off here. Could this be? Jin-Woo quickly spun his head around and met Hyan Kai-cheol's gaze. At this point, even Hyan Kai-cheol had sensed something was very wrong. Jin-Woo loudly shouted at him, "Call your main raid team. Hurry." As soon as he finished shouting, Jin-Woo was automatically sucked into the gate. The gate's surface, it's changing to a red color, as if a drop of blood had fallen in it. The surface of the once black gate was now slowly changing to the crimson red color. "Chief, it's the red gate. The gate our people just walked into changed to a red gate." "What? What are you talking about? How can a rank C change to a FC King red gate?" Hyan Kai-cheol raised his head and stared at the gate, now dyed completely in the color of blood. The ripples on the surface had stopped now, too. Hyan Kai-cheol nervously swallowed his dried saliva. "I don't know how, but it's definitely a red gate, Chief. It really is a red gate." Baek Yun-ho's own complexion hardened instantly after checking out the gate's color. What was a red gate? It was a terrifying phenomenon where the dungeon beyond it would actually connect to a whole new world, not some underground cavern. and in order to escape from it, either you had to kill the boss of the area, or wait for the dungeon break to occur. In other words, once you stepped inside, it'd be the end. Once the gate changed its color to red, all external influences would be completely cut off. Escaping from it and trying to enter it, both of these activities were now impossible. I thought this was supposed to be a rank C gate. Sir, it was a rank C. Did you call the association to confirm it? Yes, sir. However, the association is insisting that it's still a rank C gate. Those goddamn sons of BTChes. Baek Yun-ho angrily cussed out. A red gate would only occur when the dungeon itself was ranked very high, to begin with. There was a whole new world on the other side of the gate, yet the leaking magical energy only equaled that of a rank C dungeon. That crap wouldn't fly anywhere. Even from a casual glance, he could tell this thing should have been ranked B at the bare minimum. If unlucky, rank O or worse, something even higher than that. However, the only reason why the association still had the audacity to insist they were not wrong. Sir, should we use our own equipment to measure the magic energy? When Hyan Kaichial asked him, Baek Yun-ho shook his head. No magic energy leaks out from a red gate, so it's impossible to measure it now. There was no concrete way to find out what the problematic gate's actual rank was at this point in time. And besides, the rank of this DMN gate wasn't important anymore. How many of our people went in there? Total of 12, sir. How many are high-ranked hunters? As the leader, rank A Kim Chial Hunter Nim, and there are also 7 rank B hunters as well. 1 rank A and 7 rank BS. The new recruits, will they be alright? Baek Yun-ho slowly shook his head. If lucky, the rank A and 2, 3 rank BS might make out alive. Only if those trapped inside enjoy Lady Luck's blessing. That was how lacking these numbers were. With the current composition of the raid team, they should only be enough to barely conquer the weakest of rank B dungeons. Anything tougher than that, and you'd be asking for way too much. Without some kind of a miracle, the odds of their new recruits returning alive was as good as none. Baek Yun-ho's complexion darkened even further. Hyan Kaichial studied the mood of his boss and cautiously opened his mouth. Sir, actually, there was someone else who also entered the gate along with our recruits. Baek Yun-ho shifted his gaze to his subordinate, his expression changing slightly. Could it be that a high-ranking hunter was in the vicinity and entered along with the team after getting curious about the training process? What else could qualify as a miracle? He's the hunter I've been trying to scout for the last few days, sir. Are you saying that the hunter you've been keeping an eye on is in there, too? Is that it? Yes, sir. Shifan's instincts were almost always never wrong. What if a spark of hope was lit in Baek Yun-ho's heart? What is his rank? Is it I? Or maybe a B? If this hunter was ranked S, then Baek Yun-ho would have known the identity of this mystery hunter. There were less than 10 rank S hunters in the whole of South Korea, after all. However, On Song-min was shaking his head. Oh my god. Baek Yun-ho's hardened face finally brightened up considerably. Are you saying that a rank S hunter also went in there? On Song-min calmly replied. No, sir. He's a rank E. Almost right away, Baek Yun-ho's expression crumpled to a man who accidentally chewed on bugs. Jin-Woo couldn't help but get flustered here. Could this be the gate that supposedly takes you to another world? It'd be his first time experiencing one, but he had read all about it online, from the testimonies of those who managed to survive it. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in the middle of a wintry forest, completely covered in white snow. What is this place? This doesn't look like the interior of a dungeon, does it? Hey, look. The gates disappeared, too. Other hunters were looking around in confusion, unable to hide their panic as well. While they were getting more and more flustered, Jin-Woo calmed himself down, narrowed his eyes, and scanned the surrounding area. I don't sense anything suspicious. Thanks to the system repeatedly sending him to weird places, Jin-Woo had gotten used to being in an unexpected foreign environment, which also meant that he could gain his calmness quickly. Han Song-yi had approached him and began tugging at his clothes in the meantime. Excuse me. Something bad happened just now, right? She looked really scared. Her previous self-confidence was nowhere to be found. But then, Jin-Woo's hand suddenly shot out towards Han Song-yi's face. Han Song-yi's eyes opened super wide. The arrow caught in Jin-Woo's hand trembled continuously as if it lamented missing its target. And that would be the middle of Han Song-yi's forehead. Finally realizing what just happened, her face paled in an instant. However, the expected scream came from somewhere else. A male hunter fell to the snowy ground with blood bubbling out of his mouth, an arrow lodged deep in his temple. The snowy ground was soon dyed in his blood. Hunters began gasping out in shock. 2 arrows flew in at the same time, one aimed at Han Song-yi, while the other one hit its mark. Because of that, though, no one saw Jin-Woo catching the other arrow. Over there, it's those beastards. One of the rank B hunters pointed towards the top of a tree located far away. But, even before he had begun pointing his finger, both the gazes of Jin-Woo and Kim Cheol were fixed there. They could see two life forms standing over there on the snow-covered branches. Two people. No, I should say two creatures. Long white hair, icy white skin, and silver eyes, and the race-specific trait of pointy ears. These monsters were famed for their particularly beautiful countenances, as well as for their rarity, as they could only be encountered in high-ranked dungeons. Ice elves, also known as white phantoms. Those who had never encountered one referred to them as ice elves, but the hunters who did encounter them and fought with them all took to calling them white phantoms instead, while also adding that a pretty name like elf shouldn't be mixed together with these abominable creatures. Jin-Woo could immediately guess why the hunters before him all gnashed their teeth at the mere mention of the white phantoms. They are laughing at us, The two archers had lowered their bows and disgusting smiles were clearly visible on their faces. It was as if they were staring at a table full of delicacies and couldn't decide which one to start eating. And you decided on this, Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. One arrow to the far left, and another one to the far right. That was no coincidence. The hunter with an arrow stuck in his head was a 30-something who had gone through the awakening process only recently. With the exception of Han Song-yi, he'd be the weakest of the group. As for the other arrow, it was aimed at Han Song-yi. Indeed, the arrows were meant for the two weakest members of the team. If it weren't for the system, I'd be the one with an arrow stuck in my head instead. He raised the caught arrow so the creatures could see, and broke it in half. Crack, perhaps taking that as a challenge. The white phantom who shot that arrow pointed at Jin-Woo and drew a line under his chin. Seeing that, Jin-Woo simply smirked. However, his eyes were definitely not laughing. I'll kill you with my own hands. Receiving the trivial provocation of the monster, Jin-Woo simply glared coldly as his reply. Soon, the pair of white phantoms disappeared below the tree. Looks like this is their way of welcoming us. Finally, Kim Cheol opened his mouth. The lone ranker of the group opened his mouth, prompting everyone to focus their gazes on him as if they had made an agreement prior to coming here. Actually, he was the leader of this raid team, so that might have been it, though. I'm sure some of you have realized it by now. This is inside the Red Gate. Kim Cheol spoke as if it was the most obvious thing in the whole world. Of course, no one complained about that, which means no one will be able to enter here after us, until either we all die, or there is a dungeon break. The group all gasped out softly. The fact that they could no longer hope for a rescue came across as a big mental shock. Meanwhile, Kim Cheol continued on. If we remain here, we'll all die from this freezing cold, or from those beastards ambushing us. However, I'm going to clear this place and get out of here by myself if necessary. Are there any of you who wish to join me? Kim Cheol's powerful, confident stare and his broad shoulders imparted a certain sense of trust. Hunters glanced at each other for a bit, before unanimously voicing their desire to travel together with him. Let us move together. I'd like to join you. Let's go back together alive. I want to help, too. However, Kim Cheol shoved away the chest of the male hunter who said he wanted to help. Even though he controlled his physical strength, at the end of the day, he was still a rank of the male hunter retreated several steps back, a deep frown etched on his face from the immense pain coming from his chest. Excluding you, excuse me, and also you, and you. Kim Cheol pointed to a few more others, not just that male hunter. Of course, both Jin-Woo and Han Song-yi were included in that. It was here that Jin-Woo's own forehead creased up ever so slightly. All in all, 5 people in total. They were all either rank C or lower. It's unfortunate, but I won't be taking you along. What did you say? Do you know anything about red gates? The male hunter shook his head at Kim Cheol's question. In here, 1 day equates to 1 hour outside. The worst case scenario, it'll take several months for the dungeon break to occur, or I kill the boss. Under that kind of situation, I can't walk around with baggage like you. We're baggage to you. The hunters who were pointed out by Kim Cheol got all riled up. But once the rank a hunter glared at them, they all shut their mouths close. Kim Cheol continued on, now sounding as if he was being considerate and all. Don't feel too bad, however. If all of you manage to survive until we kill the boss, then all of you will go back home alive, too. Even still, the singled-out hunters sent out desperate, pleading stares to the hunters near Kim Cheol, but not a single one stepped forward. No, they were far too busy avoiding meeting the gazes. It was then, excuse me, a rank B female hunter from Kim Cheol's group raised her hand. Kim Cheol turned to look at her, and she pointed at Jin-Woo. It's fine to go over there from here, right? Do what you want. She didn't even look back once and walked straight to Jin-Woo's side. Kim Cheol alternated his gaze between the woman and Jin-Woo and smirked derisively, before declaring out loudly, "We've got an opening this side, so I'll accept one more person." Meh. The male hunter who got shoved away by Kim Cheol just now hurriedly ran over, fearing that the lone ranka in the group, and the leader, might change his mind. Jin-Woo stared at the woman now standing next to him with a puzzled expression on his face. Her gaze met with Jin-Woo's, and she whispered in a low voice so no one else could hear. "That man Kim Cheol, well, he couldn't see the arrow flying in, you see. Even if one was a high-ranked hunter, there was no way every stat of his would be developed equally. For instance, he might be a rank A, but his agility could be low." Jin-Woo knew how stats worked, so he didn't think too much about that. "So, what are you saying?" Then, the woman smiled refreshingly. "I'm guessing you're not a ranky, am I right?" Baek Yun-ho's expression remained gloomy. On Song-min provided a short summary on who Sung Jin-Woo was, but his anxiety level hadn't decreased by one bit. "In the end, that's all speculation, isn't it?" "Yes, sir, you're right." On Song-min readily accepted that assessment. It was true that he didn't know anything about Sung Jin-Woo, after all. But, if the boss checked Hunter Sung Jin-Woo out with his own eyes, he'd have changed his mind right away. There was something different about Sung Jin-Woo, and the fact that he couldn't adequately describe that with words frustrated On Song-min to no end. Baek Yun-ho's gaze shifted back to the red gate. "In the end, the only person I can believe in is Kim Cheol." It was then, "Sir, there won't be any problems with Hunter Kim Cheol, I assure you." It was Ju Seong-chan, chief of the 1st Division of the White Tiger Guild. He scanned the 3 people in front and spoke in a proud voice. "I've been training Hunter Kim Cheol quite strictly, so he could be ready for all contingencies. Originally, the initial training of new recruits was left to the 2nd Division, but the 1st Division would be in charge of the awakened ranked or higher. Those promising individuals who were scheduled to enter the ranks of the main combat force soon got to enjoy a different starting point from everyone else." Seeing Ju Seong-chan's confidence, Baek Yun-ho's expression softened slightly. "How were Hunter Kim Cheol's grades?" "They are excellent, sir. Just his combat capabilities alone, he'd not fall behind anyone from the current members of the guild's main combat force." "Is that so?" A smile managed to return to Baek Yun-ho's lips. Kim Cheol was a rank even among high-ranked hunters. He was a talent that must be held on to. Ju Seong-chan managed to calm the boss man down and narrowed his eyes at On Song-min, clearly in derision. "From what I heard just now, a ranky hunter who might have gone through a reawakening process, was it? You were saying something about that." Ju Seong-chan snorted dismissively. "My Hunter Kim Cheol should prove to be more effective than someone like that, a hunter with no proven qualities." On Song-min's expression hardened. He was being looked down on here. However, he didn't raise his voice and let anger take over him. "Let's just wait and see who's correct at the end of the day." The 4 men shifted their gazes at the same time over to the red gate that had trapped their hunters. "I'm guessing you're not a ranky, am I right?" the female hunter asked Jin-Woo quite openly. Jin-Woo opened his mouth in response. "Well, then, let me ask you something as well." "Of course." Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to Kim Cheol and the hunters gathering around him. They were busy planning their next move before they got going. "You guys, you're supposed to be new recruits, yet how can you be this calm? The first thing we've been taught is that anything can happen inside a dungeon, you see." "Anything could happen inside a dungeon," she said. Jin-Woo knew this fact better than anyone here, actually. Every one of us has been trained properly, especially that Kim Cheol over there. He even received a special training regime, too. He's scheduled to join up with the White Tiger's main combat force. They didn't fear dungeons because they had received prior training. Knowing something and experiencing it are 2 different things. More so, when your fragile belief of you knowing everything about dungeons develops just a tiny little crack, it'd all come crashing down like a dam with a hole getting swept away by the deluge of water. Building up one's confidence took a long time, but breaking it down only took a single moment. He could see the fate in store for Kim Cheol's team already. "My question, you haven't answered it yet. The question about whether he was a ranky or not." She seemed to be a rather tenacious customer, this woman. "Why should I tell you that?" He replied in a blunt and a bit curt manner, but the female hunter, Park Hye-jin, was now crying out in elation and clenched her fists. Inwardly, of course, Park Hye-jin had met many people in her life and she immediately knew what Jin-Woo's response meant. And that would be his unbridled confidence. Jin-Woo's eyes and Kim Cheol's met. "We will." Kim Cheol's voice was harsh, low. Didn't matter what he was trying to convey here. He sounded threatening and menacing. He using the road. He didn't saunter over here just to declare which path they would be using, though. No, Kim Cheol's eyes were asking what Jin-Woo's group would do, along with the hidden threat of "Don't you dare follow us." Jin-Woo scanned his surroundings once more, before reverting his gaze back to Kim Cheol. and we will be going through the forest. I'll wish you luck. Well, you guys will be the ones needing that luck later on, though. Jin-Woo didn't mouth his inner thoughts, however. What a bunch of idiots. Excuse me, look over there. Kim Cheol uncrossed his arms and pointed towards some trees. Not just one or two, either. Everywhere he pointed at, trees bore the scars that suspiciously looked like claw marks of potentially gigantic creatures. That, isn't that? It's a bear. An ice bear. A bear-type monster, infamous among all the beast-type monsters as the most ferocious. Those claw marks were them marking their territory. The hunters in Kim Cheol's group saw those and clicked their tongues. Tusk, tusk. It had been better if they stayed put here and waited till the end. Looks like innocent people will die because of a Ranky taking the lead. I mean, would that Ranky have received any prior training like us? Kim Cheol stared at the forest and chuckled derisively. That's to be expected from a measly Ranky. Wait. Suddenly, Kim Cheol's smile disappeared. Most of that group is rank CS, and there is a rank B among them too, so how come? How come he thought Jin-Woo was that group's leader? Indeed, he hadn't felt that anything was amiss, right up until he realized this weird incongruency by himself. Still, Kim Cheol shook his head. Well, it doesn't matter. They were all going to die soon, anyway. Worrying about themselves took precedence over what would happen to the weaklings who wouldn't last for long, to begin with. There was nothing he could do about the dead, but well, shouldn't the ones that were supposed to live on? Jin-Woo took the lead and walked up ahead. But before long, Park Hye-jin stood in front of him. What is it? Have you lost your mind? Jin-Woo crossed his arms and displayed how unhappy he was to hear that, meaning she'd have to be careful with her follow-up. Perhaps she understood Jin-Woo's warning. Park Hye-jin's voice had softened somewhat. I'm sorry, but I need to say this. Park Hye-jin's finger pointed towards one of the surrounding trees. Can you see that? There was a huge claw mark on the tree's bark. Over there, too. And there. Almost every single tree had their barks greatly damaged, and it was hard to find one that was still intact. This entire place is full of the bear's territorial markings, you know. This entire forest is the bear-type monster's habitat. Park Hye-jin thought that Jin-Woo would show one of the three responses: get angry, get stunned, or accept what she told him. Unfortunately for her, her expectation was wide off the mark. She was the one advising him against the irrational and hasty decision here, yet it was Jin-Woo looking at her as if she was the idiot. Why is he looking at me like that? Park Hye-jin's face reddened up from anger. Her voice rose up again. Jin-Woo spat out a long sigh and opened his mouth. That is precisely why we're moving through the forest. Park Hye-jin's eyes went round in confusion. She still doesn't get it even with that massive hint. Jin-Woo had little choice but to tell it straight to her. When we're moving through the forest, we only have to worry about ice bears. Only then did Park Hye-jin understood Jin-Woo's intention. The meaning behind lots of ice bears was simple, that there were no other monsters strong enough to hunt ice bears in this forest. To be more precise, the group didn't have to worry about fighting monsters stronger than ice bears here. Why haven't I thought about that? Park Hye-jin became ashamed about shouting at Jin-Woo just now. Her head dropped low, even the skin of her neck reddening up from embarrassment. Jin-Woo didn't know how strong these ice bears were, but he was sure of them being weaker than those two white phantom archers. They were wearing clothing that looked to be made out of bear felt. That was why he had chosen the forest route. He was thinking of traversing the forest and increasing his level, and at the same time, keep an eye out on Kim Cheol's group and the movements of the white phantoms while waiting for his chance to act. That was the safest way available. Park Hye-jin's face was far too red to be normal. She couldn't raise her head and managed to squeeze out a voice that was smaller than a buzzing mosquito. It's because. Too cold. Jin-Woo spat out a long groan and summoned his store. He quickly browsed through the items for sale and spotted thick fur coats and shoes designed for winter. Fur coat and the shoes cost 10 gold each. Unlike items with added effects, regular items didn't cost a lot to buy. No, compared to the amount of gold in his possession, they were oh so cheap. Still, I'd never have guessed that I have to buy Japtum with my gold. Jin-Woo chose buy for all of them. Since he couldn't just give to some and ignore others, Jin-Woo spent 100 gold and bought the articles of clothing for all 5 people. 5 coats and 5 pairs of boots suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. And of course, the eyes of all 4 people, excluding Jin-Woo, all grew super wide. Was that separate space magic? Park Hye-jin was taken aback, too, and she hurriedly raised her head to look at Jin-Woo. Not caring whether they were shocked or not, Jin-Woo spoke to them disinterestedly. Put them on. He finished speaking and reached down to grab the closest fur coat. But then, Han Song-yi suddenly grasped his sleeve. Just what's going on with you? You managed to catch that arrow, and now you use some strange magic to take these clothes out, too. Frowns formed on the forehead of Jin-Woo. It didn't take a genius to figure out that, at this rate, he'd be swarmed by the endless streams of questions and get irritated to no end. Right, let's use this chance to clearly draw the line. Jin-Woo raised his voice and spoke in a firm voice. Han Song, I brought you here with me, so I will take full responsibility and protect you. However, Jin-Woo's voice became colder next. Don't ask me about anything. Jin-Woo then swept his gaze against Park Hye-jin as well as other hunters tagging along. The same goes for the rest of you. Do not ask me anything, and do not demand anything from me. He didn't stop there, though. If you don't like it, then you can just leave now. I won't stop you. There was one more thing, one more reason why Jin-Woo chose the forest route. Status window. Jin-Woo silently summoned his status window and swapped his current title from the one who overcame the adversity to that of the slaughterer of wolves, a title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. A chance to abuse this plainly cheating buff had fallen on his laps, so why should he go anywhere else now? It was then. The hunters all began screaming out loudly. It's the bear. It's the ice bear. An ice bear that had picked up on the scents of humans was slowly trudging towards the group. These humans were its enemies that had invaded its territory. Obviously, it did not look too kindly towards the intruders. The creature did resemble a polar bear, but it was almost twice the size, and the magic crystal, the symbol of all monsters, could be seen in the middle of its chest area as if it was some kind of a proud emblem. Roar. It roared out furiously, the ground seemingly quaking under its might. All the hunters, excluding Jin-Woo, all froze stiff on the spot after hearing the ice bear's roar. Park Hye-jin's expression crumpled unsightly. Oh, so we only need to be mindful of ice bears, was it? How could anyone say that sort of nonsense after seeing that monster? She almost fell for Seong Jin-Woo's pretty convincing argument. But, upon seeing an ice bear, she was certain of one thing. We definitely shouldn't have chosen the forest route. Sensing the approaching danger to the group, Park Hye-jin stepped out in front of the group and shouted out, I'll draw its attention towards me, so everyone must. The scruff of Park Hye-jin's neck was yanked back by a considerable force, and she had to backstep several times to make sure that she didn't end up on her butt. After somehow regaining her balance, she raised her head only to find Jin-Woo standing before her. Hey, what was that all about? I'm telling you this right now. I'll be killing all the monsters from now on. Obviously, he couldn't let anyone steal his experience points, now could he? For Jin-Woo, these bears were perfect health tonics to buff him up for his inevitable showdown with the true enemies of this place, the White Phantoms. Park Hye-jin couldn't hide her astonishment. No matter how strong you think you are, that thing is a monster of a high-rank dungeon. Completely ignoring Park Hye-jin's furious voice coming from behind him, Jin-Woo walked right towards the ice bear. Well, it's not going to be okay to use daggers for this one. The blood splatter would make a mess of things, wouldn't it? Jin-Woo had already summoned his 2 daggers almost out of reflex, but stored them back in his inventory. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly. Well, I promised to just observe, but this is an emergency, so I'm sure they'll understand. Right? Jin-Woo's glare collided mid-air with the ice bear's roar. Jin-Woo was already above the ice bear's head. It was here that he kind of understood the reason for this monster's infamy. Even then, he also sensed that all his level-ups until now weren't in vain. Before the ice bear could lift its head up, Jin-Woo punched with all his might right in the middle of the monster's forehead. Kaboom! The head of the ice bear slammed down on the snowy ground with an explosive force. Its skull was completely obliterated. With its limp tongue hanging outside the slack maw, the ice bear stopped moving completely. Hell yeah! He was thinking that his level up was just around the corner, and now, he was glad to have stopped Park Hye-jin from taking any action. You, just what are you? Jin-Woo heard that trembling voice and looked behind him, only to spot 4 speechless faces staring back at him. Jin-Woo sheepishly scratched the side of his head. I warned them earlier because I didn't want to run into this sort of situation. It seemed that a person would become rather forgetful whenever he or she witnessed something utterly beyond their capacity to understand. Left with little choice, Jin-Woo had to state his position once more. I told you, I'll not tolerate anyone asking me questions. If you're unhappy with my methods, then. Jin-Woo pointed his finger in the direction of Kim Cheol's team. With a complicated expression, Baek Yun-ho recalled his experiences. Once you cross the gate, the place you end up could be a desert with temperatures soaring past 60 degrees Celsius, or it could be a dense jungle full of poisonous insects and snakes. Or it could be the middle of a snow-covered field where it's so cold that you'd immediately develop frostbites. Even when you're in such a perilous situation, you still have to fight monsters as well. Let's say that you've somehow adapted to your new environments. From then on, you will have to procure food. Indeed, one would have to secure enough food to last a few weeks at a minimum, or at worst, for several months. In Baek Yun-ho's mind, the hunters ranked C and below were already as good as dead by now. Evening. Large chunks of meat were nicely sizzling on top of a campfire. You know, this bear meat, it's a bit chewy but not as bad as I thought. Would you like some more? Thank you kindly. Go Myung Hwan expertly sliced the meat of the ice bear and placed them on a plate pushed forward by Yun Kai-jung. These two men were the rank C hunters following Jin-Woo. Both Park Hye-jin and Han Song-hee were also slowly chewing on the bear meat, although their portions weren't as large as the men's. Please pass me the pepper. What about salt? The seasoning's just about fine, so it's okay. They all look to, more or less, have adapted to the living conditions of the dungeon. Don't you think the attacks of the ice bears have lessened lately? Park Hye-jin replied to that question. Well, that's because the team leader has annihilated their numbers, that's why. That man, it's like he has some sort of unresolved vendetta against these bears from his previous life or something. His eyes go all crazy when he spots an ice bear. He's so scary whenever he does that. Really, really scary. Now that I think about it, where did the team leader disappear to? Yun Kai-jung had his head almost buried in the plate as he chomped down on the meat, but still raised his head to make his reply. He went out a little while ago, saying that he's going to take a look around here. Park Hye-jin formed a helpless expression, roaming inside a high-ranked dungeon all alone. Isn't he scared at all? Yun Kai-jung formed a sly grin. If it's him, it's not going to be a problem. Jin-Woo searched through the forest and made his exit as he brushed past some thickets. It must be somewhere nearby. Found you. Just a quick head count and he found over 30 bears. In other words, this was literally a bear farm. The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. He deliberately came here alone to eliminate the possibility of eyewitnesses. This would be the perfect opportunity to utilize his shadow soldiers. Indeed, he had been waiting for a moment like this. Come out. When he inwardly called out, the soldiers wearing black armor soundlessly materialized and surrounded him. You all understand that this is your first sortie, right? What he meant by that was, just as one's impression was decided upon through the first encounter, these guys would have to impress him with their first battle, too. The shadow soldiers stood at attention in eerie silence, with nary a hint of disorder. Nice. Jin-Woo smirked deeply, seeing them like that. Meanwhile, more and more ice bears began emerging from the caves after detecting Jin-Woo's scent. Looks like the other side is done preparing, too. Jin-Woo pointed at the ice bears. Go. As soon as his order was issued, the shadow soldiers rushed forward as if they were sliding on ice. The shadow soldiers rapidly closed in on their targets. Unfortunately, the angry swipes of the ice bears' front paws were faster than their movements. A single hit, and one shadow soldier was obliterated. If it wasn't a shadow underneath the armors but an actual human being, that attack would surely have ripped him apart into several pieces. Jin-Woo frowned deeply. As I thought, did I ask for too much? Whether it was their physical strength or their body sizes, these ice bears were difficult enemies for the shadow soldiers to fight against. However, something quite surprising happened next. Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider. The soldier with its chest torn open by the ice bear's attack suddenly transformed into a clump of black smoke just before it fell to the ground. The black smoke coagulated in a spot a couple of steps away, and it reverted back to its original appearance. And so, as the infantrymen bought time out in front, the magic soldiers standing at the back had completed their spells. Boom! The balls of flames leaving the ends of the magic soldiers' hands exploded here, there, and everywhere. The shadow soldiers swept up and the explosions regenerated right away. But on the other hand, the ice bears could only roll around screaming in sheer pain and agony as their bodies caught on fire. Meanwhile, the shadow soldiers didn't waste time and swiftly approached the defenseless bears before stabbing down on them with their blades. Jin-Woo continued to spectate on the proceedings with an expression filled with great interest and happiness. The infantrymen and their quick regenerative abilities, the magic soldiers and their superb firepower. The overall combat prowess of the shadow soldiers had far exceeded his initial expectations. Soon, the ice bears were forced into retreat by the might of the shadow soldiers and were pushed back towards the entrance of the caves. Accompanied by the eardrum-shaking roar, a huge shadow slowly emerged from one of the caves. Isn't that? Even Jin-Woo's eyes grew extra round and super large. The bear that came out was at least a head taller and double the body size compared to others around it. Just a single swipe from this huge bear, and multiple soldiers were blown away. The regeneration rate of the soldiers could not keep up with the huge ice bear's relentless attacks. Jin-Woo could only leak out a groan after seeing that. So, it's the leader of the pack, is it? He kind of suspected that, since there was a pack, there should be a leader leading it, too. Once his MP had been drained, The obliterated shadow soldiers didn't regenerate and simply entered back into Jin-Woo's shadow. In other words, in order to regenerate the lost soldiers, he needed lots more mana. With the appearance of the Ice Bear leader, the flow of the battle had reversed completely. However, Jin-Woo still had plenty of leeway. Since their boss has shown up, this side should also step up. Jin-Woo summoned the boss of the shadow soldiers, Ygritte. One more shadow escaped from Jin-Woo's shadow, and from that shadow, a knight wearing a helm with decorative mane rose up soundlessly. Jin-Woo pointed forward with his chin. Ygritte bowed to Jin-Woo before rushing towards the Ice Bear leader. Ygritte unsheathed his longsword and deftly evaded the bear's enraged attacks, all the while shaving away at the giant monster's body with his blade. Tendons, claws, front paw, legs, torso, bits and chunks of meat from various areas of the monster sheared off and fell to the ground piece by piece. Jin-Woo could only gasp out in admiration at Ygritte's crafty and elaborate movements. The last place Ygritte hit was the bear's head. Slice. The giant ice bear's head separated from its body and flew away. Before it landed on the ground, though, Ygritte easily snatched it. He trod proudly towards Jin-Woo and knelt before him. And then, he placed the dead bear's head before Jin-Woo's feet. It was as if the knight was presenting the spoils of victory to his sovereign. Jin-Woo swallowed dry saliva and gazed at the kneeling Ygritte and his bowed head. If Ygritte decided to use his sword from the beginning, would I have been able to defeat him? The ice bears, without their leader present, lost all semblance of order and became utterly confused, before they were cleanly swept away by the remaining shadow soldiers. That brought about the end to the battles. The result was truly satisfying. The levels of the soldiers had risen up nicely. Also, as these shadow soldiers were seen as a part of his skill, even Jin-Woo's level had risen up by 3. Most of all, there was another point he found much to his liking. Rise up. And that point would be the fact that he could recruit new friends now, from the shadows of several ice bears that Jin-Woo had selected, which obviously included the boss bear. Black shapes began to slowly rise up. These creatures came with the name tag that said Shadow Beast Soldier. At a casual glance, they kind of resembled bears, but it was still difficult to tell whether these monsters were actually corporeal or not. They might not look that great, but they are definitely the shadows of the ice bears. That explosive strength, that destructive power. Without a doubt, they would prove to be useful. His comrades screamed in despair. Kim Cheol's bloodshot eyes shot open wide. No, this can't be. How can this Kim Cheol fail? He was supposed to become the elite of the White Tiger Guild. They even trained him with the special program so he'd enter the guild's main combat force right away. However, to fail like this, he could not acknowledge it. While enduring against the biting cold and starvation, they fought off against a group of snowmen. Then, they encountered snow giants. They lost 2 of their numbers, but in the end, emerged victorious against the giants. He thought that the conquest of this dungeon was going according to plan. However, as soon as the desperate struggle against the snow giants ended, the white phantoms sneak attacked from the rear as if they were waiting for this chance. These wicked, treacherous beastards had been in hiding, waiting for the raid team to exhaust all their stamina first. What happened next was a one-sided massacre. In the blink of an eye, the hunters were annihilated. See Captain. A fallen hunter reached out towards Kim Cheol with his bloodied hand. Kim Cheol could only retreat in faltering steps. Suddenly, a white phantom appeared on top of this fallen hunter. It pulled out a dagger and swiped it under the hunter's neck. The white phantom smiled as it sliced the neck off and raised its head to look at Kim Cheol. Kim Cheol could only scream in terror. And then, not even taking one look behind him, he ran straight into the forest. There were ice bears in the forest. Compared to snowmen, snow giants, and the white phantoms that appeared before him, those unseen ice bears came across as laughable existences right now. Kim Cheol summoned every ounce of his energy and then ran even harder. The white phantoms glared at the departing back of fleeing Kim Cheol and raised their bow. Just as they took aim and got ready to fire, a white phantom with white hair extending all the way down to its waist raised its arm and stopped the attack. The white phantoms lowered their bows. When the long-haired elf signaled the others to follow Kim Cheol, the white phantoms began disappearing from where they stood one by one. Kim Cheol ran out of the thick bushes. He couldn't catch his breaths at all. Still, when he recalled the derisive smirks on the white phantoms' faces as they massacred the hunters, he felt like peeing himself from fear. Once he walked past the trees and escaped out into an open area, he was greeted by an unbelievable spectacle. But how can this be? He found over 20 dead ice bears surrounding a cave entrance, and he thought it was odd to not see a single ice bear when every single tree was marked by them. What is going on here? Kim Cheol investigated the conditions of the carcasses. They all showed sword-inflicted wounds. Some of them even had signs of being burnt alive. Almost immediately, Kim Cheol thought about Sung Jin-Woo and the hunters following him. Did they do this to these ice bears? No, it couldn't be. Kim Cheol shook his head. The wounds on ice bears were inflicted with long swords. As far as he knew, none of the hunters that went into the forest used a sword. Besides, the two ranky hunters didn't even wield any weapons. If you were to look at the situation objectively, then there was no chance that those people were still alive. In that case, there could be only one explanation. There are white phantoms nearby. His heart fell to the pit of his stomach. Kim Cheol walked as silently as possible and cautiously approached the source of the smell. And eventually, he hid inside the bush and discovered the hunters who had left along with Jin-Woo. Kim Cheol's eyes grew wider from the revelation. What the hell? The smell of meat was coming from the campfire they had raised. How can they still be alive? Kim Cheol began glaring. He couldn't find one ranky hunter among their midst. He must have been killed first after taking the lead like a fool. Something didn't add up. Wait, hold up. Their attire, clothes and blankets designed to keep warm, tents and several pieces of equipment could be seen. They were obviously well prepared. Just how can this be? Kim Cheol was getting flustered even more, but then his gaze had stopped by at a certain place. It was a piece of bread sitting next to sizzling meat, meaning these people even had food ready. His confusion immediately morphed into a rage. These beastards. Grit. Kim Cheol began gritting his teeth. They had enough supplies to ensure their continued survival, yet they wanted to hog them all for themselves. If my hands hadn't frozen up, no, if only I wasn't starving, I'd have easily dealt with those ice elves. Realizing that these beastards had snatched away the crucial supplies that should have been shared among the rest of the team, he couldn't hold back his fury anymore. Kim Cheol angrily ran out of the bush. You sons of bitches. Park Hye-jin quickly shot up from her spot, clearly surprised. Kim Cheol, how did you get here? She found it rather difficult to lie here and say it was good to see him again. Because Kim Cheol's glare was full of murderous intent. Indeed, he didn't even bother to mask his hostility. My raid team failed to conquer this dungeon because of the lack of supplies, yet how can all of you find yourselves with this much food and this type of equipment? That is, Park Hye-jin couldn't continue on. If she mentioned Jin-Woo here, then Kim Cheol's rage would be directed towards the youth. To her, Jin-Woo was her savior. Also, that man always looked at Jin-Woo in a suspicious manner. Park Hye-jin shut her mouth immediately. That prompted Kim Cheol's eyes to open even wider in anger. Even I don't think all of you were complicit in this crime. So, who had hidden these? Tell me the truth, and I will ignore everything else. A thick vein popped up on Kim Cheol's neck. Tell me who monopolized all the gear and drove his comrades to death. His angry roar reverberated throughout the forest. Kim Cheol was planning to shed blood here if it would appease the sin of betraying his comrades. I'll count to 3. If you don't reveal who it was by then, I'll take it as the sign of all of you being complicit in this matter. Han Song-yi tugged at Park Hye-jin's sleeve. Park Hye-jin hugged Han Song-yi. Both Go Myung-hwan and Yun Kai-jun swallowed their saliva as cold sweat soaked their backs. Kim Cheol was a rank. Even if everyone present worked together, they wouldn't be able to win against him. However, none of them still mentioned Jin-Woo's name. 1. Kim Cheol yanked loose his sword from the scabbard attached to his waist. 2. Even then, the lower-ranked hunters showed not one sign of opening their mouths. How dare lower-ranked hunters ignore his order? That point alone stoked the flames of Kim Cheol's anger even higher. Just what these beastards think of me as. Murderous intent burned brightly in his eyes. He'd kill that woman first. He'd kill Park Hye-jin before anyone else, the one who betrayed the raid team and left along with these lower-ranked hunters. That's right, she left the raid team because she must have been scheming something. He could only think that way. Kim Cheol stood before Park Hye-jin and spat out the last countdown. 3. Park Hye-jin squeezed her eyes shut. It was then. 4. Cow. Kim Cheol was struck super hard by something in the back of his head and kissed the ground as his entire body slid across the snowy ground for several meters. The eyes of the hunters grew wider. Team leader. Jin-Woo had hit Kim Cheol so hard that steam was still rising up from his palm. Jin-Woo spoke in a dumbfounded voice. How dare you speak rubbish when it was you who drove your friends to death? Jin-Woo Appa. Han Song-yi displayed her happiness as tears formed in her eyes. Team leader. It wasn't as much as Han Song-yi, but still, the two male hunters' expressions also brightened up considerably. Jin-Woo placed his finger on his lips and gestured them to keep quiet. The four people, seemingly getting ready to embrace Jin-Woo at any moment now, all froze up like ice statues. Looks like Kim Cheol brought along unwanted visitors. He sensed countless presences hiding in the forest. After sensing Jin-Woo's glare, the white phantoms undid their stealth and revealed themselves one by one. At a quick count, there were around 20 of them, and among them, Jin-Woo's glare was fixed on a long-haired white phantom riding on horseback. That has to be the boss. An overwhelmingly mighty aura was coming from that creature, incomparably heavier than any ice bears and the white phantoms near it. If that guy wasn't the boss of this dungeon, then just who else could be? For the first time in a long while, Jin-Woo's skin broke out in goosebumps. Just as Jin-Woo was shivering ever so softly from its powerful aura, the boss also recognized Jin-Woo's strength in one go. So, there really was one. A truly worthy being among all the human trash. What did you just say? When Jin-Woo spat out a response purely out of reflex, the boss displayed an expression of pure surprise. Can you understand our language? Jin-Woo was also taken aback. How is it possible to converse with this guy? Not only could he understand what a monster was saying, but he could also actually converse with it, too. A language he couldn't even remember learning before fluently rolled out of his mouth as if it was his mother tongue. Is this because of the system? Like an automatic translation feature, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze back to the boss. The boss returned the gaze with great interest. To be able to converse. Very good. There is someone I wanted to introduce to you. The boss pointed at one of the white phantoms standing behind it. I'm sure you're familiar with him already. Jin-Woo's glare sharpened instantly. Indeed, he recognized that particular white phantom. That guy was none other than the beastard that fired an arrow at Han Sung-yi before breaking out in a mocking grin. How could he forget that arrogant beastard's face? That exact same smile was still etched on the monster's face. This friend informed me of a truly strong being among the humans. And this friend wishes to challenge you to a duel, so how ab? Even before the boss finished his words, the night killer Jin-Woo flew in a straight line. Stab. The white phantom collapsed on the ground. Anything else you want to say? The boss spoke up in admiration. You are indeed very strong. Then, it climbed off the horse. However, as if it wasn't planning to fight yet, it didn't draw its weapons nor showed any willingness to engage in battles. So, I shall make a simple suggestion. A suggestion? That's right. It won't be such a bad suggestion for yourself. Jin-Woo was inwardly surprised. It was a well-known fact that humanoid-type monsters possessed intelligence. But he never expected to see a monster trying to negotiate with a human. I'll hear it. The boss smiled as if it had expected that answer and opened its mouth. Before that, I want to ask you something. Why are you among these humans when you're not one of them? Jin-Woo's expression crumpled deeply. What nonsense are you talking about? It seems that you have no idea. The boss guffawed out loudly, before pointing to its temple. Every one of us can hear a certain voice repeating itself in our heads. It tells us to kill humans. However, I can't hear that voice when I'm looking at you. That's what this guy meant. In that case, Jin-Woo could think of a reason for that. When the boss says humans, it's probably talking about hunters. The thing was, he had changed to this strange something called player through the system during his ordeal in the underground temple. Technically speaking, he was slightly different from other hunters, meaning other awakened human beings. That's why that guy thinks I'm not a human. That made perfect sense. The boss nodded its head. There is no need for us to fight each other, and our side does not wish to see needless casualties as well. The boss finally got to the main topic. Hand over the humans behind you. Then, we will guarantee your life. How does my suggestion sound to you? Before he answered, Jin-Woo asked back. I want to ask you something, too. Fine, go ahead. Just who are you? Where did you come from? And why do you wish to kill humans? It happened then. The smiling face of the boss suddenly froze stiff. But that odd state lasted only for a brief moment. The boss regained its original expression and continued on. There is no need for us to fight each other, and our side does not wish to see needless casualties as well. What the hell was that? Jin-Woo frowned deeply. The boss repeated itself like an NPC from a game that was asked a question that was not in the script, or one that it was not permitted to answer. To begin with, hand over the humans behind you. Then, we will guarantee your life. How does my suggestion sound to you? Its expression showed how relaxed it was. In other words, it had not recognized how odd its own actions were. The white phantom standing behind didn't display any reaction towards the boss's strange behavior, either. Jin-Woo continued to wordlessly observe then, prompting the boss to begin urging him. Will you accept my suggestion or not? Jin-Woo wanted to find out more about the monster's origins and their true intentions, but as it turned out, it was all a waste of time. In that case, the only thing remaining was to choose. But then again, he had made up his mind already a long time ago. I refuse. The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. You see, you possess a far too tempting shadow for me to let go. Are you planning to fight my soldiers all by yourself? Do you truly believe that you can overcome the disadvantages in numbers all alone? Jin-Woo smirked derisively. Soldiers, was it? You think you're the only one? I've got them too. He summoned his shadows. According to his wishes, the soldiers hiding in Jin-Woo's shadow all revealed themselves in the blink of an eye right behind him. The cry came from the hunters this time as well. Yun Kai-jun cried out in fright as the shadow of the ice bear, the shadow beast soldier, suddenly materialized right next to him, and he fell hard on his ass. When Jin-Woo took a glance at the pale faces of the surviving raid team, he felt that it was a bit regretful. But this was an emergency situation. There was no time to explain things to them here. Well, I wouldn't explain things to them even if this wasn't an emergency, though. After summoning 29 shadow soldiers, Jin-Woo stood before them and glared at the boss. So, who's disadvantaged now? Finally, the boss displayed its hostility. You seem to know some petty tricks, don't you? Fine. If it's your wish, I shall grant your death. The boss unsheathed 2 daggers from his sides. Petty tricks, is it? The boss had a point there. Jin-Woo might hold an advantage in numbers, but his army was slightly lacking if he wanted to hunt the boss down. Jin-Woo knew this very well. The boss's self-confidence could have come from this fact. Indeed, he now needed more comrades. Powerful comrades. If it's a powerful comrade, then there was one candidate here. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance to his side. The still unconscious Kim Cheol was lying there, unmoving. Attack. When the boss issued the order, the white phantoms pulled on their bowstrings. Bears. Jin-Woo placed the beast soldiers at the front. The beast soldiers, with arrows sticking out of their bodies, all roared out in anger. Before the white phantoms could knock the next volley of arrows, the infantrymen rushed forward. The magic soldiers also began chanting their spells. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed dangerously. You're mine. Jin-Woo deliberately pushed Kim Cheol's longsword towards its owner with his heel, before pouncing forward himself as well. His sight was fixed solely on the boss of the White Phantoms. The boss too was waiting for Jin-Woo's arrival. Soon, sparks endlessly flew as the 4 daggers wielded by 2 creatures clashed in midair. At the same time, the Shadow Soldiers and White Phantoms also slammed into each other as well. Go Myung Hwan looked at Park Hye-jin next to him. So, shouldn't we lend assistance here? Park Hye-jin shook her head. This isn't a fight where we can butt in, you know. This was a battle where huge black monsters were swinging their giant claws. The destroyed black soldiers were regenerating to their original state in the blink of an eye. And the gleaming blades and the arrows fired from the upper rank monsters, White Phantoms, were chaotically flying around in the snowy field. So, what can a rank B or C do in this place? Indeed, the only thing they were permitted to do here was to pray. Jin-Woo gasped out, as expected of a boss from the high-ranking dungeon. The fight looked to be even from the side, but Jin-Woo was getting cut and sliced constantly all over his body. Would he be able to last 3 minutes at this rate? His MP was also rapidly depleting away as his soldiers constantly regenerated. Finally, the magic soldiers managed to finish their chants. A ball of flames larger than a volleyball flew in the midst of the White Phantoms. Kaboom! That was the power of the leveled-up magic soldiers in full display. Awakened by the resounding eardrum-shaking explosion, Kim Cheol regained his consciousness and opened his eyes. Kim Cheol raised his head to look. Clang, clang. His blurry vision picked up on the sight of White Phantoms fighting against the unknown black soldiers. What the hell is going on here? He couldn't figure out what happened while he blacked out, but at least he knew very well why he was lying on the ground like this. The hand that slapped him in the back of his head, and the voice that came from behind him. That voice definitely belonged to Sung Jin-Woo. Now that he had regained his bearing, the sense of shame and rage bubbled over like crazy, and the ends of his fingertips trembled. How fortunate that he could feel the hilt of his sword. If he was surrounded by the White Phantoms, then he'd not get out of here alive. In that case, he must. I'll kill that beastard Sung Jin-Woo with my own hands. His maddened eyes finally spotted the back of Sung Jin-Woo. There he was. He was too busy fighting a White Phantom and wasn't paying any attention to his rear. This was his chance. Kim Cheol stood up right away. After sensing Kim Cheol running towards him, Jin-Woo laughed out inwardly in elation. Right, if it's you. Kim Cheol ran with all his might and after taking aim at Jin-Woo's neck, swung the sword hard. Die. In front, the boss. From behind, Kim Cheol. Even though he was stuck in a seemingly dangerous situation, Jin-Woo still managed to shout out, Ygritte. As if he'd been waiting for that call, Ygritte jumped out from his shadow immediately and easily deflected Kim Cheol's sword. Clang. No. Kim Cheol's bloodshot eyes opened wider. However, even before he could say anything, Ygritte's sword pierced deeply into his chest. Stab. The blade ran straight through his chest and emerged from his back. I knew Kim Cheol would act this way. This fool was someone who didn't think about anything in depth and only acted according to his emotions. They had been together only for a short while, but that was enough for Jin-Woo to figure this guy out. Kim Cheol glared at Jin-Woo, and with that, Kim Cheol breathed his last. As Ygritte stepped up to delay the boss, Jin-Woo issued an order to the shadow of the dead Kim Cheol. Rise up. When that happened, accompanied by a heavy, somber cry, a huge hand emerged from the shadow. The Black Knight that emerged from Kim Cheol's shadow was far bigger and sturdier than the original version, and it even carried a huge war hammer in one hand as well. The other hand held a shield as tall as a grown man, and the overall impression this guy gave off was truly oppressive and threatening. Kim Cheol was a muscular man, but this shadow is just too over the top. Even though it was an urgent situation, Jin-Woo couldn't help but leak out a gasp of admiration. All right, the name. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance to his side. Perhaps finding the battle quite tough, Ygritte was having a hard time right now, being pushed around by the boss. Currently, he was barely buying enough time by relying on his cheat-like regenerative ability. Slice. Ygritte's arm was sliced off, then. I don't have much time to waste here. A name, was it? Should he go with whatever? Baby, Kim Cheol. Jin-Woo immediately shook his head. To call an undead with a name it used while it was still alive. That just didn't sit well with him, right? His name was Kim Cheol. Cheol, so iron, it is. The name had been decided. As soon as Jin-Woo thought of that name, it was bestowed on the newly birthed Shadow Knight. Jin-Woo pointed to the boss. Iron. Iron leaned back and roared out loudly. What was that? Several messages popped up in his view. An aggro skill. Kim Cheol was actually a rank tanker, so, quite obviously, he possessed a high-level aggro skill, and the Shadow Knight extracted from his shadow, Iron, had retained that skill in full and was able to use it no problem. The head of the boss swiveled towards Iron. Although it could have chosen to finish Ygritte off right in front of its eyes, the boss simply pounced on Iron as if it had been hypnotized by a ghost or some such. The boss was still preoccupied with Iron. And seizing this chance, Jin-Woo and Ygritte's combined assault began on the boss. Park Hye-jin became utterly speechless as the unbelievable spectacle unfolded right before her eyes. What she was seeing right now proved to be too unrealistic, too outlandish. From her side, Han Song-yi asked her with a timid voice, "Do all fights of hunters look like that?" She must have been frightened silly, because Han Song-yi's voice was trembling noticeably. Park Hye-jin replied to her, sounding helpless as well. "If that were the case, then I'd never have earned my license, you know." Go Myung-hwan asked next, looking utterly dazed out of his mind. "Could it be that we are dreaming right now?" Park Hye-jin looked back at the battlefield where the monsters and the black somethings were having a chaotic throwdown, and spat out a long sigh. The poison fang of Kasaka stabbed into the boss's shoulder. With the increased levels of the enemies he'd been facing lately, the additional effects of the poison fang of Kasaka failed to activate properly more often than not. Still, inflicting injuries was a good thing in a fight. Nice. The boss's agile movements were being hampered gradually due to the increasing number of wounds being inflicted on its body. The smile had disappeared from the boss's face a long time ago. The boss had been dodging the combined attacks of Jin-Woo, Ygritte and Iron rather freely until then. But now, it was quite obviously running out of breath. Just a little bit more. Iron suddenly bear-hugged the boss. Now, when Jin-Woo gave the signal, Ygritte rapidly retreated. Jin-Woo too quickly stepped back. The boss's eyes widened in confusion. "What are you trying?" Before he could finish, the magic soldiers completed the explosion spells and they rained down on Iron's position. For the first time ever, the boss spat out a sharp cry of pain. The beastard twisted its body around, and Iron's arms fell off. Grit. The boss's enraged, murderous eyes were now firmly fixed on Jin-Woo. Seeing this, Jin-Woo could only feel admiration towards the boss once more. Even with such a heavy wound, it can still exhibit that much strength, as expected of a high-level dungeon's boss. Unfortunately for it, the scale had tilted away from it some time ago. Jin-Woo used stealth and dash skills to close the distance to the boss, and stabbed the poison fang of Kasaka deeply into the beastard's waist. The boss's eyes widened considerably. However, the boss still managed to grab Jin-Woo's wrist even in the midst of all this. It was not that hard to see the boss's desire to not go down without a fight from its crazed eyes. Just as the boss raised its dagger above its head to stab at Jin-Woo, Jin-Woo simply smirked. At the same time, a huge warhammer slammed into the head of the boss. Slam! The boss's face crashed into the snowy ground. Behind the boss, Iron was raising his hammer up high again, both of his arms already fully regenerated. The huge hammer flew down again. Splat! Ygritte was getting ready to attack, but then sheathed his sword back into the scabbard attached to his waist. Jin-Woo also stored his daggers back inside the inventory, and the expected messages popped up right away. It's finally over. Jin-Woo sighed grandly in relief. What a hard-fought victory this was. He was about to take a breather, but then saw iron and his eyes went extra round in surprise. Hey, you can stop now. Jin-Woo hurriedly stopped iron. He was about to smash down with his hammer again, but finally stayed his hands. Perhaps it resembled the original too much, because the guy turned out to be a bit simple in the head like the original. Meanwhile, the boss's corpse had been pummeled into a meat paste already. However, its shadow isn't affected, so it's fine. Jin-Woo smirked deeply. Finally, the reward for this incredibly hard battle, the one he'd been salivating over, was right by his feet, waiting to be taken. Jin-Woo issued his order. Rise up. It was now 3 a.m. The facial expressions of 4 men waiting around the red gate were, as expected, not so good. Unable to endure any longer, Hyan Kaichial finally opened his mouth. Guildmaster, we'll remain here and wait, so how about going home first, sir? My guild members are trapped in there, so how can I even think about going home to relax now? It was here that On Song-min's eye widened. Huh? Look, the red gate. Hyan Kaichial and Ju Sung-chan also discovered an oddity with the red gate. The red gate is opening up. The dungeon's been cleared. There are people coming out. Baek Yun-ho clenched his fists tightly. That Kim Cheol. Did he manage to pull it off? Everyone waiting there hurriedly rushed towards the front of the gate. Baek Yun-ho, unable to hide his excitement, began searching for the leader of this team, Kim Cheol. However, even though all of the survivors came out, the big guy couldn't be seen. This can't be right. The one who had been insisting on believing in Kim Cheol. Ju Sung-chan's previously confident attitude was gone now, and his expression was getting warped as well. After spotting Jin-Woo walking along with Han Song-yi right behind the others, On Song-min's face was quickly filled up with a huge smile. I thought as much. It was such a noticeable contrast from the face of Ju Sung-chan. However, his smile also faded away quickly. When 5 people, including Sung Jin-Woo, walked out from the gate, the portal to another world slowly disappeared from their view. It can't be. Is this everyone? Jin-Woo nodded his head, looking rather exhausted. Hyan Kaichiol had asked that question, and after getting that silent answer, his expression hardened instantly. How can this be? Hyan Kaichiol's eyes teared up, and he reluctantly began crossing out the names of the deceased off the member list. This was a terrible job, but it had to be done regardless. Baek Yun-ho had been staring at this in a daze, before gasping out in sheer shock and disbelief. Only the lower-ranked hunters returned. Never mind the A rank, only a single rank B survived. Such a thing should not happen. Just what on earth happened inside that dungeon? Let's go. I'll take you home. Jin-Woo was about to lead Han Song-yi and leave the location, but Baek Yun-ho reached out and grabbed his wrist first. Excuse me. Wait. Slap. Jin-Woo fiercely shook off that hand. Baek Yun-ho's eyes sharpened immediately. We need to talk for a second here. Jin-Woo turned around. I'm too tired. If you have questions, you should ask your own guild members. Baek Yun-ho couldn't hold back and revealed his identity. I'm Baek Yun-ho, the guild master of the White Tiger. Jin-Woo's eyes remained cold, however. So what? Being on the receiving end of Jin-Woo's cold response, Baek Yun-ho's eyes suddenly transformed to that of a monster's. No, they completely resembled a beast now, instead. We lost 9 guild members through this incident. As the master, I have the right to ask you a couple of questions regarding this matter. This was no longer a request. It was an order, or even a threat. Didn't matter what anyone thought of his words. He was not planning to let Jin-Woo go that easily here. But then, Jin-Woo too angrily glared back. He was not being cowered by the intense hostile aura oozing out in full force from the rank S hunter. Baek Yun-ho, I rescued 3 of your people. If you're really their leader, shouldn't you be saying thanks to me first? It was Baek Yun-ho who had to withdraw his threatening aura first, as he was bombarded with this incredible pressure emanating from Jin-Woo. Besides that, what he said was logical as well. Baek Yun-ho couldn't argue against the point raised. I apologize. Baek Yun-ho lowered his head. Seeing this, Jin-Woo turned around once more to leave. Han Song-yi, let's get going. Okay. Han Song-yi carefully studied the mood of this place and followed after Jin-Woo. The 2 of them got on the van and not too long after left the location. This doesn't make any sense. Baek Yun-ho's thoughts were now in complete disarray. He quickly ran towards the sole surviving upper-rank hunter, Park Hye-jin. Excuse me, Miss Park Hye-jin. She had been trying to warm herself up with the cup of hot tea Hyan Kaichiol had handed over. She raised her head to meet Baek Yun-ho's gaze. What is the matter with that guy? Why was he so downbeat like that? Indeed, that man had probably gone through an unimaginable hell and finally managed to escape from the Red Gate. Yet why was his attitude so murderous? Park Hye-jin shook her head, displaying her own confusion. I also don't know, sir. After killing the boss, he stood in front of the dead body and shouted something out 3 times, and after that, he's been like that. He was okay until then. Park Hye-jin looked at Go Myung-hwan and Yun Kaiju. The 2 men nodded their heads simultaneously. What a strange man, Baek Yun-ho muttered to himself as he stared helplessly at the street Jin-Woo had disappeared in. On Song-min saw the state his boss was in, and became incredibly nervous as if he had done something wrong instead. My apologies, Guildmaster. I'm sure he's like that because he's just exhausted. He's not a bad person, I assure you. At least, I believe he's not. No, that's not the problem. Pardon me. Baek Yun-ho turned around to stare squarely at On Song-min. Why haven't you scouted that man already? On Song-min couldn't hide his fluster, but it wasn't strong enough to best the fluster Baek Yun-ho had felt just now. Against me. Baek Yun-ho recalled Jin-Woo's fierce glare and could only nervously swallow his dry saliva. Gulp. Abruptly, he thought that, were he to fight that man, he'd have to resolve himself to lose an arm or 2. Maybe even worse than that. Quickly figuring out what Baek Yun-ho meant, On Song-min hurriedly replied, "We're doing our very best, sir." That is clearly not enough. Baek Yun-ho's eyes began to sparkle rather dangerously. Sung Jin-Woo. Indeed, Chief On's discerning eyes were on the money again. From today onwards, you'll receive all the resources you need. You must bring that man into our guild, no matter what. On the way home, Jin-Woo was busy licking his lips in unhappiness as he drove the van. Tisk, was it because the gap between his stat values and the extraction targets were too great? What a disappointment it was, but his extraction attempts ended in failure. What a waste, but there's nothing I can do now. Jin-Woo's hand left the steering wheel for a little while, as a dagger with an elegant, flowing, arched blade appeared in his grip. Rarity A. Type Dagger. A dagger used by the great warrior Baruka. Weight reduction magic has been applied to it, allowing the wielder's movements to become even more agile than before. Attack, plus 110. Agility, plus 10. Well, he didn't walk away completely empty-handed. This was the dagger the boss had been using. There were 2, but one of them was broken, so he threw that away and took the remaining dagger. The Baruka's dagger, A. Not only did it feature high attacking power, but it also raised his agility, too. On that front alone, there was no need to compare it to Night Killer, a dagger ranked B he paid handsomely for. Never mind the rank C Poison Fang of Kasaka. Its rarity alone was at a 2. This was probably one of the best weapons to replace the Poison Fang of Kasaka that had been losing its effectiveness lately. I like the way it feels in my hand, too. While he was mulling over the things that happened inside the Red Gate, they had arrived before Han Song-ye's home. Screech. She had been sitting in the passenger seat without saying a word, as if she wasn't even there in the first place. As soon as the van came to a stop, she climbed out of the seat and bowed her head. Drive safely. I will. Good night. Han Song-yi turned around to leave. Seeing her slumped shoulders and powerless gait, it seemed that the original goal of this trip had been met, one way or the other. Well, although things did get a lot complicated, I was trying to change her mind anyway. It was rather likely that she wouldn't try to become a hunter in the future. It'd be the same story for anybody if their first dungeon experience just so happened to be a Red Gate. He nodded his head in satisfaction and was about to start the van again. But then, the passenger side door was abruptly opened from the outside. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze. Han Song-yi had returned to the van and was holding onto the door. What's the matter with her? His curiosity only lasted for a little while. Han Song-yi bowed her head deeply again, this time looking much calmer than before. Thank you for everything, Appa. He only now realized that, from some time ago, the honorific she used to address him changed from Aujasi to Appa. Sure thing. Don't mention it. Excuse me. Tomorrow. No, see you later. Later. Before he could ask her for clarification, Han Song-yi hurriedly ran away. After her back disappeared from his view did he realize what she was talking about. From today onwards, he'd be teaming up with Yu Jin-ho again to mop up the rest of the raids. Han Song-yi was a raid team member, so of course, they'd see each other again later on. So she meant that, What a relief that was, though. His plan would have been affected pretty badly if Han Song-yi refused to come out of her house because of the trauma from this incident. This worked out for the best, and now he would use his shadow soldiers to clear out the rank C dungeons even faster than before. He felt utterly confident of clearing up the remaining raids in the shortest time possible. Also, he couldn't wait to see how Yoo Jin-ho would react after witnessing his shadow soldiers in action, too. The next morning, Jin-Woo yawned grandly as he stepped out of the apartment's foyer. He only closed his eyes for a bit, but hell, it was time to meet up with Yoo Jin-ho already. "Hi Nim, good morning." He heard the familiar energetic voice greeting him. "You don't even have a car, so how did you get here?" The raid team's favorite ride. Mr. Van had been commandeered by Jin-Woo last night, and was currently parked neatly in the apartment's parking lot nearby. "I caught a taxi, Hyung Nim." "Oh, a taxi," and here he was, thinking of going to fetch the kid instead. "Oh no, it's fine, Hyung Nim. I'm the one asking for your help, so it's only right that I'm the one driving you around, at least." Yoo Jin-ho grinned happily and replied, "Hyung Nim, let's get going." "Hold on." Jin-Woo pulled out his phone and dialed someone. "There's someone we should take along, as well." "Excuse me." "Who?" "Hey, Song-yi. It's me. Meet us at the parking lot. We'll go to the gate together." "Song-yi? Could it be that Song-yi?" As soon as Jin-Woo ended the call, Yoo Jin-ho asked him, "Hyung Nim, the person you want to take with us, is she that high schooler in our team?" Jin-Woo nodded his head. Han Song-yi lived near here, and their destination was the same, so there wasn't any reason to go there separately, now was there. Unfortunately, Yoo Jin-ho didn't see it that way. Han Song-yi, the rather cute high school girl with her hair tied up in a bun. He already knows her number, and can talk to her in such a friendly manner, too. Could Hyung Nim and her have formed a much deeper relationship than meets the eye? For sure, Hyung Nim was a cool guy even from another man's perspective. While Hyung Nim wouldn't be interested at all, it'd not be a strange thing for an impressionable schoolgirl to fall for a man like that. Yoo Jin-ho nodded his head. If this was the case, then there was something he had to make sure right away. "Hyung Nim, should I call Miss Han's sister-in-law from now on? Did this guy fall off the bed and hit his head or something?" Jin-Woo's crumpled expression was implicitly implying that, even if Yoo Jin-ho was not too quick on the uptake, he should still be able to figure that one out pretty easily. You two aren't dating. She's a friend of my little sister." So that's what happened. Yoo Jin-ho finally understood the situation. He didn't even know what was going on, yet he was thinking of calling that girl his sister-in-law. His face reddened up considerably. Soon enough, Han Song-yi came to the parking lot. Not only that, she was noticeably better dressed than how she was usually. Seeing this, Yoo Jin-ho grinned slightly. Yep, she's definitely a teen girl, wanting to look nice in front of the brother of her friend and all. As the leader of the raid team, he was thinking of praising the fellow raid team members' choice of wardrobe. But then, Jin-Woo greeted her first. "Did you get some sleep?" In that instant, Yoo Jin-ho's expression froze stiff. Han Song-yi smiled and shook her head. "I couldn't catch a wink. I'm sure you're still exhausted, so get some rest in the van." Listening to the two young people's conversation, the thought process of Yoo Jin-ho became more and more messed up. Han Song-yi asked Jin-Woo this time. "What about you, Appa? Did you get some sleep?" "Well, only for a little bit. It was already 4 a.m. by the time I got back home. Anyway." "Well, true that. Night. Couldn't catch a wink. Still exhausted. 4 a.m. by the time he got back home." Just as Yoo Jin-ho's panic state was morphing into a full-blown freak-out. "What are you doing, Yoo Jin-ho?" "Well, Hyung Nim. Well, the thing is, this Han Song-yi is still a minor, Hyung Nim. Okay, so, never mind, Hyung Nim." Truly now, Hyung Nim was a man among men. Yoo Jin-ho was deeply impressed by Jin-Woo, who didn't care about the glares of the public and thought that, indeed, he's extraordinary. He also began to reflect on his foolish ways of trying to apply the standards of the regular people on Hyung Nim. As soon as he stepped foot inside the dungeon, Jin-Woo took in a deep breath. After being confined to an open field type dungeon for a few days, the air inside the cavern type dungeon felt new and refreshing. The floor of the cave began rising up here, there, and everywhere. Humanoid monsters with skins made out of rocks appeared. Yoo Jin-ho quickly recalled their name. "Hyung Nim, it's the Stoneman." In the blink of an eye, the head of the Stoneman in front of the pack rolled to the ground. Jin-Woo looked at the Baruka's dagger and smiled in satisfaction. Time to summon his shadow soldiers. Oopsie, Jin-Woo facepalmed and turned around. "I forgot he was here with me." He got way too excited and completely forgot about Yoo Jin-ho for a moment there. While plopped on his ass, Yoo Jin-ho pointed his trembling finger at the shadow soldiers standing right in front of him. "It's a bit complicated to explain." "Well, it's my skill. You can summon these things as your skill." Jin-Woo nodded his head. Yoo Jin-ho's jaw remained slack and didn't want to close. Him and Hyung Nim had entered dungeons together 11 times already. He thought that he wouldn't get shocked anymore, but he was proven wrong once more. A rank C dungeon was destroyed in no time at all, in other words. "Ho!" Jin-Woo exclaimed in admiration. At this rate, we might get to mop up the rest of the raids pretty quickly. As soon as the battle ended, the shadow soldiers retrieved the magic crystals and stood before Jin-Woo in orderly columns. Yu Jin-Ho hesitated slightly, before opening his mouth with some difficulty. Can I be the one to retrieve the magic stones? Why, I'm kinda upset because it feels like my role's been stolen by these guys, Hyung-nim. Jin-Woo burst out into a soft chuckle. Yup, this kid really is a weird one. And a day later, Jin-Woo finished the 19 raids he had promised Yu Jin-Ho. Now that the raids are over, how about we celebrate with a hearty meal? Yu Jin-Ho took a look around and pointed towards the empty table by the windows. Can't we sit over there? I'm sorry, sir. That table has been booked already. A large group must have made a booking, because several tables had been brought together. Currently, they were all empty. Yu Jin-Ho stared at the empty tables with a rueful expression and shook his head. In the end, the two of them had to occupy the most secluded, out-of-the-way spot in the diner. Yu Jin-Ho lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, Hyung-nim. There's nothing for you to apologize for. I was the one who suggested that we come here anyway. Even still, I should have taken you to a bit better spot than this one. Jin-Woo smirked and lightly patted Yu Jin-Ho on the shoulder. Don't sweat over such things and enjoy the food, okay? Actually, Jin-Woo was inwardly worried about a scion of a keyball finding the taste of such cheap meat to his liking or not. Also, even though I didn't say anything, but well, they filled their glasses with soju, clinked them a little and one-shotted them. Unlike Yu Jin-Ho, who was immensely enjoying the bitter taste of soju, Jin-Woo could only frown deeply in unhappiness. Hyung-nim, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Jin-Woo could only stare at the empty glass with a bitter expression on his face. He had forgotten one crucial fact about his body, what with him being so busy lately and all. What are you planning to do from now on? When Jin-Woo asked in a serious voice, Yu Jin-Ho sat upright like a job seeker waiting for his job interview to start. As soon as I complete a simple written test at the Hunters Association, they should issue my guild master license right away. Hyung-nim, I'm planning to negotiate with my father with that license in hand. Determination flooded in Yu Jin-Ho's eyes. He had invested a lot of his own moolah for this purpose, and there was no room to retreat now. Besides, I also made a promise with Hyung-nim, too. The guild building he promised to Jin-Woo. That part of the bargain could be upheld only after Yu Jin-Ho successfully persuades his father, Yu Myung-Hwan, to install him as the new guild master. On the other hand, Jin-Woo was feeling rather liberated. Sure, it'd be nice to get my hands on that 30 billion won building. But well, that would only be an added bonus to him. His real purpose had always been leveling up. While entering all those rank C gates, he had reached a far higher level than he initially bargained for. In other words, he had achieved his goal. And the results of his frantic leveling up spree. One punch from him, and the rank a hunter with a guaranteed annual salary of billions of won, Kim Cheol lost his consciousness. Just like that. At the bare minimum, I can make more money than that guy now. If one possessed excellent abilities, wealth was sure to follow. There was no need to feel nervous at all, and his relaxed mindset could clearly be seen on his demeanor. Jin-Woo began reminiscing about the last few days and smiled to himself. It was at this moment that Yu Jin-Ho asked him a question. What are your own plans now, Hyung-nim? Oh, me. Did I ask something that I shouldn't? Yu Jin-Ho thought like this and flinched slightly, but he breathed a sigh of relief after spotting Jin-Woo's relaxed expression. I'll be out of reach for a while, actually. There's this place I have to go to, you see. That one sentence caused Yu Jin-Ho's face to harden visibly. After forming an expression of an abandoned puppy, Yu Jin-Ho emptied the soju glass in one go. Tap. He then placed the empty glass on the table, filling it up back to the brim. After knocking back another glass, he began to open his mouth with some difficulty. Hyung-nim, please tell me straight if I've been bothering you. If that's been the case, I shall make sure never to bother you again in the future. This idiot. The moment Jin-Woo said that he'd be out of reach, this idiot must have misunderstood his words again. Jin-Woo scratched the side of his head and asked a question instead of a proper reply. Hey, Jin-Ho. Yes, Hyung-nim. What do you think of me as? Well, Yu Jin-Ho's eyes rolled around this way, and that as if he couldn't come up with a good enough answer, before he raised his head. Hyung-nim, I have a brother who's over 10 years older than me. Jin-Woo remembered hearing that from somewhere. My brother doesn't really like me, so I think the time I spent with him is far shorter than what I've spent with you, Hyung-nim. Compared to him, you have saved my life, helped me out with my dream, and... Yu Jin-Ho stared straight at Jin-Woo. To me, you're more like my real brother than him, Hyung-nim. He was still a bit scared of Jin-Woo, though. Still, he'd never, ever forget these past few days following around Jin-Woo for the rest of his life. Indeed, his respect was far greater than fear of Jin-Woo at this point. If you see me as your brother, then. Jin-Woo smiled deeply. I'll think of you as my younger brother as well. The tip of Yu Jin-Ho's nose reddened and he began to get teary-eyed all of a sudden. If that was all, it'd have been fine. But then, he tried to get closer to Jin-Woo out of nowhere. Hyung-nim, I want to give you a big hug. It's fine, right? Hey, you're drunk, dude. Stop it. No, that's not true. Hyung-Nim, I've never been this clear-minded in my life before. Hyung-Nim, say that with your eyes open, will ya? Soon enough, Yu Jin-Ho fell asleep and the table had quietened down now. What a helpless kid. Jin-Woo leaned back on his seat and lightly clicked his tongue. A TV mounted on the wall of the diner was showing a news bulletin. Is it 9 in the evening already? He thought like that and stared the screen, only to spot someone rather familiar appearing there. Is it true that there was a huge incident during the training of your new recruits? Is it also true that only the lower-ranked hunters returned alive while all the higher-ranked ones had perished? What do you think about the rumor of a mystery person allegedly aiding the survivors during this incident? Lee Kyun-ho was doing his best to ignore the reporters, but in the end, he had no choice but to respond. This incident has been investigated by the association already. It was true that there was an incident, but there was no mystery helper at the scene. No, the White Tiger Guild's proud hunters combined their powers and managed to clear the upper rank dungeon. And many hunters lost their lives or got injured during the process. That is all. Another reporter quickly fired in a follow-up question. If that's the case, why are you forbidding us from interviewing the survivors? Those folks managed to avoid death's doorstep by a hair's breadth. So, why do you wish to speak to those people regarding this deeply traumatic event? That's as far as I'm prepared to answer you people. Lee Kyun-ho made a quick getaway from there after climbing into a car. Jin-Woo's eyes remained wide open. A little while ago, somewhere in the eastern United States of America, a shrill scream exploded out inside a certain dungeon. A hunter named James plopped down on his butt. His legs had lost all strength and he could only crawl on the floor to run away. But when he realized that he only managed to corner himself against a wall, despair quickly dyed his expression. Oh dear God. The rank for this dungeon was estimated to be A, and in order to clear this gate, suitable hunters were recruited to form a raid team. However, every single one of them was annihilated. Technically speaking, they weren't dead, but unconscious on the floor, though. I can't believe this. When the raid team entered the dungeon, they could not find a single monster, because there was seemingly no monster inside. A dungeon without monsters. Can such a thing even exist? If that was the case, where did the magic power emission that the measuring equipment had picked up outside the gate come from? The hunters came up with all sorts of theories by themselves. This was already a hard-to-believe phenomenon, yet something even more shocking was waiting for them by the boss room. When they entered it, they did find a single monster, and it looked exactly like a human being. Indeed, there was only one, but from that monster's single attack, every raid team member lost their consciousness. This creature proved to be far, far too powerful for them. Only James had somehow escaped from the boss room. Wait, could it be that all the magic energy emission detected on the outside of the dungeon is coming from that thing alone? The measurement took place far away, from outside the gate itself, yet its magic power was already exceeding the level of a rank A. James shook his head again. That's just F-seeking impossible. But then, this, really now? That lone monster walked out from the darkness and stepped into the light. James began screaming once more after he saw the approaching creature. That hurts my ears, you know. The monster, no, an oriental man with long, unkempt hair and a bushy beard roughly scratched the top of his head. James no longer screamed but began leaking out scared gasps instead. The mystery oriental man stood before James and placed his hands on his waist. What the hell? So, who told you to attack first without warning? I told you that I'm not a monster, but a human being. I'm a human. Unfortunately, James could not understand a single word of this strange language. Naturally, his complexion progressively worsened. The Oriental man stared at the terrified American hunter with a troubled expression on his face. Eventually, he spat out a long, long sigh. Dang it, what a pain, trying to talk to these big-nosed foreigners. In any case, he tried to initiate another conversation one more time. He squatted down low enough to match the American's eye level and did his best to sound as friendly and non-threatening as possible. Hey, man. He could recall a few English words. With such a poor grasp in that language, he couldn't really tell if he was making any sense at all, grammar-wise. A Korean. So, he tried to enunciate every word to the best of his ability. I want to go home. An event of an unprecedented scale. A trapped person walked out of a dungeon alive. The U.S. Hunter Bureau went into overdrive right away. The deputy director of the bureau personally came down to the interview room after hearing this news. Beyond the one-way mirror, he could see an oriental man quietly sitting on a chair, with a pair of handcuffs on his wrists. Is he that man? That's correct, sir. He looks like a regular civilian, doesn't he? Yes, sir. It was as he said. Once that man's unkempt hair and the messy beard were taken care of, his facial features would be that of an average middle-aged oriental male commonly found everywhere. Have you found out his identity yet? He has repeatedly stated that he's a Korean hunter. South Korea. Yes, sir. How can a South Korean hunter come out of a dungeon on the other side of the world? He says that he was trapped inside the dungeon for the past 10 years after the gate closed on him. And when he reopened his eyes, he's in America. Is that it? That's what he'd been saying until now, sir. The deputy director massaged his forehead. How was he to explain this to the director? He felt a migraine beginning its vicious assault on his head. If that's the case, then what are you guys waiting for? Why aren't you in there trying to get more information out of him? Sir, we're currently focusing on the possibility of this man being a monster who possesses a human's memories instead. Okay, so, if it suddenly reveals its true intentions during the interview process, the entirety of Washington could be in danger. That made sense. A raid team consisting of several rank A hunters proved to be utterly helpless against that man, after all. They could not afford to be careless here. There is a rank S hunter who can converse in Korean residing nearby. The deputy director's expression brightened. He was none other than the deputy director of the Hunter Bureau. He had memorized back to front the list of all rank S hunters living in the States already. Mr. H. Wang. Is he coming here? Yes, sir. One of the main hunters of the Scavenger Guild, H. Wang Dong-soo. If he were to make a report to the higher-ups, he at least needed to know the subject's name. What was the name of that man? It was a difficult-to-pronounce name. That's for sure. The section chief confirmed it on the report submitted to him by one of his underlings and spoke up. His name is Seong-il H-won, a hunter from South Korea. H. Wang Dong-soo had no time for such things as mercy, especially if it was against monsters. He lost his parents to a dungeon break many years ago and grew up with only his older brother as the sole surviving family member. That was why when he awakened as a rank S, he knew this was his heaven-sent opportunity. The opportunity to rip apart and kill as many monsters as I can. Perhaps that was the reason why the glare of H. Wang Dong-soo as he entered the interview room was icier than usual. A man who came out from a dungeon. Even the magic energy wavelength this man emitted apparently had a similar pattern to that of a monster. If a monster is pretending to be a human, then he'd kill this abominable creature right here, right now. His glare met the man's gaze. They silently exchanged their gazes. H. Wang Dong-soo put the file with this man's information down on the table. It'll be better for you to cooperate with me. One word from me will determine how others will see you, a human or a monster. Got that? Understood. Before he got started, though, a deeply personal question floated up in H. Wang Dong-soo's head. His older brother who died inside the dungeon. Was there any possibility that H. Wang Dong-seok could return alive? He wanted to know about that first. Is there any chance of other hunters returning from a dungeon, just as you have? The man shook his head. H. Wang Dong-soo's brows quivered just then. How can you be so sure? Because I'm well aware of the reason why I came back. The reason? What is it? Let me ask you something before I answer that. I'll be the one asking questions here. H. Wang Dong-soo's eyes narrowed to a slit. However, the man continued on with what he wanted to say regardless. The gates, monsters, and dungeon breaks. How much do you know about them? If this man had asked a stupid question, H. Wang Dong-soo might have used force to shut this man up right away. But he couldn't do that right now, because that question was something that countless tried to answer ever since the first gate opened and awakened people began appearing 10 years ago. This very moment could be when the answer finally revealed itself. Deputy Director. Shush. The agents of the Hunter Bureau all nervously swallowed their saliva as they stared into the one-way mirror. H. Wang Dong-soo asked, "Are you saying that you know? Dungeons, gates, monsters. All these are merely preludes to a true war about to happen soon. And recently, a being that will become the greatest calamity ever seen has opened its eyes. So, the reason why you returned here is, in order to stop that calamity. And what is, or who is, this greatest calamity ever seen?" That, I can't tell you. H. Wang Dong-soo smirked derisively. A man who came here to stop a calamity can't talk about what it is. I don't know what that thing could be. But surely, rather than trying to stop it all by yourself, wouldn't it be better to work together with others? The man shook his head. The number of people means nothing when facing this being. Doesn't matter whether lots of amateurs decide to work together or not, they will only become its prey and become its pawns instead. So, you are saying that only you can stop it. The man nodded his head. Hwang Dong-soo inwardly clicked his tongue. This guy's gone off the deep end. It wasn't that hard to understand, though, if this man had been truly trapped inside a dungeon for 10 years. Or, alternatively, there had been some kind of an error, a mistake, during the process of the monster trying to copy a human's memories and consequently, its brain had melted somewhat. He opened the man's case file. Your name is Seong-il H1. The photo supplied certainly matched the man's face. Rather than 10 years, though, it's like only a couple of weeks, maybe months, have passed by instead. However, Hwang Dong-soo decided not to mind it. He heard that high-ranked hunters could even skirt past the aging process. Your records as a hunter look pretty good. You could have earned quite a lot of money these days. Seong-il H1 didn't respond to that. Back then, there was no proper system of hunters in place. Hell, there wasn't a ranking system for hunters, even. Hwang Dong-soo began reading the file. Your spouse, Park Jae-in-hai. 2 children. The son's name is. As he read down the names of the children with no emotion on his face, Hwang Dong-soo's eyes opened up slightly wider for a moment. Sung Jin-Woo. But it only lasted for a truly brief second. Hwang Dong-soo did his best to remain calm and continued on. Sung Jin-Woo. And the name of your daughter is Sung Jin-ah. Okay, next. It happened, then. Wait. Before Hwang Dong-soo could flip to the next page, Seong-il Hwan stopped him. Hwang Dong-soo raised his head, and he found Seong-il Hwan's glare had become as cold as his own. Why did you emit a murderous intent when mentioning the name of my son? I told you that I'll be the one asking questions. I'll have to hear your answer first. What if I'm not interested in answering you? I'll use force if necessary. Seong-il Hwan's eyes began gleaming coldly. He didn't even show any hints of backing down, which prompted Hwang Dong-soo to smirk deeply. I got it. So, you were a monster, then? How dare a measly little monster threaten a hunter? Deputy Director. This guy is a monster. Evacuate immediately, because he might start attacking very soon. What? Hold on. Deep. People panicking beyond the one-way mirror quickly ran out of the room. And soon, a loud wail of a siren resounded within the building. Meanwhile, a silver light began emanating from Hwang Dong-soo's hands. I'm planning to visit South Korea soon. After getting ready, Hwang Dong-soo threw an insidious smile at Seong-il Hwan. So, what last words from his father should I deliver to your son? Jin-Woo headed to the Daesung Tower. It sure is really big. Trying to look up at the top of this 100-floor tall skyscraper from nearby made his neck hurt. He made his way to an area with not much foot traffic and pulled out the key to the demon's castle from his inventory. It was a long, slender, golden key. At a casual glance, it even resembled a fancy decorative item. No one's around me, right? After scanning his surroundings, Jin-Woo nodded his head. Let's enter from here. The giant tower enveloped in flames, the demon's castle, replacing the Daesung Tower, filled up his entire view. The thing was, though, humans were supposedly capable of quickly adapting to their situations. Well, it's not as bad as the first time. For sure, he didn't feel as nervous as the first time he saw the demon's castle. No, maybe it's because I have leveled up sufficiently enough. Jin-Woo stored the key to the demon's castle in his inventory, and summoned an ash-colored key instead. Rarity A. Type Key. The key to unlock the gates of the demon's castle can be acquired only after killing the gatekeeper. It was the key he got after killing the gatekeeper, the Cerberus. Back then, he didn't even dare to use it after getting almost bitten to death by the Cerberus, but now, he could use it. Slam. Jin-Woo was flustered next. He had had his perception expanded to the max, yet he couldn't sense a single presence of monsters from beyond the castle gates. There are no monsters. Jin-Woo had been worried about precisely the opposite situation happening to him. He had even thought about going through a special training by deliberately entering the penalty zone to fight against those desert centipedes or whatever, in case monsters crazily rushed out as soon as the castle gate opened up. But what the hell? What the hell was the meaning of this? All his efforts so far seemed to be in vain. The interior was utterly devoid of any life. A new quest, is it? It wasn't a daily quest. Well, it'd be strange if it was, since Jin-Woo made sure to complete the daily quest and pocketed the rewards before coming here. Demons are everywhere within the demon's castle. Kill the demons and collect their souls to receive special rewards. One soul can be collected from a single demon, but on higher floors, there are demons with multiple souls. Quest generation condition. Entry into the demon's castle. Quest clear condition. Collect 10,000 souls. Rewards: 1. Any one item available in the store. 2. Plus 20 bonus stat points. 3. An unknown reward. 20 bonus stat points. That was the very first thing that attracted Jin-Woo's attention. The stat points. I can raise my intelligence by 20 points. A smile instinctively formed on his face. He'd been feeling his lack of MP for quite some time now. I need lots of mana if the shadow soldiers need to regenerate. Gulp. He was salivating already. Not only that, can I really choose anything? Jin-Woo recalled those ultra-expensive items he saw in the store's menu. I definitely saw. There were some S-rarity items that cost billions, hell, even tens of billions there. Well, those billions weren't the real-world currency but gold that only existed within the system, though. Still, just how amazing was this? The night killer he'd been using so nicely until now cost only 3 million gold. A 3 million B rarity item already possesses this high quality and attack power, so just what will those costing billions be like? His curiosity had been stoked for sure. Never mind the mystery third reward. Just from looking at those 2 rewards alone, he knew right away that he couldn't let this quest slip through his fingers. Inside of the castle was a ruined city. Quite unexpectedly, it was a field-type dungeon. What is this place? Is this Seoul? If everyone in Seoul died and 100 years had passed by, would the city look like this? I never expected it to be a field-type dungeon, though. Not only that, a dungeon created to look like the metropolis of Seoul. This was the kind of scale that utterly disallowed any comparison to other instant dungeons that were based around a special location such as subway stations or department stores. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. So, where should I go now? Where should be his destination? Monsters with smallish physical sizes began creeping out from the gaps of ruined buildings, one by one. Jin-Woo immediately recognized what they were from the dark red name floating above their heads. They looked like. These creatures reminded him of gargoyles, but without wings. Seeing them, the corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. The Baruka's dagger pierced deeply into the forehead of one of the demons. The moment the demon's attention had shifted to the one with the dagger stuck to its forehead, Jin-Woo rapidly approached another one to separate its head from its body. This one also gave him 100 EXP. And I need 60,000 experience points. If he hunted down 600 low-ranked demons, then he'd get to raise his level. The remaining demons were taken care of in the blink of an eye. He had collected 8 souls, and the experience points earned were 800. Hey, this is not too bad. And they said that the journey of 1,000 miles started with the first step. Jin-Woo's eyes began sparkling brightly as he began searching for his next prey. Inside the office of the White Tiger Guild's guild master, Baek Yun-ho was browsing through several documents he had been neglecting in the past few days because of his busy schedule. Beep. He picked the phone up after hearing that beep. Master, Min Byung-gu Hunter Nim wishes to speak to you. What should I do, sir? Let him through. Yes, sir. A short while later, a familiar voice came from the phone's speaker. Baek Hyung, why did you switch your mobile off? Baek Yun-ho spat out a long sigh. Because of the DMN reporters. I was thinking of being out of the public's eye until this whole thing dies down. Oh, that. The Red Gate incident. Yeah, I saw the news here in Japan, too. Hyung, I had no idea that you were that photogenic, you know. Stop riling me up, man. I'm not in the mood to kid around. If I find out just who leaked it to the media, I'm gonna. Hyung, don't sweat over it too much. The whole thing's gonna get buried soon. Anyway, you see, there is going to be bigger news soon. Big news, is it? From Japan. Yes, this is going to be a bigger issue than you can imagine. You'll most likely hear about it soon in Korea, too. What happened? About a week ago, the Japanese Hunters Association secretly contacted several of Korea's large guilds. They said that they needed advice from the Korean hunters. And so, 2 days after that, a few of Korea's elite hunters traveled to Japan. The hunter Min Byung-gu was one of them. Baek Yun-ho had been curious about that matter for a while now. Stop building up the suspense and tell me what happened already. This was the first time the Japs have asked for advice from us. What made them do that? What did those prideful beastards want? Baek Hyung, I'm sure you still remember the ants of Jeju Island. Yes, 4 years ago, a rank S gate opened up on the island of Jeju. Ants came out of there. There had been 3 separate subjugation operations since then, and all of them ended in failure. In the end, the Korean government gave up on the island, and it was now a barren land ruled by monsters. How could I forget? I nearly died back then. Well, looks like there's been some kind of a mutation. A mutation, is it? But what does it matter to us? Aren't they just going to fight among themselves while being confined to that island? Well, the thing is, the voice coming from the phone sounded rather troubled. The Japs found a corpse of a winged ant on the coast of Japan, actually. For the next 2 hours, he madly hunted down every low-ranked demon he could find. Afterwards, Jin-Woo confirmed the number of souls he managed to collect. He had now completed about 3% of the quest. If he could continue hunting at this speed, then according to his calculations, he could level up in another 2 hours. His current level was 61. In the past, he needed experience points from 9 rank C dungeons in order to level up from 60 to 61. And the time spent was around 2 days, too. But here, he could already think about leveling up only after 4 hours. This is crazy. A bright smile formed on Jin-Woo's face as he collected the loot. Their horns come out almost all the time, don't they? Rarity, none. Type, miscellaneous. 2 horns attached to the head of a low-ranked demon. Demons' horns are used as base ingredients for high-grade magic spells and therefore can be sold at a high price. What's this? Rarity. Type, a permit allowing you to enter the 2nd floor of the demon's castle. Can only be used on the 1st floor transfer magic circle. It was a document scroll, tightly rolled up. An entry permit. When he unfurled it and took a look, he found all sorts of undecipherable drawings and letters adorning its surface. In the end, the only thing that helped him understand its purpose was the item explanation. Jin-Woo's wandering gaze stopped at the pillar of light piercing the sky. Well, that has to be it. Getting there was his initial goal. But his attention got robbed by the hunting of the low-ranked demons, and before he knew it, he had moved further away from his destination than before. Should I head there now? He thought that this might be a good time to think about heading there. Also, he had hunted down all of the low-ranked demons nearby, too. Jin-Woo grinned brightly. Summon. The shadow soldiers stored inside his shadows via the shadow storage skill didn't require any chanting or whatever to summon them, unlike when he was trying to extract shadows. In front of Jin-Woo, the giant beast soldier extracted from the leader of the ice bear pack appeared silently. Growl, and it was a giant monsterish bear standing on its hind legs. It was as large as a house, but to Jin-Woo, it was not much different from a mild-mannered lovable puppy. Get down. Growl. When the shadow beast soldier laid down on the ground, Jin-Woo lightly jumped on top of its back. Giddy up. As soon as Jin-Woo lightly tapped the side of the beast with his leg, the shadow creature rushed towards the pillar of light with a frightening turn of speed. Thud, 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 thud. The massive creature also possessed incredible agility as well, and before long, the distance between him and the destination rapidly closed up. Of course, they still encountered obstructions every now and then. Roar. One thunderous swipe from the beast soldier, and the situation normalized right away. Hello. Jin-Woo formed a deeply impressed expression. I only decided to ride it for fun, but isn't this actually pretty cool? Thinking that he should utilize this means of transportation often from now on, he even named his new ride right there, and then, from now on, your name shall be Tank. How many floors are there? Of course, there was no reply. Fine, let's go up, then. Jin-Woo spoke up. 2nd floor. Jin-Woo summoned the scroll as per the instruction. As soon as it appeared, it dissolved into the light. So that's how it works. As it turned out, this whole thing was just an elevator. The moment he realized what this pillar of light actually was, Jin-Woo was immediately transferred to the 2nd floor, along with the blinding explosion of light. 2nd floor, 3rd, 4th, and eventually the 27th floor. That was the result of grinding for 2 days straight. He told Jin-Ah, his little sister, that he'd be on a week-long trip. I have 5 more days. Considering his gradually increasing clearing speed, he began to think that it might be doable to get to what he assumed to be the last floor, the 100th floor, within the next 5 days. Maybe even sooner than that. Jin-Woo took a look at his surroundings. It was still a ruined city. I can't tell which city this floor is based on anymore. Every floor was modeled off on a different city. However, the higher he climbed, the state of destruction the city was in got worse and worse. And on this 27th floor, he found it hard to tell whether this place used to be a city or not. Over 2,100, is it? Meaning, he had hunted down over 1,000 demons in a day. He had killed quite a lot during the last 2 days, that's for sure. It was still a long way off from the goal of 10,000 souls, but he was betting on the demons of the upper floors that allegedly possessed multiple souls. Right, getting to higher floors should remain as my priority. Yoo Jin-ho entered a luxurious traditional Korean restaurant with a determined face. He chose this place after taking into account his father's taste. Has the chairman arrived yet? Yes, he's waiting for you. He was guided to the private room where his father, Yoo Myung-han, was waiting for him. The traditional sliding paper door was opened and immediately, Yoo Jin-ho's nervousness increased by several folds after seeing his father's face. You wish to run the Yoojin Guild, is that right? That's correct. It was at this point that a hint of a dilemma, alongside the emotion of shock, appeared on Yu Myung-han's face. To think that father is pondering between me and my older brother. Yu Jin-ho was genuinely moved inside. The fact that his father was thinking about this matter was a big win for Yu Jin-ho. If it was in the past, he'd be satisfied with this much. However, he had no desire whatsoever to back off now. As you know already, father, giving the position of the guild master to an outsider carries too much risk. Enough. Yu Myung-han raised his hand. At the same time, Yu Jin-ho's mouth stopped moving. Father's enough was one of the most absolute commands that no one in the Yu household could go against. There is someone I want you to meet. Pardon me. Yu Jin-ho's eyes went round at that. He was the one who called and asked for this meeting, yet his father wanted to introduce him to someone. Who could it be? Just as Yu Jin-ho's curiosity piqued, the door opposite to the one he used to enter the room slid open. Hello there. Was he in the late 20s or early 30s? A man around that age group awkwardly greeted Yu Jin-ho as he entered the room. Who was this man? Yu Jin-ho couldn't recognize this man at all. When Yu Myung-han signaled with his chin, this unknown man settled down next to him. This here is Hunter Go Myung-hwen. Go Myung-hwen. Yu Jin-ho tilted his head. He had never heard of this name before. Father nodded his head as if he had expected this already and continued on. He is one of the survivors from the White Tiger Guild's Red Gate incident, the one that's been making so much noise lately. The Red Gate. Why was the story of the Red Gate brought up here, out of the blue? Since the incident had been talked about non-stop in mass media, even Yu Jin-ho knew what had happened. But this timing was suspiciously coincidental, and so he found it difficult to figure out where his father was going with this. And this man here, a man who was supposed to be a survivor of that incident. Why did the survivor that the media was madly scrambling over to find appear here? Yu Jin-ho's curiosity continued to balloon greatly. Mr. Hunter. Yes, Chairman. Please inform my son who was there besides the White Tiger Guild's new recruits on that day. Understood. Go Myung-hwen's stare now was directed to Yu Jin-ho. There was a young female hunter who looked to be a high schooler, and a young female hunter. Even then, Yu Jin-ho couldn't imagine just whose name would pop out from Go Myung-hwen's lips. And Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. Yu Jin-ho thought that he could hear his own heart fall to the pit of his stomach. Hyung-nim was there at the Red Gate incident. What was going on here? He was already feeling quite confused, but now his thought process devolved into an even more complicated mess. In the middle of his confusion, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, now that I think about it, a few days ago, Hyung-nim was conversing with such familiarity with Han Song-yi, someone whom he didn't even share a casual greeting before that day. Do you still remember the name of that female hunter, by any chance? It was Miss Han Song-yi. How can this be? Yu Jin-ho's jaw dropped to the floor. To think there was such a secret to the mysterious relationship between those two people. Wait, if that's the case, then the identity of the potential helper the news outlets were talking about was. As if he knew what Yu Jin-ho was about to ask, Go Myung-hwen quickly confirmed the truth. We, the members of the White Tiger Guild and Miss Han Song-yi, could escape from the Red Gate all safe and sound thanks to Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. Hyung-nim, just what did you do in there? Yu Jin-ho formed an expression comprised of half surprise and half joy. Yu Jin-ho's eyes twinkled as he listened. At first, everyone was taken back somewhat, after learning that a pair of Ranky hunters were coming to observe the new recruit training process. But then, Go Myung-hwen began describing what happened that day with a hyped-up voice reminiscent of a little kid proudly showing off to a friend the brand new toy he got as a gift. However, he did what to a Ranka hunter. Go Myung-hwen wasn't the only overexcited person in the room. Exactly. With his palm, he went like, paw. He smacked the back of Kim Cheol's head, and as he listened to the exploits of Hyung-nim, Yu Jin-ho's heart beat faster as if he was there, experiencing everything personally. I really thought that we'd die for sure when dozens of ice elves showed up. But then again, was he paying too close an attention to the story? Time flew by really quickly. The definitely not short story of that day's events was finally coming to its end. The excited Go Myung-hwen's voice became louder. So, what I'm saying is, this whole thing is just too unfair. Mr. Sung Jin-Woo saved our essays back there. He's my life's savior. But then, I'm not supposed to reveal the existence of Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. I find it difficult to accept the decision of the White Tiger Guild. However, Chairman Yu has given me a call out of the blue, and so, here I am. It was at this point that Yu Myung-han stopped Go Myung-hwen in a dignified manner. Go Myung-hwen embarrassedly lowered his head. Yu Myung-han's stare then shifted over to his son, Yu Jin-ho. In the process of investigating more about Hunter Sung Jin-Woo, a name that I never expected to hear popped up. At the ends of Yu Myung-han's pointing finger, his index finger pointed to a piece of paper with Yu Jin-ho's name written on it. And it was none other than the raid records Yu Jin-ho handed over to his father. I'm busted. The truth about Hyung-nim helping him out during the process of acquiring his guild master license was now out in the open. Yu Jin-ho's expression hardened. Hunter Sung Jin-Woo aided you greatly during your attempt to earn the guild master license. Do you acknowledge this fact? Yes, father. In the past, being subjected to that withering glare, Yu Jin-ho would lose all strength in his legs. However, he couldn't give up like this. For the first time ever, Yu Jin-ho summoned his courage in front of his father. He lowered his head and raised his voice. Can you entrust the Yujin Guild to me, father? I will. At that refreshingly simple answer, Yu Jin-ho hurriedly raised his head. I shall entrust the Yujin Guild to you. But why? Didn't you say it yourself? It is too risky to entrust the guild to an outsider. With you here, is there a reason to take on that risk now? But I tried to deceive you, father. You thought I'd scold you and kick you out because of that. What was going on here? Yu Jin-ho thought that his father was smiling, for some reason. But Yu Myung-han's lips would always remain in a straight line, no matter what the occasion was. So, how come? However, I have a condition. Yes, father, this Hunter Sung Jin-Woo. Can you bring him over to Yujin? Yu Jin-ho's eyes opened wider. The light within Yu Myung-han's eyes flickered a little just then. But that didn't last for long. That's correct. Yu Jin-ho became speechless, then groaned. Even a snot-nosed brat would know that now was the right time to confidently say something in order to leave behind a positive impression. However, the one they were talking about was none other than Hyung-nim. Yu Jin-ho could ask, sure, but he wasn't confident of anything else besides. So, he replied honestly, I can't be certain. Very good. There is no meaning if the challenge is too easy for you. The chairman Yu Myung-han took a sip of water and lightly wiped the corners of his lips with a handkerchief. If you fail, I shall hand over the guild to your brother. So, how about it? Will you accept? This boy wanted Yujin Guild. He suspected something was up when they agreed to meet today, but he didn't expect his son to be this daring. Indeed, a tiger's cub is still a tiger at the end of the day. The smile finally began to spread on Yu Myung-han's lips. 48, 49, 50. With a frightening clearing speed, Jin-Woo climbed up the floors. He didn't feel tired at all when looking at the total experience points and the accumulated number of souls climbing up higher every time he hunted a monster down. He had procured the important entry permit for the 51st floor a long time ago. So, the only thing remaining was to get to the floor transfer magic circle and go upstairs. But Jin-Woo's sight shifted towards the pillar of light. More specifically, a short distance in front of that pillar. And a massive demon, plus scores of high-ranked demons, were standing there, waiting. Jin-Woo raised his sight up higher, and he could see the giant demon's name, floating in the air in a deep crimson hue. That thing consisted of a huge mess of fatty flesh that must have weighed dozens of tons. No, maybe even several hundred, instead. And then, the massive club this thing was holding in hand looked rather horrifying as well. However, a smile was etched on Jin-Woo's face. So, that's the mid-boss of this place, huh? He held only the nicest memories of the bosses found inside the instant dungeons. They all gave him plenty of experience points as well as wonderful items, compared to the boss-level monsters found in regular dungeons that required lots of hard work to kill but little reward to show for it. These boss monsters of instant dungeons were more like boxes of gifts, all nicely wrapped up. So, then, what items would that guy cough up? Gulp. Jin-Woo smiled brightly and began drooling. Shadow soldiers were summoned behind Jin-Woo. Not just the regular foot soldiers, but also the magic soldiers, the beast soldiers, as well as the two knights, too. And in front of them stood Jin-Woo. The two knights strode forward and stood on either side of him. Jin-Woo took a glance at Ygritte to his right, and Iron to his left, and a grin formed on his lips. Feels so reassuring. Even though this was his own skill, the fact that he had comrades watching his back helped greatly to calm his mind. However, still, it's a bit too much to go with a frontal assault, isn't it? The whole thing looked kinda dangerous. And that was all thanks to that wooden-looking club held tight in Vulcan's grip. It's just unbelievable that a tree that big actually existed, right? He guessed from the size of Vulcan and the wooden club that one swing from the demon would be enough to wipe away his entire platoon. Jin-Woo ordered his magic soldiers to initiate the assault first. Use the ranged attacks to summon Vulcan's lackeys over here first, and I'll fight that big guy lumbering along at the rear. It was a simple enough plan to carry out. Now, when Jin-Woo gave his signal, flames flew out from the hands of the magic soldiers. The flames exploded near the subordinates of Vulcan, signaling the beginning of the operation. The warning beeps resounded out in his head at a frightening pace, and at the same time, Vulcan and its lackeys all turned their heads towards Jin-Woo and his army. All right, he succeeded in drawing their attention. In order to hit Vulcan coming up from the lackey's rear without getting discovered, Jin-Woo activated stealth and hid himself. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to plan. That's what he thought, but then, thud, 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 thud. Vulcan broke his expectation and bolted forward like a streak of lightning. What the hell? What is up with that movement? It's like I'm looking at video footage sped up several times. Quite literally, in the blink of an eye, Vulcan had ran past its lackeys and arrived before the Shadow soldiers. Oh crap. Jin-Woo's eyes widened considerably. This demon with a huge, mountain-sized body mass managed to exceed his imaginations. Vulcan lifted the club up high. Just before the club pointing to the sky fell down on the defenseless magic soldiers, Iron jumped out of nowhere and raised his black shield. Whoosh. The attack was defended against somehow, but both arms of Iron were shattered into pieces. The sturdiest, toughest among the Shadow soldiers couldn't withstand a single attack and was rendered unable to fight any further. Scatter. The shattered pieces of Iron's arms fell to the ground and scattered away, perhaps finding its previous attack not to its liking. Vulcan tilted its head this way and that while staring deeply at its club. But that was only for a brief period. The beastard slammed down with the club once more. Iron, who had lost all means to defend himself, as well as the magic soldiers behind him, were crushed to oblivion next. Crack. Witnessing that event unfold, something inside Jin-Woo loudly snapped into two. This son of a BTCH dares to. Jin-Woo bit his lower lip. What he did next wasn't because his head told him to do it. When he regained his senses, he was already in midair, leaping towards Vulcan. His target was already set, and that would be that surprisingly beady little head attached atop the mountainous body. Jin-Woo twisted his body in midair. The muscles of his shoulder and the arm cocked rearward ballooned up. When he focused all his might on his clenched right fist, stealth came undone automatically. Belatedly, Vulcan discovered Jin-Woo. Too bad. Jin-Woo's fist was not slow enough for the giant monster to dodge when it was already near its nose. His fist punched out like a bullet and slammed into the side of Vulcan's face. Vulcan was flung away. The giant demon rolled away on the ground for a long, long time, before crashing into the skeletal remains of a building and came to a stop. Jin-Woo lightly landed back on the ground, his eyes quite wide open. Why did it fly away that easily? Unable to comprehend what just happened, he stared at his own fist in disbelief. He couldn't even spot a single nick or a scratch on his fist that managed to blow away such a huge creature. Then, he suddenly recalled something. Now that I think about it. Jin-Woo raised his head. He summoned the stat window, and it quickly floated up there. Strength 150, Endurance 109, Agility 139, Intelligence 109, Perception 111. He may have learned several assassin-related skills, and his class was set as a magic type, so he had been forgetting about a crucial part until now. He had been using up all the spare bonus stat points on intelligence, yet strength was still ahead by 1.5 times. Well, I really did invest in strength blindly, didn't I? Jin-Woo raised his head. The fallen Vulcan used the club to prop itself and stood up from the rubble. Did the warning chime go off because the monster is getting up? Was his system that friendly to begin with? As Jin-Woo tilted his head, the culprit for that beep popped up in front of his eyes. Isn't that skill from? Even before Jin-Woo managed to recall the memories of Cerberus, Vulcan, with its two reddened eyes, rushed towards him like an unstoppable tidal wave. The ground rumbled, accompanied with the loud rumbling footsteps. Iron, Jin-Woo called out. Iron quickly threw his shield to Jin-Woo. After catching the shield, Jin-Woo shifted his glance away to find Vulcan standing right before him. If I back off here, my soldiers will get wiped away. Without his soldiers, it had become far too difficult to hunt down Vulcan and its subordinates. So, Jin-Woo chose the method that could ensure the safety of his soldiers. He raised the shield, and his arm muscles tensed up. Shortly thereafter, Vulcan slammed down with its club. Slam. Fearsome attacks that rocked the earth landed several times in a row without rest, but Jin-Woo patiently endured them all. His high physical defense and endurance stat allowed him to block these attacks. When its attacks did not work, Vulcan became even more frenzied and pounded away with that massive club. However, Jin-Woo was steadfast and his knees buckled not even once. Still, standing around like this blocking all the time wouldn't let him hunt the boss down. Deep frowns formed on Jin-Woo's forehead. The thing was, unlike how it was with Cerberus, Vulcan's rage skill didn't have a time limit, the trade-off being the skill not as overpowered as the Gatekeeper's version, meaning he couldn't remain passively defending forever like this. Jin-Woo gritted his teeth. Constantly getting pounded on isn't my thing either. Clang! Just as the club bounced off of the shield for the last time, Jin-Woo had been getting ready to counterattack and took the opening to leap towards Vulcan's head. However, he wasn't the only one waiting for an opening. Matching the timing of Jin-Woo's jump, Vulcan quickly leaned its upper torso back. What? And then, the club flew in towards him from the side while drawing an arc in the air. He got me. If there were places where his hands or feet could touch, the story might have been different, but there was no way he'd be able to dodge the attack in the middle of air. Jin-Woo activated the skill ruler's reach and pushed at Vulcan. Of course, the power behind the skill ruler's reach was far too low to move the massive body of Vulcan. However, the rebound meant that it was Jin-Woo who was pushed back, instead. The tip of the club missed him by a hair's breadth. I did it. Jin-Woo was flung away some distance and rolled on the ground a few times, but compared to what might have happened when hit by that club, his landing this time should be seen as far, far gentler. Phew. Jin-Woo managed to find his balance and sighed in relief. On the other hand, Vulcan's expression had crumpled quite unsightly. It attacked, feeling proud and all, but in the end, it was all for nothing. That fact caused its fury to reach the peak. Jin-Woo scratched the side of his head while staring at Vulcan's reddened face. Now what should I do about this? If he jumped to its front, the DMN thing would evade him with not much difficulty. But then, attacking other body parts instead of its head didn't look like he'd be able to critically wound it. What with all those layers of flesh getting in the way? Is there a way to make it impossible to dodge? It was at this point that yet another, and an arguably excellent, idea popped up in his head. The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. Suddenly, he turned around and ran. Vulcan mistook this action as him trying to escape, and hurriedly chased after him. Jin-Woo moderated his running speed so Vulcan could chase after him. As soon as he discovered a suitable remnant of a building, his eyes began gleaming brightly. That one, on the other hand, when the distance between Vulcan and Jin-Woo closed up, the giant demon lifted its club high up in the air behind it, to squash this bug-like creature. Finally, the chance to crush this annoying pest once and for all was here. A disgusting smile formed on Vulcan's face, and so, as the club came down with a whoosh, the insect-like creature suddenly sped up and ran up on the outer wall of the destroyed building. Something felt wrong here, but it was too late for the demon to slow down the descent of the club. In an instant, the insect had run up high enough to be at the demon's eye line, before he powerfully kicked the wall. Crack! As the spiderweb-like cracks spread on the wall, something shot towards this demon with never-before-seen speed. It was none other than that insect. Vulcan's eyes grew wider. A smile spread on Jin-Woo's face as he looked into those large eyes. The Baruka's dagger gripped tightly in his right hand sliced past the bulging artery of Vulcan's neck. Slice. From the blood vessel as thick as a grown man, blood spurted out like an overflowing fountain. Vulcan hurriedly discarded the club and tried to stem the loss of blood with both of its hands. Unfortunately, it was insufficient to block the overflowing of blood. At that moment, there was a visible tremor shaking Vulcan's eyes. Before it had the time to notice it, Jin-Woo had climbed up the demon's back and buried the blades of his daggers deeply into that thick neck. I guess once isn't enough, huh? Jin-Woo tilted his head and pulled the daggers out before activating his skill once more. Vital points targeting. 2 daggers stabbed deeply into Vulcan's neck again. Stab, stab. Only then did the messages he was waiting for pop up. Leaving the mop-up of the remnants to his trusty soldiers, Jin-Woo turned around in order to collect the loot. Was this feeling similar to unwrapping a gift? Seeing the dead body of Vulcan, a smile automatically formed on his lips. I wonder what'll come out this time. He could spy several lights sparkling on the body. He had been feeling rather optimistic about fighting Vulcan, even before the battle started. And as he expected, items were quite literally pouring out from the dead demon. Having checked the list only once, Jin-Woo's face was brightening up considerably already. I can pretty much tell that Vulcan's horns should be Japtum. From its name to the total number he found, it wasn't that hard to guess that Vulcan's horns were Japtum only good for additional gold. Just like the demon's horns he got after killing various demons, which meant the remaining 3 were the real items. And there was this one item that attracted his attention more than the others. What is this material item thing? What could he possibly make with something like that? Or was the system trying to imply that it might be something related to a quest? Jin-Woo's curiosity roused from its slumber after reading about a type of item he hadn't heard of before. If he wanted to read the explanations on the items, he had to acquire them first. So, he chose yes on all the item acquisition messages. Take them all. The lights glittering from different parts of Vulcan all morphed into items and appeared near his feet as soon as he said that. A pair of earrings, a red marble-like object, and timber as big as a grown woman. He could immediately tell which one was the fragment of the world tree among them. Jin-Woo looked at the timber. When he did, the information on the item popped up. Rarity, type, material, remaining part of Vulcan's club, originally fashioned out of a branch of the world tree, after the contaminated portion had been removed. Timber from the world tree possess extraordinary magical energy, and is seen as top material for the crafting of the very best magic tools available. Rarity S. Type, accessory, endurance plus 20, stamina plus 20. When worn together with Demon Sovereign's necklace and Demon Sovereign's ring, set bonuses will be unlocked. Set bonus effect 1. Set bonus effect 2. Just like with other items, earrings disappeared from the view, but their options still activated with no problem. A satisfied smile formed on Jin-Woo's face after confirming the rise in his stats. So, the accessory set of a Demon Sovereign, then. Other accessories should be around here somewhere, right? What with the word demon in their names, he could easily guess that those items must be somewhere inside the demon's castle. Just what kind of set bonuses would be unlocked if he managed to find the other two? Rarity A. Type, magic tool. Deed created by solidifying superior demon Vulcan's blood. Will strengthen all magical effects and cause greater damage. Effect appetite for destruction. X2 magic damage. It was a spherical red object the size of a billiard ball. Jin-Woo tightly grasped the bead of avarice, but there was no change to his stats. He then summoned and checked the class-related skill windows, since those were the only things that could be called magic in his repertoire. But he saw no change to the number of shadows he could extract nor the number that could be stored. Meanwhile, his soldiers arrived near him one by one after taking down Vulcan's remaining underlings. The first one to arrive was Ygritte. In the right hand, 3 and another 3 in the left. He carried a total of 6 demon heads and placed them before Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo looked at Ygritte kneeling before him and scratched the side of his head. Hey man, can't you stop doing that? Of course, Ygritte and his gravely lowered head didn't reply. Because of you. Jin-Woo's gaze slowly shifted over to Iron. Nobody could tell just when he did it, but Iron had cut Vulcan's head off and dragged it all the way to Jin-Woo, before kneeling on the ground. This guy is starting to imitate you, you know. More importantly, Jin-Woo hunted Vulcan down, not Iron. Jin-Woo spat out a long groan while keeping his stare fixed to Iron. It was at this point that an amusing idea popped up in his head. Just like how I used Iron's shield, maybe should I try and let these guys use this bead of avarice? What a good timing it was, since he spotted the magic soldiers slowly walking behind the regular infantrymen. They were far slower compared to normal shadow soldiers, never mind the 2 knights. Jin-Woo summoned the first of the 3 magic soldiers to arrive in the vicinity. When he beckoned with his hand, the magic soldier decked out in the black robe hurriedly walked towards him. Since all shadow soldiers could be controlled via his will, he didn't really need to issue any particular commands here. Jin-Woo simply gave the signal. Fire. Right at that moment, a ball of flames that was double the size of the usual attack suddenly materialized at the tip of the magic soldier's raised hand. Jin-Woo's eyes opened super wide. Without giving him enough time to get shocked, the ball of flames quickly flew out from the magic soldier's hand. Jin-Woo's jaw dropped to the floor. The building was swept up in the grand explosion and collapsed like a house of cards, and the ferocity of the burning flames didn't show any signs of weakening at all afterwards. Jin-Woo stared in pure shock at the roaring flames, before he hurriedly took the bead of avarice back from the magic soldier. He then quickly checked the item information once more. It's not there. It's definitely not there. He went through the explanation several times to make sure, but without a doubt, there was nothing about him being prevented from lending this bead of avarice to someone else. Didn't this mean he could potentially sell this item? Gulp. Jin-Woo swallowed his dry saliva before his gaze shifted back to the burning building. In the middle of a sunny afternoon, the young man from the apartment 902, you say. An auntie tilted her head and replied a short while later. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him lately. Ah, is that so? Thank you for your help. Hyun Kaicheol lowered his head and said thanks. It had been 4 days since he began waiting for Hunter Sung Jin-Woo near the youth's old apartment building. However, he hadn't run into his target until now. At this point, Hyun Kaicheol was beginning to feel that making veggie juice every morning was a bit of waste now. Apparently, he told his little sister that he'd be going on a trip with his friend for a week or so. You mean, Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim said that? Yes, in that case, he's probably not on Earth anymore. Pardon? Park Hye-jin's eyes opened wide. On Song-min quickly explained himself. We haven't found any evidence of him going overseas, and there is no record of him drawing money from his bank or using his credit card either. You can even find out things like that. Well, it's our job to follow around various hunters, after all. Oh my god. Anyways, on top of this, according to the association's last known location records, the communication with his phone was cut off in the middle of the city as well. And that happened about 5 days ago. Doesn't all this sound too mysterious to you? He couldn't have been kidnapped, right? Park Hye-jin inadvertently voiced her worry in the ensuing confusion. However, the gazes of the two people soon met, and they began chuckling almost at the same time. It was hard to tell who started first. By the way, how did you find out about him going on a trip? Oh, that. It's from Han Song-yi. I talk to her often, you see. She goes to the same school with Mr. Sung Jin-Woo's little sister, so I asked her for a favor. With On Song-min's reply, their conversation came to an abrupt end. And then, they began thinking the exact same thing. Just where did that guy disappear to? 75th floor. An army of undead suddenly rose up from the ground, and they numbered several thousand. A normal person would have been left breathless by the sight of this horrifying army, but when he found himself surrounded by so many enemies, Jin-Woo didn't even panic for a second. As I thought, just as he expected, there were endless streams of black smoke rising up all around the boss monster. Seeing that, it wasn't all that difficult to guess what kind of monster this Metis happened to be. The Guide of the Departed Souls, is it? And the monster's title only helped to further confirm his suspicion. Sure enough, Metis summoned a powerful undead army. Too bad, Jin-Woo just so happened to possess the best type of class within this field. Create a path for me. Soldiers emerged from Jin-Woo's shadow. These guys were the real deal. While the hundreds of soldiers created from the skill Shadow Extraction bought them time, Jin-Woo's direct subordinates, the ones he paid careful attention to leveling up ever since his entrance into the demon's castle, carved out a path for him. His destination was obvious. Ygritte and Iron took the lead and with frightening speed and destroyed the opposing undead creatures. The distance to the boss, Metis had closed up in an instant. Jin-Woo escaped from the undead army's siege and stood before Metis in an instant. Their gazes collided mid-air. You didn't expect this to happen, did you? Jin-Woo's gaze was filled with victor's leisure, and Metis could only flinch from that. No, he thought that the monster flinched. Do monsters feel fear? Such a thought only lingered for a second, before Jin-Woo's daggers left behind dozens of afterimages. Plop! The boss-level monster weakly fell to the ground. He already knew through experience that mage-type monsters relying on controlling others to fight were very weak when the battle became one-on-one. The moment he saw Metis in the distance, he had envisioned this end. Jin-Woo returned the daggers to his inventory. Soon, the expected message popped up. Jin-Woo clenched his fists tightly. 220 souls in one go. Now that was an unexpected windfall. A thick smile floated up on Jin-Woo's lips. Not much remaining now. He only needed to collect less than 30 now. It was a small enough amount to quickly fill up by hunting down a handful more demons. Jin-Woo really wanted to quickly finish this quest, and so, he hurriedly retrieved all the loot and entered the floor transfer magic circle. The eastern United States. Hwang Dong-soo writhed this way, and that as if he was having a nightmare, before he shot up from the bed. The first thing he saw was the white ceiling. Hwang Dong-soo tilted his head at these unfamiliar surroundings. Is this a hospital? It wasn't. It wasn't a dream. Hwang Dong-soo wiped the strand of cold sweat traveling down to his chin. It was at this point that he discovered the patient gown he wore, and the IV needle stuck to his arm. Hwang Dong-soo's expression hardened in fury, and then he spoke in a cold voice. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it, and leave. The deputy director of the Hunter Bureau was there with him in the room. A middle-aged Caucasian man, with more white than black on his head, slowly approached Hwang Dong-soo's bed. There is something I wanted to ask you personally, so I waited for you to come around. What did he want to ask? Hwang Dong-soo raised his head. The deputy director held his gaze without backing down and asked, that man named Seong-il-Hwan, was he really a monster? Do you think I'd attack someone who was a human? I'm not saying that I don't trust you, only that I wish to confirm what I saw with my own eyes. The deputy director pushed forward his phone towards Hwang Dong-soo. A certain video footage was playing on its screen, and this is footage captured by CCTV cameras nearby on that day. In the footage, one could see an Oriental man rescuing employees from the collapsing Hunter Bureau building. There was no need to ask who that man was. How could Hwang Dong-soo forget? That face was the last thing he saw before he blacked out. That man was Seong-il-Hwan. The deputy director's complexion darkened. I have never heard of a monster rescuing humans before. Is there no change to your opinion that this man is a monster? He's definitely a monster. Understood. The deputy director pocketed the phone. Once you're discharged from here, stop by the bureau. There are a couple of documents you need to sign. Hwang Dong-soo asked the deputy director as the latter was about to turn around and leave. What happened to that man? He disappeared after fighting you. We're in the midst of tracking him down, but he's powerful enough to knock you down easily, so whether he could be caught or not is, well. Just before he stepped out of the hospital room, the deputy director opened his mouth again, sounding more troubled than before. By any chance, do you have any idea where that man might head off to? Seeing Hwang Dong-soo resolutely keep his mouth shut as if he had nothing more to say, the deputy director quietly left the room. But once he was gone, Hwang Dong-soo furiously yanked the IV needle out of his arm. FCK. What a humiliating defeat that was. Even before he could figure out what happened, he found his neck trampled on by Seong Il-hwan. Not only that, shamefully cowering on the floor, too. Just as he began gasping for air, Seong Il-hwan spoke to him. Don't come to Korea. This isn't for my son, but for your sake. You won't be able to close your eyes, even in death. And that's where his memory ended. Once he regained his consciousness, he found himself here. Can't close my eyes even in death. What did he mean by that? Was that a threat to kill Hwang Dong-soo in such a brutal way that he'd be unable to close his eyes? How dare he threaten me? I need better equipment if I want to kill him. Thankfully, it wouldn't be hard getting his hands on that equipment. I should call my guild. The guild Hwang Dong-soo was a part of, Scavenger, was one of the very best in the world. Hell, there was even a joke doing the rounds that, if one were to tally up the value of all the artifacts in possession of the Scavenger Guild, it'd easily exceed the annual budget of a small nation. If I get my hands on some artifacts, there shouldn't be a problem. Madness burned bright within Hwang Dong-soo's eyes. To South Korea, that was Hwang Dong-soo's next destination. I did it. Jin-Woo couldn't hide his elation. His luck was good, and he acquired 4 souls from the very last demon he killed. With that, he was able to meet the quest's clear goal. Obviously, once he made his reply, the list of rewards popped up in his view. 1. Any one item available in the system. 2. Plus 20 bonus stat points. 3. An unknown reward. Other rewards did catch his eye. But right now, the first one on the list demanded the most of his attention. It wouldn't be much of an exaggeration to say that he completed this quest solely for the first reward, too. Except the first reward. An item he wanted was it. Of course, there was one. From the moment he saw the details of this quest, Jin-Woo was thinking of a certain item. What kind of a result would be facing him now if he chose differently back then? He was curious about this ever since that fateful day. However, he didn't know whether that thing was treated as an item or not. Still, it didn't hurt to try, at least. The system asked him again, as if to urge him on. After a short deliberation, Jin-Woo made his reply. The cursed random box. Back when he found himself standing on a crossroad, Jin-Woo chose the blessed random box instead of the cursed random box. And the result of that decision was the key to the demon's castle. Thanks to that, he gained entry to this instant dungeon and earned a lot. His level had risen up greatly. He acquired lots of items, and as for gold, well, it was overflowing to such an extent that he was beginning to think he should start spending some very soon. Even if I was given a chance to do over, I'd have chosen the same. However, just because he chose to take this path, that didn't mean he was not curious about the potential result of choosing a different path. The blessed random box, supposed to give him what he wanted, and the cursed random box that was supposed to give him what he needed. Just what could be inside the latter. I did get what I wanted from the blessed random box, that's for sure. And so, the perfect chance to satisfy that curiosity once and for all had landed in his lap. A small box slowly materialized in front of his feet. Yes, his heart beating much quicker now, Jin-Woo hurriedly picked the box up. However, he was suddenly overcome with this feeling that the weight of this box was rather familiar to him. Could it be? He quickly ripped the lid open and confirmed what was inside, only for his eyes to grow very large. Isn't this the additional stat points he earned as the quest completion reward were still waiting for him? And of course, he put them all in intelligence. Strength 178, endurance 137, agility 147, intelligence 149, perception 119, Finally, intelligence had exceeded other stats. It was still some ways off strength, but when considering the fact that he didn't even pay attention to the intelligence stat until recently, this growth could only be called lightning fast. Along with that message, a scroll similar in size to the entry permit appeared in his hands. What's this? Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider at this unexpected type of reward, and he unfurled the scroll right away. You can learn the crafting methods of divine water of life. Jin-Woo's eyes widened even further. I can craft an item with this, and here he was, thinking that only those who had awakened as mage types could craft weapons containing magical energy. Now that he thought about it, though, he was also a mage type, wasn't he? Rarity S. Type, consumable. A mysterious liquid medicine that cures any and all illnesses through the powerful magic contained within. The effect will only manifest after one whole bottle has been consumed. Cures any and all illnesses. The moment he read that information, he thought about his mother, still confined to the hospital. He had already confirmed through Yu Jin-Ho multiple times that effects of various potions still worked on other people. If he could truly make this divine water of life, then it meant that he'd be able to save his mother. His hands holding the scroll trembled from excitement. The ingredients were also on the simpler side, so to speak. Fragment of the World Tree. He earned that after killing Vulcan on the 50th floor. Spring water from the Forest of Echoes. He got that after killing Metis the Necromancer on the 75th floor. And finally, purified blood of the Demon King. This item hadn't shown up yet. However, thinking back to the 2 ingredients that had come out so far, he could easily guess where he might find some of this purified blood of the Demon King from. The upper floors. I'm sure it's with the final boss of the Demon's Castle, probably on the top floor. In other words, simply by clearing the Demon's Castle dungeon, the ingredients to craft the divine water of life would fall into his lap one by one. It happened then. A gasp of epiphany leaked out of his mouth, completely unbeknownst to him. That's how surprised Jin-Woo was. Could it be that? The item he wanted as per description on the blessed random box said. Could that be this divine water of life? Mom, thinking about the possibility that he'd get to see his mother again all healthy, his eyes began welling up with emotions. Jin-Woo summoned his inventory and retrieved an item stored right next to the spring water. It was a necklace, seemingly carved out from skulls of various small creatures. Rarity S. Type, accessory, agility +20, intelligence +20. When worn together with Demon Sovereign's earrings and Demon Sovereign's ring, set bonus effects will be unlocked. Set effect 1. Set effect 2. The spring water from the Forest of Echoes wasn't the only loot he got from killing the guide of the departed souls, Metis. Indeed, this rather vile-looking necklace also came out, too. Why are the designs of all the necklaces I found so crappy? Jin-Woo frowned deeply while recalling the appearance of the dog collar he was currently wearing. He slowly brought the Demon Sovereign's necklace closer to his neck. Replace. The skull necklace disappeared from his hands, only to be replaced by a dog collar. He quickly shoved the dog collar inside his inventory, and checked the newly unlocked set effect of the Demon Sovereign's accessory set. Set effect 1, all stats +5. Set effect 2, all of my stats rose up by 5 points. He only managed to unlock one set effect, yet he received a boost similar to leveling up 5 times. And then, he still had one more unknown effect to go, the one he'd receive after gathering all the accessories. The Demon Sovereign's ring. When considering the possibility that the last unlocked set effect from all 3 accessories being in one place should be even greater than the individual parts on their own, this really was already an amazing performance. However, acquiring accessories rated at S was only a part of the harvest he enjoyed after entering the Demon's Castle. The real profit was his level jumping up so high. Jin-Woo stared at his level that had climbed up to 77 and smiled in content. I leveled up 16 times inside a week. Such a leveling up speed was unthinkable when entering rank C dungeons. There was one thing he couldn't really figure out yet. Jin-Woo let the light from the lamp fall on the object that came out of the cursed random box. Just what the hell is this thing? It was a pitch black key that seemed to absorb all light. No information popped up in his view, either. This is the first time seeing an item with absolutely no information. The keys to instant dungeons could be seen as pretty common, since he got them from random boxes every now and then. But this guy here, he had never seen anything quite like it. Where am I supposed to use this? Perhaps because it came out of a box named Cursed Random this and that. He couldn't help but think that there was this ominous aura circling around the key. He acquired this key through so much hard work, so he couldn't even throw it away. Well, I'm sure I'll get to use it sooner or later. The Cursed Random box was supposed to give him something that he needed, after all. Has it been 4 years already? Or maybe it was close to 5 now. Jin-Woo's expression was full of reminiscence as he stood in front of the employee manning the reception kiosk. The employee's head tilted this way and that after taking one look at Jin-Woo's choice of identification. Isn't this a hunter license? It is. Employee formed a confused expression. If you are unhappy with your assigned rank, you should head over to another depart. No, it's not that. I wish to take the reassignment test. There are guys like that every now and then. Hunters who are not satisfied by the reality of their situation and swim inside daydreams before coming back here hoping against hope. So, is that guy also? The manager nodded his head. Reawakened, my foot. Others are busy raking in the dough as hunters, getting famous and all that. But well, he drew the short straw and he ended up as a nobody. So, he's just trying to escape from reality. Dealing with guys like that will only tire you out. So, just tell him that he'll be paying the fee for the test and send him on his way to the measurement room. Roger that. The fingers of the manager stopped typing on the keyboard. The name written on the hunter license. Why did it feel like he had heard of that name before from somewhere? Where was it? That man asked for a favor, didn't he? That man asked the manager to give him a call if a hunter named Sung Jin-Woo ever showed up here. Hello, it's Baek Yun-ho speaking. Hello there, Chairman Baek. I'm calling you because of the hunter you spoke about the last time. The man named Sung Jin-Woo. He really came here today. But how did you know that he might appear here? Did you just say that Mr. Sung Jin-Woo came there? Yes, he was here just now, applying to get a reassignment test. The conversation came to an abrupt halt and an awkward silence pervaded the line. However, only a short while later, an urgent voice came out from the phone's speaker. Even if it's only for a short while, can you somehow delay the measurement process? I'm on my way over there right now. The manager began tilting his head. Did he just mishear that? The master of the one and only White Tiger Guild was speaking with an anxious voice. Well, I'll be. Besides all that, though, the evaluation process was out of his hands already. The manager could only sheepishly reply while scratching the side of his head. That man must have entered the measurement building by now. Jin-Woo parked his butt on the very last spot available of the waiting room's bench. Currently, there were 3 people waiting for their turn here. All of them looked quite tense, nervous. Jin-Woo could sympathize with what these people were going through inwardly at this moment. Well, the directions of their lives would be decided with the results of today's evaluation, after all. The first time Jin-Woo came here, he was thinking about the exact same things as these people. What if I was a rank A? No, even a rank B, or could it be I'm a rank S? Swimming in a happy daydream, only to be shocked to the core after receiving the evaluation of rank E. Thinking back to that day 4 years ago, Jin-Woo couldn't help but smirk slightly. They are all from various guilds, apparently. Various guilds, is it? Yes, well, hunters don't usually seek out smaller guilds, so they resorted to sending people over here and set up camp just so they can sweet talk awakened like us after we're done with the evaluation. Indeed, there was a certain chilly, unfriendly and competitive air circulating among those folks. And the way they are looking in this direction is pretty predatory, too. Well, there was a reason for that, of course. I'm telling you this because it might help you. But you see, it's better not to sign up with guilds like theirs. Why not? From what I hear, smaller guilds take on lots of dangerous raids, and their hunter fatality rate is far higher than average, too. Jin-Woo nodded his head in agreement. At the end of the day, the circumstances of smaller guilds would always remain a bit ambiguous. Unlike privately organized freelancer-led raid parties, clearing low-ranked dungeons wouldn't satisfy them financially. But then again, the skills of the hunters signed up with them wasn't quite good enough to clear higher ranked dungeons. So, accidents happen frequently during their raids, which means recruiting new hunters becomes doubly important for them. And so, they arrived at a point where they had to follow the potential newbies right into the association building and prey on them. Next, please. Since the location for the evaluation itself was wide open, one could easily read the expressions on those who finished the test, as well as the employees performing the said test. And the expression of the guy who had taken his test just now didn't look so good. I guess it's either a D or an E. Those folks from the smaller guilds must have thought about the same thing as Jin-Woo, because they showed no interest whatsoever even when an awakened walked right past them. Wasn't that too honest a reaction from them? Well, if high-ranked hunters appeared frequently, they wouldn't be paid big bucks anyway. For regular citizens, even being a rank C would be a huge jackpot. One could still earn a fair bit of money by entering freelancer raid parties, or if one's luck was good, then entering large guilds was a viable option, too. Indeed, there were 4 rank CS among the White Tiger Guild's new recruits, weren't there? If one successfully managed to enter a large guild, then it was pretty much guaranteed that you'd earn an annual salary similar to what doctors or lawyers made. I heard that you'd get a ton of money upfront when signing with a large guild. Actually, I owe some money, you see. Because of that, I had to separate from my little girl and must live alone for the time being. Maybe it's because of that, but I'm feeling really nervous. Meanwhile, another awakened walked out and, next up, please come this way. Are you feeling okay? No, it's not that, but, do you mind going ahead first? I'm too tense right now, you see. Was there a reason to refuse when someone wished to give up his spot in the queue? Jin-Woo quickly accepted the proposal. Anyone would be feeling nervous if these few minutes determined the rest of their lives. What is your name? It's Sung Jin-Woo. Mr. Sung Jin-Woo, right? Please place your hand on the black-colored panel over there and wait for a little while. Following the instruction, Jin-Woo walked over to the measuring device and placed his hand on the black panel. This guy's already been evaluated as an awakened rank T. The employee took a look at the documentation and glanced at Jin-Woo with a mystified expression. Just why were almost all the hunters coming here to retake tests all rank E? The employee's expression changed to that of apathy as he activated the measuring device. The magic energy measuring device buzzed noisily, and a short while later it stopped its operation. The results appeared on the display monitor. What's going on here? The employee tilted his head this way and that, before speaking to Jin-Woo, as the latter was about to take his hand off the panel. Hold up, please. Yes, I'd like to run the test one more time. Okay, Jin-Woo placed his hand back on the panel. But something like this never happened before. The expression of the employee gradually hardened. Why was the measuring device malfunctioning all of a sudden? The employee asked for Jin-Woo's cooperation once more. I'm truly sorry, but one more time, please. Even before he was asked to take the test again, Jin-Woo had already decided to wait and thus didn't bother to lift his hand away from the panel. Why is the device behaving like this? Cold sweat drops formed on the employee's forehead. Where is Chang-sik? Why are you alone here? The employee quickly looked behind him, and he found manager Jeong Kai-soo from the rank evaluation application department standing there. Manager Jeong. Relief formed on the employee's face after an unexpected reinforcement made his entrance. The senior officer went to the bathroom just now. That fool, how dare he vacate his position in the middle of office who? Jeong Kai-soo couldn't bring himself to finish that sentence. The measuring device is acting a little weird. The device is what now? Please, take a look. This error message keeps popping up. Once the employee took a step back, Jeong Kai-soo stood in his stead in front of the monitor that displayed the result of Jin-Woo's measurement. And right away, Jeong Kai-soo's expression froze up. How long have you been working here? It's been around 6 months, sir. Did I press the wrong button? Nope. Just call Chang-sik and tell him to get over here right now. Excuse me, I'm saying. His toilet break or whatever isn't important anymore, so tell him to get his ass over here right away. Jeong Kai-soo raised his voice. The employee flinched and asked, what's the matter, manager? This isn't an error message, but it's saying impossible to measure. Don't you understand what that means? But that wasn't an error message. Why was every single newbie employee such a dumbass? Jeong Kai-soo's gaze left the employee and landed on the person taking the evaluation test. This message means that this device can't measure that person's magic power. Did this newbie say it had been around 6 months since he started working here? Forget about 6 months, something like this had not happened in the past 2 years, so of course, it wasn't surprising at all to see a newbie employee being completely oblivious. Jeong Kai-soo's voice trembled as he replied, right, he's a rank S. Rank S special. This rank had been in wide use so people mistook it for an actual official rank. But in reality, this rank simply existed to group those awakened who couldn't be measured by any device. Excuse me, Mr. Sung Jin-Woo, with the current device. Kim Chang-sik immediately remembered that Jin-Woo was already a hunter, so he changed the way he addressed the youth. No, wait. Allow me to start over. It's impossible to measure your magical energy output with this device. Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. We need to ask for permission from the higher-ups if we want to use the precision measuring device. So would you mind if you come and visit us again in 3 days' time? By the way, it sounds like Block B is a bit noisier than usual today. Block B, you say? Truth be told, Chief Park couldn't hear anything at all. However, Choi Jong-in was a rank S hunter. His 5 senses should never be compared to that of a regular person's. If Choi Jong-in said it was getting rowdier down there, then something must have happened for real. An honorable guest had come to visit, so what a shameful blunder this was. Chief Park frowned slightly and spoke up. Let me go and find out what's happening. No, wait. I'm also getting curious, so. Choi Jong-in raised his head, and a mysterious flash of light could be seen in his eyes for a moment, and an equally mysterious smile formed on his lips. Why don't we go together? The entirety of the block B had become deathly silent. Just now, definitely impossible to measure. Does that mean that guy's a rank S? I've only ever heard of it, but seeing an impossible to measure rank with my own eyes is... Gulp. The recruitment agents dispatched by various smaller guilds were busy swallowing dry saliva as they stared at Jin-Woo turning in their direction. However, none of them tried to talk to him. If he was a rank C, then they would have started a war of nerves trying to sign him up to their respective guilds. They would have formed the proverbial queue just for a chance to talk to him. What about a rank B, then? They would pounce on him like crazy while throwing around quite attractive sounding offers, such as guaranteed spot as a high-ranking officer in the guild, or shares in the guild, etc. This man, who got his magic energy measured just now, was supposedly a rank S. Not an A, but an S. It might be an easy thing to say, but the truth was, that single letter was only used to denote the very best awakened in the country, with only 9 of them existing in South Korea. With that man included, it'll be 10, isn't it? The 10th rank S hunter. This youth was not someone these headhunters from the various small guilds could even attempt to talk to. Wait a minute. Couldn't this be my opportunity? A handful of quick-witted scouts suddenly had this remarkable idea. How about acting as a middleman? Just as the scouts sneakily glanced at their peers and began inching forward, someone suddenly pointed towards the entrance of the Block B. Huh? Isn't that? Was it because everyone was so tense already? No one could tell who did it first. Everyone seemingly shifted their gazes over in the direction the first man to open his mouth pointed at. The eyes of the scouts widened immediately. Yuck. A man wearing a stylish business suit was entering Block B. There wasn't a single person present who didn't know that man's name. Choi Jong-in. Why is the leader of the hunters here? Sure enough, Choi Jong-in felt the gazes of the crowd and lightly tidied up his suit, before walking straight towards Jin-Woo. But isn't this too fast for him to get here after receiving an alert? No, wait a minute. Did he already sign up with the hunters? Did the hunters know about him? Well, the top guild sure operates on another level. Scouts present all readily accepted the inevitable conclusion to come. Perhaps it was a relief that none of them stepped forward and tried to chat up the youth. How embarrassing would it have been when one of them started yapping on and ended up running into Choi Jong-in instead. Jin-Woo was breathing a sigh of relief at the grand entrance of Choi Jong-in. What a relief. He was pondering what to do next after being stared at by so many pairs of eyes. But what a wonderful timing it was, that man walking in and dividing the attention. Jin-Woo inwardly thanked Choi Jong-in for providing some unexpected help. Choi Jong-in's eyes gleamed brightly as he stared into Jin-Woo's face. This man's the 10th. Choi Jong-in beat around the bush with Chief Park about checking out the situation together or some such. But the truth was, he already had sensed what was happening before coming here. I mean, they've been yapping on so loudly about impossible to measure this and device error that, so how can I not hear them? Thanks to that, though, he was given a huge opportunity here. Choi Jong-in cleared his throat and formed his trademark smile. I'm Choi Jong-in, the leader of the Hunters Guild. Of course, Jin-Woo knew that already. Well, that man's face could be seen frequently enough whenever a TV was turned on, after all. I'm aware that you just had your awakened rank evaluation. Yes, by any chance, have you thought of a guild to join? I'd like to speak to you regarding that issue, so can you spare a minute to talk, please? Sorry, but don't have the time. Jin-Woo quickly voiced his refusal and hurriedly left the Block B building. It happened so fast that Choi Jong-in didn't even have the chance to think about stopping the youth from leaving. Meanwhile, the association employees and the scouts from other guilds belatedly realized what had transpired and began freaking out. What the hell? Wait, did Choi Jong-in get kicked to the curb? No matter who sees it, he was ignored. Mutter, mutter. The waiting room became very noisy all of a sudden. Choi Jong-in did his best to maintain his calm and looked to his side. Chief Park. Yes, Chief Park replied with an awkward look on his face. Did I make a mistake during my introduction? Well, I wonder. I'm not sure. Obviously, Chief Park heard everything as he was standing to the side. Still, this wasn't the right time to say that out loud, no. When Chief Park shut his mouth, Choi Jong-in sheepishly scratched the side of his head. Was I too careless with my approach? Still, there was no reason to feel disappointed here. Without a doubt, he was one step ahead of other guilds. I'm the only one who knows about the appearance of the new rank S. The remeasurement was scheduled for 3 days later. There was still some time left until the official announcement. Before that, though, I gotta find another opportunity to talk to him, no matter what. While Choi Jong-in began pondering his options, he spotted someone else hurriedly running towards the building. Wait, isn't he? Now that was definitely a familiar face. When that man pushed open the glass door and entered, Choi Jong-in spoke up with a surprised expression on his face. Chairman Beek, what are you? Beek Yun-ho's eyes also widened after recognizing Choi Jong-in. Master Choi. Choi Jong-in quickly deciphered Beek Yun-ho's expression. It's like he knows he's been busted. It was not very likely that he came running after an informant rang him up just now. No, the time of his arrival didn't make sense if that was the case. I mean, the distance between the White Tiger Guild offices and the Hunter Association is great, so. That's right, Beek Yun-ho knew from the get-go. He had prior knowledge regarding what would happen here, meaning he knows about the existence of that man already. But that couldn't be. If so, he'd never let that man go through the reassignment test in this fashion. If it were me, I'd make him sign the contract first and then let him take the test. It was here that the scattered puzzle pieces in Choi Jong-in's head began falling into their respective places. No way could it be. The White Tiger Guild, the incident during their training, the Red Gate, the mystery helper, and then the newly appeared rank S awakened. The White Tiger must have received help from someone they don't want others to know about. Found him. So, it was that man, huh? Choi Jong-in didn't say anything else and relaxedly walked past Beek Yun-ho. Meanwhile, Beek Yun-ho took a look around. He couldn't spot Jin-Woo anywhere. Am I too late? Beek Yun-ho could only look on at the distancing back of Choi Jong-in and softly sigh. Who knew that the Master of Hunters Guild would be at the Hunters Association? Beek Yun-ho scratched the back of his head and muttered to himself. Things just got complicated. The visiting hours of the Seoul's Ilshin Hospital ended at 8 in the evening. Are you the guardian of the patient Park Kyeong-hai? That's correct. You can go and see her. Are you aware of the visiting hours cutoff time? Yes, I'm aware. Finishing his chat by the nursing station, Jin-Woo quickly walked to the patient ward his mother was in. Thanks to his hurried steps, he arrived there not too long afterwards. Jin-Woo opened the door and entered the ward, and quietly sat down on the chair next to the bed his mother was lying in. She seemed to be in a deep slumber. With her like this, it's like she'd wake up at any moment now. A slumber that no one could wake up from. It was a new type of illness that appeared with the advent of the gates. I heard from someone that this hospital alone has over 10 patients suffering the same illness. I'll save you. Mom did her best to stabilize the family when his father went missing, even though she never enjoyed robust health. Ending his definitely not short visit, Jin-Woo wordlessly walked out of the ward and carefully closed the door behind him. And when he turned around to leave, he got to spot a familiar face standing in the corridor. On that day, it was you who killed the monsters in the dual dungeon, wasn't it? A low and thick, manly voice, sharp, scary eyebrows. He was none other than Woo Jin-cheol from the monitoring division. Jin-Woo didn't reply. There was no reason to, nor did he particularly feel like it, either. Instead, there was something else he wanted to ask. How did you find out that I was here? I tried to guess the places you might head off to. I called the hospital and they informed me of your presence here. The association was paying for Mom's hospital fees, after all. Well, that's going to change soon. Did you seek me out just to ask me about that day's events? No, I did not. Well, then, how can I help you? There is someone who'd like to speak to you. Would you mind accompanying me for a little while? Is that an order? No. He then deeply bowed his head, his voice sounding much more serious than before. I'd like to ask you for this favor. Jin-Woo didn't expect Woo Jin-cheol, with his fearsome countenance and all, to assume that kind of attitude. Jin-Woo pondered a little, before deciding to find out who wanted to meet him first. Who wants to talk to me? It's the president of the Hunters Association, Go Gun-Huey. Woo Jin-cheol then pointed towards the corner behind him and spoke. The association president is currently here. The heaven above heaven. The S-rank hunter Go Gun-Huey, also known as the sky above the sky. After discovering Jin-Woo, Go Gun-Huey stood up from the seat. You must be Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. He might be over 80 years old, but his physique was still quite amazing. Indeed, his size reminded one of either a retired pro wrestler or a traditional grappler. However, he didn't emit any of the overbearing aura one might expect from someone like that. That's surprising. Judged from his appearance or his station, Jin-Woo expected him to be a bit of douche, a stuck-up of sorts, yet the entourage accompanying that man carried scarier expressions instead. Jin-Woo inadvertently caught the glimpse of a golden badge pinned to Go Gun-Huey's jacket. This man currently served as a member of the National Assembly, and at the same time, as the president of the association as well. And a rank S awakened on top of that, too. I'd like to congratulate you on becoming the newest rank S hunter. Jin-Woo tilted his head. But the result of the reassignment test hasn't come out yet. Go Gun-Hui shook his head immediately. Actually, the test itself does not have much of a meaning. Excuse me. While Jin-Woo formed a confused expression, Go Gun-Hui was forming a gentle smile. The truth is, the so-called precision measuring device is used to draw a finer line on the level of one's powers. It's not designed to sense something that already has exceeded the scope of other devices' measuring capability. Then, how come? Do you wish to ask me why we created another process called reevaluation? Indeed, he did want to ask that. If the end results were going to be the same, then why go through yet another cumbersome process? Go Gun-Hui answered in rather a straightforward manner. It's because we were looking for a grace period. A grace period. Even before Jin-Woo could ask what he meant by that, Go Gun-Hui spoke up first, looking somewhat embarrassed. It's to create an opportunity where we can meet and speak to someone like you, Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. Listening to the association president, Jin-Woo finally figured it out. As you may well know, there aren't that many excellent hunters in the association. Like Division Chief Woo Jin-Cheol here, compared to our size. That was because of large guilds, and that's because of the large guilds. But, of course, Jin-Woo nodded his head. Signing up with a large guild guarantees you fat salaries and fame, so who would want to come and work for the association? The salaries for the association's hunters weren't small by any means. But then again, when compared to what one could potentially be earning by working for large guilds, the salary was pitifully pathetic. And so, we came up with a plan in case a truly exceptional awakened decides to visit the association. So, that would be the re-evaluation test, then. Well, sure. If the result of the evaluation was publicly made available, and was spread everywhere, would the association have the chance to make an approach like this? It certainly made sense. I won't beat around the bush and get to the point. We're not a corporation, so we can't promise you lots of money. However, Go Gun-Hui touched his chest area, before extending his fist that was gripping onto something. However, we can help you in a different way. I don't quite understand. What I'm saying here is that we can help guide you, Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim, down a very different direction. His clenched fist slowly unfurled. On Go Gun-Hui's palm, a golden badge gleamed brightly. Political power, is it? Even after that, Jin-Woo maintained a suspicious expression. You know about the 5 guilds, yes. How could anyone not know of them? Jin-Woo silently nodded his head. Currently, you'll find that in South Korea, the heads of 5 large dragons are locked in a delicate balance. Around the capital, the Hunters, the White Tiger, and the Reapers. And in the countryside, the Shining Star and the Night Order. If you decide to enter one of the 5 guilds, doesn't matter which one, the delicate balance will shatter and everything will change. Even now, the status and authority of large guilds were soaring into high heavens. However, what if one of them managed to sign up another rank S hunter and used it as the springboard to soar even higher? Would they listen to the association anymore? The association's sole role was to remain as the center of the balance among the hunters by using power. It is simply far too inadequate to control and tie down hunters with laws and regulations and the threat of prosecution. Jin-Woo too thought like that before. Monsters found in dungeons weren't the only monsters out there. Hunters were also, in a way, monsters. If one were to look only at the strength aspect, then hunters were far more dangerous monsters than regular monsters found in dungeons. That is why the association exists. Go Gun-Hui's expression became far more grave. And the association needs your help, Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. For the first time in a long while, Go Gun-Hui was feeling nervous and expectant at the same time, as he asked the next question in a soft but firm voice. What will you choose, Hunter Nim? That wasn't a bad suggestion. If Go Gun-Hui were to lend his support, then even the most average guy would be on the fast track to success. The National Assembly, the government, the Hunters Association, and even the mass media. Too, it'd be very hard to find a sector that Go Gun-Hui's reach did not extend to. Not only that, if the person receiving that support just so happened to a rank S hunter, I can't even imagine how far a person like that would climb up. All of a sudden, Jin-Woo pictured himself sitting right next to the member of National Assembly Go Gun-Hui while kitted out in a super dope designer business suit. His heart palpitated ever so slightly. Such an opportunity wouldn't come knocking every day, right? However, there was one important thing missing from that scenario. If I sign up with the association, I won't be able to increase my level. The higher-ranked hunters working for the association never participated in raids at all. Their main role was to deal with other hunters, not to hunt down and kill monsters. Jin-Woo eventually opened his mouth. And sorry, Go Gun-Hui's expression hardened immediately. I thought I saw determination fill up his face just now. Was I mistaken? He couldn't hide the disappointment in his face. In the end, the ambition of the man named Sung Jin-Woo was only about this much. Go-Gun Huey wasn't lying about lending support for the other path. Actually, he was thinking of something even greater. A new rank has to appear in 2 years. Go-Gun Huey was thinking of keeping this youth close and teaching him the ropes, and if the kid showed promise, groom him to become the next successor, because a powerful figure was needed to support the association when he was gone. Meaning, Go-Gun Huey was planning to hand over everything he had. However, for the result to be like this, how laughable I am. Go-Gun Huey took away the golden badge and asked in a dejected voice, "Is it because of money?" Jin-Woo replied right away, "No, it is not. I want to fight." Jin-Woo's unhesitating reply smacked the back of Go-Gun Huey's head. What did he say? It definitely felt like he got sucker punched just now. Did you mean that you want to fight against the monsters? That's correct. Jin-Woo didn't bother with unnecessary explanations and spoke frankly. I want to enter gates and hunt down monsters. I believe the place I belong is inside dungeons. How can this be? Go-Gun Huey's eyes widened. A man like him standing on top of many others knew whether someone was telling the truth or lying through their teeth simply from the light emitting from their eyes. The position he occupied could only be reached by possessing such a skill, after all. That was why Go-Gun Huey knew it. Those eyes. He's being dead serious. Go-Gun Huey's own eyes staring at Jin-Woo did a 180. How long has it been since I felt this? By the time Go-Gun Huey had awakened, his body was already too old. That was why, instead of fighting against monsters, he looked for other things he could do instead. By using the money he got from selling his company, he established the Korean Hunters Association, gathered hunters, and with his fame serving as the foundation, he marched straight into the National Assembly, and even had a hand in creating laws that governed hunters. However, there was this lingering regret in his heart that would never go away, even though he worked tirelessly all this time. If only I was younger by 10 years, I'd been. Go-Gun Huey pressed his hand on his chest. His heart that threatened to quit at any time was pounding quickly, rather noticeably, now. My heart can still make a noise like this. The rhythmic beating of the heart felt good. On the other hand, Jin-Woo was tilting his head. Isn't this strange? He refused the suggestion of Go-Gun Huey, fully preparing himself to be at odds with the association in the process, yet the president seemed to be happy about something, instead. My younger sister is watching the house alone, so I should get going now. Thank you for your time. Go-Gun Huey got up along with Jin-Woo and pulled something out from his inner pocket. And, please take this. It was a business card. If you require my assistance, don't hesitate and give me a call. Go-Gun Huey was smiling brightly. Phew. While letting out a sigh, Go-Gun Huey plopped down on the chair. Are you all right, sir? What an enjoyable meeting this had been, a first in such a long while. Go-Gun Huey sat there smiling for a long time, before turning to his paw and handed out an order. Clear the schedule for the rest of the day. But, sir, the meeting with the ministers. Cancel them all. Go-Gun Huey chuckled to himself. I do not wish to waste this good feeling on those small-minded idiots. He wished to retain this lingering feel-good attitude for today, at least. How about having a drink with me today? At this quite unexpected suggestion, Woo Jin-cheol could only form an awkward smile. I'm not very good with holding my liquor, sir. Will that be fine with you? I didn't take you for a person like that. Go-Gun Huey playfully clicked his tongue. Haven't you heard of the old saying about the cup size of a man's drink determining the extent of the world he can make his own? My apologies, sir. Woo Jin-cheol's face reddened in embarrassment and scratched the back of his head. Go-Gun Huey's gaze shifted towards the end of the corridor that Jin-Woo had disappeared to. Hunter Sung Jin-Woo. How well would he be able to hold his liquor? Thinking that he'd like to find out someday, a thin smile formed on Go-Gun Huey's lips. I came running because you said you'd buy me a meal, but it's just some measly pork belly. Are you looking down on the mighty pork belly now? This place is where my great memory of me and my Hyun Nim was created, you know. Yu Jin-ho and his deeply reddened face put the empty shot glass of alcohol down on the table and snorted out in drunkenness. Okay, so why did you bring me to this place of such a wonderful memory? Yu Soo-hyun formed a flabbergasted expression. She was getting ready to sleep, but then Yu Jin-ho called her out of the blue. Nuna, please console me. Please. Why Nuna all of a sudden? She found his tearful whimpering rather desperate and pitiful, so she hurriedly came out to meet him. But to think, the place he brought her to was a diner. It was only obvious for Yu Soo-hyun to be less than impressed by her current situation, when considering the fact that she grew up as a refined lady of a Keebal's family, and also from the fact that she was working as a top model nowadays. What's going on? Will you just speak up? Yu Su-hyun asked while pouring more soju in Yu Jin-ho's empty shot glass. Look at this. This is the phone number of my dear Hyung-nim. Right? Still sounding tearful, Yu Jin-ho pushed forward his smartphone. On the screen, one could see the lengthy list of calls, 1 successful call, and 4 failed attempts. Even then, the first one that got through was apparently cut short in the middle, too. Wait, did you call me out here because you couldn't reach someone you know on the phone? Nod. Gimme that. She quickly tapped on the call icon. Ring. The ringtone got cut off a short while later. When that happened, Yu Su-hyun began glaring at him. Hey, you dumba s. Hey, Yu Jin-ho raised his head from the table. The ringtone cuts out after 15 seconds. That guy's not avoiding answering you. It's just that his phone's been switched off. By the way, just who is this Hyung-nim guy? You'll find out soon enough. After signing up with the Yujin Guild, that is. Yu Jin-ho was about to say those words out loud. But then, his eyes widened slightly after seeing the footage being shown on the TV mounted high up on the diner's wall. Isn't that guy? Yu Su-hyun also turned her gaze towards the TV. Well, my filming schedule hasn't been cleared yet. We'll only know after my evaluation result comes out. The ticker tape on the bottom of the screen said that Ri Min-seong was planning to stop by the Hunters Association soon and take his rank assignment test. Wowzers. As expected of the star of the Korean wave, Ri Min-seong. Look at the number of reporters there. Aren't those guys from the Chinese media? How can that guy lie so boldly in front of so many people? Everyone who's in the know all know it already. That's all just a show. He already has been ranked A, you know. He's just playing it up for the cameras because he wants to be the talk of the town. He's putting on an act. The difference in his personality between when the cameras were around and when they were not was, as the kids like to say nowadays, the fourth dimensional wall that no one could cross. That was the type of person Yu Su-hyun detested the most. Not too long ago, he called her up totally out of the blue and started his SH tick while saying something about being a hunter like her. She had to go through a ringer trying to end that call. What an unpleasant bastard. Even before he had awakened, he was infamous for his incredible arrogance. But now that he was about to become a rank A hunter, how bad would it get now? There were 2 more days to the reassignment test. He decided to gather more information on the artifact trade during this time period, so he switched on his computer. As he browsed through the available information on the auction goods, Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider and wider. The minimum starts in the hundreds of millions. Was that all? Items that looked okay to his eyes commanded an average of several dozen billion. Then again, to hunters, good equipment was like their lifeline. There was no need to even mention the obvious fact that using better, more expensive equipment made you safer. Most hunters made quite a bit of coin. And when given the chance to buy tools that would allow them to hunt faster and safer, was there a reason for them to hold back with their money? Jin-Woo could understand it. Indeed, he could, but that didn't change the fact that he was taken greatly by surprise. Seeing the pricing of various artifacts, he was getting more nervous by the minute. I don't think it'll be enough with what I have in the bank. He didn't find a defensive artifact designed to defend against flame-type damage, but it looked increasingly likely that the amount he had would not be enough to buy high-grade defensive equipment at all. And I thought that I had enough money now. That opinion was from the perspective of a normal person. As a hunter, it fell far too short. He had around 1.7 billion won saved up in the bank. If he were to purchase artifacts he wanted, he definitely had to sell the bead of avarice. Now that he was the seller, Jin-Woo's expression rapidly changed. Needing a lot of money to buy an artifact means that I can sell my own artifact at a sky-high price. Click. He moved the mouse and continued to search, until the list of the magical tools currently on sale appeared on the monitor. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find a single artifact that doubled the magic damage. Man, these prices for the magic tools are no laughing matter, aren't they? When he thought about it, though, the boost of 20% was not small at all. Only the upper tier, no, the very best hunters out there, would be able to afford such an expensive artifact. The best available option was to let the artifact specialists handle the bead and sell it via auction. Sure, there was the issue of taxes and commission fee, but this was still the best and quickest method that wouldn't produce any unnecessary baggage in the long run. So, the only remaining issue would be with me providing the information on where I've found this thing. A ranky hunter showing up with a crazy artifact that shouldn't even exist in the first place. Would anyone quietly accept that? That is why I need my new license. The new hunter license with rank S nicely printed on it. He took the reassignment test solely for that license. And the result was a resounding success. If he went by what the association president Go Gun-Huey had said, he'd be able to get his hands on that license in 2 days' time without an issue. Jin-Woo leaned against the back of the chair. 2 days. It was a bit too short to do anything substantial, and maybe a bit too long to do nothing but lounge around at home. Should I just take a look anyway? Feeling half interested, Jin-Woo moved the mouse cursor to the recruitment notice board in the Hunter forums. You're a Ranky. Yes, you've never done anything like this before. No, never. Well, your speciality is, I'm a close-quarter combat type. Well, at least that's a relief. The foreman wearing a hard hat swept his gaze up and down over Jin-Woo. For a Ranky, he's got a pretty impressive physique, doesn't he? His eyes look okay, too. Jin-Woo patiently waited for the answer from the foreman. The foreman returned Jin-Woo's hunter license and smiled jovially. Ha, there are quite a few people similar to you here, Mr. Jin-Woo. Don't be too nervous and let's get along well. The sizes of high-ranked dungeons were so great that a single raid team couldn't do everything in one go. That was why the labor was divided. The raid team that cleared the dungeons, the mining team that mined minerals from the dungeon's interior, and finally, the retrieval team tasked with collecting the remains of the fallen monsters. Both the mining and the retrieval team entered the dungeon once all the monsters inside except the boss were eliminated. Jin-Woo applied to the mining team. Wait, is this all the so-called equipment there is? With a somewhat unconvinced expression, Jin-Woo picked up one of the pickaxes. Even though it was faint, he could sense the flow of magical energy in it. It's got magic energy inside. Modern technology that utilized electricity didn't work inside dungeons. Because of that, the old-fashioned tools like this pickaxe were used instead, with magic energy enhancing their performance. Once he held the pickaxe tightly, he felt certain. It was not for nothing that hunters in the mining team were roundly berated by others as dungeon miners. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to the gate. A giant hole was silently floating in the air. A gate with a humongous size that no rank C gates could even hope to compare filled up Jin-Woo's vision. So, that's the rank A gate. That guy was his sole reason for showing up here today. I want to see high-rank dungeons with my own eyes. Even though all the monsters inside, except the boss, of course, were dead, he still wanted to confirm the interior layout of the rank A dungeon with his own 2 eyes. Well, I'll be entering one sooner or later. Knowledge was indeed power. However, there would always be a limit to learning from books and internet articles. Didn't the newbies of the White Tiger Guild meet with a huge misfortune simply because they had overlooked that crucial fact? If I wasn't there, none of them would have survived. Knowing something and personally experiencing it were 2 different things. When the opportunity arose, Jin-Woo readily applied to enter the mining team in order to get used to rank A dungeons. He did feel a slight pang of regret when holding that deeply uncool pickaxe, but when staring at that massive, fearsome gate, such misgivings flew out of his mind. Looks like I've made the right choice. He still had some time left to kill until the reassignment test, so what a good opportunity this was. Knock, knock. Here are the requested files, sir. As soon as opening the file Wu Jin-Cheol handed over, a familiar youth's face could be seen. It was none other than Sung Jin-Woo. The Jin-Woo in the identity photo looked immature and the atmosphere exuded seemed quite different compared to now. But it wasn't enough to make it impossible to recognize him. Reading the youth's prior records, Go Gun-Hui gradually became serious. 4 years of hunter activity as a Ranky. Not only that, the lowest grade there is. This was no different than him trying to kill himself. Jin-Woo had spent as much time in the hospital as he was active as a hunter. Even with all these frequent injuries, he still managed to tough it out. Apparently, he couldn't quit the association because of his mother's hospital fees. A rare type of youth in this age, indeed. An unreadable light flickered in Go Gun-Hui's eyes. In place of his missing father, he has been looking after his sick mother and a younger sister who is still a student, all by himself. After learning that Sung Jin-Woo was a reawakened, Go Gun-Hui decided to take a peek at the youth's files half out of interest. But he sure didn't expect this. Go Gun-Hui found the youth even more likable after reading more about the kid. There is something you should know, sir. The truth is, I received word not too long ago that Hunter Sung Jin-Woo has entered a raid team earlier today. Already? Okay, so whose team are we talking about here? It's the raid team from the Hunters Guild. Hunters, is it? Sung Jin-Woo had chosen the Hunters. Not only that, in one day, too. Go Gun-Hui's expression hardened. Could he have been just all talk, and he got tempted by the massive contract signing fee of the Hunters? If so, what a disappointing turn of events this was. Well, he was feeling genuinely moved for the first time in a long while after meeting a hunter worthy of that job title. However, when thinking back to the attitude the youth carried from yesterday's meeting, as well as the information Go Gun-Hui had read just now, Sung Jin-Woo definitely did not look like someone who'd change his mind with a flip of his hand. There must be some other reason, such as, for sure, if you wish to combat truly powerful monsters, then the Hunters Guild should suit him the best. Go Gun-Hui was ready to accept this explanation. Too bad, because Wu Jin-Chial quickly tackled him off that thought process. It doesn't sound like that's the case, sir. Have you heard of something? It has been confirmed that Hunter Sung Jin-Woo didn't join with the main raid team, but actually with the mining team instead. Sir, Go Gun-Hui shot up from his chair. What did you say? A rank S hunter applied to become a miner. His voice accurately conveyed his disbelief. In all honesty, Wu Jin-Chial reacted the same back then. That was why he confirmed it several times to make sure, but the result didn't change no matter what. That's why I hesitated about telling him about this matter. Just what was Sung Jin-Woo thinking? Cold sweat trickled down Wu Jin-Chial's face as he spoke. Yes, sir, he has indeed done so. Go Gun-Hui plopped down on the chair and began chuckling in helplessness. What a hard-to-understand young man he is. Suddenly, the front of the gate became rather noisy. The raid team has come out. Looks like they are finally finished. The tired expressions of the hunters in the mining team, restless from all that waiting, brightened one by one. The Hunters Guild employees stood in front of the gate and welcomed the raid team members as they made their exit one by one. The term raid team as used in the field seemed to refer to the members belonging to the guild's main assault force. So, these people are the country's best assault force, studying the faces of each and every upper rank, no, the very highest ranked, hunters walking by. Jin-Woo's eyes sharpened considerably. He spotted a familiar face among them. Choi Jong-in, the leader of the Hunters Guild, and a rank S mage-type hunter. Jin-Woo pulled the hard hat lower to hide his face, figuring that things might get complicated if Choi Jong-in recognized him here. Thankfully, there were many hunters wearing a similar get-up as him nearby, so Jin-Woo was able to blend in just fine. And so, as he stood amidst the miners and silently studied the members of the country's very best assault force, Jin-Woo began thinking that, are they really the true elites of the Hunters Guild? He was feeling quite incredulous inwardly. Quite contrary to his initial expectations, it was hard to find a single hunter with a really powerful aura. As befitting of the nickname Ultimate Weapon, Jin-Woo could sense an enormous amount of magical energy from Choi Jong-in. But besides that guy, not one was worthy of mention. But, then, no one told him to do so, and there was no sound attracting him, yet Jin-Woo's head instinctively swiveled back towards the gate. And then, he gasped out in surprise. How can this be? There was a woman with a short hairstyle relaxedly walking out from the gate. The very first things that caught his attention on her makeup-less face were a pair of large and clear eyes. Next up, her clean and pale skin, as well as her smoothly flowing neckline, also managed to attract his gaze. If there were 100 men, 99 of them would unhesitatingly praise her looks and call it beautiful. However, besides all that, what attracted Jin-Woo's attention the most was not her looks but what was inside her. The power that was hidden inside her. From that expressionless woman, an incredible amount of magic energy was leaking out non-stop. At a bare minimum, she's on the same level as Choi Jong-in. Or maybe, even more than that. She possessed an aura that easily overwhelmed her surroundings. By the time his shock wore off and cold reasoning succeeded in driving his emotions out of his head, Jin-Woo recalled this woman's name. She must be the only female rank S Cha Hyun, the top-ranked hunter who formed, along with Choi Jong-in, one of the core pillars of the Hunters Guild. I can't think of anyone else. Just how many women possessing such an aura existed in South Korea. Compared to her rarity though, Cha Hyun's face wasn't all that well known. It was because she didn't enjoy being exposed to the cameras. And that was also why Jin-Woo saw Cha Hyun's face for the first time today as well. Wait, her face doesn't even look weird like in some rumors, so how come she hates being in front of a camera? Indeed, pretty much all ladies in their early 20s love taking photos. Sure, all those happen to be selfies, but still. Perhaps his stare was too direct. Cha Hyun's own gaze began shifting in Jin-Woo's direction. Stealth shouldn't be necessary here, right? Jin-Woo easily hid his presence. Cha Hyun continued to scan the area Jin-Woo used to stand before tilting her head slightly. What was that? I thought I felt a really strong presence just now. Was she mistaken? Initially, she thought that the association president Go Gun-Hui had stopped by at the operations area. However, that powerful presence disappeared completely as if it was a lie. Well, someone as busy as the association president wouldn't come unannounced, now would he? Too bad for her. The cost of her misunderstanding was rather great. Because she was searching after the hint of that strong presence, she had to focus her senses, and that meant the heavy odor several times worse than normal assaulted her nose. Yuck. As usual, Cha-hyeon pulled out a handkerchief to cover her nose, and while tottering around somewhat uneasily, escaped from the cordon of hunters. Her perception is better than I thought. Jin-Woo let out a sigh of relief while watching Cha-hyeon's distancing back. With her exit, all the raid team members had come out of the gate. Having been waiting with bated breath for this moment, the foreman of the mining team Bi Yun-seok turned around to face his boys. He clapped his hands loudly and spoke up with a bright voice. Well, it's our turn now, so let's all do our best. The unique nature of the job meant that the retrieval team would have to enter first, followed by the mining team. Jin-Woo stood in front of the gate. There's a breeze inside this dungeon. Jin-Woo raised his head. As soon as stepping inside, he sensed an ominous wind blowing in from the deepest part of the cave-like dungeon. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his back, and at the same time, Jin-Woo realized the identity of this mysterious wind. It's no normal wind, is it? No, this was a ripple caused by the magic energy. The powerful magic energy emitted by the boss of this rank A dungeon was physically touching Jin-Woo's body. Considering that the rank S dungeons were incredibly hard to find, even in the entire world, the owner of this magic energy could very well be the highest leveled monster Jin-Woo could realistically meet. It was then, tap, a guy coming inside the dungeon bumped into Jin-Woo's shoulder. Aye, come on, man. Walk faster. A man named Lee Seong-gu frowned deeply, the words flying out of his mouth sounding sullen. The interior of the rank A dungeon was huge. There was plenty of space to go around the person in front. However, Lee Seong-gu found this newbie who stood there unmoving not to his liking at all. So, he figured he'd embarrass the kid or something by bumping into his back. But, what the FCK is up with this guy? He's like a DMN concrete pillar. When he ran into the newbie's back, it was him who got bounced away instead. Lee Seong-gu flinched and took a step back. It was as if a dangerous light was emanating from Jin-Woo's eyes just then. While being pressurized by an aura that robbed away his breaths, Lee Seong-gu began panicking greatly. Lee Seong-gu stuttered before managing to squeeze his voice out. Well, mistakes happen. His voice sounding unexpectedly meek now, Lee Seong-gu lowered his reddened face and hurriedly walked past Jin-Woo. Only after distancing himself far away from the newbie did Lee Seong-gu find some leeway to pat his pounding chest. What the hell was up with those eyes, man? And why was he smiling so creepily like that? The retrieval team that had entered one step earlier than the mining team was already in the middle of their operation. And that would be to drag a corpse of a huge monster outside using the ropes tightly tied around it. 1, 2, 1, 2. The physical strength of the close-quarter combat type hunters was excellent to begin with, so they didn't require help from specialized tools to smoothly carry out their work. Jin-Woo imprinted every step of a high-ranked dungeon's conquest into his brain. First of all, the raid team enters before everyone else and eliminates all the monsters found inside, with the exception of the boss. Afterwards, the retrieval team entered to drag out the monster remains, and finally, the mining team entered to extract various minerals embedded in the dungeon's walls. In order to maximize profit, none of these steps could be omitted. Both the mana stones and magic crystals were a given, but the high-ranked monster's body could be utilized in various ways as well, and thus was worth a lot of money. Bones, hides, flesh, etc. Not one part of a high-ranked monster is useless, and that was one of the differences between monsters found in low-ranked dungeons and those from the high-ranked ones. After sweeping away every single thing worth money from a dungeon, they killed the boss and closed the gate. Only after going through all 4 stages of this process could one declare that the high-ranked dungeon was perfectly conquered. I heard that all the regular monsters have been killed off, but the boss is still alive, isn't it? That's right. Well, if the boss dies, the gate will close down, after all. His answer implied that, until the retrieval and mining operations were completed, the boss could not be hunted down. What if the boss comes out of the boss room? Well, such a case is almost non-existent, but in that case, everyone remaining inside would be dead meat. Now that would be an obvious result. The raid team exiting from the dungeon would take an extended break until the boss raid. And quite obviously, the hunters in the mining team or the extraction team didn't possess enough power to fight against a boss of a rank at dungeon. However, the commonly accepted belief was that, before the dungeon break occurs, the boss would almost always remain inside the boss room. Perhaps that was why there was no trace of fear on the foreman's expression. But such a horrifying monster is not too far from us. You aren't even remotely scared. Not at all. The foreman B sounded confident. In the last 3 years I worked for the Hunters Guild. Not once was there an incident similar to that. So, you can rest easy, Mr. Seong. Jin-Woo stared at the grinning foreman bee lightly tapping him on the shoulder and couldn't help but find it rather envious. Ignorance is a blessing, isn't it? The ripples of magic energy coming from the boss were powerful enough to shake his body even when standing still. It looked like only Jin-Woo could pick up on the boss's aura in this place. Oh, so it starts from here. The foreman bee discovered mana stones on the cave walls and smiled brightly. The experienced miners began occupying their natural spots in front of the stones even though no one directed them to do so. They put down their gear and hefted the pickaxes up. Jin-Woo too stood towards the end of the cavern wall filled with mana stones. So, am I supposed to just strike down? He grew worried that, were he to use his real strength and strike down, both the mana stones and the pickaxe might shatter into tiny little pieces. He was able to take in the sight of Mok Jin-Soo, the supposed veteran of the mining team as referred to by the foreman bee. Wow, now that was some skill worthy of the veteran label. Jin-Woo observed and learned Mok Jin-Soo's postures and breathing patterns, as well as the movements of muscles. And soon, Mok Jin-Soo's economical but effective movements were being replayed countless times in Jin-Woo's head. I think I get it now. Indeed, he thought he understood it, more or less. Jin-Woo lifted his pickaxe up. It was as if he was the mirror image of Mok Jin-Soo. Swish, crack, swish, crack. Even if their movements were similar, Jin-Woo's strength was on a completely another level from Mok Jin-Soo's. Whenever Jin-Woo struck the cave walls, larger, more intact mana stones tumbled down in droves. Oi, what's up? Look over there. Yuck, what the hell is up with him? The hunters stopped what they were doing and dazedly stared at Jin-Woo. Even Mok Jin-Soo's tireless hands came to a stop, too. The supposedly mining virgin Ranky hunter was currently making easy mincemeat out of the mana stone wall with practiced movements. Is he really a Ranky? I confirmed it with his license, obviously. You think I'll let a complete stranger into my team without confirming his hunter license first? Well, then, how do you explain that? Wordlessly observing Jin-Woo, the foreman bee nervously swallowed his saliva as excitement dyed his expression. Without a doubt, Mr. Seong is the heaven-sent miner. An alarm went off from Foreman B's wristwatch. He raised his wrist to confirm the time. It was lunch hour already. Everyone, let's take a break and have lunch. Yes, everyone dropped their tools and dusted their hands. While the miners were walking towards the exit in pairs and groups, Jin-Woo showed no hint of moving from the spot. Foreman B got closer and asked him, Mr. Seong, aren't you going, too? I'm not feeling all that hungry at the moment. Even then, you should eat something if you plan to continue working in the afternoon. No, I'm fine. I did eat my breakfast a bit later than usual, anyway. Really? Well, nothing I can do about that, then. B was planning to talk about the future together with this young man during the lunch break. But that didn't mean he should forcibly drag the kid away, no. Foreman B ruefully turned around towards the gate's exit. It was at this point that the corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. Watching the distancing backs of the miners, he formed a deep smile. I can't miss such a wonderful opportunity, right? Finally, he was left all alone. Both the mining team and the retrieval team had left the dungeon. For about 1 hour, he was free to do whatever he wanted. Meaning, this was the best chance for him to seek out the boss hiding in the deepest part of the dungeon. Jin-Woo put the pickaxe down and slowly shifted his gaze to the direction of the boss room. He could still sense the thick aura of the monster. I'll just go and take a quick look. He wasn't thinking of doing anything at all. No, he just wanted to see what the boss looked like. A long stroll later, he finally arrived at the entrance of a huge chamber. It was the boss room. The cavern itself was already pretty huge, but the boss room was even bigger. Was every high-ranking dungeon as huge as this one? Just as he began wondering like that, he discovered the boss and automatically accepted that this dungeon simply had to be this big. If a monster like that gets outside, his eyes spotted the lone humanoid monster standing still at the far end of the boss room. Jin-Woo's eyes began gleaming brightly like a young kid who got his hands on a toy he wanted so much as a gift. A giant-type monster. He heard a few things about this type of monster before, but this would be his first time looking at one. Because a giant-type monster's corpse was so huge, it was practically impossible to retrieve it in time, so most people would hardly ever get to see one outside of dungeon breaks. Such a creature was right over there, and that was causing his heart to palpitate faster and faster. That thing's really strong. The hair on his body was standing up. But, for some reason, he didn't think for once that hunting that thing down was impossible for him. The current Mikam, he'd be more than enough. The moment he thought like this, he reflexively swallowed his saliva. Gulp. Just how much experience points would he earn by hunting that guy down? Even though he was telling himself he shouldn't, both the Baruka's dagger and the Night Killer were summoned into his hands already. More importantly, his expression wasn't of someone stuck in a dilemma, wondering whether he should do something or not. Should I just go ahead and do this thing? A soft but excited grin formed on his lips. However, while Jin-Woo stood there deliberating with a smile on his face, a certain woman's incredibly sharp voice flew at him from his behind. What do you think you're doing? Right then, Jin-Woo felt his heart crash down to the pit of his stomach. When did she? He was paying too much attention to the boss and failed to notice that someone had come closer. I'm busted. Jin-Woo could only smack his lips in regret. However, with an eyewitness around, it was no longer possible to stare avariciously at the boss. The Hunters Guild had purchased the raid permit for his particular dungeon, so naturally, the boss of this place was also a part of their investment. And, if the boss was killed off, the gate would close down. The potential losses the Hunters Guild might incur would be a lot, then. I nearly messed up. He got blinded by the desire to level up and nearly put his hands on someone else's property. Jin-Woo regained his bearings and spat out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the owner of the voice had walked closer. I asked you what you were doing. Jin-Woo formed an embarrassed smile and turned around to face her. I got lost and ended up here. You got lost? She sounded flabbergasted. Only then did Jin-Woo confirm who the owner of the voice was. Huh? Isn't she? He saw that face just before entering the dungeon, didn't he? It was none other than the rank S hunter Cha Hien. As Cha Hien slowly closed the distance, she carefully scanned both of Jin-Woo's hands. I definitely saw him holding weapons just now, though. Was she mistaken? Whatever the case might have been, they had disappeared without a trace. Cha Hien's gaze scanned the entirety of Jin-Woo up and down. A hard hat and a worker's overall. Is he from our mining team? She honestly believed him about getting lost here. She didn't know how he got this far, but well, the boss room was a very dangerous place to hang around. Discovering the reason was secondary. For now, Cha Hien figured that the priority should be on helping this man to leave this place. That chamber is where the boss is. Cha Hien covered her nose with her handkerchief as usual and stood before Jin-Woo. Please exit from the dungeon as soon as possible. If you manage to attract its aggro, people inside this dungeon could all die. I'm sorry. It seemed that his acting worked. Jin-Woo formed a satisfied expression and walked past Cha Hien. It was then. Cha Hien's head snapped towards Jin-Woo. Something impossible just happened. Cha Hien's eyes opened wide, and even before she realized it, she was calling out to him. Excuse me. Wait. Yes? Can you take a look at me for a sec? What's gotten into her? And they said that thieves knew what they did wrong. Jin-Woo was not looking forward to Cha Hien coming in close to him. Too bad. She was already standing right in front of his nose. What's the matter? He asked with a troubled look on his face, but she didn't answer and simply proceeded to lightly breathe in the air near him. She had already put away the handkerchief covering her nose. What's going on here? Jin-Woo failed to understand why she was doing this. Wait, why is she suddenly smelling me? However, the state of confusion Cha Hien was going through at the moment was several times greater than his. There is no stink coming from him. This would be her first time meeting another hunter that didn't stink. Cha Hien's surprised eyes stared at Jin-Woo, and a question mark floated above Jin-Woo's head as his reply. Is there some kind of a problem? Are you a hunter for real? Was there a need for words here? Jin-Woo pushed forward the hunter license hanging on his neck. Cha Hien took the license and her gaze quickly alternated between Jin-Woo's face and the ID photo. Rank E, Sung Jin-Woo. Was this because his rank was too low? She could not pick up any type of smell coming from this man named Jin-Woo. No, wait. Actually, a pleasant odor was gently wafting out of him instead. Jin-Woo sneakily extracted his license out of Cha Hien's hand. Can I go now? Well, Cha Hien did call out to Jin-Woo, but then realized that she had nothing else to say nor had a reason to keep him here. It's nothing. Please be careful on your way out. This dungeon is rather large, you see. Of course. Jin-Woo lightly nodded his head and turned towards the location of the mining operation. His back soon disappeared around the corner of the cavern. However, Cha Hien's lingering gaze didn't shift away from the path Jin-Woo had walked down on. He smelled really nice. Hunters of the mining team were returning to the mining operations area one by one after finishing their lunch. Foreman B was walking with a toothpick stuck in between his teeth. Once he saw Jin-Woo appearing from the deeper parts of the dungeon, though, he flinched greatly in shock. Mr. Seong, why are you coming from there? I got lost while searching for the bathroom, actually. How did you find your way back to here? Oh, I ran into Cha-hee and Hunter Nim on my way back, so. Ah, Hunter Nim was it. She's probably gone to stand guard by the boss room just in case the boss decides to take a stroll. That lady also worries a lot, maybe as much as you, Mr. Seong. Foreman B guffawed vigorously. It seemed that Jin-Woo being worried about the boss not too long ago had left a deep impression in his mind. Jin-Woo could only smile wryly. The foreman can laugh like this only because he has no idea how terrifying the boss actually is. This was the difference between the hunters doing these sorts of jobs and the hunters working in the assault team. Cha-hee understood very well how dangerous and scary an existence the monsters could be, so she was just being meticulous in those areas that no one else was paying much attention to. I didn't know there was such a side to her, what with that expressionless face of hers and all. If the boss decided to come out of the boss room, the assault team wouldn't be the ones in danger. No, it would be the workers doing their job, as the raid team would be taking a break outside the dungeon. And she was sacrificing the allure of sweet rest to stand guard in front of the boss room, just for the sake of total strangers. She's an amazing woman. That was Jin-Woo's honest impression of Cha-hee. It was at this point that he suddenly recalled her odd habit. Why was she covering her nose with a handkerchief? Thinking back, she never let go of the handkerchief, not even once, except for their meeting a few moments ago. Hunter Cha can supposedly smell a kind of body odor coming from other hunters, and I hear she finds them pretty horrible. She can smell other hunters. I heard something or other about her special constitutions and stuff. Her special constitutions, he said. Jin-Woo also possessed something similar to that, his excellent sense of hearing. Even from his early years, his hearing could be considered better than average, but once he awakened, it developed even further. I heard that she finds it really hard to breathe near other hunters because of the stink. Was that why? Asking me if I was a hunter. Was it because, unlike other hunters, he didn't smell at all? Back in the Red Gate, the leader of the White Phantoms said something similar. Every one of us can hear a certain voice repeating itself in our heads. It tells us to kill humans. However, I can't hear that voice when I'm looking at you. Wasn't this a bit similar in context with what that creature told him? He didn't have the hunter-specific stink, and they couldn't hear the voice telling them to kill him. Because I'm a player, a unique existence who had received the advantages of the system. Just what was this player? The question of his own identity rose up in Jin-Woo's head. But he shook his head eventually. This isn't a problem I can figure out now, anyway. Nice work, Mr. Seong. You are really good, you know. After seeing all those mana stones tumbling down, I thought we somehow got ourselves on an excavator or something. Hunters surrounding Jin-Woo began praising him one by one. The cold, indifferent eyes before entering the gate were nowhere to be seen now. Jin-Woo was also feeling rather pleased with himself. This experience of being a dungeon miner proved to be surprisingly educational, and he also got to achieve the purpose of coming to this rank a dungeon as well. Well, this is a story best told after knocking back a few cold ones, but he hurriedly changed his tactic. I've met quite a few people while doing this job for many years now. Okay, but it's my first time meeting someone like you. You have a natural-born talent to become a miner. I'd normally not say something like this, but don't you want to come and work for me full-time? I will definitely not treat you poorly, you see. This young man named Sung Jin-Woo, even though today was his first day as a miner, he managed to outperform the veterans by 3-4 times the amount. If he couldn't hold on to such outstanding talent, wouldn't he be a failure of a foreman? He was even thinking of discussing the matter with the person in charge and have Jin-Woo's wages paid separately from others. That was how badly he wanted to reel in this young man. Too bad, Jin-Woo remained resolute. Thank you for your kind words, but actually, I'm getting ready for something else at the moment. What about tomorrow, then? Can you come to work tomorrow as well? Tomorrow? Actually, he didn't have anything else planned for tomorrow. The re-evaluation was scheduled for the day after, too. Still, was there a reason for him to take another mining job now? He already got to learn the process of the dungeon conquest, and he even got to witness the rank of boss, too. However, wait a minute. Just as he was opening his mouth to voice his refusal, a new question quickly entered Jin-Woo's mind. Does that mean Hunter's Guild will go on another raid tomorrow? That's right, and that one's also a rank A. But is that even possible? They finished the raid today. Normally, a raid team would take about a week off after finishing up a raid. And this raid only started from yesterday afternoon, which meant the elites of the Hunters Guild were raiding this dungeon for 2 days in a row, yesterday and today. And by the time they kill the boss after the retrieval operations finally end, it'd be the early dawn. Naturally, Jin-Woo couldn't understand how there would be another raid tomorrow. When Jin-Woo displayed a hint of interest, Foreman B also got more enthusiastic. You see, Assault Team B will be stepping forward tomorrow, not Team A. Assault Team B. Could it be that they were thinking of clearing a rank dungeon with a backup team? And this is precisely the power of the Hunters Guild, you see. I mean, we are probably the only guild in entire South Korea who can conquer rank dungeons with 2 different teams. Foreman B sounded quite proud, then. From Jin-Woo's declaration that he'd come tomorrow, Foreman B felt like he had gained a powerful, trustworthy ally, and he was filled up with lots of confidence. Mr. Seong, you made the right choice. Foreman B's mustache quivered as he formed a blindingly brilliant smile. And then, to make sure that Jin-Woo's mind wouldn't change overnight, he even came up with an unprecedented offer, too. I'll have a good chat with the person in charge, and make sure that you get double the normal daily wages tomorrow. Will that be okay? Of course. You think I won't be able to do that much for you, Mr. Seong? Foreman B confidently pounded on his chest. Late at night, Cha Hyun was tossing and turning in her bed. Why is he different from others? Occupied by various thoughts regarding the man she met back in the boss room, she couldn't fall asleep at all. After awakening her abilities roughly 2 years ago, she ran into many hunters, but there had never been an exception. Whenever she approached hunters, or to be more specific, the awakened, a deeply unpleasant stink assaulted her nose. At first, she thought she was sick, so she went to see various doctors. However, she made no progress in that regard. One of the doctors she went to see cautiously told her of his hypothesis. Could it be possible that you, Cha Hunter Nim, can sense others' magic energy through your olfactory senses? That guess certainly held some merit. The stink would get worse the higher the rank of a hunter was. And sure enough, the lower the rank, the more tolerable the stink was, too. Of course, regular people didn't emit any stink whatsoever. However, this is the first time meeting someone with a pleasant smell. Recalling the events of earlier, her heart began beating a bit faster. She became quite curious who that man could be. She then ended up calling the phone number of Jo Myung-kai, the manager of the recruitment department. She didn't even mean to do that, though. What's going on? Cha Hunter Nim, did something happen at this late hour? It was already well past 1 a.m. by the time she called him. He wouldn't have answered the phone if it wasn't from South Korea's sole female rank S hunter, who also happened to be the vice chairman of the Hunters Guild. She couldn't help but think that she made a mistake after hearing the still sleepy voice of Jo Myung-kai. But that lasted only for a short while. Cha Hyun opened her mouth with some difficulty. Can you find some information on a hunter named Sung Jin-Woo? I beg your pardon. Wait, are you talking about the ranky hunter currently working for the association? Cha Hyun was taken in by a huge surprise. Jo Myung-kai was none other than the man in charge of recruiting in South Korea's best guild. So, why did a man like that remember the name of a ranky hunter? Do you know who he is? The thing is, actually, Chairman Choi has requested me yesterday to do the same thing as you have, you see. He asked me to uncover more information on that person. Chairman did that. Yes, miss. Do you know what's going on? Well, even I don't. So, what did you find out? A voice that was thick with a helpless sigh came out of the phone's speaker. I did my best to uncover more, but the association has placed a lockdown on his information. It's my first time encountering a situation like this, them blocking the flow of all information on a regular hunter. He's not even a top-ranked hunter, either. But why are you looking for him, Cha Hunter Nim? Is there something I should assist you with? No, it's fine. And sorry for calling you so late. Good night. Those were the contents of the phone call she made 3 hours ago. She worked up her courage to find out more about a guy, only for more questions to bubble up in her mind. A mystery hunter whose identity was being sought after by the leader of the Hunters Guild, while the association was doing their best to hide it. There's definitely something going on here. No, wait. There simply had to be something. She earnestly prayed for it. He could very well be the person to unravel the mysterious and special constitution that continued to torment her ever since she turned 21, 2 years ago, when she had awakened her powers. That man, can I meet him again? Could it be that she'd never get to see him again? She was beset with worry all of a sudden. Thankfully, Cha Hyun recalled Sung Jin-Woo's hard hat. She remembered that the hard hat and the overall he was wearing both spotted the emblem of the Hunters Guild. I remember now. He was in the mining team, wasn't he? Unlike her, who was the part of the raid team A, the mining team would be working later today as well. If Sung Jin-Woo hadn't left the mining team, then there was a chance that she could meet him again, even before the morning sun rose up. Jin-Woo left for the meeting area first thing in the morning. It was different from yesterday, when he had some leeway, as he only joined the crew during the middle of the raid. Maybe I shouldn't have worried. He was worried about whether he was too early or not, but, "Hey, Mr. Seong." Foreman B. Yun-seok greeted him first. "Hey, it's Mr. Seong." "Hey, man. This is a bit awkward." Jin-Woo had been subjected to poor treatment ever since becoming a ranky hunter, so when he received such a warm welcome, he couldn't help be dazed somewhat. Still, he didn't feel bad about their honest reactions. "Excuse me, Foreman B." Foreman B flinched and shuddered grandly from the voice suddenly coming from his side. Moving around without revealing one's presence was clear evidence of one's excellent skills. And as expected, the one Foreman B's resentful gaze was directed to was the leader of today's raid team, Sung Kai-hoon. "The thing is, our team's porter decided to not show up today. Looks like I'll have to borrow someone from the mining team." "Eh?" Foreman B's eyes went round in surprise. "But why from my team, when you got the retrieval team with lots of strong people who can carry luggage better than us?" As if he was waiting for that reply, the foreman of the retrieval team flew off his handle. "My boys had to work overtime for 3 more hours just to finish our operation. They even missed dinner, too. But now, you want to use them as a porter, too." The reason why the retrieval team had to put in overtime while missing supper, because the mining team had finished their operation far too early. Well, it's true that we finished our operation, which should have normally ended around 7 in the evening, by around 5 o'clock, all thanks to Mr. Seong. When the foreman of the retrieval team glared daggers with veins popping up in his neck, Foreman B forgot what he wanted to say. Perhaps he thought that this would be enough of an explanation. Sung Kai-hoon then addressed the miners. "Is there anyone among you who wish to accompany the raid team? Once the raid is over, we will furnish you the additional hazard pay immediately." So Kai-hoon's pleading eyes darted from here to there, but no one stepped forward. Either they looked down on the ground or stared at the heavens, deliberately avoiding meeting his gaze. That would be obvious, really. "I ain't gonna risk my neck for a couple more bucks. Won't do it, even if you beat me up." The highest ranked hunter among the mining team was only a rank C. Most of them were rank DS. Heck, they even had a rank E among them, too. However, the place Sung Kai-hoon wanted to take them to was a rank A dungeon, seen as perhaps the most dangerous of the lot, realistically speaking. The miners would still hesitate greatly even if the dungeon in question was rated B, yet it was an A. Even a gentle graze would kill these hunters in there. No, just stepping on the wrong spot would result in one's death. That dungeon was not a place where low-ranked hunters could survive. Sure, porters only had to lug around the raid team's gear, but still, compared to the job of mining, it was still far too dangerous. "Is there no one?" Sung Kai-hoon's expression became more and more crestfallen. Who knew how much more time and effort he needed to waste in order to find another porter? Probably the whole morning, or even till the afternoon. Or, if he was really unlucky, then the entire day might go down the drain. This is going to be big trouble. It was at this point when his eyes met with a certain young hunter's. Unlike other hunters, this guy was staring right back at him. It was, of course, Jin-Woo. While Sung Kai-hoon was staring at him, Jin-Woo too was slowly scanning that man's appearance. Isn't he a bit sharp for a tanker? Common sense dictated that the leaders of raid teams were tankers most of the time. Compared to other tankers, though, Sung Kai-hoon was a bit on the lankier side. He was also quite tall, so, rather than a hunter, he looked more like a basketball player more than anything else. When Jin-Woo took a step forward, he became the center of the attention. "I'll do it." A ranky hunter wanted to enter an uncleared rank A dungeon. Pure pandemonium broke out. Upper rank monsters are waiting with bated breath inside, yet you wanna go in. "Mr. Seong, what do you think you're doing? You still have a whole life ahead of you, so why are you risking it all for a measly few extra bucks?" The members of the mining team surrounded Jin-Woo in no time. That friend only started this job yesterday, so he probably raised his hand not knowing anything. "What's his rank?" "His rank is too low, so how about going with someone else? It'll be far too dangerous to take that friend along with you. The rank of a porter isn't all that important, is it?" Indeed, a porter only needed to carry luggage around well. If the luggage carrier located at the very back of the raid team found himself in danger, then one should look at that raid as a complete failure. In a case like that, not even a rank A could guarantee his survival, so would it really matter if the porter's rank was a C or an E? They'd die regardless, anyway. "I'm taking him. Isn't it heavy?" Sung Kai-hoon asked a question, and Jin-Woo simply shook his head. "No, it's fine." The large bag being carried on Jin-Woo's back was filled to the brim with extra sets of clothing, weapons, and defensive equipment, etc. For the raid team, its volume was quite considerable, but honestly speaking, he didn't find it heavy at all. All thanks to his strength stat, of course. Doesn't look like he's straining himself. After studying Jin-Woo's expression for a bit, Sung Kai-hoon turned towards the gate. A giant gate, as big as the one from yesterday, silently floated in the air. Wait, maybe this one's a little bit bigger. Even then, the detected amount of magic energy was supposedly less than yesterday's gate. The raid difficulty was judged by the emitted magic energy and not the size of the gate. That was probably the main reason why the B team was tasked with clearing this particular dungeon. The leaking magic energy is incomparably smaller than yesterday. Jin-Woo could tell by standing in front of the gate. The result of the association's measurement didn't seem to be wrong. But then, what was this? Just like back when he was standing before the red gate, a certain creeping sense of ill omen was dawning on him. I hope it's nothing. Meanwhile, Sung Kai-hoon gave out his order. Let's go inside. The raid team waiting in front of the gate began moving once more with that order. Hunters entered the dungeon one by one. Jin-Woo stopped staring at the gate and followed them in. The interior of the dungeon was rather plain. Jin-Woo had been tense after picking up on that odd feeling, but he let off a sigh of relief after seeing the passage that was noticeably smaller than yesterday's dungeon. Phew, thankfully, he wasn't forcibly transported to another world. The thing was, though, the members of this team were plenty good enough to clear a red gate, were they to step into one. 11 rank as and 6 rank BS. If it weren't the Hunters Guild but somebody else, these guys wouldn't have been assigned to a B team at all. Jin-Woo smirked softly. I'm not here as a part of the raid team anyway. Let's not sweat over stuff like this. Yesterday and today. If you were being honest, he only came here to have fun. You don't have to be that nervous, you know. A female hunter, a healer, engaged him in conversation from his side. Was her age around the late 20s or so? Because his expression was stiff, it seemed that she just wanted to help alleviate some of his tension. You see, every single member present here, not just Kai-hoon Appa, the leader of the team, is a distinguished hunter. Except me, that is. The healer lady smiled refreshingly. From the word go, Jin-Woo wasn't scared, but after seeing the female hunter's utterly relaxed face, he felt like a deflated balloon. Jin-Woo grinned too, and nodded his head. Okay. The healer formed a content expression, evidently satisfied by her efforts. At the same time, the leader confirmed that there were no monsters near the entrance and gave the signal to advance. Let's move. It was then Jin-Woo's steps came to a halt. A beat later, the hunters of the raid team also sensed the change in the surroundings. They are coming. Even before Sung Kai-hoon finished giving his order, the hunters of the raid team got into their battle formation. It happened literally in the blink of an eye. Jin-Woo was inwardly impressed by that. So, this is how the high-ranked hunters raid. They were definitely a world apart compared to the ragtag raid teams he was used to until now. Beasts, canines. Sung Kai-hoon's eyes narrowed to a slit. A group of monsters resembling hyenas was rushing towards the raid team. They were as big as a medium-sized car, too. Sung Kai-hoon tilted his head slightly. Dungeon jackals. He became sure of it once they got close enough. They were indeed dungeon jackals. Sung Kai-hoon had been standing with his shield covering his front. But then, he relaxed a bit and didn't even bother to activate his aggro-attracting skill. And then, he simply used his shield to batter down the dungeon jackal aiming for his neck. What's this? Aren't they dungeon jackals? Other team members, deeply tense until then, began tilting their heads and straightened their hunched stances. Soon, the short death throes of the dungeon jackals filled the cavern's interior. The jackal monsters were quickly taken care of. Over a dozen dungeon jackals were turned into corpses in the blink of an eye. Hunters dusted their hands, still confused by what happened. But why are the monsters from rank C dungeons appearing here? Sung Kai-hoon scanned his surroundings, looking somewhat dumbfounded. Everyone else was forming similar facial expressions. With the exception of one person, only Jin-Woo was staring at the dead jackals with a grave expression on his face. They are no normal jackals. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed. He could definitely see that the fur around the jackal's neck had been flattened down by something until recently. It was clear evidence of them being tied to something, somewhere. Meaning, the ones that reared these monsters are somewhere else inside this dungeon. Monsters with intellect, in other words. Jin-Woo recalled the white phantoms he met back inside the red gate. It was now a well-established fact that, regardless of what species it was, intelligent monsters were quite difficult to deal with. Somehow, my premonition might be right after all. It was not a good omen, by any stretch of the imagination. From the deeper parts of the cave, he could hear the matched footsteps getting closer. The real enemies are coming. Jin-Woo stood back up. Other hunters also belatedly realized something was wrong. Oh my god. Get ready for battle. Sung Kai-hoon forcibly squeezed his voice out. Finally, the real enemies revealed themselves from the darkness of the cave on the far side. The eyes of the hunters grew wide from shock. High orcs. What the hell? Why high orcs? Many well-trained high orc warriors now stood in rows before the hunter's eyes. Their number was 22. Not just any high orcs, but they were 22 high orc warriors, which meant they would be very difficult opponents to fight. Something's wrong. Someone muttered softly under his breath. To think, right after the attack of the low-ranked monsters, they now had to battle these high-ranked monsters famed to be the toughest even among the high ranks. The high orcs pointed their lengthy spears at the hunters. Looks like the momentum of the hunters and the high orcs are about even. Jin-Woo quickly retreated to a corner, so he could quietly observe the unfolding situation and find the right time to step forward. Towards the attacking high orcs, Sung Jin-Woo activated his aggro skill. However, these orcs didn't really fall for his provocation. And soon, high orcs and melee-type hunters engaged in a bitter close-quarters battle. Blood splattered to everywhere and a scream reverberated out. Not too long after that, magic spells fired from the mage-type hunters slammed into the high orcs. The heads of the high orcs exploded after getting struck by the arrows of brilliant light. Unfortunately, there was no follow-up attack. The effects of magic spells were good, but there was the distinct disadvantage of the lengthy casting time. In a close-quarters battle, high orcs definitely held the upper hand. Heal, hurry. The wounded appeared pretty quickly, and healers were kept very busy. Healer Nim, the female healer, was also kept very busy, running here and there non-stop. I'm coming. The female healer knelt down next to a heavily groaning hunter with a missing arm. She then quickly began chanting. And then, along with blinding light, the lost arm slowly grew back. That was the light of regeneration only the healers ranked or above could perform. Just as she concentrated on the injuries of her patient, a tall shadow suddenly loomed over her. The female healer raised her head. A high orc, previously assumed dead, was holding an axe while breathing heavily right beside her. The female healer's face was drained of all color. Then, unfortunately, there was no one who could save her nearby. When the orc raised its axe up high, the female healer chose to hug her patient and shield him instead. However, she couldn't feel any pain, no matter how long she waited. Each passing second felt like a minute or more. The female healer sheepishly raised her head up, and she got to witness a rather amazing sight. The orc was actually floating in the air, its entire body trembling quite noticeably. But what was happening here? The female healer's eyes opened even wider. But then, snap. The head of the high orc was literally ripped off of its body, and then even the part of its spine got dragged out as well. Now that was a display of terrifying power. Plop. While staring at the headless body of the high orc now on the ground, the female hunter formed a totally confused expression. Because the separated head of the high orc was still floating in the air, that was why. Blood got splashed on my clothes. Jin-Woo frowned deeply and threw the head of the high orc. Currently, he was in stealth. Both the high orcs and the hunters couldn't sense his presence at all. Jin-Woo had been sitting back quietly, waiting for a right chance to step forward, because he feared being accused of interfering in other people's raid. But then, he belatedly recalled that he had the stealth skill. Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted without running into problems with that skill? The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. Dismantling these high orcs would be too easy at this rate. But if he did that, there was no meaning in hiding himself with stealth. Hunters around him, including Sung Jin-Woo, were the elites of the Hunters Guild, often referred to as the best in South Korea. If these high orcs were ripped apart by some unseen force, then they would pretty soon figure out that stealth skill was involved here, as they weren't the same as the scatterbrained female healer. Well, it's not like there'll be trouble from getting discovered, but he was only a day away from the result of his reassignment test being made public, so he didn't want to raise any unnecessary fuss today if he could help it. That was why he was waiting for the raid to fail completely, but the losses to the hunters would be far too severe by then. For example, that female healer almost got killed just now. That was why. A certain light flickered in Jin-Woo's eyes. So, choose only those that won't get me noticed. He decided to go with this type of method. First of all, that one. Jin-Woo moved. He crouched, and the reverse grip dagger drew a line on the Achilles heel of a high orc. The high orc warrior roared out in pain as the back of its ankle was sliced open without a warning. That was only the beginning. As if he was dancing, his smooth, unbroken movements led him to stab the Baruka's dagger into the side of his first victim. He then pulled the dagger out and proceeded to cut open the back of the knee of another high orc. That was enough. Just like how the opening of the sluice gate caused a flood, Sung Jin-Woo seized upon the opening created by the high orc's fluster to start his counteroffensive. Sung Jin-Woo raised his head. The long sword held out in his hands was piercing through the heart of the high orc. Thud. Sung Jin-Woo clenched his fist. Yes, I can do this. Just as Song Kai-hoon was crying out inwardly in elation while still cutting down the surrounding high orcs one by one, Jin-Woo was making himself busy by going here and there. Whenever Jin-Woo brushed past, wounds large and small appeared on the bodies of the high orcs. For some reason, it's easier to fight now. What's going on? Could we be winning against this many high orcs without a casualty? Even though members of the raid team were growing rather suspicious, hope and excitement were filling up their hearts at the same time. They were resolved to lose one or two of their own before they had entered the battle, but exceeding their own expectations. They were fighting quite well until now. Pow! A mace swung by one of the hunters cracked open the head of a high orc warrior. It was then Jin-Woo got to hear a rather welcoming message. Oh, indeed, there was a reward for him going around and spending his energy. His level had actually gone up. It seemed that him not actually killing the enemy outright or wounding them critically still netted him some experience points. And I did kill 2 of them with my own hands, too. He then aided in killing more than 13. Unless he was earning no experience points whatsoever, his level rising up did make sense. Even more excited than before, Jin-Woo's movement became a lot faster than before. Thanks to Jin-Woo's timely and sneaky maneuvers, this battle was rapidly coming to a close. Phew! Jin-Woo took a step back and stored his 2 daggers in his inventory. Just before everyone could revel in the sensation of victory, their leader Song Kai-hoon confirmed the status of the injured first. Anyone hurt? Does anyone need healing? The truth was, there wouldn't be that many injured in a raid team with a high-ranking healer as one of the members. As long as that person was still breathing, any exterior wounds could be treated right away. So, Song Kai-hoon wasn't asking about the conditions of the potential injured. No, he was actually asking if anyone had died in a roundabout way. When his gaze met the female healers, she shook her head. There were a few injured, but no deceased. And better yet, she had finished healing all of the injured just now. In that case, with that, ecstasy filled the faces of the members of the raid team. We won. We did it. Hunters hugged each other and celebrated. Jin-Woo crossed his arms and with a gentle smile on his face, watched the jubilant hunters. Excuse me, Kai-hoon oppa. Yeah, when you were fighting against the high orcs, the female healer cautiously described what she saw in minute detail. And that would be, the high orc suddenly floated up in the air and proceeded to rip its own head off before killing another orc with its severed head. She carried a dead serious face, too. Song Kai-hoon was left utterly speechless. I'm telling you the truth. As the female healer and her reddened face protested the injustice of it all, Jin-Woo could barely suppress his giggles. They basked in the aftermaths of victory for only a little bit longer. The hunters soon gathered around their leader Song Kai-hoon one by one. Captain, will we continue on? Isn't this going to be too dangerous? We aren't even that far from the entrance, yet we ran into a whole bunch of high orcs already. How about a strategic retreat? Song Kai-hoon cast his gaze over to the deeper part of the cave, his mouth closed tight. It won't be easy. Jin-Woo could sympathize with Song Kai-hoon a little bit here. While working for the Hunters Guild that boasted 2 rank S hunters in its ranks, today's raid might be the one and only time Song Kai-hoon would get to lead a raid team. And to think, he'd have to retreat so quickly in his very first hunt as a leader. Anyone in his shoes would be tempted to push forward and clear this place. However, if you were a smart, wise leader, then, as if he had made his mind up, Song Kai-hoon's lips quivered slightly. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. Fortunately, as it turned out, Song Kai-hoon wasn't a fool. For the time being, let's retreat. The leader's choice was absolute inside the dungeon. The unspoken rule said that as long as one was a part of the raid team, one had to absolutely follow the commands of the leader. One used to say that. Before in war, insubordinate soldiers were executed right away, didn't they? In a certain way, dungeons were a far more dangerous place than any war zone out there. And so, the question of the team's survival or annihilation depended on who the leader was. Thankfully, Song Kai-hoon didn't disappoint his team members. After hearing his order to retreat, everyone lightly patted their chests. I was really worried that Son Hyung would insist on going till the end, you know. Song Kai-hoon grinned and slapped the person who said that on the shoulder. I'm not a blind idiot like that. I know that. But, look here, Hyung. Look at my shaking hands. Jin-Woo picked up the luggage and placed it on his back. Along with Song Kai-hoon's orders, the raid team began moving again, although their direction had reversed. Jin-Woo smiled wryly, and here I am, hoping to go in a little bit deeper. Regardless of what happened, he was nothing more than a guest. And as a guest, he had no right to run his mouth on this and that about the decision of the house owner, now did he? It was indeed a bit regretful. But it'd have to end here today. Everyone, stop. There was confusion evident in his voice. The fatigued hunters walking cautiously forward came to a stop, and so did Jin-Woo as well. He had been keeping an eye towards the rear in case the monsters decided to chase after them. What the hell is the meaning of this? What is going on? Why is the path blocked? Wasn't it fine when we entered earlier? Jin-Woo walked past the noisy hunters and got to the front before reaching out with his hand, and his eyes widened as well. It's been blocked off. The path had been blocked off by an invisible barrier. He immediately recalled the instant dungeons, more specifically, the wall that demarcated the border between the instant dungeon and reality. But he soon shook his head. No, this is different from that. He could detect a certain sense of artificiality from this invisible wall, seeing that there was a trace of magic energy mixed in. This barrier must have been the result of a magic spell cast by a monster with high intelligence. But why? Why block the path going out and not going in? It was then, as if it was waiting for this moment, horrendously powerful magic energy waves crashed into the group like a tsunami from the far end of the cavern. How could this be? This was from the boss of this dungeon. What the hell? Why am I getting goosebumps all of a sudden? Watching the complexions of the hunters get paler by the second, Jin-Woo came up with a theory. If, let's say that there is a boss that can hide its presence, then the wall that wasn't there when they entered, and the boss that bared its fangs only after the barrier had been erected. No way. Did it lay a trap and wait for hunters to enter the dungeon? From beyond the darkness of the dungeon's interior, the countless sounds of footsteps, far greater than before, reverberated loudly. The countless marching high orcs came to a halt just a little bit of distance away from the hunters. High orcs growled as if they'd pounce at any given moment. No words could adequately describe the bloodthirsty aura emitted from over 50 high orc warriors. The result of a battle was pretty obvious even without actually fighting them. This is crazy. How can this nonsensical crap be? Hunters spat out long groans. They continued to retreat ever so slightly after feeling the enormous pressure, but too bad. Their path was still blocked off. So, what would they do now? God damn it. If only either Chairman Choi Jong-un or Hunter Cha-Hee-in were here. Son Kai-hoon's expression crumpled unsightly. Rank S hunters all possessed incredible powers that could overturn any unfavorable situation. If either one of those two were here, these high orcs would have been nothing at all. Just why, in a situation like this, why weren't they here? Son Kai-hoon had fought alongside them all the time, so he could acutely sense his powerlessness right about now. Fighting here will definitely result in our death. However, with their path of retreat blocked off, he no longer had any choice in the matter. The creature's voice sure sounded loud. The glare of the high orc was fixed to the leader of the raid team, Son Kai-hoon. What the hell is that thing trying to talk to us? What is it saying? It was then the facial muscles of the high orc began trembling. When that strange tremor subsided, a completely different voice from before came out from the monster's mouth. Humans. It was as if something else had borrowed the monster's mouth to speak. Oh, humans. When looking at closer, that normal-looking orc's eyes were now unfocused and blurry like those of a dead fish that died a long time ago. Hunters began freaking out as if the back of their heads were smacked out of nowhere. An orc just spoke a language of humans. How can an orc speak Korean? Is this magic? Could it be? Hunters couldn't keep their mouths shut at this utterly unexpected situation. The leader high orc continued to speak. I am Karu Galgan. I want to meet humans. Follow this one. A monster wished to speak to humans. There never had been any reports of such a case before. Facing this unprecedented event, not only Son Kai-hoon but everyone in the raid team fell into a state of pure confusion. Kai-hoon Hyung, I hope you ain't listening to the words of a monster. Please, you gotta ignore it. Kai-hoon, it's a trap. Regardless what happens, we gotta try to finish it here. Son Kai-hoon maintained his silence for a while, before answering the monster's words. Did you block the cavern? That's right, I am the proud high shaman of the orcs. My spells can't be broken by the strength of humans. Is there anyone stronger than you inside this cave? Who dares to oppose me? An incredibly loud roar exploded out from the high orc and slammed into the eardrums of the hunters. When Son Kai-hoon's answer didn't come right away, the leader high orc raised its large axe above its head. Now choose. Die here, at the hands of my soldiers, or follow my soldiers. Will follow. Son Kai-hoon's immediate answer prompted the eyes of the hunters to grow wider. Kai-hoon Hyung. Mr. Kai-hoon. Son Kai-hoon interrupted his comrades trying to dissuade him and waited for the reaction of the high orc. Then come, human. With the end of those words, the blurred eyes of the leader high orc regained its original clarity, and that would be wild beast-like glare of bloodlust. Son Kai-hoon was the first to start walking, and the hesitant hunters began to follow after him one after the other. What is he thinking? Jin-Woo stared with a puzzled expression on his face. Is he trying to negotiate with the boss in order to get out of here alive? Although the odds of that succeeding was extremely low. No, maybe this was for the better. Jin-Woo originally believed that this raid would end with him hunting down a few mob creatures, but now he got himself a chance to meet the boss instead. Hunter Nim. Yes, Jin-Woo continued looking at the front while answering him. Son Kai-hoon, too, continued to stare at the backs of the high orcs walking further up ahead. As soon as we meet the boss, we're going to attack right away. When that happens, regardless of whether our attack was successful or not, the Beastars should not be able to maintain the magic spell blocking the exit. That made a certain amount of sense. Unless it was some kind of hex-type magic, one had to keep one's focus in order to maintain a spell. Especially if one wanted to maintain high-class magic. An incredible mental focus was a necessity. However, what about it? Didn't matter whether they succeed in killing the boss or manage to cancel the magic blocking the exit. They would still meet a dog's death right away inside the boss room after getting surrounded by the countless high orcs anyway. While their attention is on us, Hunter Nim, please escape from the boss room. Once you get out of the dungeon, you must alert the main assault force. By the time the assault team consisting of rank S hunters arrive here, everything would be over for them. Son Kai-hoon was getting ready to die. Are you thinking of dying alongside the boss? Jin-Woo sneaked a glance at Son Kai-hoon's expression. His face remained hardened, but there was no wavering in his eyes. Our job isn't to get out of this dungeon alive, but to close the gates. Many people outside are paying us a great deal of money for that purpose. Son Kai-hoon's voice gained more conviction as he spoke. We will do our job according to what we've been training for. However, you're different. There's no reason for you to die here. I hope you can get out of this place alive. One could now hear the unwavering belief in his voice. His words contained his determination. Jin-Woo realized that nothing he could say right now would be of any help to Son Kai-hoon. So, he simply nodded his head as his reply. Cha-hyeon finally arrived at the location of the second Ranka gate. She had her baseball cap pushed down low, and as a result, only a few passers-by recognized her. The first thing she did was to seek out the mining team. A few hunters walked past her and sneaked a couple of glances, but they were all working for the guild anyway and none of them paid her any great attention after that. Eventually, she could see Foreman B in the distance, as well as the mining team around him. Thump, thump. Her heart began beating faster. Standing a little bit of distance away from them, she scanned the faces of each miner present. Where is he? She couldn't see Jin-Woo among them. How should she say this? It felt like all of her energy was abandoning her at once. Did he give up on being a miner? Why don't I wait for another minute? He could have left the spot for only a moment and is coming back soon. 3 minutes more. No, maybe 5. And so, she waited for another 15 minutes, but Jin-Woo didn't show up in the end. Recognizing Cha-hyeon, Foreman B quickly ran over to her. Hunter Nim, I thought you were taking a break today. Hello there. Cha-hyeon shared a simple greeting with Foreman B and after making sure that no one was eavesdropping on her, she cautiously asked him a question. By any chance, is there a hunter named Sung Jin-Woo working for you? Mr. Seong. Hearing an unexpected name being mentioned out of the blue, Foreman B formed a surprised expression. If you're looking for Mr. Seong, he subbed for a porter's job. A porter? Cha-hyeon gasped out in shock. Are you saying he actually went inside the gate? Foreman B nodded his head vigorously as if to show that he, too, couldn't believe it. Yes, miss. That's what happened. A Ranky hunter volunteered as a porter and entered a Ranka dungeon. And he didn't even have dozens of lives or anything, too. What was he thinking? But, when Cha-hyeon thought about it, didn't she find that man loitering around the boss room yesterday with weapons in his hands? Indeed, she did not see wrong back then. One more thing to be suspicious of, then. Even though she ended up letting go of yesterday's event as a coincidence, when she really thought about it in detail, it was a rather strange thing for a hunter with 4 years of experience getting lost inside a dungeon like that. I need to find out. Cha-hyeon lightly bit into her thumb while pondering her choices, before swiftly making her decision. I'll have to enter the gate myself. Foreman B's eyes went extra round. Was there some kind of an accident? Should we ask the guild for additional personnel? No need. It's a personal matter. I just wanted to talk to him about something private, so you don't have to worry. Oh, I see. Cha-hyeon spun towards the gate. However, her side felt rather empty then. My weapon. She felt around her waist, only to belatedly remember that she had left her sword back home. Since she never imagined that she'd be entering a dungeon on her off day like this, well. Cha-hyeon's forehead beautifully creased up. As a leader, Mr. Kai-hoon is someone totally trustworthy, and the rest of the team are made up of capable hunters. But it was still unimaginable to enter a dungeon without a weapon in hand. Mr. Foreman, can I borrow a weapon from you? Pardon me. Foreman B hesitated somewhat before calling out to a hunter passing by. Hey, over here, Mr. Seok. Please bring me one of our equipments. Yes, boss. The equipment Mr. Seok rapidly brought over was a pickaxe, as used by the mining team. Cha Hyun's expression stiffened. Excuse me, don't you have anything else? Such as, for instance, swords or spears. But if you ask us for such things, well, Cha Hyun sighed out under her breath. I understand. She then carefully rejected the pickaxe Foreman B tried to hand over and quickly walked towards the gate. He anxiously asked her as he watched her distancing back. Cha Hunter Nim, will it be fine for you to be empty-handed in there? Cha Hyun came to an abrupt halt and stood there for a moment, before hurriedly walking back to take the pickaxe from Foreman B. He guffawed out in a genial manner. I think that's for the best, miss. I mean, it'll be dangerous to be weaponless inside a dungeon, regardless of what. Well, then, as she turned around to hurriedly leave, Foreman B unluckily didn't get to see her ears dyed in deep shades of crimson. Soon, their eyes caught the sight of the boss room. The anxiety felt by the hunters came over the air, and could be felt on his skin. They were greeted by a huge open space. Jin-Woo scanned the boss room. It was smaller than yesterday's boss room with the giant in it. However, quite unlike yesterday, he didn't get the impression that the boss room was huge at all. And that would be all thanks to countless high orcs completely filling up the chamber. As a matter of fact, there were over twice as many orcs here as those that escorted the raid team. At least 100. No, maybe it's a bit more than that. While there were no monsters inside the rest of the dungeon, they had been gathered inside the boss room instead. Seeing the masses of high orcs waiting inside, Sung Kai-hoon's complexion paled in an instant. If this many high orcs managed to escape from the gate, then this was a large enough horde to utterly destroy a small city, even before the top hunters had the chance to do something about them. Cold sweat trickled down his backside. At the very least, we gotta eliminate the boss. Just like how he resolutely swallowed the dry saliva, he did his best to keep his determination burning in his heart. Shark, the leader high orc beckoned again. The raid team and the escorting high orcs walked over to an altar located in the corner of the boss room. Over there, one of the hunters pointed towards the top of the altar, and that's where the high orc shaman stood, dressed in all manner of accessories adorning its entire body, including a mask, bone necklace, and earrings. So, that's the boss. Sung Kai-hoon's expression hardened. He immediately realized that the terrifying magic energy filling up the interior of this dungeon was being emitted from that creature. And then, surrounding that beastard was, from the 4 guards possessing an air of alertness standing around the boss, he also sensed a rather ominous aura as well. This isn't good. Could the raid team get past those guards and kill the shaman in one fell swoop? The hunters were all thinking roughly the same thing. The hunters stopped in front of the shaman. A certain intangible tension flowed in between the high orcs surrounding the human hunters as they kept a certain distance away. However, the shaman didn't seem to care about the mood of the place. It simply opened its rather malformed jaw, visible below the mask, and cackled out. "Oh humans, welcome." The hunters of the raid team exchanged glances. As soon as Son Hyung gives us the signal, we attack together. However, suddenly, the air around them began freezing up. Hunters of this raid team were some of the very best out there. They all shifted their gazes at the same time at this sudden outpouring of chilling aura. The source was the shaman. The creature finally took the mask off. When it did, the magic energy it had been hiding until then exploded forth, unchecked and unhindered. Rumble. The freakish magic power spread out in circular waves with the boss as the center. As if they were normal, powerless civilians that ran into a lion or a tiger, the hunters froze up on the spot like a bunch of statues. Oh my god, how can a magic power of such magnitude be? We gotta fight against something like this. Despair, lamentation, resentment, even regret. The shaman formed an ominous grin when facing these varying forms of hopelessness. "Are you scared of me, humans?" Sung Kai-hoon bit down on his lower lip, hard, and took a difficult step forward before asking a question. "Why did you summon us here? Your warriors would have been enough to kill us back there." The shaman grinned again. Simply looking at the grin chilled the backs of the hunters. "It's for entertainment." What? Sung Kai-hoon was left utterly speechless. Were they brought here just for that purpose? The shaman continued on. "While we wait out the remaining time, I will kill you one by one and entertain the soldiers." High orc warriors all roared out in frenzy and excitement. Hunters were ruthlessly forced down by the enormous pressure emitted from the orcs and couldn't even breathe properly. One of them even began crying, no less. However, the shaman briefly stopped talking. Then the boss's gaze shifted and stopped at the rear of the humans group, where Jin-Woo was. I see that a strange being is mixed among you, humans. It was then Sung Kai-hoon's eyes gleamed dangerously. With the shaman looking elsewhere, this is my chance. Veins bulged in his neck. Now, Sung Kai-hoon roared out at the top of his lungs, unsheathed his sword, and rushed out. However, it was eerily quiet behind him. How come? He glanced behind him while running, and discovered his comrades rooted to their spots, not daring to move an inch. They had lost their fighting spirit a long time ago from the display of the boss's overwhelming might. Sung Kai-hoon's heart fell to the pit of his stomach. Still, someone had to do this. He couldn't stop now. His gaze shifted back to the front. Perhaps his attack wasn't expected. The shaman was still smiling, and its guards weren't showing any urgent reactions either. This could be his one and only chance. Didn't matter if it was pure luck. He'd accept fluke, too, as long as his sword could reach. Sung Kai-hoon fiercely rushed forward and cocked his sword behind him. But even before he could swing the sword with all his might, he collided with something invisible and was flung away. Boom. At first, it was shield magic. Flung away from the rebound, Sung Kai-hoon landed on the ground and rolled backwards. But that lasted only for a short while. Looks like we have our first volunteer. Along with the shaman's mocking words, Sung Kai-hoon's body was lifted up into the air. And now, it was the anti-gravity magic. The lips of the shaman were moving up and down non-stop. When Sung Kai-hoon was lifted up as high as a 2-story building, the shaman began chanting a different spell. Next to come was gravity acceleration. Kaboom! Sung Kai-hoon was slammed into the ground. He didn't even have the time to writhe in pain as he was lifted up in the air again. Not only the shaman, but the rest of the high orcs were cackling in derision as well, their fangs fully bared now. Boom! Hyok! The shaman continued to toy with Sung Kai-hoon by lifting him up and slamming him down. When he landed on the ground for the 4th time, Sung Kai-hoon vomited out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that scene, the complexions of the hunters got paler and paler. However, none of them dared to step forward to stop this. They simply stood there trembling while witnessing Sung Kai-hoon being broken into pieces. Just as Sung Kai-hoon was thrown down to the ground once more, he vanished from the view. The shaman's eyes opened wider. Where did the human disappear to, when all of his bones should be broken by now? The shaman searched for the whereabouts of Sung Kai-hoon. There, in a corner not too far, it discovered Sung Kai-hoon, unmoving on the ground, and at the same time, found a certain man crouching nearby. Of course, it was Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo carefully laid Sung Kai-hoon down and glared at the shaman. Hey, Mr. Leader, I want to ask you something. Will it be okay if I kill all of the monsters in here? The shaman frowned and gestured with its chin, and one of the guards swung about its scimitar and ran to where Jin-Woo was. As Jin-Woo glared at the monster rushing towards him, a light of fury lit up in his eyes. He reached out with his hands, ruler's reach. When he did, it was as if a giant, invisible hand grabbed the orc guard, and the monster was cleanly picked up from the ground. The monster kicked and struggled in the air. What? The eyes of the shaman opened wider. Jin-Woo pointed down towards the ground. Slam! The guard crashed down to the ground. The impact force was so great that deep cracks spread out on the ground. However, Jin-Woo didn't stop there. Just like how the shaman manipulated Sung Kai-hoon's body, he lifted the guard up in the air again. Slam! Like a basketball bouncing between the ground and one's hand, the orc guard continuously slammed into the ceiling and the ground non-stop, a helpless cry coming out from its mouth. Eventually, its head pierced into the ceiling. With that, debris from the ceiling fell down. Sung Kai-hoon trembled and questioned Jin-Woo. "You, just what is your? I'll ask you again. This here was a hunting ground the Hunters Guild paid for, and there was only one person present that could speak for the guild at the moment." Jin-Woo asked for the last time. "Monsters in this place. Can I have them all?" What was this? Sung Kai-hoon realized now that the identity of the porter or whatever didn't matter anymore. No, he was just set off. He was angry at himself for being toyed around with by the monsters like that. Tears rolled down Sung Kai-hoon's face. "Please, I beg of you, do something." With that, it was done. When Jin-Woo stood back up, high orcs approached him. The boss began smirking in derision. "For a measly human, you know some interesting skills, don't you?" The boss gestured, and the high orcs quickly surrounded Jin-Woo. "However, just how far do you think your tricks will get you?" Jin-Woo's glare became so much colder. He never really cared for any of the monsters he killed so far, but this would be his first time wanting to slice one up this badly. "I'll take care of you last." If the boss knew the meaning of enjoyment, surely it'd know what fear tasted like. Jin-Woo slowly murmured out. My shadows. 2 daggers appeared in Jin-Woo's hands. Come out and play. The black sedan stopped by the side of the road. The man climbing out of the driver's seat, kitted out in a pair of sunglasses and a black business suit, was none other than Woo Jin-cheol, the section chief of the monitoring division, the Hunters Association. Soon after his exit, 3 more men climbed out of the car from the passenger and rear seats. All of them were from the monitoring division as well. Woo Jin-cheol frowned deeply. If that giant hole opened up like a door and monsters trapped inside emerged outside. Just imagining that made him shudder. However, why did that man apply to become a miner in such a horrifying place? Not only that, for 2 days in a row, too. Even if Association President Go-gun Huey hadn't asked him, Woo Jin-cheol would have personally come here to find out. Anyway, what brings the hunters from the monitoring division to this place? The members of the mining team had been relaxing until then overheard those words, and tension briefly flashed by in their eyes. The oppressive pressure hunters felt from the words monitoring division was rather huge. The people whose job was to arrest the awakened that the normal laws couldn't do anything about. They then either reformed the troublemakers or simply eliminated them. The monitoring division was where those kinds of people worked for. Do you know by any chance where Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim is? I bloody knew it. Suddenly, a man jumped out from among the miners. It was Lee Seong-gu, who had run into Jin-Woo's shoulder yesterday. Lee Seong-gu passionately spat out his complaints, flying spittle accompanying his rapidly firing words. When that beastard looked at me and began gritting, I was terrified that he might eat me alive or something. You know, it's still so DMN scary even when I think about it now. Woo Jin-cheol's gaze shifted back to Foreman B. Where can I find Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim? Mr. Seong is. He's inside the gate right now. Sung Jin-Woo was inside the Rankat dungeon, where a raid was ongoing. Woo Jin-cheol's eyes opened wider. Why did he enter the dungeon? Well, the raid team's porter hasn't shown up today, you see. Nobody wanted to go in there, so Mr. Seong volunteered as the porter. Cha Hunter Nim. No, I mean, Cha-hee and Hunter Nim was also looking for Mr. Seong, so she entered the gate just now, you know. Isn't it just too weird? Meanwhile, the mind of Woo Jin-cheol became a bit of mess after hearing that. The vice chairman of the Hunters Guild Cha-hee was looking for Sung Jin-Woo. Not only that, she even went after him into the dungeon, too. Just what was happening here? He only stopped by to say hello to Sung Jin-Woo, but now, it felt like something big was afoot here. Excuse me, Mr. Hunter. Lee Seong-gu had this expectant face for some reason as he hurriedly asked Woo Jin-cheol. That beastard, Sung Jin-Woo, did he do something bad? Maybe he's killed someone. I mean, he looked like someone fully capable of that. Woo Jin-cheol frowned slightly again. He sort of could understand why Sung Jin-Woo glared scarily at this moron. A fool who'd get blown away into the weeds if Sung Jin-Woo snorts in front of him. Still, there were too many eyes watching. As a hunter working for the association, he couldn't carelessly display his irritation at a stranger. This was why working for a public organization sometimes could get rather annoying. Woo Jin-cheol spat out a long sigh and did his best to sound as diplomatic as possible. You'll find out when you take a look at tomorrow evening's news broadcasts. Perhaps that answered most of his own suspicions. Lee Seong-gu raised his voice high as if he had correctly predicted this. I told you, didn't I? I told you that man is too suspicious. But he didn't look that way, right? And he worked so diligently, too. Not minding the lukewarm responses of his colleagues, Lee Seong-gu went on about how great his discerning eyes were. Tisk. Woo Jin-cheol stared at that man making a fool of himself before taking his subordinates towards the gate. However, Woo Jin-cheol instinctively stopped a few steps away from the gate. Chief, the subordinates began staring in confusion at Woo Jin-cheol's stiff face. This can't be. The measurement results are wrong. Not all Ranka hunters were equal. For instance, Hunter Woo Jin-cheol was right near the top within the Ranka and his instincts were telling him this. The measurement value was all wrong. Woo Jin-cheol quickly issued an order to his subordinate next to him. Go get the magic energy measuring device. The subordinate immediately realized that Woo Jin-cheol's expression was grave and hurriedly ran to where their car was parked. The miniature measuring device used by the monitoring division was a world apart in quality from the devices used by the regular association employees. As befitting a device created from a top-grade magic crystal that cost over $1 billion won, this piece of equipment very rarely threw up errors or mistakes in its results. The measurement result quickly came out. I knew it. The displayed result showed a clear discrepancy to the previously measured value. If the guild formed their raid team according to the measured value presented by the association, then it had definitely become a serious situation. Around the same time, Cha Hien was following after the traces left behind the raid team. She finally located corpses in the distance. How can this be? Her eyes opened up super wide. All the corpses belonged to the high orcs. It was easy to identify them, because they featured red skin and their fangs were noticeably longer, too. How did Mr. Song Kai-hoon's team manage to defeat this many high orcs? And was that all? There was seemingly not one casualty, too. Cha Hien discovered something odd and crouched down to take a closer look at one of the corpses, and her eyes grew even wider than before. This one, and this one, too. Almost all the high orcs were left with injuries inflicted by short but incredibly sharp weapons. They weren't blows fatal enough to kill, but she thought that these were definitely enough to hinder the movements of the high orcs, which meant that other hunters were simply dining on the table full of tasty dishes prepared by someone else. Short swords. It was then a certain scene flashed past her brain. The man who stood near the boss room yesterday. Sung Jin-Woo was definitely holding short weapons in both of his hands. When her thoughts arrived at this point, Cha Hien's head snapped towards the deeper parts of the dungeon, and her expression rapidly hardened. She could sense this incredibly powerful magic energy wave. No, magic energy tremors, the kind she'd never experienced before, coming from there. The air itself was trembling, hard. No, Cha Hien bit her lower lips. If that magical energy belonged to the boss monster, then no one from Song Kai-hoon's team would be able to survive. She began running towards the boss room with all her might. Whoosh! A ripple incomparably greater than that of the magic energy wave from the high orc shaman spread out everywhere. That wasn't the only change to take place, however. Along with him unshackling his magic power, the shadow beneath Jin-Woo's feet spread out, too, and it covered the entirety of the chamber's surface at a frightening pace, as if someone had poured a bucket of pitch black ink onto the floor. A thin smile spread on Jin-Woo's lips. Good. This was the new class-specific skill he learnt when he broke past level 70 back in the demon's castle. He sensed the fighting spirit of his enhanced soldiers soaring higher. Quite obviously, a satisfied grin formed on his face. 50 summoned shadow soldiers stood around Jin-Woo in a circle as if to protect him. Did you feel that? Yeah. Can that even make any sense? The mage-type hunters were sensitive towards the magic energy to begin with, and they couldn't control their furiously quickening heartbeat no matter what, because an insane amount of magic energy was gushing out from the man who subbed in for their luggage carrier, someone whom they thought of as a simple rank E, no less. No, hang on. Is this even magic energy? To think, this magical energy is even more ominous than what the high orc shaman is emitting. The sheer pressure from the magic energy thickly filling up the boss room made it difficult to even breathe properly. The fact that this incredible power didn't belong to an enemy relieved them to no end. What are you doing? Kill the human right now. With their backs pushed forward by the voice carrying a thick amount of the shaman's magical energy, the high orc warriors all roared out and raised their weapons. High orcs screamed out. Limbs, bits of body parts sliced off by Jin-Woo's 2 daggers, and the ensuing trails of blood scattered in all directions. He was so fast that even the elite hunters could only catch the glimpses of his afterimage. That's like seeing our vice chairman. Cha Hien's nickname was the Dancer. Normally, she remained a calm, composed figure, but when she jumped into a battle, she swiftly cut down monsters as if she was performing a fast-tempo dance routine. Hence, that nickname was given to her. The woman in question forbade the use of that nickname because of how embarrassing it sounded, so it wasn't widely known. But some people still resorted to calling her that every now and then. And now, their supposed porter was displaying a movement that equaled Cha Hien, no, even exceeding her speed. If Cha Hien danced, then Mr. Porter was a typhoon. He had become the center of the storm to obliterate the surrounding monsters. Iron took to the front, just as he had done previously. Iron yelled out at the top of his lungs before he could enter the fray properly. When his skill failed to work, Iron got angry and began roaring out like a beast. And then, he began destroying the hapless high orcs with his massive hammer. He was so destructive that one even felt a smidge of pity for the high orcs. On the other hand, Ygritte was elegantly and efficiently cutting down the necks of his enemies in complete contrast to Iron's brutality. High orcs running into Ygritte didn't even have a chance to scream before their breaths were cut short. Slice. When Ygritte's sword drew an arc in the air, another high orc lost its head. Regular shadow soldiers found it hard to fight against individual high orcs, but they possessed stamina that didn't know the meaning of fatigue and the capability to regenerate almost endlessly. And by buying time in this fashion, the sea of fire shooting out from the magic soldiers would rain down on top of the enemies with no exceptions. In order to kill Jin-Woo, the shaman began chanting a spell. The lips of the shaman quickly moved up and down. the song of slowness, the song of blindness, the song of crippling fever, the song of intolerable pain, and the song of demonic slumber. 5 different types of hexes were completed in an instant and flew towards their intended victim. It's done. The corners of the shaman's lips arched up. The moment all those hexes were completed, Jin-Woo also sensed the unnatural movement of magic energy. Jin-Woo's eyes met those of the shamans. The orc shaman smirked derisively. It's already too late, human. Hexes were different from normal magic spells and couldn't be evaded. The moment it was cast, that would be the end. But that human beast started turning into a walking corpse wrecked by all sorts of afflictions. His fate was sealed, to be ripped to shreds by the high orc warriors and their weapons. That was the end, truly befitting a measly human who didn't know his place and dared to show off. Unfortunately for the monster, however, a familiar mechanical beep rang in Jin-Woo's ears. Mechanical beeps fired out one after the other. All 5 hexes were dispelled even before they had the chance to activate. Jin-Woo smirked at the results. There was this buff he received when he changed into the player. Continuous effect, good health and long life. You'll be immune to all types of diseases, poisonous substances, as well as all forms of status debuffs. During sleep, your recovery rate will increase exponentially. Thanks to that, he didn't have to worry about status-altering magic, such as hexes. Fitting for a boss of the rank A dungeon, the High Orc Shaman had immediately realized that its curses were rendered ineffective by an even greater power than it. But those were hexes I cast. This made no sense. In order to dispel hexes, one required the purification magic, or the blessings of a being possessing greater power than that of the hex itself. In all honesty, he could have eliminated the shaman right at the beginning of the battle if he wanted to. However, he chose not to, because he wanted to instill the sense of fear into the heart of that shaman, the way it managed to do to the hunters present. However, it seemed not quite enough to make that arrogant monster taste the true meaning of fear. The beastard's eyes were still alive. In that case, let me show you an interesting spectacle, then. From now on, he'd show the true sphere of influence of a necromancer, accompanying the system's message alerting him to the activation of his skill. Horrifying screams that resembled death throes resounded out from somewhere unknown. The shaman's eyes widened in shock. The shaman didn't get to finish its sentence. Even before it could, black hands began rising up from the shadows beneath the corpses of the high orcs. That was why. Jin-Woo began smiling deeply while gazing contently at the newbies joining his shadow army. My warriors have become undead. The shaman began shuddering uncontrollably. About 50 warriors had lost their lives so far, and about the same number had changed into those black-armored soldiers, which means those soldiers that Beastard had summoned are. High Orc warriors would bravely jump into a fight against enemies stronger than themselves without fear, but they rapidly lost all their fighting spirit the moment they saw their former comrades being revived as shadow soldiers. High Orcs, renowned for never backing down from a chance to shed some blood, were now openly retreating out of terror. The fact that they wouldn't be able to ascend to the warrior's heaven after their death, and instead become the puppets of the enemy, was the worst possible nightmare for these High Orcs. Jin-Woo's expression brightened. Finally, there were signs of fear in that Beastard's eyes. While shaking like a leaf, the shaman recalled the existence that could revive the dead into shadows. There could not possibly be two people possessing the exact same power. So, that human had to be him. If that person is him, then why are we here? However, the moment the shaman thought about itself and the inside of its brain blanked out and the relevant memories contained within were wiped out in an instant. Jin-Woo tilted his head. Who was that? She seemed a bit too distant to be totally familiar to him, however. That was why he needed a bit of a moment to recall what her name was. And she was none other than the rank S hunter currently affiliated to the Hunters Guild, Cha Hien. But what is that woman doing here? Jin-Woo might have been somewhat surprised by her presence here, but then Cha Hien's own shock was far greater than his. Her wide-open eyes stared at Jin-Woo and his shadow soldiers. Summons. The first thing Cha Hien thought of was summoning when she saw the shadow soldiers. However, there were simply too many of them to say that this was the result of summoning magic. The thing was, the mage-type hunters specializing in summoning magic could only control one or two at a push. If one could control two, then the treatment one received improved greatly, and she hadn't yet heard of anyone capable of controlling 3 or more summoned creatures. However, just how many of them were here? This makes no sense. One man summoned over 100 in one go. And he didn't even need a lot of time to summon them, too. No, he only needed a moment to summon dozens and dozens in one go. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes. She might be one of the top 10 ranked hunters in South Korea, but another hunter's ability had managed to leave her totally speechless now. Wu Jinqiao was running breathlessly. He ran so hard that he now tasted sweetness in his mouth. Cha Hien. Wu Jinqiao found it strange that she didn't try to participate in the battle and simply stood by, so he quickly walked up next to her. And it was at that point he got to see clearly the situation inside the boss room. What is this? Soldiers wearing jet black armor were one-sidedly massacring the supposedly powerful monsters, also known as High Orc warriors. The pitiful screams of the High Orcs even managed to deafen Wu Jinqiao's hearing. Also, he might have been less shocked if there were only human-shaped soldiers present. But then again, just what were those nonsensically huge black bears with smoke coming out of them, as well as High Orcs kitted out in various black-colored armors? No matter how I see it, doesn't he look like a top-ranked melee-type hunter? However, he could even use summoning magic, too. And, sure enough, when Jin-Woo's lips moved a little, dozens more summons rose up from the ground. Oh my god. Wu Jinqiao's jaw fell to the floor. Just how many summons could that man control? This is the true ability of Hunter Sung Jin-Woo. By the way, why are you here, Chief Wu? We were in the neighborhood, just passing by. But it was a coincidence that we discovered the gates of normal condition, and we came here to help facilitate the evacuation of the raid team. But well, Wu Jinqiao stopped talking there and stared at Jin-Woo again. However, looks like that won't be necessary. This would be his first time witnessing Hunter Sung Jin-Woo's true skill. And that just so happened to be the spectacle of him clearing a Ranka dungeon with his own power. It didn't look like others' help was necessary. The shaman was furious. You insect-like beastard, I'll step on you. If hexes didn't work against the enemy, then all it had to do was to bless itself and fight. The Song of Rage, the Song of Strengthening, the Song of the Giants, the Song of the Fire Dragon. With the completion of the various spells, the shaman's body suddenly ballooned up to nearly 10 meters tall. Its strength, agility, stamina, and even its confidence increased greatly as well, power filling up every square inch of its frame. Right away, the shaman used its gigantic arm to swat away the shadow soldiers, and then took a deep breath. And then, when the shaman spat out its breath, reddish-black flames erupted out of its mouth. The soldiers immediately dissipated and scattered away when they were struck dead on by the flames. Even those grazed by it were no exception. Parts of their bodies were blown away and they were rendered unable to carry on fighting. The flames didn't end with one attack. The second wave of flames spat out of the shaman's mouth in a row. The shaman was able to greatly reduce the number of the shadow soldiers with its continuous attacks. Having received a boost to its confidence, it roared out at the top of its lungs. Do you still find this great Karugalgan funny now? The reply came from above its head. Yup. The shaman flinched and raised its head, all the while hurriedly trying to chant a defensive spell. But Jin-Woo was one step quicker. Cow. The shaman's head smashed down into the ground. The floor shattered and spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread out. Jin-Woo had already experienced blowing away Vulcan with his bare fist. And that demon was much, much larger than this arrogant shaman, too. When he lightly landed on the ground, feel-good messages began popping up in his view one after the other. There you go. Jin-Woo pumped his fist. Back when he was fighting using stealth, he leveled up once. When he was killing these orcs, another level up. And, after killing the boss just now, another level up. The once buffed-up shaman's body had reverted back to its original size already. He saw an egg-sized magic crystal embedded in the dead boss's necklace, but he decided not to get too greedy. Earning experience points is good enough. This was the Hunter's Guild's dungeon. At the end of the day, Jin-Woo licked his lips in anticipation. He couldn't help but remember the corpse of Baruka, the one that slipped through his fingers back in the Red Gate. But my situation is a lot different compared to then. Compared to now, his stats weren't that high back then. Also, killing that beastard took a lot out of him. Only after receiving the aid of 2 night-grade soldiers, Ygritte and Iron, did he manage to beat that boss down. However, he was able to kill this shaman comparatively easily today. A week spent inside the demon's castle, this was the definite proof that the events of those short 7 days weren't in vain. Jin-Woo issued a new order at the rising, wavering black steam like smoke. Rise up. At the same time, an ominous wind brushed past his 2 cheeks. He instinctively realized it right away. It worked. A radiant smile bloomed on Jin-Woo's face. As the soul-tearing scream resounded out, a mage covered in black robe rose up from the shadow of the dead shaman. Jin-Woo sensed something was different about this guy, and so he checked the information window. Elite Knight grade. An Elite Knight. Previously, Jin-Woo was able to confirm that there were 3 grades to the Shadow Soldiers. Regular grade, Elite grade, and then the Knight grade. But now, for the first time ever, the Elite Knight grade appeared. He began to think that, seeing the word Elite tacked onto the already existing grade Knight, This new guy had to be a realm higher than either Ygritte or Iron in terms of combat prowess. For sure, I can sense that its magic energy is far greater than that of my 2 knights. As expected of turning the boss of a rank a dungeon into his shadow soldier. And also as expected, he got another system message telling to name the new guy, now that another Knight grade shadow soldier had appeared. A name, is it? Well, its face was hidden under the hood of the robe now, but still, high orcs and lengthy fangs went hand in hand. No. Right, let's name it Fangs. He didn't need to issue a separate order, just thinking about it meant the new guy's name would be set. Delete Knight grade. Instead of question marks, the new name appeared in the information window. If the shaman who remained utterly arrogant right till the moment it died heard this name, the poor guy might have fainted on the spot. But well, who cares? It was already dead, anyway. With a satisfied grin on his face, Jin-Woo recalled his shadow soldiers. He could now store almost 130 of them. Although it was a bit regrettable, he had to return the rest back to the void. This much is more than enough, though. He stepped off from the altar with a big smile on his face, but then, several people rushed over to him. They were hunters from the raid team, Cha Hien, and finally, a group of men wearing matching black business suits. Jin-Woo recognized one of the faces among the black suits. Since when did Chief Wu Jin-Chial show up? Seeing the expression on Wu Jin-Chial, he probably had witnessed the shadow soldiers in action in full. Mr. Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim, Mr. Porter. Everyone called out to him at the same time. Then they took glances at each other. Well, it was all fine and dandy that he got to fight to his heart's content since he no longer had any reason to hide his powers, but how am I supposed to get out of this now? Jin-Woo looked at all these people surrounding him and scratched the back of his head. Wu Jin-Chial was the first to react. While everyone else was busy eyeing others around them, he quickly walked right up to Jin-Woo's side, pulled out his identification card and displayed it proudly for all to see. We're from the association's monitoring division. Didn't matter whether you were a high-ranked hunter or a low-ranked one. You'd inevitably tense up after hearing the name of the monitoring division. And this tactic was the right one. The identity of Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim is being strictly guarded by the association. It is highly classified information that cannot be revealed publicly. Jin-Woo could only stand back in dumbfounded admiration at Wu Jin-Chial's skillful bullshitting. If you have any questions, please send them to the association. We shall escort Sung Jin-Woo Hunter now. Not so subtle implication of we won't hear any of your objections was apparent in his voice. All thanks to Wu Jin-Chial's hardened attitude. Hard enough to shatter a rock even. The members of the Hunters Guild had no choice but to rein in their questions and stay silent. Shall we go? While being escorted by the agents of the monitoring division, Jin-Woo walked past the hunters. As they were about to exit from the boss room for good. Hold on. An urgent call came from behind the group. Unintentionally looking back, Jin-Woo spotted Son Kai-hoon approaching them while being supported by his big-framed colleague. All of his external wounds had been healed perfectly, but his complexion remained pale as he had lost a lot of blood. It'd be better for him to not move yet, though. Despite Jin-Woo's worries, Son Kai-hoon managed to stand before him. He then bowed deeply. Thank you, and he began speaking up his mind without holding anything back. Thanks to you, we are all still alive. On behalf of the raid team, I'd like to thank you. If one believed the words of the monitoring division's hunters, then this young man seemed to be burdened by some kind of circumstances preventing him from revealing himself. With that kind of power, it'd not be too strange if he does have some kind of an unspeakable circumstance. Thank you very much. His emotions now getting raw, Son Kai-hoon bent his back forward 90 degrees once more. That sudden movement caused his aching body to scream out in pain, but he actually found that rather welcoming. His heart had welled up with emotions when he saw Jin-Woo kill the monster in the exact same fashion as how he had been toyed around with before. Thinking back to that moment was enough for him to thank this young man a countless number of times. Jin-Woo walked over to the female hunter jumping up and down by the corner. Because she's so small, I nearly failed to spot her. When he pushed forward the memo she gave to him earlier, the female healer blushed and received it with both of her hands. Thank you. Inwardly, though, she was admonishing herself. Why did I even say those embarrassing things to him back then? She now had one more reason to kick her sheets before going to bed if and when she ended up remembering today's event in the future. From the perspective of Mr. Porter, who could easily punch the dungeon boss to death, she must have looked really funny when she handed over a memo while saying it contained her final will. Putting the dazed female healer behind him, he coolly turned around to leave. Let's go. As soon as Jin-Woo began walking, The agents of the monitoring division moved together in one unit as if they had been rehearsing it. There was one exception, though. Only Cha Hien had failed to say something to Jin-Woo, and she tried to reach out to him, but gave up in the end. I wanted to ask him for his contact numbers. All she wanted was to ask him if he could find some time to talk to her. However, she might be misunderstood if she asked him that now, what with the current situation not being settled yet. It was then. A female hunter walked over to Cha Hien. "Excuse me, Vice Chair." "Yes." When Cha Hien turned around to look, the female hunter pointed to her hand. "Why are you carrying a pickaxe?" Cha Hien's gaze drifted towards the head of the pickaxe and her face began blushing rather quickly. She hurriedly lowered the pickaxe and cautiously asked, "You think he found me weird?" The female hunter, a mage, tilted her head and asked back, "Who did?" And that caused not just Cha Hien's face, but even her neck to blush in the deep shade of crimson. My fated hour is approaching. Indeed, Hyung-nim's choice would decide Yu Jin-ho's fate. His heart was palpitating faster, and he felt even more nervous compared to a few days ago when he was negotiating with his father for the right to become the Yujin Guild Master. Let's go back to my original purpose. My original purpose. It was no coincidence that he chose the exact same cafe as the first time he met Hyung-nim back when to propose his plan. Without Hyung-nim's help, I wouldn't even be here right now. He began looking around the interior of the cafe while thinking as such, and he was able to see this place in a new light. Quite coincidentally, the table he chose was the exact same one as the last time, too. Along with the doorbell, Jin-Woo entered the cafe. Hyung-nim. Yu Jin-ho discovered Jin-Woo and shot up from his seat with a welcoming smile on his face. He bowed down as his greeting. "Oh, this?" Jin-Woo came running here right after killing the high orc, so his clothing was understandably dirty. His shirt even sported bloodstains from the dying high orcs, too. He spoke as if there was nothing to worry about. "I was coming straight from a dungeon, that's why." Yu Jin-ho was taken by surprise once more. He was nothing compared to someone like Hyung-nim. After getting his guild master license, all Yu Jin-ho did was to waste time by drinking and partying. But what did Hyung-nim do in the meantime? He possessed incredible power, yet he still found time to enter dungeons to further hone his crafts. Suddenly, Yu Jin-ho felt ashamed of himself. Hyung-nim, actually, Yu Jin-ho didn't leave anything out and reported everything that happened during the negotiation with his father to Jin-Woo. Even the event of Go Myung-hwan's testimony revealing the truth of who saved the hunters of the White Tiger Guild from the Red Gate incident. 2. That uncle, doing something unnecessary. Still, that man did that for Jin-Woo's benefit, so he couldn't get angry at that. Perhaps that was the reason for Yu Jin-ho's expression to be a bit more glowing than usual when he was talking about the Red Gate incident. In any case, Jin-Woo knew what Yu Jin-ho was trying to say here. "So, in order for you to become the Yujin Guild's new master, you need my help, is that about right?" Jin-Woo finally raised his gaze. "Hey, Jin-ho, I am." Gulp. Yu Jin-ho swallowed his drying saliva. The chairman of the Hunters Guild Choi Jong-in received a certain call. After answering that, he abandoned what he was doing, entered his private chamber, and began shouting out loudly at the phone. "What was that?" Sung Jin-Woo was present during our raids yesterday and today. The newly appeared rank S hunter, Sung Jin-Woo. Such a man decided to present himself right before Choi Jong-in's own guild, yet why did he fail to even notice that? It was the same thing as kicking away the golden goose willing to enter his house. It was enough to make him tear his hair out, but he was working for the mining team yesterday, and today he was carrying luggage. After hearing that revelation, it did make sense for him to not know. Okay, for the time being, let's not worry about why he did what he did. He got this feeling that sweating over that mystery would only give him a case of a migraine and no tangible answer to chew on. Besides, that wasn't important at all. After White Tiger, us hunters also owe that man now. Indeed, they were indebted to Sung Jin-Woo. Choi Jong-in wished to talk to that man as equals as much as he could before attempting to scout him. But now, his position was no different than that of the White Tiger. The hunter who took on the role of the raid team's captain, Song Kai-hoon, wasn't a fellow who'd lie about something that didn't happen, or embellish something minor as if it was a big deal. Even then, Choi Jong-in asked reflexively, "Are you telling me the truth?" "Yes, sir. That's all I saw." "That's all he saw." "Does that mean there could be more?" "If Sung Jin-Woo was that powerful, then. If you compare him to me, then how about it?" Although he may have sounded a bit childish just then, there was no better way to ascertain someone's strength than this question. Song Kai-hoon took a little time before continuing on. "Chairman, can you solo an upper grade rank a dungeon by yourself?" "No, it's impossible." However, that man did precisely that. Choi Jong-in was often referred to as the ultimate weapon. From a certain perspective, one could argue that he was being roundly disregarded in this situation. But rather than feeling sour, his heart was pounding harder instead. Me, Cha-hyun, and then Sung Jin-Woo. This was the golden chance that his guild could become renowned in South Korea, no, Asia, no, the whole world, on the back of Sung Jin-Woo's abilities alone. Chairman Choi, I know that I'm in no position to advise you on how to run the guild. But Son Kai-hoon was definitely not someone who'd go beyond his stations and run his mouth off about the guild. So, Choi Jong-un became even more curious about what he might say next. No, it's fine. Please speak. That man. You must scout Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim to our guild. With him, your dream might become reality. In front of the Korean Hunters Association main building, the sea of reporters showing up to cover Ri Min-seong's rank assignment test had set up a camp in front of the association building. South Korea's own Ri Min-seong, often referred as Asia's top superstar, becoming a hunter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the cameras from the entire world were being focused here today. What with space being such a premium, the reporters began a war of nerves with each other. Excuse me, we already reserved this spot. Hey man, are you blind? Can't you see how many people showed up today? Who cares about your spot or mine? Your spot is where you're standing. Dang it. Meanwhile, a full-blown smile was forming on Ri Min-seong's face. Indeed, this many people showing up sounds about right. Excuse me, Mr. Min-seong. This will be tomorrow's headline, but what do you think about it? Don't you think using that as the headline is a bit dull? You think so? How about this one? The man who has everything, Ri Min-seong. He now grasps power transcending humanity. Well, but if we use a strong lead-in like that, don't you think a portion of the readers will feel uncomfortable? Well, I'm not exaggerating here. And besides, no one in their right minds would talk rubbish about me in South Korea. Anyway, it was then 2 imported luxury sedans arrived at the parking lot of the association. 2 men climbed out of their respective cars almost at the same time. They were none other than Baek Yun-ho from the White Tiger Guild and Choi Jong-un from the Hunters Guild. Look at that. It's Baek Yun-ho. Choi Jong-un's here too. The reporters blocking the front entrance of the association building all rushed towards the side of these 2 men. Baek Yun-ho and Choi Jong-un both frowned unhappily. What is up with these reporters? Why is it so chaotic today? The noises of camera flashes going off were ringing out loudly. Countless reporters surrounded these 2 men and began their barrage of questions. Are you 2 visiting the association to scout Mr. Ri Min-seong? As the hunters representing South Korea, what do you think about Mr. Ri Min-seong potentially retiring from the entertainment industry? What do you think will be Mr. Ri Min-seong's rank? Please share your thoughts on Mr. Ri Min-seong. The famously short-tempered Baek Yun-ho waved his hands around as if he found all this annoying. I'm not here because of that man. I have nothing else to say. While Choi Jong-un emotionlessly stated the facts, anyone related to this matter would know by now that Mr. Ri Min-seong has already signed up with the Reapers Guild. I'm visiting the association today on an unrelated matter. After hearing answers that didn't meet their expectations, the reporters inwardly grumbled and turned around. What the hell? And I thought I might have a juicy news story. I got excited for no dang reason. Still, none of them dared to express their dissatisfaction in front of a pair of rank S hunters. Reporters returned to their spots and began their waiting for Ri Min-seong's emergence once more. Once the reporters left them alone, Baek Yun-ho and Choi Jong-un met each other's glare. Baek Yun-ho greeted his counterpart first. I heard the story. Hunters Guild almost got into a big tangle yesterday, too. Or so I hear. He even deliberately emphasized the word too as well. Well, it wasn't much of a big tangle, compared to how the White Tiger had to lose their newbie rank A. The 2 men's war of nerves was just as fierce as the one taking place among the reporters. Baek Yun-ho was incensed for a little bit there, but eventually he sighed out softly and spoke up. In any case, both the hunters and us are in that man's debt. We really were kissed by Lady Luck yesterday. If he wasn't there, my second elite team would have been wiped out. Even though both men knew that person's name, not mentioning it could be considered the final act to their war of nerves. Choi Jong-un took a step closer. That is why, out of principle, I'd like to definitely bring that man over to our guild. Baek Yun-ho didn't back down. He and Choi Jong-un got close enough for their foreheads to nearly butt against each other. We even had suffered casualties. Looking at the need to replenish our combat force, wouldn't you agree that person joining us makes more sense? Just what are you planning to do by recruiting a rank S to shore up your combat force? Are you thinking of invading North Korea or something? What about you? Since when did you worry about principles and the like to talk about your principles here? Flames erupted out from the eyes of the 2 men. Master of the Reapers Guild, MT Jayu, was arriving at the association building just now to match the timing of the press conference. When he saw those two growling at one another, a mocking smirk formed on his face. Wasn't there an old saying for that? Didn't it go, counting chickens before hatching or something like that? For MT Jayu, this sure was an exciting development, since he always lost out to their two guilds when trying to secure resources until now. He did his best to let the corners of his lips arch up and approach the two men. Oi, two guild chairmen over there. I hope you aren't acting like that over my Min Seong. No. And then, both Baek Yun-ho and Choi Jong-un's heads spun at the same time towards MT Jayu. It was hard to tell who was first, really. What the hell is up with this moron? I don't give a rat's ass about this Ri Min Seong or Ri Min Gun or whatever. MT Jayu flinched in surprise and took a step back when two rather terrifying glares landed squarely on him. What is up with these two beastards all of a sudden? What's this? Choi Jong-un and Baek Yun-ho, too. Ri Min Seong grinned deeply. He already familiar with Chairman MT Jayu when they met during the signing of the contract. Ri Min Seong signing up with the Reapers Guild, which had been criticized for being a shell of its former glory, while disregarding the country's top two guilds, was a calculated move on his part. I mean, with this, I'll enjoy the image of someone willing to stand up for the underdogs. Crudely speaking, celebrities survived on their public image, and Ri Min Seong was really meticulous about maintaining his. The best guilds in Korea are fighting over me. He wasn't thinking of carrying on this hunter lifestyle for long. But still, that sight naturally made him feel even better about himself. Min Seong, they say they are ready now. Let's go and do the press conference. Alright, the manager took the lead. Camera flashes exploded in a scary cacophony of endless shutter clicks. Click, 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 click. As he would do every day, Ri Min Seong formed a fake smile towards hundreds of lenses surrounding him. It was then, Jin-Woo had finally arrived at the front of the association. Just like he'd been told, he was stopping by the association 3 days later. Why is it so noisy here? However, it didn't look like he'd be able to enter the association at all under the current circumstances. Of course, there were plenty of ways to go around these people, such as using stealth, or jumping over the reporters, or even by finding a back entrance. But then again, his re-evaluation test had been reserved in advance 3 days ago, so he didn't feel like going through the back entrance just to avoid this wall of reporters. It's not like I committed a crime or something anyways. He had no reason not to use the front door at all. Jin-Woo then proceeded to push away the tightly packed throngs of reporters and made a path for himself. I'm coming through. Oi, what are you doing? What the hell? What's wrong with you? This was the physical strength of a rank S hunter. Reporters were all helplessly pushed away, deep frowns etched on their faces. The path forward was opened up in the blink of an eye, and Jin-Woo could walk up the steps leading to the front entrance of the association. However, even before he could take another step, a large, muscular dude suddenly blocked Jin-Woo's path. Oi, he was Ri Min Seong's manager. His eyebrows rose up as he growled menacingly. Who the hell are you? You work for the association or something? Jin-Woo didn't bother to avert his gaze and met this manager's glare squarely, before shaking his head. Would you look at this beastard? The manager's thick eyebrows quivered. Can't you see all those reporters behind you? Go back to where you came from. You can't go through here. Get lost, punk. The manager blocked the path again and tried to shove Jin-Woo's chest away. The light in Jin-Woo's eyes changed immediately. What was that? The manager was taken by a huge surprise. He was a melee-type rank D awakened, and pushed this young punk away with the full intention of embarrassing him. But the guy didn't even budge from the spot as if his legs were nailed to the ground. Ri Min Seong's expression stiffened right away. A mysterious man who cut through the throng of reporters, and then the association president Go Gun-Huey, who came out to personally escort that man into the building. How does President Go Gun-Huey's schedule look like for the rest of today? I hear he cancelled everything for the morning. Are you telling me that the association president cancelled the whole morning's worth of appointments for that man? This place had become too restless after those two men's sudden entrance, and the current situation was no longer suitable for holding a press conference. Ri Min Seong glared at his manager for a long time, before his head naturally spun towards his side. Like throwing salt on the wound, the camera crew from the news stations were getting ready to leave. They were supposed to broadcast everything live. If this distracted spectacle got on the airwaves and was broadcast to the rest of the country, then there was a good chance that all of Ri Min-seong's hard work to increase his brand's value by becoming a rank hunter would go down the drain for good. Excuse me, everyone. Allow me to go have a quick chat regarding my schedule today with the association's representatives. Blurting that nonsense to the reporters, Ri Min-seong then headed to the main association building. It was not to discuss the change of schedule but to declare his intentions. I mean, you have any idea how much my dad donates to the association? Just before he could push open the glass front door, hunters from the monitoring division rushed out first and he was pushed back. Instead, they stood in a line to block off the front entrance. What the hell is this now? Ri Min-seong's forehead creased up. He quickly checked the name tag attached to one of the men's chests. Section Chief Woo Jin-cheol, Hunters Association Monitoring Division. Ri Min-seong questioned Woo Jin-cheol right away. What's the meaning of this? Why are you blocking the entrance? Woo Jin-cheol's sunglasses-covered eyes stared down at Ri Min-seong. Currently, another awakened is going through the process of the rank reassignment test. No one will be allowed to enter the building until 11 o'clock, when the test is scheduled to end. What did you just say? By another awakened, was this man referring to that young man who followed the association president into the building not too long ago? The time now was 10:30 in the morning. 11 o'clock was the originally scheduled time for his rank assignment test. No one was allowed to enter before that. Ri Min-seong's scheme to take the test ahead of schedule to reverse the situation was about to blow up in his face. At first, he spoke in a polite tone of voice. Please, don't be like this and let me in. I have something to discuss with the related department of the association. I'm sorry. Woo Jin-cheol shut his mouth up with that single short sentence. With his frustration boiling over, Ri Min-seong couldn't hold back any longer and his true colors slowly surfaced to the fore. Look here, mister. Don't you know who I am? I'm Ri Min-seong, man. Ri Min-seong. Ri Min-seong's tone of voice became sharp and abrasive as if he could no longer take this crap. But still, Woo Jin-cheol showed no sign of budging. Ri Min-seong spat out a dumbfounded groan. Oi, you know that Yujin Construction is the biggest sponsor of the Hunters Association, right? The corners of Ri Min-seong's lips arched up. Vice Chairman of the Yujin Construction, Ri Won-jae is my father, okay. And do you see all these people behind me? Ri Min-seong pointed towards the sea of reporters below the entrance steps. You think you can treat the son of Yujin Construction's vice chairman this badly in front of these many reporters? You think you can handle the fallout? Woo Jin-cheol's reply was pretty simple. Yes, we can. What? Ri Min-seong was even more dumbfounded now. Just who the hell was that young man for the association president to personally escort him inside and block off the entire building for a measly rank assignment test? And letting a section chief gopher, someone not even that high up in the food chain like a head of the department, to do whatever the hell he pleased. Just who the hell is this another awakened supposed to be that the association is willing to bend over backwards like this? Only then did Woo Jin-cheol remove his sunglasses. If I were to tell you that, when Woo Jin-cheol's sharp, scary eyes resembling a bird of prey were finally revealed, Ri Min-seong unwittingly took a step back. Woo Jin-cheol continued to glare at Ri Min-seong and quietly spoke. Do you think you can handle the fallout instead, Mr. Ri Min-seong? Please, come this way. Alright. Jin-Woo was about to follow after Go Gun-hui's guidance and enter the measurement room, but then spotted two somewhat familiar-looking faces. Baek Yun-ho and Choi Jong-in were sitting on the waiting room chairs facing the measurement room. That was where smartly dressed headhunters of various smaller guilds could be found 3 days ago. When their gazes met, both men stood up from their seats and bowed lightly. Jin-Woo reciprocated the greeting and walked past the hallway. As they walked down on the passageway, a soft smile formed on Go Gun-hui's lips. Those two men, they have been waiting for you for about an hour. The leaders of two guilds that represented South Korea in the world stage had shown up 1 hour early to wait for the re-evaluation result. Perhaps he had read Jin-Woo's expression, because Go Gun-hui continued to explain in a calm voice. The new rank S hunter has appeared after 2 long years. And besides, Choi Jong-in has heard of your powers, so he should be even more anxious at the moment. Jin-Woo slowly nodded his head. Oh my, association president. The association employees they met on the way all politely greeted Go Gun-hui and stared at Jin-Woo with mystified eyes. Who is that man that necessitates our association president to personally guide him? Could he be someone really important? How can someone that young know our president? Soon, they arrived at the examination area, located deeper within the building. Before the re-evaluation can take place, we must confirm your abilities first and set the new classification for you. Jin-Woo already knew that. Hunters were classified as a melee, mage, healing, or even support type according to their abilities, and performed their roles where they were needed the most. Well, I can do this. Jin-Woo called out a single shadow soldier. Yuck. The examiner was greatly taken by surprise. Seriously speaking, how could anyone stay composed when a soldier decked out in jet black armor suddenly rose up from the ground? Jin-Woo deliberately chose the lowest leveled one out of his regular soldiers, but still, the dude emitted intense pressure that most normal people found hard to endure. Is this your summoned creature? You can control a summon. The examiner's voice was trembling noticeably. In that case, how many summoned creatures can you control? Well, it will be useless to lie, so. Indeed, the number of eyewitnesses who saw his shadow soldiers yesterday was nearly 20. Jin-Woo spoke up a slightly reduced number of soldiers sealed inside his shadow through his skill. It's around 100 or so. The examiner's eyes went extra round at the number 100. 100, yes. On the other hand, Jin-Woo remained nonplussed. At the same time, as he stared at the shadow soldier, Go-Gun Huey's eyes were glittering brightly. 100 of those. At a glance, that soldier possessed around the same amount of magic energy as a rank B hunter. If that young man could summon 100 of those soldiers, then one simply had to concede that his powers had already exceeded a regular large guild's combat force. Truthfully, that was an incredible ability. Jin-Woo could feel Go-Gun Huey's passionate gaze burning up on his skin. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the reactions of the surroundings. Well, if one regular soldier can elicit this sort of reaction, then he should thank his lucky stars that he didn't choose to call out the highest leveled soldier among his flock. Egret, or the boss-level creature he managed to poach yesterday, Fangs. Whatever the case may be, this was enough to prove the type of ability he had possessed. Jin-Woo quickly shoved his new hunter license inside his wallet. When he got to the end of the corridor, the waiting duo of Baek-Yun-ho and Choi Jong-in approached him. Mr. Sung Jin-Woo, can we have a chat? Sung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim, I'm sorry, I'm pressed for time at the moment. Jin-Woo ignored them both and quickly walked towards the glass door. Baek-Yun-ho raised his worried voice. If it was me, I wouldn't use that exit. Is he trying to imply that the sweet deals he prepared for this occasion will make me regret walking out of this door or something? Jin-Woo wasn't interested regardless of what was being offered, so he continued to ignore Baek-Yun-ho's dissuasion and pushed the glass door wide open. When that happened, the reporters that had managed to climb up the steps to push and shove against the monitoring division's agents began clicking their cameras non-stop, with flashes exploding brightly all around him. What the heck is this? Jin-Woo became utterly speechless at this blinding explosion of lights. One of her friends grabbed her wrist, a shocked expression clearly visible on that girl's face. Jin-Ah. Why what? With her friend shocked like this, even Jin-Ah got shocked alongside her for no reason. It's your oppa. He's on TV right now. What? Why is my oppa? Did he get injured again? If not, could it be even worse? The friend dragged Jin-Ah by her wrist inside the classroom as if she didn't want to waste time explaining anymore. Oh, oppa. The moment Jin-Ah saw the TV screen, the banana milk in her hand fell to the floor. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.